The apostles are those who stand at the top of the world, collectively known as the 12 supernatural beings. The story goes that each of the apostles, dressed in a blue cloak with a deep hood, was incredibly strong. Some could control water volumes comparable to the oceans. Others confronted entire human empires. Moreover, they could create new worlds from their own flesh and blood, cradling them in their arms like babies. Among them is the most powerful apostle named Yulman, who has unlimited power. According to records, his fighting power far surpasses that of other apostles, but its origin is unknown. The highest category of danger is designated as an apostle, but when the apostles themselves disappeared, they gradually began to be forgotten, remembered only in legends. A dark-haired guy dressed in a formal suit and cape sneezed loudly. Scratching his nose, he looked back at the icy mountains with snowcaps surrounding him and thought with displeasure that soldiers would come to this cold as soon as possible and fight this small dragon. Ice Dragon Warcraft, category Disaster. The most dangerous category in the existing classification of Warcraft, has great destructive power. The brunette watched as the Ice Dragon led the various monsters of the north into the Thunderfield. In order to protect national security, the Empire of Guam immediately deployed its troops to defend. This battle will begin soon. The human warriors talked among themselves. Some asked whether their temporary detachment would be able to win. Others answered that only God knew the answer to this question. Finally, a cry was heard from a warrior at the front, which started the battle. The armored men, waving swords in one hand and holding shields in the other, rushed towards the army of monsters, led by the Ice Dragon with a roar. Huge giants brought down the power of their fists on them. Raising his head and opening his mouth in surprise, the knight watched as birds of prey flew down on him from above with a deafening roar. The human army, like toy figures, flew away from the blows of the enemies. The dragon, with its red eyes flashing, crushed knights left and right with its sharp wings. The guy stood on a high slope and, seeing the squad running away in horror, muttered that these soldiers were not opponents of monsters. Thoughtfully putting his finger to his lips, he thought that the disparity in combat power was too great. Most likely, the humans would soon lose. Suddenly, as if out of nowhere, a red-haired stranger appeared on the battlefield, calling for no panic. The brunette looked around in surprise, hearing a girl's voice in the icy mountains. She continued her speech by saying that if the opponent is stronger, it does not mean that they are losing. Standing on the edge of the ice floe, she released a stream of fire straight from her palm upwards. If she retreated now, everything would definitely end in failure. Lowering her hand, the girl directed the fire straight towards the ice dragon. This fragile-looking stranger's name was Sierra Charlotte. One of the 4 great mages of the Guam Empire, known as the Fire Witch, was appointed to lead this army. The people came to life, joyfully exclaiming that now, thanks to Madame Sierra, they had a chance to win. Pointing her hand towards the monsters, Charlotte loudly gave the order to attack. With their fighting spirit raised, the knights rushed into the attack with renewed vigor. A snowstorm, immediately after the fiery stream, covered the dragon with a huge shaft, and when the snow settled, the predator's eyes narrowed dangerously. The dragon flapped its wings, roared, and rose up. The people turned around in shock, and Sierra, who attacked it with the magic attack Fire Blast, could not believe that it was still moving. The animal released a large ice ball from its mouth, to then, the next second, spew ice and snow onto the human army, burying the warriors alive within themselves, killing them on the spot. The dragon flapped its wings, and the ice figures broke into several pieces right in the air. The Fire Witch, gritting her teeth, watched helplessly as her army perished. Unable to bear it any longer, she took a running start and jumped down, right into the thick of things. Raising her fiery sword above herself, Sierra shouted that she, as a mage of the Guam Empire, would not allow the dragon to win. The monster turned towards the sound, its eyes flashing with rage. The girl's sword landed with a clang on the dragon's icy tail. Their gazes, full of fury, stared at each other. Each one, calling upon magic, attacked the enemy with his weapon. But they were unable to touch each other. Charlotte jumped up, saving herself from the ice attack. The girl landed confidently on the cold ground. She formed a circle of fire around herself, from which flaming arrows separated, ready to fly at the ice monster at any second. He, without wasting any time, released from within another frosty, deadly portion of the blizzard. The witch rushed forward with a furious cry, followed by her faithful arrows. The dragon opened its fanged mouth and spewed out a magical ice ball. All that was left was to watch as ice and fire rushed towards each other. The two elements clashed in battle with a deafening sound. But the dragon's power turned out to be many times stronger, and the ice floe broke the fiery circle. Sierra squealed, realizing she was trapped. The ice extinguished the flame in a matter of seconds and crushed the witch into an ice block. Charlotte fell into the snow with a dull thud. Wounded, she coughed and tried to turn over onto her stomach, but her body did not obey the girl. The knights watched the leader in shock. No one dared to come closer. One of the warriors began to wail in despair, asking what to do now, even if Lady Sierra had lost. Someone's sword landed on the ground with a clang. The knight stepped back, sobbing that he couldn't believe what he saw. He turned sharply and rushed out of the battlefield. They cannot win! The others looked after him with their mouths open. Realizing that there was no point in resisting, the entire company ran away after their comrade. Charlotte, still lying on the cold ground, stretched out her hands, trying to stop her fallen army. When she was able to sit up, she found herself completely alone in the middle of an icy desert. The girl's shoulders were shaking with anger, and somehow, throwing away the fiery sparks, the witch managed to get to her feet. With just her lips, she hissed words of hatred at the cowardly knights. Suddenly, behind her, she heard someone asking her why the witch didn't run away, since there was no chance of winning at all. Charlotte turned around sharply. Who dared to say such a thing? A guy stood in front of her, holding his hands in his trouser pockets and smiling smugly, introducing himself as a man who wanted to earn a few gold coins here. Leaning forward slightly, he repeated the question, still smiling. Sierra shook her head, replying that the word escape was never and never would be in her vocabulary. The stranger chuckled, pretending to cover his mouth with his hand. He said that although it was cute, they didn't have time to chat about it now. The witch had no intention of stopping the argument and defiantly asked what he was talking about, not seeing what was happening behind her back. Finally, she realized she had been distracted and turned around at the sound of flapping wings. At that very moment, the dragon opened its mouth and attacked its opponents with ice magic. Sierra had no choice but to cover her face with her hands helplessly. Now it was all over. But for some reason, after a few seconds, she realized that she was still alive and opened her eyes. Incredibly, the stranger literally held the monster with one hand, while the other remained in his pocket. The guy loudly exclaimed that the dragon was bothering him. A shadow passed over his face, suggesting that he was talking to a miss. The brunette casually threw the ice creature away from himself because a small creature like this dragon should calm down. Having fallen on his back, the enemy, still rolling on the ground, comically began to wave his paws in the air. He couldn't understand what had happened a minute ago. While being towed, he regained his balance and turned over, clawing at the ground. The dragon seemed to have doubled in size after its absurd defeat, bristling and now looking down at its tiny enemy. The stranger extended his hand, gathering his magic together. He smirked and said that it looked like he had encountered a naughty dragon, while purple magic runes formed on his palm. The red eyes gleamed dangerously. Unfortunately for the dragon, he would soon be burned. It seemed that the monster had never encountered anything like this before, and looked at the guy in bewilderment. Sierra couldn't believe her eyes. A purple vortex emanating from the palm of the skinny stranger was spinning the dragon around like a rag doll. Finally, the raging magical hurricane hid the enemy's enormous figure from view. When the purple haze cleared, a beautiful blue crystal remained in the air. It landed right in the brunette's palm. He threw the stone into the air, turned around and asked the witch if she would go on a date with him at the expense of the life she had saved. The girl dropped to her knees and pressed her left hand to the wound on her right forearm. This impudent fellow was able to kill a disaster category monster with one movement. She felt something ringing in her head and her eyes closing. Charlotte only had time to ask who he was before she fell back unconscious. She was immediately picked up in the arms of a sudden savior. Leaning over the girl, he said with a smile that he was a simple mercenary who decided to earn some gold coins. Yulman, the first among the apostles, nicknamed Limitless. Everything that was happening flashed before my eyes as if through a veil, a purple whirlwind in which the ice dragon met his death. The stranger looked over his shoulder with a caustic grin, tossing a crystal in his palm. Sierra's eyes widened in horror. Sitting up abruptly in bed, she screamed and reached out her hand for the ice dragon. "We must catch and kill it." But suddenly the realization overwhelmed the girl. Her hands felt not a blanket of snow, but soft blankets. Where was she? The voice of the chief magician of the empire, Guam Aces, the gray-haired director of the Royal Academy, was heard. He looked up from the book he was reading and asked the witch how she was feeling, since she had been sleeping for several days. Sierra clutched the blanket and let out a desperate cry as she asked the principal what had happened to the ice dragon. The old man slammed the book shut, replying that the dragon had been destroyed and that Charlotte herself needed to lie down, rest, and not worry about anything. The lenses of his glasses flashed as the man looked closely at Sierra and asked what happened in the end and how the monster died. Biting her lip, Charlotte frantically tried to remember at least something, but she couldn't do it. Aces chuckled under his breath, so that's how it is. He brought a thing to the girl that looked like a small lamp the size of a finger, in which a purple light was burning, and asked her to take a closer look. Charlotte stared at the flames in shock. The mage said that when he arrived at the battlefield, the fire was next to the witch. Even when Sierra didn't come to her senses, it didn't disappear. Hellfire is a flame that humans can never manipulate unless it is. The witch clenched her teeth angrily and finished the director's speech. If this is not an apostle. The man, fingering the strands of his long beard, said that the apostles had long since disappeared. But since hellfire had appeared in this battle, it meant that they clearly didn't know something. Aces placed the book on the table before leaving the room. Finally, he told the silently sitting witch that she had tried hard and should rest, so he was leaving so as not to disturb her. The old man, without turning around, said that in addition, the Empire would claim that it was Charlotte's squad that defeated the Ice Dragon. Then he finally turned around and smiled, comforting the dejected Sierra. After all, everything connected with the apostles would cause a lot of unnecessary panic, so the girl should just accept all the honors and praise. She, clutching the blanket with all her might, whispered to the rest of the room that she would do it. The people gathered at the walls of the academy, enthusiastically greeting Sierra and thanking her for the victory. Meanwhile, in the city tavern, one of the military detachments gathered to have a feast. Yulman sat in the corner of the bar, holding his forehead with his hand. He was worried that there would be a fuss when his identity was revealed. But then it dawned on the guy. He would never see cute girls who would treat him like a hero, because the apostle came to the world of people to find himself a girlfriend. Throwing a bag of things over his shoulder, he got ready to leave and thought about leaving this city and hiding somewhere. Meanwhile, a detachment of Imperial warriors was heading towards the doors of the tavern. Tears appeared in the brunette's eyes as he said goodbye to his favorite tavern and the beautiful lady behind the bar. The knights approached the doors of the bar, and the leading warrior, a fair-haired man in a red cloak, loudly asked those present which of them was a mercenary. Everyone in the tavern looked around and simultaneously pointed their fingers at Yulman, who was trying to hide. The guy froze. Had he really been exposed? The commander-in-chief loudly reported that Yulman was now invited to take part in the entrance test to the Royal Academy. The warriors began to hum in displeasure. This is the very best academy in the Guam Empire, and this guy only recently came here. Why did they call him? In response to the indignation, the man asked a counter-question. Did everyone present here participate in the battle against the Ice Dragon together with this man? The warriors' faces lengthened. Could it really be about the recent battle against the Ice Dragon? Someone spoke into the silence that only a handful of people survived there, and this guy was one of them. The man in the red cloak pointed at Yulman. Besides all this, the guy was safe and sound in the battle. He asked the warriors if they had any questions, and they fell silent again. Yulman raised his hand sharply. Clenching his fist, he asked as he exhaled if there were many beautiful girls in this academy. The commander-in-chief was at a loss. He clearly did not expect such a question. Meanwhile, the academy was indeed attended by young beauties in short school uniforms that did not hide their thighs in high stockings. The elastic chest rose in time with the girls' breathing. Yes, the Royal Academy of the Guam Empire could boast of its students, as if handpicked. Yulman had found himself in a real paradise. Aces stood on the balcony with the commander-in-chief, who asked the director why he decided to train an incompetent mercenary. The old man, squinting good-naturedly, replied that young people should be given the opportunity to prove themselves. The magician watched the young man spin like a top, looking at the pretty girls, and continued that these people could have unexpected talents. Yulman did not notice anything around him, looking lovingly at the short skirts. Ace's voice thundered through the hall, congratulating those in the building on getting the chance to enter the Royal Academy. And in order to see if they were suitable for the academy, the entrance test would begin right now. The man added that he hoped the candidates would do everything in their power to pass and survive, as various pentagrams painted red began to appear on the floor. Those present began to talk among themselves with concern. What did he mean? How to survive? Suddenly, huge clawed paws began to appear from the magic circles. A furious clicking sound could be heard from all around, and fiery demonic wolves emerged from the runes, summoning beasts that only experienced fire mages could summon. Trembling with fear, the candidates asked each other if this training would kill them. At the end of the hall, Yulman, who had developed a habit of calling all the pretty girls sisters, assured one of them that he would protect her, and that there was no reason to worry. The crowd scattered as a pack of fire wolves rushed towards them. Some still did nothing, not believing that this was a real monster. The apostle, putting his hands in his pockets, chuckled boredly. Is it really worth making such a fuss over such a small fish? One of the candidates tried to shake off the panic and began to cast a spell. He called on the others to show their best together, creating runes in the air with confident movements. A multitude of dark vines began to sprout from his palms. But they were no match for the wolves, who easily jumped up and playfully avoided the trap. Someone from the crowd released air currents at the enemies, but the fire wolves dealt with this even faster than with the vines. One of the magician's eyes widened. He had never expected such an outcome. What no one could have predicted was that one of the wolves would run up to the guy standing nearby and tear his head off with one jerk, licking his bloody mouth. The pink-haired witch shook in horror as it happened right next to her. The future students scattered when it became clear that this was not an imitation. The fire wolves really decided to kill everyone. There were desperate cries calling for escape. Yulman still seemed not to understand what was happening and awkwardly stood near the wall. Suddenly, someone loudly called the fleeing people fools. The tall, long-haired blonde man in uniform, who had been silent until then, created a shield between himself and the wolves, shouting that in such a situation, a mass exodus was indeed a stupid decision, as people were becoming targets for the enemy. He waved his hands and created magical aerial targets. They tightly enveloped the unsuspecting animals. The stranger then ordered the fleeing candidates to attack the wolves. It worked. The future students divided into their battle groups. Archers attacked with arrows from the left flank. The mages should attack from the right flank. The swordsmen are right in the center. A huge amount of magic and fighting force attacked the entire flock at once. A moment later, the immobilized monsters lay whining in different corners of the hall. The delighted candidates saluted each other and gave high fives. They did it. Loud cries of joy could be heard from everywhere that they had actually managed to win. But unfortunately, this was not the case. Red fiery figures were approaching the crowd. It wasn't the end, oh no! The flock suddenly merged into one huge bloody fiery dance. The future students raised their heads, watching in horror what was happening. From the flames he appeared, the fiery wolf Cerberus, several heads sticking out of one body, ready to tear apart anyone who came close. The magicians and warriors pointed their swords and wands at the monster. Cerberus watched them, spewed flames, and was made of it himself. The inspired candidates were ready to rush into battle. The blonde noticed that this was indeed a royal academy, since they were using such a dangerous monster for the test. The monster roared and released fiery clots from its body into the crowd. The candidates frantically thought about how to protect themselves from the flying fire. But the force of the attack was so great that it instantly knocked the warriors off their feet. Yulman, who had not moved from the spot since the beginning of the battle, who was watching this, felt one of the clots flying towards him without even taking his hands out of his pockets. He shrugged his shoulders. Such a weak attack, not even worth paying attention to. But the others made such a noise because of this. Suddenly he saw a shadow above him, of someone else's female breast. Yulman raised his head, blushing deeply. The stranger ran straight at him, pushing him away from the burning attack. Still red as a lobster, the boy looked reverently at the stranger lying on him. White hair tied with a bow and huge eyes of the girl, which examined the rescued. She rose to her knees, telling him to be careful because he almost got hit. The girl hung over him and asked if everything was okay. Yulman could only open and close his mouth. Another explosion went off, showering the couple with shards of glass and walls. The girl rose to her feet and walked away from Yulman, but turned around and wished him to be more careful next time. The discouraged boy sat on the steps and watched as the fragile stranger approached Cerberus, saying that the rest should be left to her. The apostle blushed again. She was really worried about him. Thoughts of battle faded into the background for him. Pressing his palms to his face, he realized that some feeling was making his heart beat faster. Meanwhile, the blonde girl swung her arm and created an ice boomerang, and the next moment she threw it at the monster. Ice boomerangs attacked the demonic dog from all sides. Crouching down, the stranger created a large magic circle. Vines began to crawl towards Cerberus, enveloping his powerful paws. The rest of the warriors stood menacingly. Their help should not be forgotten either. The girl asked to distract Cerberus for a while so that she could use a restraining spell. A crowd moved towards the dog from different angles, attacking with swords, arrows, and magic. The enraged Cerberus threw all his heads at his opponents, throwing them aside. Meanwhile, the witch jumped into the vacated space to cast a powerful attack spell from there. The magic circle hung directly above Cerberus's head. The dog raised its head and belched streams of fire in that direction. The girl stretched out her hands and created ice shackles. First, ice crystals stretched out under Cerberus, trapping the dog's paws. Then, from above, collars fell out of the magic circle for each of the monster's heads. Cerberus found himself trapped in ice, with ice collars around his neck and his paws shackled by ice floes. The surprised candidates opened their mouths. Could she really have done it? Yulman smiled dreamily. The test should be over soon, and he himself would definitely talk to this young lady later. Sierra, standing in the distance, smirked. No, this is not the end. Suddenly, a powerful stream of fire flew right next to the blonde witch's face. She turned around abruptly, not understanding what was happening. Right behind her, Cerberus was burning all the ice magic she had created with hellfire. With the teeth of 3 mouths clicking, he bit through the collars and trampled the ice under his paws. The girl jumped to the side. What kind of flame was this? The blonde man who had attacked Cerberus earlier shouted that some idiot had used fire magic. His hair flew up as the boy created a powerful wind barrier that blocked the flames. The crowd began to buzz. Could he really cope with fire? What amazing wind magic! The air currents picked up the dog and lifted him up. Yulman told himself that the wind could not extinguish the flame, but it could contain it. Had this man really calculated such subtleties? Despite this, after a few seconds, Cerberus was free and ran towards the blonde witch. The girl cowered in fear as a huge shadow loomed over her. A nascent magic flashed in her palm and immediately died out. It had not yet been restored. Yulman came to the forefront. This was his chance to show himself. He suddenly appeared right in front of the witch, grinning triumphantly in advance, and she screamed in surprise. Grabbing the stranger by the shoulder, he pulled her towards him. Turning away from Cerberus, Yulman hugged the witch, whispering that his sweet little sister shouldn't be afraid. The apostle's red eyes glittered with anticipation. He said pompously that this wild dog just needed to be kicked so that it would finally shut up, and he put his left hand forward, clutching the girl in his right. From the powerful magic, Cerberus flew sharply into the opposite wall and landed on it with a crash, destroying the surface. Yulman chuckled. He should be able to charm his little sister with this. He looked down and saw her face turn red and her eyes fill with tears. Without letting go of the witch, he asked worriedly if he had hurt her while kicking that dog. She, without moving, tearfully asked to finally let her go. And only then did Yulman realize what kind of softness and elasticity he had been feeling in his hand for a long time. The blonde witch pressed her fists into his chest and turned her head away, asking him not to touch her. The apostle, blushing, quickly walked away and put his hands forward, apologizing and assuring that he didn't do it on purpose. Both of them, blushing, stood at a distance from each other. The other guys, watching this scene, were indignant. How dare this scoundrel use such a moment to touch the goddess? And when did he even manage to approach her? A clear female voice was heard. At this point, their test was over. The crowd parted, and a beautiful, stately woman appeared before those present. She stood at the ruined steps, her arms folded across her chest. One of the candidates, covered in scratches and with some of his clothes charred, asked in surprise who she was. The stranger sternly introduced herself, Sarah, deputy director. The blonde man who attacked Cerberus with his strong magic asked the woman reproachfully what the hell happened here, and she was surprised by the question. Then the guy pointed his finger at the lifeless body of one of the students. Could a regular test for the Royal Academy really just kill people? Sarah narrowed her eyes and smiled mysteriously. Before the blonde could even blink, the deputy director seemed to use magic to draw out all the destruction, human, and that which had affected the building itself. Moreover, from the way the supposedly dead students gradually disappeared, it became clear that this was just an illusion. The woman waved her long hair and found translucent cards in her hands. She laughed. What did they say about the students? The blonde looked at Sarah in bewilderment. Was this really puppet magic? The warriors were talking among themselves about the rumors that there was a deputy director of the Royal Academy who could control objects using magic. Sarah stepped forward and said that now that everything was settled, she wanted to say a few words. First of all, the vice principal wanted to congratulate the remaining people on passing the test and being accepted into the ace class of the Guam Royal Academy. Yulman perked up his ears when a couple of pretty girls started discussing how Ace's class was being taught by a great wizard, and who would be doing it this year. The boy's eyes lit up. What if it turns out to be his cute little sister? Sarah caught everyone's attention again, announcing the teacher of Ace's class. A shock of red hair flashed before Yulman's eyes. He took a step back in surprise. The vice principal introduced Sierra Charlotte, the new class leader and the person in charge of the students. She sternly glanced at those present with her blue eyes. The blonde witch opened her mouth in admiration. The fire witch herself would teach them. Sarah said that it seemed like everyone had heard of Sierra's teacher reputation, but if there were any other questions, they could ask her directly. Sierra said goodbye to her deputy, who said she needed to get back to her duties and left the room. The crowd enthusiastically clung to the girl, bombarding her with questions about what they would do now. Yulman, meanwhile, tried in every way to avoid being seen. Sierra, arms folded across her chest, was deadly serious as she explained that the students were free for today, but that tomorrow, at 7 o'clock in the morning, they needed to gather at the training grounds to practice fighting. After a long silence, she added that she hoped that the warriors would get along with each other, and if there were no more questions, those present could disperse. But the long-haired magician was not going to let her go so easily, he called out to Charlotte. She turned around, unhappy that she had been distracted. He shouted that if they got into the ace class because of her strength, then why did that guy get through too? Naturally, he could not help but notice Yulman creeping from the center of the hall, and in his speech he singled him out from the crowd. The apostle forced a smile. "Calm down, you need to control yourself." Sierra looked at the guy with confusion and asked what was wrong with him. Yulman was immediately buried under a pile of accusations. The crowd said that he had done nothing, that he was lustful as a wolf, that he pestered his female students every now and then, and that he was simply awful. The blonde witch immediately stood up for him. She said that it was a lie, that he was there to help her, and the rest was just an accident. Some student gasped, "What a kind goddess!" Sierra walked quickly towards the apostle. At first he was horrified inside, but he thought that he had erased her memory that time, which meant the girl shouldn't recognize him. The red-haired witch looked closer, thoughtfully saying that the guy's face seemed familiar to her, and they could have met somewhere, but he waved his hands as if to say that it was impossible, and she had confused him with someone else. Charlotte clearly didn't trust him and asked her question again. Yulman waved it off again. He would certainly remember such a nice girl. He definitely wouldn't forget. The guys from the crowd began to indignantly talk about how this guy dared to hit on the fire witch herself. The teacher shouldn't allow such a person to enter Ace's class. The girl raised her hand, calling them to calm down. She would only place the boy in Ace's class temporarily. She said that the girl he saved explained that the student did nothing wrong. Besides, he was the only one who dared to help her and stood up to Cerberus. This courage is not like that of an ordinary person. Yulman broke into a reverent smile and thanked Teacher Sierra for such a compliment. Charlotte challenged the crowd. If any of them were unhappy with her decision, let them try to convince her otherwise. The silence in the hall meant only one thing. There were no people willing to do this. The fair-haired mage clenched his teeth in anger. Finally, this long day ended, and night came. Aces received Sierra and Sarah in his office. He, folding his hands in front of him in a lock, asked if all those who felt in the battle against the ice dragon got into Ace's class. Charlotte replied that it was true. She leaned forward anxiously and asked if it was possible that the apostle would also be among these disciples. The director leaned back in his chair and asked how the entrance test went. Sarah revealed that there was a student on the test who was capable of standing up to Cerberus. She frowned and continued to talk about how they didn't see the moment he was right in front of the dog, because the next second Cerberus flew so far away as if his body was out of control. The old man thought for a moment and replied, "If the monster flew away, then perhaps the student used talent magic. Spells that ordinary magicians cannot use, only a few, and very capable ones. Talent magic is the rarest type of magic." Sierra convinced herself that maybe this was true. Aces looked at the large grandfather clock opposite and advised the girls not to think too much about the apostle, as it was already quite late, and sent them off to rest. The witches bowed and prepared to leave, wishing the director a good night and a good rest. A few seconds later, the door slammed behind them. The old man muttered something into his beard. He reached into his desk drawer and grabbed the beautiful carved handle. In the box, there was a lamp with a purple, hellish flame blazing in it. Taking the jar in his hand, the director stared at the light, and his loud sigh echoed throughout the office. Yulman, dressed in an academy uniform, walked sadly around the yard, complaining about having to get up so early. He yawned sweetly. He really wanted to sleep, but the dream immediately disappeared as soon as he noticed the blonde crown of the witch he had saved. Sparks danced in her eyes. This was yesterday's little sister. It was high time to talk to the stranger. He ran towards her, shouting greetings as he went. He suddenly turned deeply red and ran closer. The witch's chest swayed as soon as she turned around. The guy almost fainted from this sight. He was in heaven. The girl, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, asked in a gentle voice what he wanted. Yulman's cheeks turned red, and he awkwardly recalled yesterday's incident during the test. The witch also blushed deeply. She denied it and assured him that everyone had misunderstood everything and that she should thank her savior. The student giggled and asked his name, introducing herself as Aisha. Yulman began feverishly thinking about how to avoid pronouncing his real name. He replied that his name was Lu, just his first name. no last name. Aisha noted that the name suited him. The apostle awkwardly scratched the back of his head and suggested that they go to class together. A long-haired blonde man watched them from afar. He growled quietly, still unhappy with the presence of the impudent guy. Finally, the students gathered in the large hall, and Sierra, standing in front of them, suggested that the lesson begin. She put her hands on her hips, cast magic runes on the floor, and announced that today the students would fight each other, and their opponent would be. But Charlotte didn't manage to finish speaking because a huge fire tiger jumped out onto the crowd right from the circle. The student, clearly one of the smartest in the class, noted that the Yang tiger, although a normal fire-type summon beast, had great firepower. The long-haired mage mockingly said that they would be dealing with only the Yang tiger. Was it really fair to the tiger itself? Charlotte immediately retorted. She didn't say that there would be only one animal. There will be a lottery whereby students will be divided into pairs, with 2 people with the same number forming a group. While she was saying that they would have to defeat the tiger within an hour, more and more huge saber-toothed cats appeared behind her. Yulman unfolded the sheet. There was number 7. Aisha got the first number. The guy whined that fate was not at all kind to him. Meanwhile, someone approached the witch, and she turned around at the sound of footsteps. The long-haired mage bowed respectfully to her and introduced himself, saying that he was very lucky to have the opportunity to team up with such a beautiful miss. His name was Kyle, and the boy was the eldest son of the Smith family. But the witch seemed unimpressed by Kyle's attempts to charm her, and worriedly suggested that they first discuss battle strategy, since they had little time left. The magician waved his hand at those present and confidently replied that, compared to the others, he believed that one person would be enough to defeat the Yang tiger, so let him figure it out. Aisha wanted to say something but didn't have time. Kyle had already started walking towards the tigers, saying at the end that it wouldn't take long. He thought with a cheeky smile that, with the strength of his family, he would deal with the tiger, and then this girl would take care of him. The magician stopped a few meters from the fire tiger. He held his hand out in front of him, conjuring something, saying that the animal looked very cute. The wind blade spell swept through the hall like a whirlwind, heading towards the monster. Sierra, who was watching this, thought that Kyle's talent magic was a broken limiter. It could increase the outgoing magic attack by 1 level. Now, with the increase effect, his attack level had increased to intermediate, or even advanced, talent magic. Ian made a furrow in the stone floor with his claws, flying back a couple of meters. The wildcat's yellow eyes narrowed with rage. He roared and released a burst of fire from his mouth. Kyle clenched his palms and called him a pathetic insect as he cast another spell. He threw a new stream of air straight at the tiger, which again doused everything with fire. A wave of fire passed right past the crowd. The wind lifted the girls' skirts and they began to cover them with their hands, squealing. The boys coughed from the dust and flashes of fire. Kyle smiled smugly, saying that as he said, he managed to quickly deal with the monster. He walked slowly towards Aisha, telling her how easy the training was, but she looked behind him in horror. The girl screamed, warning the magician of the danger. Kyle looked around sharply, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly, a completely alive and even more angry tiger, Yang, pounced on him. The magician looked at the approaching monster with confusion. The guy continued to awkwardly shift around in place. It seems he only woke up when he saw a monster flying towards him with outstretched paws. Tiger Yang knocked him to the ground. Looming over Kyle, the animal released a deadly stream of fire from its mouth. A student from the crowd turned to Sierra with concern. The tiger would destroy the magician on the spot, but she didn't even react, but continued to watch the fight with her brows furrowed. The entire hall was filled with raging fire, and for a moment the silhouettes of the fighters disappeared from sight. Suddenly the tiger recoiled in shock, and then he flew back, thrown back by the flow of air. Kyle, who only had damage to his clothes, stood with a victorious smile, his hands in his pockets. He was not going to die here. The guy approached Aisha, asking her opinion, because their team should be the first to complete this task. Charlotte approached the couple and called them. She congratulated the winners and allowed them to rest, as they were the second to complete the task. Kyle was incredibly surprised, as was the witch behind him. He immediately shouted that it was impossible. No one could do it faster than him, and that there was some kind of mistake. The teacher pointed somewhere to the side, and that's where the team that finished first was located. They had already completed the task and were one step ahead of Aisha and Kyle, the latter of whom kept repeating that it was impossible. When the enthusiastic crowd parted, they saw an incredible picture. The fire tiger, like a house cat, lay on its back, wriggling comically, and Lou and her partner stroked its belly and called it a cutie. This is what happened 15 minutes ago. Still frustrated, Yulman lamented the impossibility of being paired with Aisha. Suddenly, someone came up to him and called out. He turned around, asking who was speaking to him. A warlike-looking student stood in front of him, holding an axe in her hands as if it weighed nothing, and boldly said that they were now in the same group and the guy could call her Arya. But Yulman did not pay attention to her and continued to sigh languidly for Aisha. This made the girl quite angry, and the other students now laughed at the couple. Hissing in annoyance, Arya swung her weapon with all her might and lunged straight at Lu to get his attention. But he seemed not to notice anything around him. Finally, he sighed heavily. Then he stopped the axe flying towards him with 2 fingers. Still looking at the piece of paper, the apostle assured that he had heard everything. Arya's face darkened. This guy, she easily threw the weapon over her back and mockingly said that she heard that Lu was a real pervert, causing him to cry out in indignation. Turning around, the girl threw out one last word that she alone would cope with the Tiger Yang, and that her partner should not cause problems. He watched thoughtfully as Arya, weapon in hand, walked towards the tiger. Could she really handle it alone? The student jumped straight at the animal with a scream. Then she brought the axe down with a crash, but not entirely successfully. Tiger Yang jumped to the side. He roared, opening his fanged mouth. A shadow fell across the girl's face, and her eyebrows drew together at the bridge of her nose. She shifted her weight to her right leg, holding the base of the axe firmly in her hands. Then she suddenly lunged with her foot straight at the tiger's face. But with this, Arya trapped herself. A fiery vine, a tiger's tail, closed around her ankle. A few seconds later, the animal threw the student far back with its tail. Her axe spun through the air several times like a boomerang, and a little later it landed with a crash, hitting the marble floor, making a hole there. Arya huddled up and found herself on her knees, the weapon falling right next to her. The next moment, the tiger picked up speed and pounced from above straight at the girl. The student, weakened, clenched her teeth in helplessness. She grabbed the base of the axe tightly and pointed it at the tiger. The animal sank its teeth into the wooden base. His teeth were dangerously close to Arya's hand. The girl closed her eyes tightly, surrendering to chance, if only she were a little stronger. At the moment when the Tiger Yang had already begun to pounce on the student, Yulman's voice was heard, addressing the wild cat, asking why she was cruel to his little sister. The boy's eyes gleamed dangerously, and he muttered something about a little kitten, as if he was out of his mind. Suddenly, the tiger loosened his grip and even seemed somehow taken aback. As usual, Yulman, with his hands in his pockets, rocked on his toes and said that the matter with the tiger was decided. Arya opened one eye and stared at him in bewilderment. And then she immediately discovered that opposite her was no longer a fierce, fire-breathing tiger, but an affectionate and playful cat. She pointed her finger at the surprised monster in shock and hysterically asked what had happened to it. Sierra, who was standing nearby, noted that the hardest way to defeat a monster was to tame it. Aisha clapped her hands and exclaimed in delight that this was the first time she had seen a person do something like this. Kyle's eyes narrowed, thinking this was some kind of nonsense. He was seriously angry. Not only had he fought, but these two were just lucky enough to encounter a harmless animal. Meanwhile, Yulman and Arya were squatting next to the tame tiger and scratching its belly. The long-haired mage walked up to Lu and said loudly that he really envied him. Arya looked up at the guy. He asked with a wry smile why Lu was so lucky, since he had met a harmless tiger. The apostle's partner stood up abruptly, attacking Kyle with accusations. At this time, the other students also began to be indignant, saying that Kyle was right. Their team had come across a very angry tiger. Some were even wounded during the battle. Yulman smiled and said that it was all because of his magic, in magic called Taming the Beast. Hearing this, Charlotte's eyes widened as she stared at the guy. Kyle rolled his eyes. He had never heard of such talent magic. Could Lu demonstrate it to everyone to prove his point? The apostle grinned in response to this. The tiger, lying on its back, immediately stood up. All the tigers that took part in the test began to circle around Yulman. The crowd buzzed. What's going on with these fire cats? The apostle did not answer, but only looked away. As if on command, the entire pride lay down on the floor and bent over in something like a bow before Yulman. He, smiling from ear to ear, quoted the proverb, "If you don't see it, you won't believe it. But if you haven't seen it, that doesn't mean it doesn't exist." Hearing this, Kayla was overcome with anger from defeat and not understanding what was happening. Aisha seemed speechless at what she saw. Arya could only open and close her mouth, silently watching what was happening. This pervert was hiding such power. The crowd was silent too. The students just stared at Yulman with wide eyes. Sierra interrupted this scene. She had had enough. She created a magical circle of fire in the air. The test was over for today, and all the tigers disappeared into the swirl of the magic circle. The teacher walked up to Lu and sternly asked when he would register his talent magic. The guy scratched his cheek and replied that no one asked him to do this. Charlotte bowed and apologized to the students, as she urgently needed to visit the academic affairs office and bring in new information. The girl let the students go and went to the exit, while the apostle thought that, fortunately for him, in one of the human novels that he had read, there was talent magic, Taming, which meant that Sierra should not suspect anything. The sun illuminated the inner courtyards of the academy. Arya, Yulman, and Aisha were walking along the alley. Arya slapped the guy hard on the shoulder and exclaimed that she didn't expect such strength from such a pervert, and that he was a good guy. The apostle was indignant at this and asked not to call him that, because he had a name, Lu. Aisha chuckled softly as she listened to their bickering. The fun was interrupted by Kyle appearing in front of them. He dryly addressed Yulman, that now he understood what kind of talent magic it was, and it was not surprising that Cerberus from the entrance test did not attack him. The other disciples, hearing this, looked at each other. It really seemed like the truth. The apostle sighed. Well, here it goes again. The warriors continued to talk. Someone said that with the ability to control the summoned beast, the guy could have directed Cerberus to attack the others. He was told that Lu could have done it deliberately in order to have the opportunity to touch the goddess. The apostle was amazed at how developed the human imagination could be. Arya spoke up in his defense, loudly saying that this couldn't have happened, because if Cerberus had been set on the students, would they have been able to pass? This made sense. The warriors did not know what to answer. Aisha couldn't stand the injustice and said that talent magic requires great ability and long training. Besides, the wind barrier that time was unlikely to resist Cerberus, and Lu saved her, and the girl feels only gratitude. She expressed the hope that the students will not make erroneous assumptions. Kyle growled at Aisha's words. She said that the wind barrier wouldn't be able to stand. What impudence! The guy's fists involuntarily clenched, ready to pounce on the enemy, whom they were also protecting. He couldn't believe that the student was lying to help that freak. Yulman sincerely thanked the blushing Aisha, to which Arya jealously reminded him of herself. There was silence in the director's office, interrupted only by the ticking of the large grandfather clock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and the director allowed them to enter. Sierra literally flew into the room saying that she had found him, a man with the magic talent of taming. Aces sat up straight in his chair in surprise, his fingers clasped together tense. The man asked how strong the beasts were that this student could control. Charlotte thought for a moment and replied, "It's not clear yet. It seems like he can instantly tame a beast like Cerberus." Aces ordered the teacher to find out as quickly as possible. The trio of new friends strolled lazily around the building. Arya stretched sweetly, regretting that the time for rest ended so quickly. Aisha, studying the scroll in her hand, remarked that if she was not mistaken, the class would be studying history today. When Lu asked again, she replied that she had heard that it was a subject that looked deeply into many major historical events. Yulman's eyebrows drew together, and he hoped that they wouldn't talk about the cities he had bombed. Suddenly, Arya saw Sierra and greeted her. Aisha and Yulman exchanged glances. The guy was dejected. He had a bad feeling. Charlotte immediately, without any ceremony, called the student to the court tower. The inside of the court tower was decorated with statues of 4 beautiful maidens on columns, located around the arena with signs inscribed on it. Sierra and Lu found themselves right in the center of the arena. The area was also illuminated by 4 multicolored magic balls on high stands. Yulman smiled awkwardly, wondering why Miss Sierra brought him to this place. The girl replied that she wanted to ask the student a question. Suddenly, a circle of fire formed around the arena, and the teacher herself rose into the air and, warningly, said her name, then said that she would ask her question only once. Would Lu become the Fire Witch's apprentice? The guy was taken aback. It was very sudden. Sierra smiled triumphantly in advance. She was sure that no one would refuse to be a student of the great Imperial magician. But her expectations were not met. Yulman crossed his arms in front of himself, apologized, and refused. At first, the Fire Witch did not understand what exactly the guy answered. She smiled and asked to wait a little. But then the realization dawned on her mind. Sierra screamed, pointing her finger at Lu, who stood calmly. She was beside herself and yelled at Yulman, unable to believe that he dared to refuse. The guy rolled his eyes once again. Yes, he is only here to find himself a wife, and he is not going to become someone's apprentice and work hard. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled. Lu thought out loud that there was no rule that prohibited a student and teacher from getting married. But Charlotte did not support this idea. warning the student not to even think about it. The apostle sighed in disappointment. What a pity. He turned around and waved his hand, asking Sierra to forget about it. The witch clenched her teeth in irritation. She asked ironically how Lu planned to find a wife given his status. The girl suggested that he remember how the guy lived before he got to this academy. Yulman lowered his head and indulged in memories of the time when he first came to the world of people. Huge price tags, bigger than the records of the apostles. He walked past the shop windows and was horrified by the prices of ordinary cakes, a large commission that took most of his coins. He vividly imagined Aisha running away from him because he was too poor, and therefore they could not be together. Yulman raised his head to the ceiling and screamed in horror that this would never happen. Sierra smiled contentedly. She had finally managed to appeal to the student's voice of reason. She raised her finger and offered a deal. If Lu became her apprentice, he would gain status and access to her property. She rose up again, and fire began to blaze around her, and fiery flashes also burst from her hands. The witch asked her question again. Is Lu ready to become Sierra Charlotte's apprentice? Without turning around, the apostle's voice was heard, asking Miss Sierra if she really thought she could convince him just by that. He turned around and smiled slyly. And at that very moment, like a child, he ran to the teacher with a squeal. He agreed to become Master Sierra's student. The witch was loudly indignant when she realized that Lu had simply jumped and grabbed her leg. The next moment, they both fell to the floor, Yulman tightly hugging his teacher's hips with both hands. The guy also demanded a reward from the master. At the same moment, various magical symbols and constellations began to appear on the ceiling, shimmering in blue. An immobilized Sierra said that the student might not bow to her, and he should have let go of her already. A completely happy Yulman, without letting go of Sierra, asked what was wrong with the student holding the master's hips. Suddenly, fiery flashes began to burst out all around the perimeter of the circle in which they lay. The apostle looked around in surprise, not understanding what was happening. The flashes grew larger and larger, and now they were jumping around the entire hall like sunbeams. Sierra hissed that Lu was an idiot. Finally, a dome of fire covered them both, and one of the statues on the column said in a muffled voice that the contract was concluded. Yulman felt his forehead heat up as a mark appeared there, looking like a small fire dragon. He slapped his palm. Something strange had happened to his forehead. Sierra, freed from the embrace, was beside herself with rage. She grabbed the apprentice by the scruff of the neck and started shouting that when a contract between a master and an apprentice is made, the contract mark appears at the place where they touch. The boy, embarrassed, quietly noted that Charlotte had not warned him. The witch, realizing that nothing could be changed, sighed and let go of the wayward student. Wearily putting her hand to her face, she said that, in any case, this mark does not appear just like that. Yulman, hearing this, jumped up and down with delight, asking if this meant that Sierra's mark was on her thigh. But the girl ordered him to get lost. A day later in the academic canteen, two students from Sierra's class were talking among themselves, discussing Lu's invitation to the courthouse tower yesterday and how it seemed he hadn't returned from there yet. Ari and Aisha couldn't get enough food, and the girls sadly thought about the fate of their friend. Arya cried out belligerently that in the court tower, the Royal Academy judges and punishes students. Aisha clutched the hem of her dress, nervously protesting that the boy had done nothing wrong. Kyle came up to them and joined the conversation, laughing when he heard what the girls were talking about. He smiled evilly and said that Lu must have lied about his taming talent magic, and it was discovered. And now the lower classes were worried about each other. Raising an eyebrow, he added that he must have been expelled yesterday. After all, scum is scum. Arya jumped up from the table and loudly, screaming, asked him what the hell he was talking about. Aisha tried to calm her classmate down, but she failed. Kyle couldn't stop himself from throwing mud at the student, calling them, like Lu, scum. The blonde witch tried to defend the apostle. She objected to Kyle that he himself saw the magic of Lu's talent with his own eyes, and he would do well to watch his words. At that moment, Yulman's voice was heard. He asked if everyone was talking about him. Kyle narrowed his eyes and looked carefully at the guy who entered. The apostle, as always, was unperturbed and kept his hands in his pockets. He said that he had only been gone one night, and they had already missed them. While he pressed his back against the wall and languidly put his palm to his forehead, the guy had an impressive bag of money hanging on his belt. Aisha jumped up from the table and rushed towards Lu. He clapped his hands. His little sister, as always, remained a cutie. Arya put her hands on her hips and said reproachfully that Lu was still just as lustful. The guy repelled the attack with a smile, calling his partner just as cruel and active. Arya folded her arms across her chest and feigned indifference as she asked Lu to tell her why Teacher Sierra had taken him away yesterday. Kyle, who no one had asked, butted in again, mockingly asking what the student and teacher were doing there. He assumed that Lu had been expelled from the academy. Aisha sobbed. "This is not true." The apostle raised an eyebrow and looked at the offender. Then he raised his head high and said that Master Sierra had made a contract with him. In the dining room, where most of the students were tensely following the conversation, silence reigned. All eyes were on Lu. A contract between a master and a student? The apostle summoned magical streams of fire, and that very mark appeared on his forehead. It would prove to everyone that the guy was not lying. Kyle, pretending not to be impressed, said that even if his classmate had beast-taming magic, he was just lucky that there were beasts on the test, because if it were different, would he have gotten into Ace's class? The guy bared his teeth and challenged Lu to a fight with him, Kyle Smith. Aisha couldn't remain silent when her savior was insulted, so she clenched her fists and replied that even if that was the case, Lu had talent magic, enough to enter the Ace class. The apostle looked admiringly at the girl who defended him so zealously. The long-haired mage abruptly moved his palm, causing a magical flow of air. He, like a knife, rushed towards Aisha and cut off several strands of her hair. Lu and Arya immediately huddled together and ran up to their friend. Kyle shook his hand and sharply told the offended witch not to butt into someone else's conversation unless she was asked to. Arya ran up to Aisha, excitedly asking if she was okay. The girl nodded timidly. The apostle moved closer to Kyle to talk. He agreed to fight the magician. Then a spark flashed in his red eyes as he asked Mr. Kyle in all seriousness to be gentle with him. The wind currents created by Kyle gradually dissipated. He and Lu now stood opposite each other, each gazing at the other. Yulman folded his arms across his chest and asked what the rules and conditions of their duel would be. Smith replied that he would release the maximum of his energy and strike. If Lu held out, it would mean victory, and if he lost, he would immediately leave Ace's class. Arya clenched her fist. How mean this magician is. There isn't a single monster there now. It's not fair at all towards Lu. Aisha, frightened, said nothing, only looked pitifully at Lu. Yulman was not at all scared. He said with a smile that Mr. Kyle looked confident. He laughed mockingly right in his classmate's face. At first, he continued to stand motionless, then air magic runes formed in the air. From the small whirlwind that appeared, the magician pulled out a superbly constructed sword. The apostle raised his eyebrows in surprise. Aisha, who had retreated to a safe distance, stood at the stands, but upon seeing the appearance of the weapon, she jumped up and shouted that this could not be. Arya, who was standing behind her, asked what was the matter. The witch, looking somewhere into the distance, told a legend. One day, the ancestor of the Bale family received a gift from the king of the elements. Countless amounts of gold and silver that did not fit into the carved chests. And one of the rarest treasures is the magic sword. Aisha wondered if she remembered the name of the weapon for sure. It was he, that same famous and unattainable Excalibur. Yulman smiled slyly, saying that Kyle had an interesting sword. He bit his index finger and set new conditions. If he lost, he would not only leave the class but also leave the academy. Holding Excalibur in front of him, the blonde brazenly replied that Lu had finally realized that he didn't belong here. Yulman ignored the attack, but offered to take Kyle's sword if he won. The magician tensed up when he heard such a proposal, not that he was unsure of himself. At the podium, Arya, in her usual manner, screamed, calling Lu a pervert and wishing him to deal with Kyle. The apostle smiled and mockingly asked Kyle if he thought he could lose. The offended blonde clicked his teeth and accepted the conditions. He told his opponent not to blame him for the lack of beasts that could help block Excalibur. Kyle, twirling the sword in his hand, urged Lu not to ask for mercy. Smith, moving the sword in front of him, began to cast spells in an ancient language. Yulman, who stood calmly in the same place, watched this and noticed that the weapon was releasing magical energy quite well. The girls caught their breath at the tension in the air. Kyle swung with all his might, and he rushed at the apostle with his sword at the ready, using the air sentence spell. Yulman only smirked at this attack. He lazily extended his left hand and held it out in front of Kyle. In a matter of seconds, the apostle created a fiery shield, which the unsuspecting Kyle struck with all his might with his sword. The magician exhaled in amazement, and the air currents from his magic covered Aisha and Arya with their heads. The air cloud completely hid the battlefield and the fighting students. The girls leaned forward, trying to see at least something. Who would win? Kyle stared ahead, unseeing. How could this bastard do it? The apostle, hiding his eyes under his bangs, said that they should not waste time. Smith stared at his opponent in shock. Lu, meanwhile, was already holding the sword in his hands, carefully stroking the blade, saying that he would accept Excalibur. He continued mockingly, thanking Mr. Kyle for his generosity and gift, while Kyle stood in front of him and clenched and unclenched his fists furiously. Iria and Alicia, jumping up and down with anticipation, loudly asked Lou if he was okay. Yulman turned his head to Kyle, reminding him of the attack on Aisha, and expressed hope that this would not happen again. At this, his red eyes lit up with a dangerous fire. The blonde still seemed unable to accept his defeat and looked at Lou with wide eyes. Yulman, seeing his enemy approaching him again, sharply extended his right hand, not letting go of Excalibur in his left. A powerful blast of fire hit Kyle's chest, sending him flying backwards. The guy spat blood out of his mouth. Such was the power of the enemy's spell. Smith flew quite a distance, and eventually, with a deafening roar, it hit the opposite wall, partially destroying it. Aisha and Arya's mouths dropped open in shock. Kyle lay there defeated, spitting out more and more blood. Yulman lowered his hand and smiled. Well, that's all. The clouds of dust cleared and everyone was left with a bloody Kyle lying on the floor. He rose to all fours, spitting out blood again. The magician raised his head, and a veil of rage clouded his eyes. This was impossible. Yulman smiled contentedly as he looked at Excalibur and said that he was taking it. Smith's furious look answered him. At that moment, Lou was called out. He turned around and saw Arya and Aisha running. Arya couldn't believe her eyes. She excitedly asked if Lou was really taking Excalibur. Aisha, smiling sweetly, praised her classmate, saying that he turned out to be stronger than she thought. He blushed and replied that he was indeed very strong. Arya had another brilliant idea and raised her index finger. The girl suggested throwing a party in honor of Lou's victory, since they had no more classes that day anyway. Yulman's eyes sparkled. He imagined an incredible amount of varied food and was already anticipating how he would try it. The trio turned to leave, shouting victory slogans as they went. A thin stream of blood flowed down Klein's chin, and he thought with horror what would happen to him if his father found out about the loss of Excalibur. Then he took a deep breath and, shouting with all his might, ordered his disciples to stop. Yulman stopped and turned around. Wiping his chin with the back of his hand, the fair-haired mage told the apostle that he could not give the sword to him. Aisha spoke up, reminding him that this was the condition Smith had agreed to, and she hoped the boy would be able to keep his word. Klein, annoyed, shouted that Lou had definitely cheated somehow, and just to be fair, the sword had to be returned. Yulman firmly replied that he refused. Smith was amazed at such audacity. He immediately began to create magical air currents, thereby announcing the battle. A large ball formed in the magician's hands, a concentration of his powers and a powerful weapon. The guy shouted to Lou, let him not think that he would leave this site intact. The Trinity found themselves right in the middle of a raging windstorm. Arya said loudly through the noise of the wind that Cain would definitely not allow himself to lose the sword. But a counterattack was already levitating in Yulman's palm. Magical fiery clots. He, smiling, assured that Smith would not succeed. The apostle gripped the hilt of the sword tighter with his other hand. He glanced down and felt some kind of energy coming from outside. Kyle created a vortex of air around himself again and told Lou that he would spare him if he obediently returned the sword to him. He raised an eyebrow and asked what would happen if he refused. Then Smith roared that the student would die right there on the spot. He was so angered by Lou's arrogance that he created one of his most powerful spells, the Wind Whirlwind Blade. The apostle watched the brewing storm with an unreadable expression on his face. The girls prepared to protect themselves from the wind with their hands. But suddenly, Kyle's magic connected with something previously unknown to the present. The space around was filled with a bright green color. Kyle screamed in shock, asking what was happening. Excalibur, which now rose above the warring parties, shone brighter than the sun. The tip of the handle with the precious stone shimmered and began to pulsate. Yulman stood closest to the source of light and looked at it unblinkingly. Aisha covered her eyes with her palms, unable to bear the glow. The apostle chuckled in surprise when he saw what was happening. In place of the sword, a cocoon formed, which rotated at an enormous speed. The outline of a man could be discerned in it, sitting inside in a fetal position. After a few moments, the cocoon dissipated and a girl with green hair appeared before those present. Her clothes were in the same colors and details as Excalibur earlier. The stranger landed softly on the floor. Bending one knee, she lowered her head before Yulman and introduced herself. The girl was the embodiment of the sword of the elemental king named Sylph, and she was greeting her new master. Arya leaned forward, surprised, asking her again what sword she was talking about. Aisha's mouth opened in mute surprise. Kyle also can't say a word from what he saw. The Sylph flew closer to the apostle. He thoughtfully propped his chin on his index finger and asked if the girl was the spirit of this magic sword. She nodded and replied that, according to her agreement with Kyle, now she, the sword of the king of the elements, would belong to Lu. Sylph also asked if she could find out about her master's wishes. Arya noticed that the sword had a spirit. No wonder it was considered a precious treasure. Yulman scratched the back of his head and first asked Sylph to stand up. She obediently obeyed. Kyle was now beside himself with rage. The magician jumped up and ran to the spirit, saying that he was her master. The girl turned around when she heard these words. The magician continued, waving his arms, shouting that he definitely wouldn't have lost to that guy if she had shown up earlier. And he ordered Sylph to return to him immediately. Arya put her hands on her hips and said in disappointment that Kyle was really so shameless as to say such a thing. Aisha was silent and only nodded at her friend's words. Yulman turned to the spirit, deciding that it would be better if she weighed everything herself, and asked if the girl wanted to return. Sylph said a firm no. Raising her head, she reminded that the conditions had been agreed upon at the beginning of the duel. Looking straight into Kyle's eyes, the spirit continued that the old owner had bet her and lost. Naturally, this led to the owner changing, and now only Sylph herself decides whether to change the owner or not. The magician was beside himself with rage and powerlessness. Yulman stepped forward and, with barely concealed disgust in his voice, asked Kyle to stop humiliating himself even more, now that Sylph had explained everything. He was silent. Only his eyes betrayed his growing desire for revenge. Suddenly, the apostle turned around as if he remembered something important. He approached the spirit of Excalibur, patted her on the head, and asked for forgiveness for using her as a bet. When the girl's eyes widened, since no one had clearly apologized to her before, Yulman asked if she would help him in the future. Sylph blushed deeply. This owner was not like the others. She happily agreed, smiling broadly. Kyle's caustic laughter filled the space. He clenched his fists, looked angrily at the guys, and warned that he should not be underestimated. Using runic magic, he quickly created a red tornado. Wind currents, fueled by his anger, circled dangerously around the master. Kyle's face grew veiny as he screamed that a member of the Smith family could not allow such scum to insult him. The guy raised his hands up. The tornado continued to circle around its owner, now adding fiery flashes around the perimeter. The next moment, a burning phoenix of incredible size flew up into the air. Arya, blinded by its light, retreated back. She was afraid that such a monster would not leave even a piece of this place. Yulman smiled, urging him not to worry. The sword spirit grabbed her new master's hand in despair. Looking into his eyes, Sylph faithfully asked him to use her in battle. The apostle was delighted with such zeal, agreed, and asked the girl to lend her strength. The phoenix, opening its huge beak, rushed from above at Yulman, who was on the alert and was already creating magical waves of his magic. The boy clutched Excalibur in his hand, ready to attack. His eyes flashed predatorily in anticipation of victory. Yulman only had to swing his sword a few times for the firebird to disappear into thin air. There was a loud explosion, and Kyle was thrown back by his own magic being destroyed. Aisha and Arya managed to put up a translucent shield in front of themselves at the last moment. A few seconds later, the apostle stood on the rubble, his sword lowered, his left hand habitually resting in his pocket. Aisha pressed her hands to her chest and peered into the thick fog from the destruction of the stone floor and magic. Arya looked around with delight, her mouth open in admiration. Kyle lay on the floor, bruised and distraught. It was all over for him now. Sometime later, Yulman and his companions came to the restaurant. The seated guests, mostly their fellow students from the academy, took notice of the loud company. Arya grabbed the menu from the counter and waved it in the air, happily suggesting they celebrate their victory over Kyle. The company sat down at a large table, which was soon filled with various dishes, which were quickly brought by the waiters. The mouth-watering and bright desserts, of which there were no fewer than main courses and appetizers, were especially eye-catching. Sylph thoughtfully propped her chin on her hand, deciding what to do first. She had never seen such food before. Aisha smiled and told the girl sitting opposite her that the food prepared in this restaurant was very tasty and that it was definitely worth trying. Yulman's hair literally stood on end with delight, and an idea came to mind. Now he would have a chance to win Aisha's heart. Becoming serious, he asked his friend if she knew how to eat so that it tasted better. The interested witch suggested that the dish should be eaten while it was warm. The guy was in awe of his own genius. Directing a playful glance at Aisha, the apostle explained, "The person must be fed with a spoon." The poor girl's face flushed with embarrassment. Arya, distracted from her meal, slowly turned to Yulman and reported that she suddenly felt full. Meanwhile, in her office as the deputy director, Sarah sat at her desk, intensely focused on something. She used magic to make paper figures in the form of people move, and acted out the scene of Kyle and Yulman arguing that she had seen earlier. Taking the small sword from the hands of the figurine, apparently representing Yulman, she thoughtfully concluded that Kyle had ultimately lost his Excalibur to a student named Lou. The little man actively waved his paper head from the table at her. Sarah let out an irritated breath and ordered the figure to report this to Sierra and Director Aces. They would decide together what to do. The deputy was worried. That sword had a spirit, which meant the Smith family wouldn't just let it go. Night fell, and the students returned to their rooms in the dormitory building. Yulman sprawled on the bed with a dreamy look, thoughts lazily replacing one another. At first, the apostle thought about the amazing ability of people to create delicious dishes from simple ingredients. Then her cheeks flushed as the image of Aisha appeared in her head. Today, she was so sweet and gentle. And what would happen if the apostle took her as his wife and they lived in his castle? The fantasy of the strongest apostle Yulman drew him Aisha in a cute apron. And with a plate of pie in her hands, the girl innocently asked whether Yulman would eat the food she had prepared, or would he eat his wife first. The level of passion in his blood was off the charts. The guy began to rock on the bed, blinded by such a bright game of the mind. The green crown of the sword spirit appeared at the bedside at such an inopportune moment, emotionlessly stating that its owner seemed to be very happy. Yulman squealed like a girl and crawled under the blanket in surprise. How could Sylph have scared him so much and appeared so suddenly? The girl looked down guiltily and apologized. She suddenly felt strong fluctuations in the emotional state of the owner, and therefore appeared without permission. The apostle felt sorry for the spirit. Looking at the girl's upset face, he said that everything was fine. Then Sylph ruffled his hair and asked him to warn him about his appearance next time, especially in human form. She asked seriously why the owner was happy. The boy looked dreamily out the window. He was happy because spring had come to him, and everything inside him was bubbling. The girl raised her index finger up. This is very similar to the desire for physiological needs that she has heard about. Yulman turned away, drooped, and replied that it was almost the same thing. Suddenly, he felt a spirit tugging at his shirt. The apostle turned around in surprise, staring at Sylph. She looked up shyly and stammered that she wasn't too sure, but maybe she could help the owner with his condition. The question finally brought Yulman to his senses. He blushed and exclaimed that this was not very good, and the spirit again, without unnecessary emotion, reminded him of her purpose, to help her master. Coughing into his fist, the apostle assumed a doomed look, but still allowed himself to help if the girl sincerely wanted it herself. A pair of scissors appeared in the spirit's hand. The guy chuckled in confusion, staring at the object. Sylph, looking bored, snapped her scissors in the air and announced that it would hurt, but she would try to be gentle. Only now did Yulman realize how recklessly he had behaved, and he began to apologize profusely to the girl. At this time, Sierra Charlotte was sitting on her bed in her bedroom with a stack of papers in her hands. She muttered thoughtfully to herself about the discrepancy between the surname of one of the students and the general. Suddenly, the girl's eyes fell on Yulman's personal file. She stared at the student's photo for a long time, wondering how he had beaten Kyle Smith today. The witch decided to ask Lou personally at the meeting tomorrow and put the documents aside. The last one on top was Aisha's case. The next day, Sierra called the student into the office. The sun was shining brightly through the floor-to-ceiling window, its rays playfully jumping across the flasks and test tubes placed around the office. But Charlotte's face did not express the joy of meeting Lou's student. She sat opposite him, gloomier than a cloud. The next moment, the witch stood up abruptly and banged her fists on the table. Leaning on it, the apostle nervously jumped up in his chair. Leaning low towards Yulman, she screamed right in his face, asking why the student had run to the cafeteria to brag about their contract, and later even started a fight with Kyle. The witch sat back down in her chair, but was still angry. It was as if Lou was deliberately creating problems for her. He raised his hands up, defending himself, and asked the master to calm down. Sooner or later, they would find out about this anyway. Sierra stood up and walked around the table, hands on her hips, demanding an explanation about the duel with Kyle. The apostle opened his eyes wide and began to lament that Smith had been the first to suggest a duel, and he looked at him so angrily at that moment, as if he wanted to kill him. Moreover, the magician was very arrogant and used various tricks during the battle, but fortunately, thanks to his strength, Lou was able to easily defeat the impudent man. It occurred to Charlotte that her student was being arrogant, especially now. The witch looked at Lou suspiciously and asked how he was able to master the magic of the taming talent, because when concluding a mutual contract between a master and a student, she felt only the guy's basic magic, without an attribute. To this, Yulman playfully raised his finger and said that all his skills were natural. It was painful to look at Sierra. She thought dejectedly about how useless her student was. The witch turned her back to Yulman, standing by a large bookcase, studying the spines of books. She advised the student to get into less trouble and study the attributes of magic. Grabbing a particularly large book, Charlotte ordered Lou not to call her master because that made her feel like an old woman. He, smiling broadly, suggested that she become his wife instead of the master. His answer was a blow to the head with a thick tome. Sierra, towering over him, asked him to repeat the sentence with a special intonation. With a bump growing on his head, Yulman became more accommodating and said that he would stop calling the girl master. A little later, Sierra met the director of the academy on a picturesque street. They stood under the treetops and talked. The witch thanked Aces for resolving the issue with Excalibur. She said with concern that the Smith family had been unable to find him. The old man said that Kyle's skills weren't that good, and that losing Excalibur was well-deserved. Plus, his family shouldn't think that because they were stronger, they could do anything. He looked at Charlotte seriously and informed her that the Smiths knew about Lou's student status, and that Sierra was supposed to take the boy with her to a magical gathering next week. The witch replied that she would try to improve his skills before that time. Aces stroked his long beard and smiled. The older Sierra gets, the more polite she becomes. He suddenly remembered how she came to him when she was still very little. Having said with affection that now his ward was already grown up and independent, the old man coughed harshly into his fist. The girl immediately ran up to the director, frightened, asking what was wrong with him, but he replied that there was nothing special. It was just the years taking their toll. The witch looked at Aces with disappointment, holding him by the elbow. The old man patted the girl's hand reassuringly and advised her not to worry, but rather to concentrate on the magical congress. After all, it is possible that it is there that the chance to awaken her magic talent will appear. Charlotte replied that in that case she would be able to help the director, and he would not be so tired. Aces smiled into his beard. He would look forward to this day. Meanwhile, Yulman was leafing through textbooks in the academic library, Sylph accompanying him like a faithful servant. The guy, sitting cross-legged on the floor, was particularly interested in one book. He thoughtfully muttered that he had not known until now about people using attributes for the functionality of natural elements. Sylph approached the owner and handed him a cup of green tea, since the coffee that Yulman had asked for was not there. The apostle smiled, gratefully accepting the drink, assuring that the tea was also very tasty. The girl knelt down next to him and looked into his eyes devotedly. He was surprised by the sudden attention and asked what was going on. Sylph asked why her master didn't tell anyone the truth, since he was actually very strong. Before answering, Yulman took a sip of tea. He lowered his head and explained with sadness in his voice. When power goes beyond people's understanding, they begin to fear and try to please in every possible way. The apostle remembered the days when he had defeated entire armies of monsters single-handedly, and at that time everyone had stayed away from him. Grateful people fell to their knees, right on the ground soaked in enemy blood, and greeted the first apostle Yulman. One day he noticed a beautiful girl who was bowing at his feet. Yulman, flashing a smile from under his deep hood, invited the beautiful stranger to admire the moon with him. But she, with tears in her eyes, frightened by the greatness of the guy, did not respond to the invitation. Yulman looked at her with disappointment. His hand dropped lifelessly. Then Sylph asked if her master had any acquaintances like himself. The apostle replied that they had been, but they had been traveling for a very long time and it was not known where they were now. Despite everything, Yulman raised his head and smiled, even blushed a little. Now he felt like an ordinary person, the same as everyone else. The sword spirit wondered if there were any misunderstandings between the master and the common people. On the streets of the academy, students were already gossiping about the Fire Witch's new protege. There were even suggestions that they were just a couple. The guy with the piercing gaze denied it, because he personally saw the mark of the master and the student on his forehead. His interlocutor, with no less venom in his voice, replied that only a loving couple could engrave the mark directly on the forehead. Aisha listened to these conversations, and in her soul, surprise and sadness were increasingly mixed. It was getting dark, and lights were coming on in the windows of the student dormitories. Sierra walked down the hallway carrying a tray with a bun and tea. She remembered that she had forgotten to remove the magic seal from the entrance, and what only a stupid student could learn during this time. Walking up to the door, she ran her hand over the seal, removing it. Upon entering, she asked how Lou was doing but found a curious sight. Her lazy student not only didn't study, he lay on little Sylph's lap while she stroked his head. A random student passing by Yulman's window jumped aside from the sudden flash of fire reflected in the glass. It was the angry Sierra who taught Yulman a lesson. who now sat on his knees with the spirit of Excalibur and asked the master for forgiveness. Charlotte had not yet seen Sylph, and now she asked with interest if she was the same sword spirit. The girl bowed down, introduced herself, and asked the witch to become her mentor. Charlotte's eyes widened at the sound of a sweet voice. She immediately noted her prettiness as soon as she saw the girl, while Yulman cast surprised glances at both of them. To hide her embarrassment, Sierra coughed into her fist and said that she had come to tell them about her participation in the capital's magical congress, which would take place in a week. Yulman rolled his eyes and asked who came up with the name, since it sounded too saccharine. Sierra's face turned darker than a cloud. The next moment, Yulman sat with a bump on the back of his head, while Sylph waved a notebook in front of his face like a fan, asking for forgiveness for her lack of restraint. The witch sat on the chair in front of them, crossing her legs, talking about how the management had no plans to take them there. Everything changed because no one could have imagined that Lou would get his hands on the Smith family's Excalibur, and that a spirit of the sword would emerge from it. Sylph stood up and began to pace the room restlessly. The teacher stood up, crossing her arms over her chest, and continued that this was precisely why the organizers of the Magical Congress had reluctantly decided to invite them. If they refused, the children's entourage could be in danger. Yulman was silent, thinking about what was said. Sierra said seriously, "The majority in Congress will want to put pressure on Lou." He smiled, assuring that his master had nothing to worry about, because who knows who will give it to whom next. The sound of daggers and various types of weapons that the students wielded could be heard from everywhere. During the training fight, Aisha reliably parried her opponent's blows. She jumped to the side from another attack and grouped herself correctly so as not to fall. The vice principal, who was watching the students, announced the end of the sparring and allowed them to rest a little. The witch stepped aside, wiping her face with a handkerchief. Behind him, conversations began again. Many had not seen Kyle for a long time. A group of guys discussed how it was because of his conflict with Lou, and now Kyle was facing off against the Fire Witch herself. They had no idea that Lou was picking on powerful people. Aisha immediately became sad when she heard gossip about her friend. At that moment, a male figure appeared at the entrance to the training hall. The girl looked in that direction with hope. It was Yulman, who heard all the talk about himself. He looked up at the gossips and said that during his absence from training there had been too many annoying flies here. Groups of students suddenly began to scurry about, as if remembering that the deputy director was calling them and they needed to leave immediately. Sarah was surprised by the sudden appearance of students near her. Aisha ran up to her friend and asked why he came here. He pulled a rose out of his inside jacket pocket and handed it to the girl, saying that he had come to visit his charming and beautiful Aisha. She blushed and lowered her eyes and replied that Sylph and teacher Sierra were the ones who were beautiful and charming. Yulman was very surprised by these words. The witch, having accepted the flower from the boy, sadly explained, she heard the students talking about Lou's trip to the capital's magical congress. The apostle smoothed his hair, nodding meaningfully. Theatrically running his hand over the back of his head, he asked Aisha not to be bored in his absence. Arya, who had come up to him with an axe in her hands, ruined the moment. They hadn't seen each other for only a few days, but no matter how much you feed the wolf, he still looks at the forest. Yulman, putting his hands in his pockets, cheerfully asked his friend if she had already received a scolding during sparring today, to which the girl almost attacked him with her fists. The upset Aisha was still quite amused by her classmates' squabble. On the tower of the academy, the flag of the educational institution fluttered in the brisk wind. Yulman and Sylph stood in the square near a large carriage drawn by several white horses. An angry Sierra looked out of the carriage window and called out to the boys, ordering them not to delay their departure. The apostle turned around and replied that this morning he wanted to have time to say goodbye to his dear Aisha. Sylph added that she checked, and it seemed the girl was not in the room. The boy wanted to say something to the teacher, but she interrupted him. Holding the curtain, she said sharply that the student had 3 seconds to get into the carriage. Yulman did not dare to disobey his master, so after a few seconds, Aisha watched from her window with a tremor in her chest as the carriage disappeared into the distance. She said Yulman's name with sadness. She was not alone in the room. A black shadow from the magical heavenly portal called her. Aisha, without turning around, understood who was addressing her. The shadow said that now there is no one strong left who could protect this academy, so in the evening she can begin the task given to her by the master. The witch obediently agreed. Shadow noticed what was happening to the girl and voiced her guess. A guy named Lou loves Aisha very much. This can greatly anger the master. Then, the witch turned around for the first time and desperately asked not to tell her father and mother about Lou. The shadow giggled evilly. Everything would depend on whether Aisha could cope with the task. On the way to the event, Sierra told her companions about what awaited them. The annual Capital Magical Congress was held in turn by the three main clans: Smith, Jones, Isis. This Congress was the main identical gathering of the world of magicians, where the best of them gathered to discuss achievements and, in general, just to communicate. Propping his cheek on his fist, Yulman announced his discovery. It turns out that the Smith family is one of the three main clans, but Charlotte cut him off, warning him not to underestimate them because the Smiths are the descendants of the Empire's founding heroes, second only in status to the Imperial family. Sylph did not participate in the conversation, her head down. She was thinking about something of her own. The witch continued. The Isis clan controls most of the Empire's military forces and has outstanding magical skills. The guy thoughtfully threw his hands behind his head and leaned back on the soft seat, asking what the Jones clan was famous for. His mentor, with the same severity in her voice, replied that this clan had colonized most of the Empire's trade routes and the pharmaceutical industry, and also owned enormous wealth. The apostle chuckled. It felt like the royal family of this empire had no control over anything at all. Sierra urged him to be careful because this time the magical congress was being organized by the Jones clan. Yulman chuckled. What was he afraid of? It was just participation in a banquet. He abruptly changed the topic to something more pleasant, turning to the spirit of the sword. There would be a lot of delicious dishes at the banquet. They would definitely need to eat their fill. Sylph nodded in agreement in response. The witch sighed in disappointment. No changes. Still, she thought, there was one problem with the Jones clan that would be difficult to solve. A few days later, they successfully reached the capital of the Guam Empire. The Congress was held in a mansion in front of which a large fountain was installed. The butler approached the carriage door and bowed, announcing that they had arrived at the Jones clan estate. Sierra was the first to get out of the carriage. She was immediately met by the clan's maid, bowing and greeting. The butler thanked the witch for coming, saying that the owner had been waiting for her at the meeting place for a long time. Sierra snapped back, frowning, that the man could tell the owner not to bother, since she still had things to do. He became embarrassed, reminding the girl of the special attitude of the owner of the estate towards her. Charlotte gave him a look that spoke volumes. The butler squeaked something and did not dare to say anything else. The witch informed Yulman that he could come in with Sylph and find a place to rest, while she herself would report to Director Aces about her arrival. Charlotte added that the boys should be as quiet as possible. She wanted to say a specific name, but hesitated. Then she shook her head and said it didn't matter. The apostle glanced at her in surprise, but the witch waved him off. The witch asked the maid to show her companions the way, and she bowed respectfully. The girl pointed towards the estate and invited the guests to follow her. The student stood thoughtfully as Charlotte walked away. He turned around and looked at the girl's figure, realizing that she was not telling him something. The maid led the guests to the large gates of the estate, inviting them to enter. Inside, everything sparkled and shone. The expensive furnishings screamed about the wealth of the owners. Large tables with snow-white tablecloths were laden with food. Guests in incredibly presentable outfits walked around importantly. Yulman and Sylph looked around, looking for something more delicious to choose from. They were not at all interested in the exquisite furnishings of the hall. A passing lady covered herself with a fan in disgust, complaining that two important magicians from the Smith and Isis families had not arrived, but the city people had managed to get through and were now eating and drinking at someone else's expense. Meanwhile, the couple had already filled their plates with real langousts from the deepest depths, fillet steaks, and were enthusiastically commenting on their catch, loudly chomping. Suddenly, the sound of clattering dishes was heard. Someone pushed the maid right onto the table with desserts, loudly calling her a worthless piece of work. It was the owner of the estate who was taking out his anger on the servants because they had not brought him Sierra as he had ordered. The poor girl's eyes filled with tears. A wound formed on her cheek from the fall. She could not say a word in her defense. The butler gloated and announced to the owner that he had repeated the order to Luina to deliver the girl several times, but she had dared to disobey. The apostle, calmly eating from his plate, commented on what he saw, addressing the spirit of the sword. These manipulations are called playing dice. The man turned around abruptly, hearing unfamiliar voices, and frowned, realizing that he was seeing these guests for the first time. His gaze immediately counted the strangers. Full plates of food, sloppy clothes. This meant only one thing. Commoners had snuck into the estate to eat for free. The man, with feigned politeness like a cat, slowly approached the strangers, calling them dear guests. He introduced himself, indicating that he represented the Jones family, the hosts of today's event, and asked to see the special invitations that would admit guests. The apostle answered directly that they had no invitations. The crowd that had gathered around began to buzz with discontent. Were the guards really eating their bread in vain? It was from young people like these, who didn't know etiquette, that the empire ceased to be what it used to be. The man dropped his feigned friendliness and immediately shouted for the guys to leave the banquet immediately. Sylph, without letting go of the plate, looked at him angrily. It seemed that she was just waiting for the owner's command to teach the impudent fellow a lesson. Yulman gently pushed her away and apologized for the misunderstanding, saying that they came here with Master Charlotte, so they did not have invitations with them. But the clan representative became even more angry, lamenting that this was nonsense, and his Sierra, so beautiful and outstanding, could not take such as they as students. At this attack, the apostle was surprised that the man called the teacher his own. Those present came to life again. A lady from the crowd whispered to her neighbor that the owner Anthony was still pursuing the fire witch. Only it was a pity that she did not reciprocate his feelings at all. A man standing nearby replied that he had heard about Sierra's new student. The owner almost burst with rage after this news. The lady standing next to the maid broke into a sly smile. This brunette does not know who he is talking to by saying that he is her student. He signed his own death warrant. Yulman waved his fork, saying that if Anthony didn't believe him, he should ask the butler who had just met them with Master Sierra. The man immediately brushed off his words, replying that the guy was joking, since Mrs. Sierra was met by the maid Loena. This caused the owner to have another fit of rage. Clenching his fists, he began to mock Yulman, saying that he was not fit to be Charlotte's student. The witch's commanding voice was heard throughout the hall. She appeared in the doorway and loudly objected to what had been said. The crowd parted and fell silent, letting the guests through and watching her greedily. Sierra folded her arms across her chest, not at all embarrassed by this reception, and confirmed that the boy had become her student. Anthony laughed awkwardly, saying that he had made a mistake in his judgment and that he felt embarrassed. He approached the witch and bowed, saying that he wanted to make amends by showing her the achievements of magic this year. She shook her head and refused. Then Charlotte grabbed the elbow of Yulman, who was standing next to her. The boy shuddered, looking at the teacher with confusion. The red-haired witch smiled and, without letting go of the apostle's hand, blurted out that she and her fiancé would see everything themselves, causing shock in Yulman. Not only the student was amazed, everyone around him began to look at each other in bewilderment. Anthony stuttered and asked the girl what she was talking about. Sierra, still smiling, confirmed that the guy was not only her student, but also her fiancé, tugging Yulman's hand to make him play along. He turned his head towards her and quickly asked in a whisper what was going on. Charlotte answered him just as quietly that the Jones clan had used their influence to marry her off several times, and now that the opportunity had presented itself, the girl would force them to abandon the idea. Yulman didn't need to be told twice. He, like Charlotte, smiled radiantly and agreed with the idea of looking together at the achievements of magic. Anthony, looking gloomy as a storm cloud, blurted out that it was very short-sighted of the witch to get involved with the poor and refuse his advances. The butler tried to bring his master to his senses, reminding him that today was the day of the Congress, and all the eyes of high society were on them. He then looked at the couple with a sardonic expression, saying that he had heard that Miss Sierra had no magical accomplishments to show for this convention. Anthony grinned, pleased to hear this. He tried to defuse the situation by inviting everyone present to try his latest development, a magical medicine. Loud claps from the crowd could be heard from all around. The maids entered the hall in an orderly row, carrying plates in their hands on which stood small glasses with the potion. A bright blue drink splashed in a small container with every step the servant took. Yulman cast an attentive glance in that direction. The guests, having tried their portions, began to whisper in admiration, evaluating the potion. It tasted slightly bitter, but even the smallest sip completely replenishes spiritual strength. Anthony smiled and thanked him for the approval, because this was the result of the Jones family's developments over the course of the year. A concentrated spirit replenishment potion. Then he turned over his shoulder at the uninvited guests, and as if by chance said that some people show up at the Congress, eat and drink, without having any magical achievements. That is the real shame. The man winked at Sierra, asking if she agreed with him. Yulman grinned. An idea came to him. The guy demonstratively knocked over the cup of potion. It spilled onto the expensive parquet floor in front of the stunned crowd. The owner gasped for air, outraged by such an act. At this, the apostle chuckled and apologized. His hand just shook. Charlotte couldn't help but burst into laughter. Anthony, his eyes wide, pounced on Yulman with accusations. He poured out a potion brewed in ideal proportions, and how many rare ingredients were used? The guy, rolling the cup in his hands, calmly listed all the ingredients: shining stone powder, basilisk scales, angelica, and the purest water from under the polar ice. The shocked man stared at Yulman, speechless from what he heard. Yulman didn't stop. He continued mockingly that he could make a box of this stuff in a day, and Anthony also called this potion the latest development with ideal proportions. As if wound up, Anthony shouted that he had worked hard for a whole month to create this potion, had achieved the perfect balance, and the scoundrel dared to say with his dirty mouth that it was swill, then let him make a box of the potion today, as he had promised. Sierra immediately approached the student, calling him stupid and scolding him for his big mouth, but he calmed her down. He whispered that he needed the girl's help in some matters. She listened and agreed. Charlotte then asked how he knew the ingredients and how to make the potion, to which the apostle hesitated for a moment. The faithful spirit of the sword came to his aid, quickly blurting out that it was she who had suggested all the ingredients to the owner. Yulman laughed with relief. That was exactly how it all happened. The Fire Witch thought for a moment, since the girl was part of Excalibur, it was no wonder that she could sniff out the ingredients of a potion by its scent. While behind Sierra's back, Yulman and Sylph high-fived each other for their teamwork. One of the long tables was cleared especially for the apostle, and ingredients, a knife, a board, and cooking utensils were left there. Anthony addressed the guy mockingly, supported by the laughter of the crowd, shining stone powder, carrots, chestnuts, Cerberus. So many products from the market, is he really ready to prepare a potion for everyone? Yulman answered him with a meaningful look. He effectively threw off his cloak and, remaining in just his shirt, tied an apron around his waist as if he did this every day. The guy heated up the vat and added more fire for a better effect. Literally a few minutes later, a potion was already splashing in the container, no different in color or consistency from what Anthony had been brewing for so long. Those present inhaled the aromas emanating from the vat with full lungs, commenting on what they felt. Such a pure smell, as if you were transported to nature and so serene in the heart. The man denied everything, because cooking was not that simple. Some special waves emanated from Yulman, who was confident in his abilities and stood in the center of the table next to the boiling vat. The liquid in the cauldron looked truly impressive. There was no doubt that this was the legendary potion. The audience was amazed by the skill of the young magician. Meanwhile, Yulman was already pouring portions of the steaming liquid into glass containers. The potion, like spring water, shimmered in the facets of the glass. Finally, the apostle asked everyone to come to the table. The potion was already ready. The first to approach him was a stately, unfamiliar man who politely asked if he could try the potion. Sierra greeted the man who approached her respectfully. It was Professor Madeline himself from the Imperial University of Potioneering. He was known on par with the chief magician aces. Yulman smiled good-naturedly and nodded. The professor held the glass in both hands and took a leisurely sip, savoring every sip. At first, his face showed no emotion. But a moment passed and his eyes widened. Madeline exclaimed in shock that he would never have thought that he would meet a person who would make a superpower potion. Anthony asked in shock, "Wasn't the superpower potion, which increases spiritual power several times, lost almost 300 years ago?" The man, still not believing what he had just learned, agreed. But he himself had never heard of such a method of preparing the potion. So how could this young man learn the secret of its preparation? He put the empty cup on the table. Then he bowed to Yulman, saying that he would give half of everything he had to learn how to create this potion. There was silence as the boy thought about the words he had said. The apostle smiled slyly. "Only half?" The professor nodded and promised to add more if it wasn't enough. Some gentlemen exclaimed that this would be a huge sum, because for this magic potion lost many years ago, any money invested could be returned. Anthony gritted his teeth. He was beside himself with anger. He exclaimed that his clan Jones was also offering half of their wealth for the recipe for this potion. The old professor stared at the man in amazement. He stood there, proudly erect, because he knew that the Jones clan's fortune was much greater than anyone else's, and this guy would not be able to resist such a temptation. Yulman, picking his ear with his finger, told the men that he had no plans to sell the recipe. He grabbed his cloak and turned to Sierra, saying that since they had already looked at the achievements of magic, they could return. The desperate owner shouted after him that he was adding a share of the potion sales to half of his wealth. The apostle immediately pricked up his ears. Yulman stopped. He really was going to refuse this money. The guy's eyes sparkled with anticipation. There really was a lot of money. Sylph jumped with delight along with him. Charlotte, for the umpteenth time, sighed in disappointment. Well, who would have doubted it? Anthony took them to his office and invited them to a long table. On it stood a box with 3 richly decorated spatial rings. He said that the required amount of money was already placed in them. This could be checked. The servant took the box in his hands and brought it to the guests, telling them that after the potion began to be sold, their share would be transferred annually to the account of these rings. Anthony leaned forward and, anticipating hearing the secret of preparation, asked how the potion was prepared. Yulman took a crumpled piece of paper out of his pocket, casually threw it on the table, and replied that the energy contained in a magic potion was never obtained from the ingredients themselves, but was drawn from the curdling of elements contained in the air. The man, not expecting such an answer, grimaced in annoyance and leaned back in his chair. The apostle unfolded a piece of paper with a drawing on it and explained that a magic circle was engraved in the vat that could curl the elements of air. Using higher fire magic allows one to successfully cause resonance between the magic circle and the ingredients. As for the ingredients themselves, low-level ingredients have a fairly low elemental content. So in the magic circle, they interact with the highly concentrated air elements, seeping through and filling the void. Low-level ingredients not only improve the coagulation results, they also improve the quality of the elements, which would be more difficult with complex ingredients. Anthony, greedily peering at the drawing on the sheet, let out a cry of victory. Sierra, clutching a cup in her hands, said that since the Jones clan had learned the secret of the potion, they had no reason to linger here. The man objected. There was still one more matter they needed to discuss. He asked if Charlotte was aware of the recent eruption of Mount Laertes. The witch nodded, confirming what was said. Just a natural disaster, nothing interesting. But Anthony, smiling, said that he thought so too when the clan sent a rescue team there, until they accidentally discovered traces of a rare magical beast in a mountain cave. A fire unicorn. Sierra hung her head, her eyes wide at what she heard. Yulman knew that fire unicorns did not live in the east, and asked how the beast ended up in the west. The interlocutor nodded, although it is unknown how the unicorn ended up in their area, but it can be said with certainty that it protects the raging fire of a precious stone. Yulman leaned forward with interest when he heard about the stone. Anthony explained that this gem was probably the untold wealth from Eastern myths, so his clan was sending a group to find the stone, so it can be assumed that Sierra would want to join them. The man folded his arms across his chest and offered a deal. When it was all over, the unicorn would go to Charlotte and the stone would go to the clan. The witch surprisingly quickly agreed and asked when the group was leaving. Anthony stood up from the table, setting a deadline of 3 days, and suggested that the guests stay at the estate, as it was necessary to prepare well before the campaign. Yulman smiled at his own thoughts. He had long wanted to see what kind of stone it was. When the strangers left the office, the butler turned to the owner. Not only did he give half of his fortune for the recipe for a potion that guy could make in no time, but he also told about the fire unicorn. This would surely end badly for the clan. Anthony chuckled. He only suggested that they go there, but no one said that Charlotte and her team would be able to return back. The butler clapped his hands and admired what an excellent strategist his master turned out to be. The maid led the guests down a long corridor and stopped at an unremarkable door. She apologized that because of the congress that had been convened these days, all the rooms were occupied and only one was free. Sierra replied angrily that this one would do and dismissed the maid. Yulman carefully placed Excalibur on the table in the room. With his hands behind his head, he asked the teacher why they were taking the unicorn and not the gem. The girl replied that from the heart of a unicorn one can obtain blood that can transform any fire obtained by fire magic into an all-consuming heavenly flame. And by drinking it, one can awaken its natural magic. The apostle cast an interested glance at her. Turning around, the fire witch told Yulman that she had taken him on as an apprentice, only so that he could help her deal with the fire unicorn. She walked to the bed and sat down on the soft bed. The corners of the girl's lips turned down. She regretted that she had acted selfishly. Yulman agreed with her words. Sierra looked at the floor in shock. She didn't expect the student to support her self-flagellation. But he immediately began to speak again, putting his hands in his favorite pockets. A sly smile played across the guy's face. He said that truly selfish people never face a choice, and he personally wants both the stone and the unicorn. The girl smiled and blushed. What a stupid student she got. She quickly collected her thoughts, became serious again, and thought out loud. In 3 days it would be necessary to leave, but now Lu was still weak for this. To prevent something irreparable from happening to her student, all that remains is to transfer part of her magical powers to him. She sat back down on the bed and patted the hand next to her, inviting him to sit down and show her the boy's seal on his forehead. Yulman sat down next to Sierra and pulled her bangs away from her forehead, opening access to the seal, not noticing how the girl blushed. The next moment she jerked the guy's head towards her, burying his face right into her thighs. That's where her seal was located. Charlotte exhaled, passing her powers onto her student, and her entire body became illuminated with a bright white glow. Streams of light began to form around the couple, forming large runes on the floor. Holding the boy's head tightly, she let out another long breath and ordered Lu not to move. A little later, when the ritual was over, she woke up and, looking to the side, quickly spoke. Here it is, this ancient method of transmitting magical powers through the seal between the master and the student. Now, having received her powers, the student can use her fire magic. She stumbled, lowered her head, and, screaming, realized that the guy was still lying on her thigh, not moving. Yulman slowly rose, holding his head. He leaned back on the bed, drowsily replying that he was very comfortable. Anthony sat at the table in his office and asked the butler about what the guests had been doing for 3 days. He replied that they had not even left the room. Moreover, screams could be heard from there from time to time. The master banged on the table, ordering the servant to be silent. He sat up straight in his chair, exclaiming that he didn't understand how he was any worse than this brunette. Sierra is simply blind and does not see all the advantages. Suddenly, there was a scraping sound of cutlery on a plate and a voice from the opposite end of the table. A stranger assured that the gentleman should not worry. Anthony looked puzzled at the man with the hood that hid his handsome features and long white hair and apologized for his tactlessness. He, smiling, asked if Anthony had called him to resolve the issue with his fellow travelers. The stranger was the traveler of the void, Hasadan, one of the 4 best magicians of the Empire, who was considered the only person in history to enter the world of the void. At this time, Sierra continued to teach her student her own magical abilities. Right now, Lu was holding a clod of fire in his palm and asking the master if he was doing everything right. The witch nodded and added that now he could freely use internal magic. Yulman was a little scared and stepped back when the light flared brighter right in front of his face. He couldn't even imagine that it was possible to control fire in this way. Now he wasn't afraid that the flame could break out. Sierra thoughtfully rubbed her chin, either addressing her student or calming herself, while Yulman drew hearts from the flames behind her back. They didn't need any incidents during the taming of the unicorn, so the transferred magical powers should be enough to withstand fatal blows. The main thing is not to forget that the powers must be spent wisely. Looking over her shoulder and seeing the sensible use of energy, Charlotte cursed under her breath. The maid's voice was heard behind the door. She asked to hurry, because the carriage to Mount Laertes was already ready. They could leave at any moment. Sierra immediately threw the door open, appearing in front of the girl along with a soot-covered Lu. Suddenly, the witch caught a glimpse of the familiar hem of a cloak out of the corner of her eye, which disappeared around the corner. Yulman noticed the teacher's hesitation and now looked at her questioningly, while Charlotte was surprised to see this man. But she decided that she was mistaken, so she waved her hand and hurried the student. Late in the evening, a chase through the narrow corridors of St. Joseph's Tower took place. A small figure, wrapped in a thick cloak, maneuvered, trying to hide from its pursuers. But the last turn turned out to be a dead end. Judging by the sounds in the distance, they were about to overtake her. The figure raised its head, staring at the wall, and began breathing loudly, trying to calm its breathing, which had been ragged from running. Sarah gave a triumphant cry when she saw the stranger hesitate and shouted at her that there was no way out, so she should give back what she had stolen. The woman, drawing magical runes in the air, demanded that this be done immediately. Magic chains quickly approached the figure, ready to bind it at any moment. The stranger turned around, her face hidden by a mask and long blonde hair. She jumped up, dodging the chains. Then she suddenly moved to the side and, breaking the window, jumped out into the darkness of the night. Luckily, the fall was not high, and the girl landed on the ground immediately. The deputy director rushed to the window and looked down. Clenching her fists, she cursed. The stranger had managed to escape anyway. The figure, meanwhile, did not go far, hiding just around the bend. The stranger turned out to be none other than Aisha. She pulled the mask off her face and breathed a sigh of relief, taking a carved white box from her bosom. She finally got it. A few days later, at the foot of the fiery Mount Laertes, a party of Jones and Sierra's men and crew rode forward in wagons drawn by white horses, the drivers urging the reins on every now and then. Suddenly, an order was heard from one of the crews to stop. Anthony growled in his carriage, again. Yulman jumped out of the neighboring cart like a bullet, covering his mouth with both hands. The others had to go outside too. Anthony looked at Sierra reproachfully and said that they could have warned Lu about the condition of the road, because due to constant stops, this one-day trip stretched out into several days. The witch awkwardly scratched her cheek. She herself didn't know that the guy would feel so bad after the trip along the mountain path. The apostle, having emptied his stomach, now walked, staggering, along the road to the carriage, thinking that more than anything in the world he did not want to return there. Suddenly, distant screams caught his attention. Sierra and Anthony turned in the same direction at the same time. One of the clan's team was running towards the company, followed by whirlwind lizards, huge reptiles with many spikes on their backs. Anthony did not move from his place and said authoritatively that there was nothing to be afraid of a couple of monsters, because they had high-class magicians with them. The boy stuttered and objected, because there were too many lizards. Sierra looked closer and realized that this was indeed the case. A whole flock of whirlwind lizards was now running towards them. Yulman perked up and reacted to this news with undisguised admiration. Anthony screamed, convinced that there were too many reptiles. He cursed the mercenaries, shouting that he had called them to kill the unicorn, not to disturb the lair of the whirlwind lizards. The fact was that these terrifying monsters were mid-low-level magical beasts that moved at incredible speeds and sprayed poison from their teeth. The man tried to calm those present. These lizards should not be feared, but now there really are too many of them. Fighting with them would waste a lot of energy. They need to come up with a way to have less contact with the monsters while the hunt for the unicorn is underway. He waved his hand towards the crew, ordering the squad to take their places to escape from the lizards. One of the mercenaries interrupted him, pointing his finger to the side. An incredible scene appeared before the leader of the squad. Yulman was stroking the beast like an affectionate cat, while the lizard leaned its front paws on his chest. Anthony, not believing his eyes, asked Sierra if her fiancé was familiar with these creatures. She waved her hands, smiling awkwardly. The witch explained that Lu's ability to deal with magical beasts exceeded that of ordinary people. Then the man suggested to the apostle that he ask the flock to move aside a little so that he could continue on his way. Waving away the persistent licking, Yulman grinned. He had a better idea. The roar of powerful paws on rocks filled the entire space of the mountain. Now the people have saddled the swirling lizards, leaving the coachman behind to guard the carriages. Anthony shouted irritably at Yulman that this was a dubious undertaking. But the apostle joyfully replied that this method of transportation was very fast and convenient. He laughed, holding onto the lizard's horn with one hand. Sierra, watching him, allowed herself to smile. She even liked the student like this. Finally, the strange procession approached the foot of the volcano Laertes. People jumped off their makeshift horses. Anthony pointed to the entrance to the cave. That's where they found the unicorn. It was clear that the stone at the entrance was covered in blood. Suddenly, one of the whirlwind lizards stuck out its tongue and hissed loudly. Looking in that direction, Yulman immediately became wary. He scratched his chin thoughtfully. It seemed like there really was something inside. The guy released a flock of lizards who, clinging to the ground, obeyed the order. Sierra was the first to step fearlessly towards the cave. The rest of the travelers followed her. The company moved slowly along the stone corridor. A man from the squad stepped forward, lighting the way with a gas lamp. Anthony looked at Lu's back. He would never have thought that this guy could get along so well with wild animals. He smiled wickedly, because even if they tamed the unicorn, Sierra and her student would not survive today. Finally, the procession approached the through exit into the main part of the cave where the unicorn lived. Coming out of the corridor, they found themselves on the edge of a cliff. The deadly burning lava was bubbling and seething, trying to spill over the edge. Everyone screamed in unison at what they saw. It seemed as if there was nothing around except a stream of fiery liquid. Suddenly, a bright glow caught everyone's attention. The man exclaimed that he saw treasure. Nearby, washed by lava on one side, the very same stone lay in the rocks. Violet pink in color, it beckoned travelers to it. Yulman tensed up. The stone was unusual. It trembled periodically, and these movements seemed familiar to the guy. Anthony muttered happily, stepping forward, that since there was no fire unicorn, it meant there was an opportunity to grab the stone. But he didn't notice how the lava began to bubble even more, spitting out bright bubbles around him. The fire witch cast a wary glance in that direction. Suddenly, she rushed towards Anthony, holding out her hands to him, and ordered him to stop. Right in front of them, a huge fireball burst out of the gorge. The man raised his head and, with his mouth open, watched his movement. His legs suddenly gave way and he fell to the floor, moving back as a huge clawed paw stepped onto the edge of the ravine. A fiery unicorn, completely engulfed in fire, slowly crawled towards the squad with its mouth open. It was a magical beast of a rare level. It came from the eastern continent, was a master of fire attacks, and was also deadly strong. The mercenaries stood in stances, holding their magic wands out in front of them, ready to attack at any moment. Sierra, while creating magical runes in front of her, quickly said that this fire unicorn was a rare magical beast. Although its killing power was not as high as that of natural disaster-level beasts, it would not give up easily. Then the girl ordered the student to wait aside, and if there was a chance, he could use his talent for taming. The apostle thought that the master was right. Unicorns have a stubborn character. If you tame one, the creature can resist, and it is better for him not to show his magic in front of this whole crowd. Yulman threw up his hands. Ordinary people would not be able to comprehend his power. The unicorn slowly advanced on the still-lying Anthony, who, trembling, hysterically ordered his squad to get rid of the beast. The warriors pointed their staffs forward, calling out the command, "Ice Coffin!" Blocks of ice rained down on the dragon from all sides. Having surrounded the unicorn, they, led by their master, tried to block the beast. For a moment it seemed as if the dragon was trapped in snow. The beast became angry. His eyes flashed dangerously. Powerful streams of fire gushed from the beast's body. No matter how strong the mercenary's magic was, it still couldn't withstand the fire's onslaught. There was an explosion, pieces of ice flew in all directions, and the dragon found itself free. The wounded mercenaries were breathing heavily, bent at the knees. The unicorn, unfazed by anything, ran forward again, preparing to attack the people. The detachment, seeing this, hurried in horror to escape from the monster's sight. At that very moment, the beast's horn collided with the magic sword with a ringing sound. Sierra wasted no time in rushing forward, now using her weapon to block his attack. The animal narrowed its eyes dangerously, growling even louder. It moved its head to the side, trying to push the sword away from the horn. Sierra felt her grip weaken in horror, the sword in her hands moving to the side. The unicorn let out a roar and turned its head sharply, trying to throw off the annoying opponent. There was a powerful explosion from the collision. The fire witch was thrown back several meters. The sword remained in her hands. The stone that the people had come for shook dangerously from the force of the blow. He was lying right on the edge of a cliff, so a push of such force predictably provoked the stone to move, and it, jumping up, almost fell right into the flow of seething lava. Anthony watched in horror as his treasure disappeared into the raging fire. The unicorn turned around and rushed in that direction. But the stone didn't have time to land in the lava. Yulman reacted with lightning speed and in 2 counts found himself in the air, holding the prey tightly above his head. The warriors' mouths dropped open as they watched this. A few moments later, the apostle landed on solid ground. Sierra immediately ran up to him, worried, saying that the stone contained a raging flame, so he needed to be careful. The stone in Yulman's hands heated up. He screamed, and an enraged unicorn immediately appeared behind his back. Anthony clenched his fists. If this continued, the guy would end up with both the stone and the unicorn. The apostle turned around with a smile and said that the Jones clan had been wrong from the start. It was not a precious stone. Yulman didn't have time to finish telling the story before a portal formed in the air right behind him. Sharply increasing in size, huge gray tentacles began to flow out of it. The chutes approached Charlotte and Yulman with lightning speed. The guy turned around abruptly, hearing an unusual sound. He pushed Charlotte aside sharply. The girl didn't have time to turn around, and her student was already tightly grasped by tentacles and pulled into the portal. Time dragged on like an eternity, and then the witch watched the figure disappear into the dark matter. She leaned forward and screamed at the top of her lungs. Following Lou, the tentacles tightly grasped the fire unicorn. The animal could only growl from powerlessness. Sierra froze in shock at what she saw. She realized that this was the wasteland of Hasadan. Anthony gave the order to his squad to attack the unicorn. Pointing his hand in its direction, the warriors immediately obeyed. The unicorn, which was already being pulled into the portal by the tentacles that were firmly clinging to its body, was now being hit by a multitude of ice fragments. Events developed so quickly that Sierra could not fully come to her senses. The dragon was covered with snow dust and even more fragments. When the icy fog cleared, the beast was free of Hasadan's bonds, but was now pinned to the stone wall by blocks of ice. The fire witch rushed to Anthony, bombarding him with questions about what was going on, and he, smiling broadly, laughed at the girl's naivety and said that he had no intention of cooperating with her at all. With resentment in his voice, the man shouted about Charlotte's unwillingness to become related to him, although she had promised earlier, and at the Congress she and the boy made him look like a complete idiot and disgraced him in front of the guests. The villain's face twisted into a cruel grin. The Jones clan had already suffered enough from Murderbell. It was time to pay the bills. It was not for nothing that he called the master of the wasteland to deal with Sierra and her student. Charlotte gritted her teeth in anger at herself. She had definitely seen Hasadan in the corridor then. Holding her sword out in front of her, Sierra warned that no one would leave here alive if anything happened to her student. At that moment, the portal moved and separated the witch from the others. Hasidan's voice was heard. He heard what the girl was saying. Then the Traveler of the Void himself emerged from the portal, grinning, replying that her student had already become lunch for the Master of the Wasteland. Charlotte's eyes widened in disbelief. All the ridiculous, sweet, and funny moments she had lived through with Lou flashed through her mind. Grief was replaced by anger. The witch swung her sword and rushed at her opponents, offering to pay them for the dinner with their lives. A magical fiery vortex formed behind her. Hasidan did not move. Putting his hand forward, he directed a portal at the girl. The gates of the wasteland. The whirlwind created by Charlotte for the attack was immediately sucked into the gate. She gritted her teeth, not believing that this was possible. The man ricocheted his own magic back at Sierra. The flashes of fire knocked her off her feet, and the girl lost her balance. However, she landed on one knee, covered in bruises, and now coughing raggedly. The mage stood there, chuckling, saying that the magic of the wasteland existed outside the basic framework of magic. Even the magic of the fire sword could not overcome it. His sharp gaze pierced from under the hood. The man advised not to make unnecessary movements but simply die. The traitor from Clan Jones asked sarcastically if it was too easy to let Y die like that. A trickle of blood ran from the corner of Sierra's lips as she listened carefully to the men's conversation, wondering what to do next. Gritting her teeth in pain, the witch analyzed what Hasidan had said. She had only one way left to overcome this supreme magic. Charlotte ran to the place where the unicorn, still motionless but still alive, was hanging. Anthony panicked when he saw where the witch was heading and shouted that Sierra needed to be stopped before she got to the unicorn's blood. Hasidan calmly replied that she was just wasting her energy. Then he chuckled meaningfully without saying anything. Meanwhile, Charlotte sat on the unicorn's lap, her palms under the wound from which blood was flowing, asking for forgiveness for the fact that she was going to take his powers. The wounded animal growled gutturally, unable to defend itself. The girl took a deep breath and quickly swallowed some blood. Something happened that she never expected. Falling on all fours, the witch began to cough violently. The sensation was comparable to that of her entire body being consumed by a fierce fire. There was nothing to breathe. It was as if my insides were being eaten away by heat. Hasidan slowly approached her, saying that Charlotte was too naive to believe the words of old man Aces, because from drinking blood she would only burn alive. Pressing her hand to her throat, the fire witch croaked that the director would not deceive her. The man chuckled, measuring her with his gaze. It seemed that the girl did not know Aces at all. Hasidan turned to the squad and said that if they killed the witch now, there might be an explosion of heavenly fire raging in Charlotte. So it would be better to leave her here, to die a natural death. The stone was in their hands anyway. The witch understood that she couldn't just let them leave, but how difficult it was to make every movement. But suddenly something changed. An unknown force lifted her above the ground. The space around her literally blazed with fire. The natural magic of the Thousand Lights Master has awakened. The men turned around in shock. This shouldn't have happened. With tears in her eyes, Sierra said that even after awakening her natural magic, she was still very saddened by the loss of her student. And therefore there is no point in expecting mercy. A bright, scorching flash hid the girl's figure from view. The magician immediately created a void field spell. But something was wrong. The Master of the Void did not answer him. Meanwhile, a fire dragon with its mouth wide open was flying towards where the men were standing. Anthony stepped back, not understanding what was happening or how the beast had appeared. It was as if a pillar of fire had burst forth from the depths of the earth, filling the entire space. Then there was a deafening explosion. After a few seconds, it became quiet and the dust from the destruction settled. Sierra's opponents lay on the ground, their clothes burnt, and their bodies covered in multiple wounds. Hasidan, unable to move, could not even imagine that someone could master the magic of heavenly fire. The fire witch landed softly on the ground. She was not at all happy about receiving the natural magic she so desired. Suddenly, claps were heard in the caves, the sound passing through the walls like the moon. The witch looked sharply towards the entrance. To her surprise, the director of the academy, Aces, slowly entered the cave. He stopped, holding his hands behind his back, and asked the girl if she had awakened her natural magic. She nodded, noticing that the director looked strange. Still lying on the ground, Hasidan laughed with difficulty, saying that this old man had been waiting from the very beginning for the day when the witch would awaken the natural magic. All this, none other than the demon kidnapper. Charlotte didn't believe what she was hearing and stared with all her eyes at the director, who was so familiar to her. According to legend, 500 years ago a monster appeared that could steal natural magic from people, and for 200 years there was no one who could defeat it. But the chronicles say that after the battle with the seventh apostle Sarlia, the demon disappeared without a trace. According to rumors, he had already died long ago. Who then was Director Aces all this time? Always so kind and sincere, the old man's face suddenly changed and he turned to Sierra. She said that if she could awaken her natural magic, the girl would help the director with many things. And since this was troublesome, she could think of another way out. The round glasses flashed playfully. The man asked what if he took her talent magic directly. Sierra screamed, not expecting such words from the director. Aces now looked nothing like his former self. He tensed up and suddenly grabbed his charge by the throat, lifting her into the air. It was a blow below the belt. Charlotte did not have time to react, and now greedily swallowed the air that was barely entering her lungs. And the man said such painful words, if he did not feel that she would be able to awaken the master of 1,000 fires, would he have raised her so carefully? He said with a laugh that Charlotte looked incredibly pathetic now. The essence of her existence is to awaken natural magic and allow Aces to take it away. The man was completely illuminated by light, his eyes wide open, as if he was drawing all the strength out of his former student with just one glance. The witch didn't believe that this was happening in reality. She croaked a quiet teacher, not understanding what hurt more, from his actions or from the lack of oxygen. The fire, and with it the power, slowly flowed from her body to the director. When the exchange was complete, the fire arced through the air and finally left the Sierra. Aces waited a few more moments. A second later, Charlotte was lying face down on the ground. Easily creating a small cloud of fire in his palm, Aces exclaimed with delight how beautiful natural magic is. He folded his hands behind his back again and glanced at Sierra, saying that there was no point in keeping her alive now. Hasidan, deciding that it was better not to move, thought with horror that when the old man dealt with the witch, it would be his turn. But why had the Master of the Void not yet answered? At that moment, the air above the abyss split open. Aces cast a wary glance in that direction. Black cracks went straight through the air, growing larger with each passing second. Then a stream of air gushed out from there, almost knocking the demon off his feet. He immediately began to create runes in the air in order to attack if necessary. At first he could not see anything because of the thick cloud of dust, but soon a piece of a huge tentacle fell out of the crack, and then a male figure appeared. Yulman deftly jumped out of the abyss, holding a sword in his hand. He stepped hard on a piece of flesh. Aces froze. It couldn't be. Could this guy really deal with the strongest of the Void World, its master himself? The apostle pushed away the tentacle with the toe of his boot, from which the blue liquid was flowing, and winced. Why does this octopus have so many tentacles? He just wasted his time. His gaze fixed on the director, immediately realizing that everything had not gone according to plan. But when the guy saw Sierra lying there with no signs of life, his eyes darkened. His master, covered in blood, did not move at all. Yulman's voice echoed throughout the cave as he asked who did this. Aces smiled into his beard and replied that it was he. Then he kicked the girl's body aside. The apostle lowered his head, assessing the teacher's injuries. He immediately asked if the director had taken away her natural magic. He agreed quite well and said that the guy should feel proud of his master, because it was she who had a hand in his future victory over the apostle. 300 years ago, in the battle with Sarlia, he realized that ordinary natural magic, no matter how much of it there was, would not be able to defeat the apostle. And so the demon needed even more power. The old man continued, his eyes wildly darting off into the distance, saying that he needed high-level magic and the energy left by the apostle to do this. So he spent his strength to teach Sierra and didn't reveal his true identity in order to obtain the apostle's energy. The man bent down and wiped a tear from the girl's closed eyelids. Then a lamp with a purple flame appeared in his hand, and the figure of the demon itself began to burn. Today was the day when he obtained both the highest level magic, the heavenly flame, and the energy of the apostle, the hellish flame. Aces laughed demonically because now, with many unique abilities, he was ready to fight the apostles again. But before that, he needs to deal with people, real scum. The apostle turned his attention to the unfortunate unicorn. Then he walked up to Sierra and knelt down on one knee, checking her pulse. At this time, Aces was already creating a magical fireball, loudly boasting that now heaven and hell were with him, so he didn't need anyone else. The demon threw a wave of fire into the air. Yulman asked mockingly if the old man really hoped for these splashes. Excalibur in his hands glowed a bright green. The apostle swung his sword and aimed it at the scorching magical waves. A tangible light passed right through them, and the next moment the flame died down. Only streams of air remained when the boy lowered his hand. Hasidan sat down on the ground, muttering that this man was really strong. Could he really be Sierra's disciple? Aces noticed Yulman's unusual abilities and asked who he was, because the guy didn't look like a person from a famous family at all, and could even use sylph. He smiled charmingly and asked to guess. A batch of rocks fell from the ceiling of the cave. Yulman broke loose and ran straight towards Asis, shouting as he went that if he guessed, he would receive a prize. The demon bared his teeth and began to summon the stolen magic. Spell runes formed at his feet. Yulman was already in the air and now swung his sword. The apostle swung, creating a soft green magical line around himself. He crashed to the ground, and space seemed to split into several parts again. A stream of incredible force now emanated from the sword, dangerously lifting up large pieces of rock. Yulman pointed his sword at Asis. The demon spread his arms, trying to hold back the whirlwind flying towards him. Lightning of the highest level magic emanated from the palms. Yulman hissed threateningly, knowing that Asis could hear him. If he doesn't guess, the old man will be punished. The two forces collided with a roar as the apostle ran towards the director. A deafening explosion occurred. Its echoes were of such a scale that they broke through the top of the cave, creating a large hole there. Hasidan looked up in concern. If they continued like this, the volcano might explode. The magician stood up staggering, cursing Aces and his opponent. He didn't care who survived. They wouldn't let him go alive anyway, so he had to run away from here. The demon coughed from the resulting cloud of dust. Yulman once again demanded that Sierra's natural magic be returned. But Asasis only laughed. The stolen magic of talent could not be returned. Blood was oozing from his torn clothes, but the demon seemed unfazed. He asked if the boy really thought he could defeat him. The man squeezed his palm and the glass lamp in it cracked, releasing a violet flame. Hasidan recoiled in shock. This was the fire of the underworld, belonging to the mythical apostle. What was the old man planning? Aces laughed madly, looking at Yulman. The flame that had been dancing on his palm suddenly grew to enormous proportions, and now the demon seemed to be burning within him. He spread his hands, controlling the flame, and said that this was the most powerful force left by the apostle, and that the guy was lucky, because he would be the first to die from such a force. The magician directed the flame forward, and it obediently obeyed its master. A destructive fire swept through the bodies of people lying on the ground. Aces breathlessly admired the apostle's strength. At that moment, Sylph appeared. She stood in front of Yulman and created a storm barrier with her magic. It helped for a short time. Her energy was able to hold back the fire of the underworld. The apostle shouted for the girl to take Sierra, and they left there. The sword spirit, holding the barrier, replied that her main mission was to protect the master. Suddenly, she felt a soft stroking on the top of her head, which had already become habitual. Yulman confidently ordered her not to worry because this light could not harm him. The girl looked at the apostle with admiration. The director, standing in a purple whirlwind, watched Yulman. He did not expect that there was a person who cared about his weapon more than his own life. His hand rose, fingers touching the purple haze, kill the guy and then catch up with them. A matter of 5 minutes. Yulman stood casually, his hands in his pockets, listening to his opponent's threats, while the hems of his cloak fluttered from the magical storm. The director's glasses sparkled. His crazy eyes bored into the guy. Having lived in this world for 500 years, he had finally thrown off his shackles and set out on the path to becoming a new apostle. The young man raised his hand. A purple flame danced on his palm. He told the old man that he was using this flame incorrectly. The purple flames that he thought were under his control instantly floated straight towards Yulman. The boy grinned, red lights burning in his eyes as he tossed the collected fire from palm to palm like a soft piece of dough. The director asked in amazement why the apostle was holding the devil's flame with his bare hands. Even compared to the apostles, this power was inhuman. After remaining in Yulman's palm for another moment, the light disappeared, and he shrugged his shoulders. He was just an ordinary student. The guy, like a cat, slowly approached his opponent, asking how the director would pay for what he did to his future bride. The old man chuckled, saying that from the moment he decided to take away the girl's natural magic, she died for him. He suddenly thought about how the apostle controls the hellfire. There must be some ability for this. A spark of madness flashed across the director's gaze, and he exclaimed that he would take the boy's abilities away. He raised an eyebrow and suggested trying to do it. The director raised his hands up, trying to absorb the fire, because in this world there should not be another person capable of controlling the hellish flames. His eyes widened in shock when he saw what was hidden. A figure, vaguely reminiscent of a student, stood at the very top of the mountain, arms outstretched, his mask frightening, but his smile evoking primal fear. Yulman's chuckle was heard. He realized that he had been seen, and said that he had sealed his powers so as not to be discovered. The director couldn't get his head around what he saw, as if it were something forbidden, something for which he would have to pay. The young man grinned predatorily, saying that since the old man wanted to take his powers so much, people needed to be given a chance. He waved his hand to the side, announcing that the first level seal had been broken. Red lightning flashed from the human eyes, and a powerful stream of energy hit the floor. The old man was amazed by the unfolding spectacle and was afraid to even blink. Yulman, still smiling, extended his hand towards the director, and the fiery whirlwind began to spin like a tornado. Streams of energy gathered together and rushed into the chest of the man opposite. The man trembled as if in a fever and let out a hoarse cry. The flame threw him from side to side, tossed him up and burned him, gave him what he wanted so much. When the director tried to croak something, the guy put his index finger to his lips, urging him to be silent. He laughed lightly, saying that he was just a student looking for a wife and a way to make easy money. Drowning out his words, an explosion rang out, engulfing the director and covering his remains in waves of dust. Yulman raised his head and stretched his shoulders. The apostle decided to catch up with Sylph. Perhaps Sierra had already woken up by that time. He looked away, habitually putting his hands in his pockets. There was one more thing to deal with. The dragon was still nailed to the wall with huge crystals. Yulman stood before this spectacle, carefully examining the monster. Reaching out his hand, the boy created a magic spell that was able to give the monster a few moments of life. The dragon sneezed, opening his red eyes and looked angrily at the man. The crystals holding his body together disappeared and the monster fell to the ground. As he fell, he growled helplessly but didn't even try to get up. Yulman, coming closer to him, spoke to the creature. In the last battle, he did not use his powers to the fullest. A scarlet egg appeared in the boy's hands, which the dragon was afraid of harming if his blows were too powerful. The creature, seeing the egg, opened its eyes wide and snorted. Yulman brought the find to the dragon's head, saying that he hid the egg in a spatial ring when he was sucked into the world of emptiness, so it remained unharmed. The unicorn dragon poked its nose into the hard shell. The guy gasped, almost dropping his load from his hands. He smiled and replied that he understood everything. Yulman stroked the unicorn's neck. He didn't know why he came here with his egg. It smelled like the apostles, which meant it was connected to them. Grasping the precious burden with both palms, the man promised the dragon to take care of his property. As if expecting only these words, the creature snorted one last time and fell silent, words of gratitude echoing in the air. The majestic volcano was awakening, preparing to spew rivers of lava, which later flowed down in bloody streams. Sylph carried Sierra in her arms, trying to get as far away from the epicenter of the battle as possible. The spirit of the sword sensed the presence of its master and looked around, finally noticing him. He slowly emerged from the cave entrance, and the first thing the girl asked was if he was okay. After briefly saying that he was fine, Yulman glanced at the unconscious Sierra, asking how she was. Sylph looked at the fire witch's face with concern, concluding that she had overexerted herself and perhaps fallen into a coma. The apostle grimaced, saying that the volcano was about to erupt. They needed to get out of here first, then they could talk. In any case, Master Sierra takes everything to heart, and will she be able to cope with her own feelings when she wakes up? As a child, Sierra spent a lot of time in the hospital and often heard the staff discussing the extermination of the Charlotte family, the work of the apostles' minions. Only little Sierra was left, and every stranger felt immensely sorry for her. With her head down, she heard someone's voice asking if the girl had heard about the villains who killed her family. The little girl looked straight ahead, her head bowed in interest before the stranger. A tall, gray-haired man in long robes offered to become her apprentice in order to take revenge. Smiling affectionately, the man scratched his beard and introduced himself. Aces, the chief court magician of the empire. Then Sierra truly believed that the teacher sincerely wanted to help her get revenge. Who would have thought that the kind old man was actually a demon kidnapper trying to steal her natural magic? She mentally asked her mother and father for forgiveness, because it seemed she would not be able to complete the mission of avenging the entire Charlotte family. It was very cold. The shirt was soaked with blood and now clung unpleasantly to her body. But she still felt someone's warmth. Sylph jumped out in front of Yulman like a jack-in-the-box, bringing important news. The girl exclaimed that she could no longer feel mana in Teacher Sierra's body. The girl in his arms did not move, but the corners of her lips were lowered in unconscious agony. Sarah's life energy was fading away at great speed. The Trinity miraculously managed to find the nearest hotel. Sierra was laid in bed, covered with a blanket, and Yulman, having removed his cloak, stood over her with his arm outstretched, drawing healing spells in the air. Unfortunately, Sylph's fears were justified. Sierra's own magic was not felt in her body, and her power was rapidly leaking away. Looking at the girl's exhausted face, the apostle knew that if this continued, she would never wake up. Sylph carefully approached the master, who was gloomier than a cloud, and asked if he still had the magic that Master Sierra had passed on to him. Yulman clapped his hands, realizing that this magic could be returned to Sierra and help restore her strength. It wouldn't be enough to get her back to her previous level, but it was better than nothing. A book appeared in front of the sword spirit. It was necessary to find out how to transmit energy when it was impossible to use the seal for transmission. The verdict was that the magic had to be transferred through a kiss, which completely puzzled Yulman. With an inscrutable face, Sylph explained that the bodies of the young people needed to be connected through the mouth, and the saliva would be the medium that would transmit the magic, at which point the apostle waved his hands, declaring that he understood everything. He grabbed his head, massaging his forehead, thinking that this was necessary to save Sierra. The guy blushed. It looked like he was taking advantage of her condition. Sword Spirit sternly said that Sierra would be more concerned about her magical powers given her vital signs. Yulman and his assistant approached the bed. The girl sadly concluded that a lot of time had passed since the old man took Sierra's energy. They needed to hurry before she degraded to the level of an ordinary person. Yulman thought hard. Although there was no direct threat to life, Sierra could wake up as an ordinary girl. It would be difficult to accept. In that case, Sylph is definitely right. The girl bowed, saying that she would go and watch the door. When the door closed behind the spirit of the sword, Yulman carefully sat the unconscious Sierra on his lap. He frowned, deciding that no matter what happened next, he would take full responsibility. Holding the girl with one hand, the apostle carefully lifted the stranger's chin with the other. The kiss was followed by a magical activation. The space was illuminated by a bright light from the raging streams. Yulman did not let go of Sierra. Holding her tightly in his arms, he closed his eyes so as not to be afraid of his own shyness. The girl slowly opened her eyes, thinking that she was still asleep, because she felt so warm and comfortable. Feeling the touch of someone else's lips on hers, Sierra was convinced that this was a dream, because everyone was supposed to die in that cave. But the unprecedented reality of these sensations seemed to hit the girl in the most sensitive spots, and she opened her eyes wide. Sylph jumped when she heard something heavy fall outside the door. She timidly opened the door. The owner was sitting on the floor, holding the bump on his head. Sierra was standing right next to the bed, with a red face, the color of her hair. The girl screamed that she couldn't do what he did, even if she had let it slip that Yulman was her fiancé. Something distracted the fire witch, and she asked the sword spirit, puzzled, what she was doing. Sylph replied seriously that she was carefully recording the duration of the kiss and the events that followed. Sylph blushed even more, as much as possible, jumping up on the bed in indignation. She almost attacked the girl with her fists, screaming that it was not a kiss, but an ambulance. The student was giving her strength back, and such events do not need to be recorded at all. Sierra turned to the beaten Yulman, ordering him to forget everything that had happened and was long gone. The apostle put on a guilty look, wiping tears from the corners of his eyes, and nodded. Once everyone had calmed down, Sierra lay back in bed to continue recovering and drank hot tea. Yulman and Sylph stood by the bed when the fire witch asked what happened to those who fought in the cave and how Yulman managed to escape. The student replied that, as he followed Sylph out of the cave, he saw Aces and the wounded magician fighting. It turned out that in the battle, they even broke off an entire cliff. Sierra thought about it, realizing that Yulman was talking about Hasidan. It was hard to imagine that he had the strength to fight the director. Yulman added that everything happened while the spirit of the sword was carrying the girl out of the cave, and no one else came out of it. The student, startled, asked Master Sierra with hope in his voice if her magic had returned. The girl remained silent and clutched the sheet tightly, returning to the sad thoughts of her loss and betrayal of a loved one. She pressed her hand to her chest, staring at the wall. Although the student had returned her powers, the current level could not even be called average. Sierra sat up straight in bed and suddenly broke the silence by calling the apostle's name. He turned his attention to the teacher, looking questioningly. The girl surprised Yulman when she quietly asked him to leave with Sylph. Resentment flashed in the guy's voice when he asked why he had to leave. Sierra replied seriously that the balance of power in the Empire, which had existed for the last 100 years thanks to the balance of power between Aces and the three great families, would be disrupted when the other families learned of the death of the director and Capella. The girl lowered her head. Her eyebrows drew together. She was afraid that something terrible might start. Yulman nodded, suggesting that a coup could even begin in the country. Charlotte's current level is not even up to the average level. In such a situation, it will be very dangerous for the student and the girl to follow her. Sierra was in a terrible mood and her thoughts were the same. She refused to fight. Not hearing an answer, the girl looked at Yulman, who did not look upset at all. On the contrary, he was shining like a new coin. This made the Fire Witch quite angry, deciding that the guy was not listening to her. She screamed, reminding him that the main clans would never leave them alone after losing Ace's protection. Frowning, Yulman in turn asked Sierra what would happen to her if he left with Sylph. This question really puzzled the girl. She couldn't even find the words, only hesitantly saying, The student smiled softly, assuring her that he had heard the teacher, so now they would definitely not leave her alone. Sierra's cheeks turned red when she heard that the boys would fight together if they couldn't escape together. Crossing his arms over his chest, the apostle added that he was Sierra's disciple and successor, and also her fiancé, so he would not be able to leave her and run away. The girl, forgetting about her fatigue, almost beat Yulman the second time when he spoke about his status as a groom. He shouldn't have taken that statement seriously. Sylph clenched her fists, belligerently declaring that she would support her master and stand shoulder to shoulder with their small team. Sierra felt a pang in her heart, and her cheeks burned at the realization that her true friends would go to the ends of the earth with her. The Fire Witch was not used to showing her feelings, so she turned her head away sharply, muttering that she wouldn't care if the boys were in danger. Yulman told the master that before his death the unicorn gave him his egg. The girl looked at the egg in the student's hands with surprise, because she had previously thought that it was a precious stone. It turned out that Capella was wrong. The unicorn was not guarding a precious stone, but its egg. Sylph raised her finger, saying that since this thing now belonged to its owner, it needed to be given a name. The apostle thought, indeed, one cannot always call it a unicorn's egg. The girls silently looked at the puzzled guy, and he was wondering what to name his new acquisition. Finally, an idea came to his mind. The unicorn came from the eastern continent, and there is a custom there of giving children popular names to make them easier to raise. Yulman raised his thumb and concluded that he would name the child Iron Egg. Suddenly, the egg in his hands began to glow, getting hotter with each passing minute. The apostle yelped in pain, almost dropping the fragile child. Sierra, her face blank, pointed out that the egg had made it clear that it didn't like the name. What followed was an even more unfortunate scenario, and Yulman received a greater dose of fire than before. A wounded man in torn clothes walked along the quiet streets at night, barely audibly. Holding his heart, Kashidan walked limping along the cobblestones. He thought that since the master of the void had died, the others thought that the magician had not been able to escape, but he had managed to use the void field to move through space. Stopping in front of a rich house, Hasadan thought about earning a good sum for the news of Capella's death. A week later, in the hotel, Sierra was reading a newspaper on the pages of which there was news of Capella's death. Apparently, Hassin had escaped from the volcano. The Fire Witch was surprised that the magician did not say anything about their connection with Aces. Sierra asked Sylph, who was holding the egg on her lap, to try to keep anyone from finding out where it was, and the girl nodded. The spirit of the sword said that the owner went out to look at the big city market, and also to find medicine to restore Sierra's magical powers. Yulman walked along the crowded street, looking with interest at the goods he came across along the way. Suddenly he stopped, put his hand to his mouth and burst out laughing. The sun was shining brightly, rare clouds were slowly floating across the sky, and the apostle was in an excellent mood. Moreover, he was more pleased than the good weather by the presence of flocks of pretty girls around. Yulman's dazed gaze fell on a stranger emerging from a neighboring building. He came to his senses because he had almost forgotten that he needed to buy some medicine for the master. The sign on the shop opposite had a red snake drawn on it, and the student decided to see what he could buy for Charlotte there. A friendly, pretty girl greeted a customer behind the counter of Rudel's trading house. She smiled even wider, asking whether the gentleman needed a helmet and armor of high strength or special magic stones. Yulman replied that he would like to buy oriental materials for medicines. He added that the things he needed were very rare. The girl winked, urging the buyer not to worry, because Rudel's trading house was the company with the widest range of goods in the entire empire. Yulman laughed into his fist again. If he managed to buy everything here at once, he wouldn't have to run around other stores and waste time on the wonderful girls around. The saleswoman carefully called the daydreaming guy, and he, coughing, handed her the list. A few seconds passed in silence. Yulman, with his hands in his pockets, watched the girl. The smile gradually slid off her face from what she read on the sheet. 1,000-year-old ginseng, dragon grass, Tianshan bitterweed. The apostle asked if everything was okay. The girl laughed nervously, thinking how to explain that these ingredients could not be obtained even on the easternmost continent for 1,000 coins. The saleswoman was forced to tell the customer that these ingredients were very rare and could not be found in Rudel's trading house. Yulman thought hard. He didn't think that the plants that grow near the palace of the apostles in the human world are considered rare. The apostle propped his chin on his bent fingers, and his fingers came into the girl's field of vision. More precisely, she beamed when she saw a spatial ring instructed by a top-level magic stone on the buyer's middle finger. At that moment, Yulman turned to leave, and the saleswoman ran after him, begging him to wait. When the apostle stopped, she, embarrassed, told him about auctions where he could buy the things the guy needed. As it turns out, once a year, the black market hosts large auctions to sell stolen goods, ranging from ghost slaves to the world's only weapons. The girl, like a magician, took out an entrance ticket from her bosom, hoping to interest the buyer. Yulman froze. Looking at the piece of paper, he wouldn't be able to get to the eastern continent quickly. Maybe he could really buy the necessary ingredients at black market auctions. The apostle pointed to the ticket, saying that he would take it. The girl held out the goods with a smile, offering 100 gold coins for them, saying that the auction would begin at 7 in the evening. The saleswoman added, bowing, that the auction would take place in the south of the city in the Imperial Steed Tavern, so it would be best to arrive on time. Having made sure that the customer had left, she shouted the usual farewell phrase. Then she exhaled tiredly and pulled off her work apron, throwing it on the table. The girl relaxed her shoulders and let down her hair, which was tightly pulled into a ponytail at the back of her head. A man came out of the back room, holding out his hands to Miss Linda, asking why she had come since he had already paid the fee for this month. Linda turned around, smiling mysteriously. She had come to catch big prey. Yulman walked through the evening city, trying not to be late for the auction, and with his eyes he was looking for the Imperial Steed Tavern. Suddenly, someone in a dark cloak rushed past him, hitting the guy painfully in the shoulder. The apostle raised his hands up, beginning to apologize to the stranger, but he quickly walked on. Unfortunately, Yulman encountered the wrong person. The cloaked figure was followed by servants, and the fair-haired man attacked the apostle with an axe, calling him cheap. The student, smiling nervously, did not understand what was happening, why the man was so angry. He just bumped into someone. The cloaked figure slowly raised his hand, stopping his guard. He turned around and shouted the master's name in an offended tone. Man called the man to him, saying that he was not hit on purpose, and that they needed to hurry so as not to be late. Yulman's mouth began to drool as soon as he heard a ringing voice from under the hood. There was definitely a beauty with an icy heart hiding there. The guards turned to the apostle, nodded, and said that he should look around better. The group passed by. The apostle looked after them, considering them strange. Finally, Yulman found the place he was looking for. The tavern from the street was welcomingly shining with bright light from numerous windows. Inside it was even better. On the evening of the auction, the building was filled with people of all classes and estates. A tall beer glass slammed down on the bar counter. The tipsy apostle chuckled, praising the local rye beer, and decided to drink another glass before the auction began. Behind him, he heard someone talking. A male voice told his interlocutor that today's main lot was an amazing thing. Covering his mouth with his hand, the other man spoke of important people who had gathered here to hunt for this jewel. He pointed his finger at a man in a white cloak sitting nearby. The cursed King Zeus, practically the best magician, had also arrived at the Imperial Steed. Moreover, Rizarar, Diamondel, Diamond Stan, and many others are also here today. Having calmed down, Yulman raised his glass, took a sip of beer, and listened attentively to the men's conversation. The apostle felt something soft touch his hand and almost choked on his drink. That same saleswoman from Rudel's trading house grabbed Yulman tightly with both hands, extremely happy that they saw each other again. Linda winked at the apostle. She couldn't miss the auction that was held once a year. The girl, shining with huge, malachite eyes, languidly asked Yulman to call her by name. A tipsy Yulman scratched the back of his head, hiccuped, and introduced himself. Linda, she smiled slyly. This fool had fallen for the bait so quickly, and when the auction began, he would give her the ring himself. The girl leaned against the bar counter, smiled charmingly, and offered to be Yulman's guide until the auction began. The two men, who had been discussing the people present earlier, turned their attention to the couple, the old man's precious daughter Louis, and next to her, probably, is some important person, a simpleton who fell for her bait. Finally, after some time, the auction began, and a large crowd gathered in the large hall, eagerly awaiting the bidding. Yulman and Linda took the empty seats, and the guy asked if the organizers were afraid that someone would report the illegal auction to the authorities. The girl twirled a strand of hair, saying that the auction was being held by Old Man Lewis, and no one in the city would dare to anger him, and besides, serious people were buying things here. A silhouette appeared on the empty stage and was immediately hit by a dim spotlight. The auctioneer, a smiling man in a tailcoat, greeted the dear guests. They, waving their arms, shouted loudly and began to drunkenly hoot in response. Alcohol sales in the tavern were on the rise on days like these. A charming girl in a rabbit costume came out to the host with a box in her hands, and the man declared the evening the final one in the auction series. Squinting with pleasure, the auctioneer abruptly pulled the red fabric from the item in the assistant's hands. The first lot is the Hand of Black Magic. The starting price is 50,000 gold. Yulman recognized this hand, the real one, twitching. It is only capable of calling forth black magic, or cursing others, but is not capable of anything else, but is valued here. From all corners of the room, guests began to raise their hands, shouting out their prices in unison. Linda told her neighbor that there were many other things at the auction besides the things he needed, and he shouldn't miss the opportunity. The apostle threw his hands behind his head, indifferently answering that this was so. It was not for nothing that he came here. Then his new acquaintance offered to look at the next lots, but Yulman stubbornly refused. For example, he didn't like the Hanging City ring because of its gloomy name. The guy crossed his arms over his chest, complaining that he didn't buy anything decent, and Linda was angry that he wasn't buying anything. The girl clenched her teeth, expecting something very expensive. Then she would persuade Yulman to buy it and receive the long-awaited spatial ring. The auctioneer announced the last lot, the one everyone had been waiting for with bated breath. This time the man did not quickly pull the fabric off, but continued to keep the intrigue going. For greater effect, the box was filled with smoke to hide the treasure as long as possible, and the audience began to rise from their seats in impatience. When the smoke cleared, everyone saw an ice jade lotus bracelet whose starting price was 200,000. The man in the white cloak, the damned King Suis, jumped up from his seat, offering 300,000. Then came shouts promising 380,000, then 500. Linda clenched her fist, wondering why her new acquaintance was sitting there. Had the girl made a mistake and he had no money at all? At that moment, Yulman, holding his hands in his trouser pockets, slowly stood up. Linda pricked up her ears, looking at the guy with interest. He, radiating incredible confidence, declared that his bet would be 1 million. A truly dead silence hung over the hall. The apostle's companion jumped up as if stung, screaming softly, her eyes boring into the young man in disbelief. The auctioneer stuttered as he tried to repeat the figure he had just announced. Yulman, his red eyes flashing, broke into a smile and shouted out his price again. The crowd fell silent. It was like a mass hallucination. The auctioneer, looking out for this rich man in the crowd, repeated the price he had announced. The apostle waved his hand, still smiling, and spat out his bet dismissively. The audience, without hesitation, discussed the appearance of the guy, who did not look like a rich man. If he decided to deceive old Louis, the impudent man was not destined to meet the dawn. The presenter swallowed nervously and began recording the final price. The man on the balcony decided to beat Yulman's record and shouted out a bet of 1,300,000. The crowd buzzed with the sound of a wounded animal, and it was hard to believe that the stakes continued to rise. Linda was overjoyed. Even if she didn't get the guy's spatial ring, this price race would provide her and her father with a tidy sum. The apostle, squinting, recognized in the man who had beaten his price the security guard from the street who had almost attacked him. It seems that he and his master came to the auction specifically for the ice jade bracelet and the lotus. The apostle grinned. He didn't have much time and he wasn't going to delay with the price. Taking the spatial ring off his finger, he showed it to the auctioneer and offered to give him the jewelry and 30 million. The blonde man's face opposite was distorted with anger. The crowd opened their mouths, calling Yulman a madman, and they were especially shocked that the guy was willing to part with an S-class spatial ring instructed by a top-level magic stone. The auctioneer raised his hand, shouting out Yulman's price. The man in the cloak's guard asked his master if they would continue to raise the price. Man shook his head, replying that the opponent was clearly not like the others and had learned the value of the jade bracelet and lotus. He would definitely have the means to increase his price. The gentleman ordered the man to wait and see how events would develop further. The auctioneer joyfully announced the new owner of today's auction treasure, asking him to come backstage to complete the formalities. Linda clapped her hands, anticipating big money, and offered to show Yulman the way backstage. He, hiding his hands in his pockets, jumped over the railing, shouting that the girl shouldn't bother. His companion extended her hand, squealing that Yulman should not go straight ahead. But he was already standing in front of the dumbfounded auctioneer, holding out the spatial ring in which the money was located. The apostle glanced indifferently behind him, where Linda continued to shout something at him. The girl covered her face with her hand, saying that there is a very important rule at the auction. If a buyer steps onto the stage without permission, this is considered a violation of the rules. A buyer who commits such a violation must pay for all lots offered at the auction. Moreover, any person in the room can take away what the offender has acquired. Like wild animals just waiting for this, the spectators standing closer to the railing screamed loudly. Those present rushed in a huge flock straight to the stage where Yulman stood with the auctioneer. Suddenly there was a massive explosion, and flames rose up and filled the hall. The box containing the precious bracelet was thrown into the distance. Some man cursed, recognizing the attack as the handwriting of the damned King Suis. He approached the transparent box with an arrogant smile, declaring that the jasper bracelet would soon become his property. But Suis's expression changed dramatically. He saw a tall guard, military personnel, and a looned combat vehicle. Then something happened that no one expected. The floor slowly became covered with a thick crust of ice. The damned King Suis's feet found themselves in an ice trap so quickly that he even realized when it happened. The Ice Lady, in a long, dark cloak, continued to cover the space with her magical cold. Stopping, she pulled down her hood with her gloved hand. Long, dark hair flowed like a river over the girl's thin but strong shoulders. A long cloak hid the slender figure of Manliana Isis, one of the best magicians of the Empire, who was called the Ice Lady. With an inscrutable face, she slowly approached the box and opened it. But suddenly, the hand of the young, sweet girl was intercepted by someone else's palm, not allowing her to touch the bracelet. Yulman, a head taller than the Ice Lady, looked down at the girl, grinning, saying that she was very beautiful, but that it was wrong to take other people's things. The main auction hall was half destroyed by those wishing to get their hands on the trophies. Manlian Isis looked wide-eyed at the one who had so unceremoniously interrupted her. The apostle did not let go of the woman's hand, saying that the girl was taking someone else's thing without even saying hello, and that this was completely impolite. The Ice Lady came to her senses and, frowning, pulled her hand out of the grip of the other's palm. The apostle took out the bracelet and coldly informed the master presenter that he was leaving and taking what was rightfully his. Manlian grabbed the box, which turned out to be empty, and screamed. It was such a hard job for her to get this ice bracelet that could take her magic to a new level. Now, the Ice Lady was not going to let go of the one who stood in her way so easily and created an ice spell in her palm. With a wave of her hand, Manlian caused ice to burst through the floor to fill the path. The crowd buzzed in fear because the technique the girl used was called an ice prison. Linda gritted her teeth, anticipating huge problems in the future. But those present realized it too late. The entrance was blocked. The entire auction hall truly became an ice prison. Ice covered all surfaces, sparing only people. Yulman, looking at what had happened, heard a mocking voice behind him. Isis threatened him with eternal imprisonment in ice. The apostle turned to her, laughing at her self-confidence. One of the warriors cried out in confusion when he saw his sword in the guy's hands, but the guy simply decided to borrow it for a while. The auction visitor, the big guy Diamond Stan, looked at Yulman with disdain. In his eyes, this boy with his rusty sword looked pitiful. The man's eyes turned bloodshot and he punched the ground with all his might with his bare fists, breaking the ice cover. If Stan was counting on scaring Yulman with this, he failed. The guy's figure glowed a bright golden color. He ordered the first level of the seal to open. The apostle swung his sword, creating a magical attack circle around himself. The flames emanating from the dagger melted Manliana's ice weapon. Diamond Stan was thrown far to the side by the blow and hit the wall with a dull thud. Those present were covered by a wave of dust, and ice remained only at the edges, so hot was Yulman's attack. Linda couldn't believe her eyes. She wondered who this guy was. Standing before the best warriors, the apostle clutched his sword, fearlessly urging them to attack at once because he had little time to fight each one by one. Everyone who heard this did not dare to take a step, looking in amazement at the one who had defeated the strongman Stan with one blow. The Ice Lady didn't waste time talking. Raising her hand, she attacked the apostle. Huge, sharp pieces of ice, as if coming from nowhere, flew straight towards the lonely figure of the guy. He stood with his head down in his favorite pose with his hands in his pockets. The ice needles stopped a few centimeters from Yulman's face. Manlian demanded that he give her the jasper bracelet, but the magician decided not to take the lotus of generosity. Yulman grinned and pretended to apologize because he would take both the bracelet and the lotus. The girl shook her head and grimaced, saying that she was giving the impudent fellow one last chance. The ice needles clanged dangerously in the air as they came a little closer to the human body. Yulman lazily waved his hand, declaring that he refused and demanded that they hurry, since they were already waiting for him at home. Isis snorted, asking not to be offended that the bracelet would be taken by force. The huge icicles grew several times in size and continued their journey towards Yulman, intending to pierce him. A mischievous smile played on the guy's lips. He swung his sword and slammed it onto the floor, causing a powerful flame to form that circled around his figure and spread onto the ice. The fireball melted the Ice Lady's weapon, leaving no chance to harm the apostle. The girl cursed. This technique turned out to be useless, but she had already achieved her goal. Linda started and screamed, not understanding what she was seeing in front of her. Several figures appeared behind Yulman, wanting to take the artifacts. An ice dome began to form directly above the apostle's head. Another attack by Manliana. Frowning, she crossed her arms, calling forth the Ice Death Gifts spell. Huge ice boulders began to fall from the ceiling, turning the auction hall into a dangerous cave. As if as a warning, a sharp-edged ice boulder landed on the floor in front of Yulman. Meanwhile, Isis ordered her guard to find the ice amulet, which the guy probably hid in another spatial ring. Yulman quietly said that he had indeed put the ice amulet into the spatial ring. Looking at the back of the self-confident Manliana, the apostle exclaimed that he was still alive and not under a block of ice. The girl, her eyes wide open, turned around sharply. Indeed, the guy stood behind her, smiling mockingly and holding a sword in his hand. The warrior was surprised. She did not expect that the enemy would be able to escape. Yulman scratched his ear, stating that anyone could have heard the spell that Manlian was speaking loudly. Moreover, such a huge piece of ice is surrounded by an aura of icy air. It will not be possible to hide it. It seems that Miss has not yet mastered the art of hidden strikes. Hearing these words that cast doubt on her strength, the Ice Lady immediately formed a new spell coil in her hand. The apostle smirked, asking if the girl was sure she wanted to continue. There was a sound of fabric tearing, and Manlian looked down in shock to find that the bottom half of her suit had been torn apart right on her. The apostle swung his sword a second time, but so quickly that the human eye could not catch it. This time, the girl was left naked, with only a few scraps of fabric on her body. The warriors standing around them turned red. The men's eyes sparkled from contemplating the naked female body. Manlian fell to her knees in shock, covering herself with her hands. She could only whisper, asking how this even happened. Her guard ran up to the ruler and quickly threw a cloak over the girl. Yulman, quietly laughing like lightning, ran past the stunned Ice Lady. The girl slowly turned around, analyzing what had happened. The apostle turned to the crowd with a smile, asking if there was anyone willing to take the jade bracelet and the ice lotus. The warriors shook their heads furiously, swearing in one voice that they would no longer lay claim to the treasure. Manliana's confidant asked if he should send people to capture the enemy, but the girl refused, causing the guard to bewilder. Isis hung her head low, still embarrassed by her recent disgrace. She realized that the guy could have easily killed her, but for some reason he didn't do it and spared her. The apostle approached the ice wall and with one precise movement of his sword slashed at it. The ice melted and began to gradually creep to the sides, forming a long-awaited liberation from the artificially created prison. He waved his hand towards the gap, telling those present that they could now come out. Yulman approached Linda, thanking her for today, and he also asked for help in returning the sword to its owner. The girl took the sword with embarrassment, shaking her head and stuttering. The guy suddenly thoughtfully put his fist to his chin, starting to carefully examine Linda. When she finally blushed, Yulman concluded that the girl really looked better with her hair up than now, when it was loose. At that moment, Linda seemed to be illuminated by a gentle sun. Such was the impression made on her by the words of her interlocutor. Yulman waved goodbye to her. His new girlfriend made the guy promise to return to the shop to get all the materials. Linda's friends ran up to her, asking in surprise where that heartless beauty had gone. The guy, looking after Yulman, asked who it was and where he came from. A dreamy and incredibly stupid smile blossomed on the girl's face. After spinning around, she covered her face with her hands, saying that the handsome, rich, and cool man was, of course, her future husband. Her cry of promise to marry this guy in this life and the next one echoed over the tavern. An apostle walking down the street sneezed loudly. He wiped his nose, suspecting the teacher in Sierra of thinking too much about him. A sure sign that it was time to go back. He had barely managed to turn the corner when he heard angry male shouts, promising to teach someone a lesson for stubbornness. Coming closer, Yulman saw several ragged men with guns surrounding a thin, girlish figure in a cloak. The man swung his whip, shouting that if something was not understood in a friendly way, it was worth explaining by force. The apostle was nearby in a few steps and firmly grabbed the base of the whip. Looking at the other competitors, the guy advised the puzzled man with the whip not to treat the ladies like that, so as not to incur the wrath of God. A group of people, playing with bats in their hands, slowly approached the one who dared to interrupt them, shouting that it was not worth sticking your nose into other people's business. Yulman, frowning, sharply moved his hand to the side without letting go of the whip. The man remained hanging on his weapon, and what's more, He was also thrown into the wall. Like a large sack of stones, he fell on his back with a loud thud. The man immediately lost consciousness from such a flight, possibly forever. The opponents opened their mouths wide and retreated a few steps back. Yulman asked with a smile what they were talking about, since he couldn't hear them because of the strong wind. The men began to stutter among themselves. They were not saying anything, it was already dark and it was time to leave. A few seconds later, the crowd ran away screaming, and only a lonely figure sitting by the wall remained in front of the apostle. The guy got down on one knee so as not to scare the stranger, and asked how she was doing. Suddenly, the apostle's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost, but he had not imagined this meeting in such a light either. Sierra and Sylph had been waiting for the student at the inn for a long time. The Fire Witch was very worried, thinking that something had happened to the guy. Finally, she got out of bed, determined to look for Yulman. The sword spirit nodded. As soon as the girl opened the door, she stepped back, seeing the guests. Arya stood next to Yulman, completely unhappy and wounded. After some time, the table covered with various dishes became empty, as did the plates filled with food. Once Arya had calmed down and had eaten her fill, she revealed that Aisha had gone missing and had not returned from her study leave, which left Sierra stunned. The guest clutched a glass in front of her, trying not to cry. She came to tell the teacher and Lou everything. Suddenly, they could find the missing item. The time traveler asked if something happened before Aisha left school, but Arya remembered that the student left the academy with an infinitely sad face. Yulman gave Master Sierra a potion that she was to drink on her way back to the academy. It wouldn't be possible to instantly restore strength, but it would increase the speed of recovery. Sierra regretted that she wouldn't be able to go on reconnaissance to Aisha's house with her student. Charlotte crossed her arms and asked if Yulman was sure he needed to go with Arya. She looked at the girl playing with Sylph, thoughtfully saying that in their current situation, they needed to stay away from the three great families and the people associated with them. Sierra knew Arya's full name. Her last name was the same as the general's families, which didn't bode well. Yulman interrupted her, saying that even if Arya was one of the general's people, it did not change the fact that the girl was his trusted friend. Sierra smiled. She knew the student would say that. Then the master wished them both a safe journey. Finally, the horse-drawn carriage set off along the forest road. The rocking motion instantly put Arya, who was tired from the long journey, to sleep. The girl sprawled out on the bench, snoring. Yulman sat at the very edge of the bench opposite, already regretting that he had decided to go with the girl. But after thinking again, he decided that he was wrong, because Arya had come a long way from school to find them. The apostle remembered the moment when he found an exhausted girl in a dark alley. When he saw her face covered in small scratches and blood, he asked why Arya was here. She, as if in a delirium, suddenly raised her head, staring unseeingly at her savior. The girl's unhappy eyes filled with tears. She said nothing, only quietly sobbed. Screaming that she had finally found him, Arya threw herself on Yulman's neck. The apostle was taken aback, but quickly came to his senses and asked the girl why she was alone and whether she was wounded. Arya instantly blushed and froze like a statue right next to Yulman's chest. She pulled away from the guy's embrace, burning with shame, and crawled away from him as far as possible. Arya hugged herself and repeated haltingly that she was fine. She had one very important thing to tell Teacher Sierra about. She was silent for a few moments, then, glancing over her shoulder, asked Yulman to take her quickly to the master. The apostle saw a lacerated wound on Arya's shoulder, but said nothing. Only his eyes and furrowed brows revealed his true feelings. And now, sitting in the carriage and looking at this brave girl, Yulman thought out loud that she had worked hard. She definitely needs to get a good night's sleep tonight while she can. A couple of days later, the carriage brought the travelers to the western outskirts of the city of Gorst, to the estate of the Lawrence family. The courtyard of the house was overgrown with thick grass, and the walls looked very untidy. Arya, standing in front of the gate, asked the coachman if there was a mistake. But the man assured her that the house definitely belonged to the Lawrence family. He added that the Lawrence family had been completely missing for 10 years, so the estate was empty. Having dealt with the lock, Yulman and Arya entered the house, half destroyed by time. Arya thoughtfully bit her nails. They looked both above and below, and it really seemed like no one had been here for a long time. But it was obvious that Aisha's family address was this very place. Suddenly there was a loud noise to the side, frightening the girl. It turned out that for some reason a frame with a painting covered with a white cloth fell off the wall. Arya abruptly pulled the interfering fabric away. She leaned over in surprise along with Yulman, greedily peering at the image. The painting depicted Aisha's mother and father, but the painted father's head was missing, as if someone had violently torn off that piece of canvas. Yulman did not know for sure how true this was, but he knew for sure that the woman in the portrait was not Aisha. He offered to stay at the estate for a couple of days. Perhaps that way he and Arya could find out what happened to the Lawrence family estate. Suddenly, Arya remembered that she had forgotten to give something to the apostle. Before leaving, Aisha asked to give Yulman a small box. The couple decided to leave the gloomy house to discuss all matters in a local tavern. As it turned out, before leaving, Aisha asked Arya to give Yulman the ring. Looking at the decoration, the apostle thought, "The drawing on the ring does not belong to the Lawrence family, so whose is it?" Arya propped her head up with her hand, sadly saying that even the city's workshop specialists had never seen this image. The waitress's voice was heard behind the bar. She glanced at the ring and asked if it was the coat of arms of a count. Looking at the surprised faces of the visitors, the woman told about Count Theodore, a very elegant aristocrat. She still remembered the moment when the man entered the tavern. The waitress added that at that moment she was calming her friend down, but that didn't stop her from seeing that very ring on Theodore's hand. Arya and Yulman looked at each other carefully. The girl behind the counter squeezed the glass so hard in her hands that it broke. She screamed, which made the count turn his attention to her friend Lily. Arya whispered to the guy that Aisha's mother's name was Lily, and he nodded. The student cautiously asked the angry waitress if she was talking about the same Lily who had disappeared from the Lawrence estate. But the woman didn't think she had disappeared anywhere. Lily probably ran away with Theodore, falling in love at first sight, and took the child because it is very difficult to raise a child without a husband. The apostle smiled and tried to find out where Count Theodore was now. The woman thought, remembering that his possessions were in the east in the Noni Empire, quite far from here. A guest from across the room ordered a beer, and the waitress responded happily. She promised to bring a drink to the restless guest and asked the guys if they were going to go to that empire, where demons had recently been bred. Yulman thought about it, suggesting that motion sickness during travel could somehow be connected with the influx of demons. Arya looked questioningly at Yulman. The girl wanted the student to teach her a technique for fighting demons. If they really do meet demons, Arya's skills won't be enough, and she will only hinder Yulman. But she also wants to look for Aisha together. The apostle was surprised. He did not know about any reception. Arya explained that this is internal energy that appears during the process of tempering and cultivation. By combining it with natural magic, it is possible to release a huge amount of power. The girl raised an eyebrow, asking why the teachings did not know this technique, since he had previously won in the same way, and natural magic was probably beyond his control. Yulman shook with irritation. He didn't ask Arya about anything at all. The interlocutor's cheeks turned red. She decided to achieve her goal by cunning. The apostle scratched his cheek, promising that he would at least try to do so. At this time, there was excitement in Acis's house. The late director's office was turned upside down. Personal belongings were scattered and lying on the floor. Sierra, hands on her hips in displeasure, looked for the old man's important things, which, in addition to the hellfire, should have been here. The broken desk drawers that Charlotte discovered indicated that someone had broken the rules before her and taken everything. In that case, the girl thought, it was even more impossible to let people know about Ace's death. The Empire could be in serious danger. The fire witch exhaled tiredly. She pulled out a bottle of blue liquid, remembering that the 5 schools championship was about to begin. Sierra didn't even know if Arya and Yulman would have time to find Aisha and return back. The carriage with the travelers was on its way to the Nonya Empire. Inside the carriage, training was taking place on a technique against a demon. Arya was sitting on all fours on a bench and tearfully looking into Yulman's eyes. He leaned forward, smiling maliciously, deciding to try something. The apostle's hands reached out to the girl's waist, touching her. Arya blushed, begging him to stop. The next moment, her boot flew straight into Yulman's stomach. The guy got angry, shouting that he was helping his friend, awakening anger from the outside, and she even kicked. Arya burst into laughter, asking for forgiveness. She found it too funny from the tickling. 2 weeks later, the carriage finally arrived in Nonya. Arya looked out the window and, seeing the half-destroyed buildings, was surprised by the urban center of the empire. The doors of the houses were tightly closed and there was a deafening silence. On other, no less dirty and dark streets, one could see gloomy and exhausted people. The dark-haired man watched the unknown carriage with a frowning look. Arya nudged Yulman in the side, suggesting that they had the wrong address since Aisha couldn't live in such a place. The apostle knew that the cab driver could not have made a mistake. But in this place, even all the shops were closed, and this was very strange. The carriage, having passed several streets, stopped near a noisy crowd. The passengers decided to see what was going on. There stood the building of the Adventurers Guild. Near the house, there were tables and benches set up, and many warriors were celebrating something. Arya glanced around at the people present. Surprised that there were so many people in the guild, the girl entered the building and approached the smiling girl at the counter, carefully asking if there was a count named Theodore among them. The worker said that there was, asking why anyone would look for it. Arya almost answered, but Yulman covered her mouth with his hand and smiled sweetly at the worker, saying that they would be back soon. The student pounced on the apostle with accusations, but he rightly noted that since everyone was looking for Lily, even though she had married the count, perhaps the woman did not want anyone to know about her. Arya came to her senses, agreeing with her friend that it was wrong to ask so directly. Yulman approached the counter again and said that on the way to the Empire he found the count's family ring, so he decided to return it, maybe even get some kind of reward for it. The apostle asked the girl where Theodore could now be found. The corners of the worker's lips turned down. She said that the count lived in a castle in the suburbs, but the way there lay through the forests of Nonya, where something had been wrong lately. Arya slowly moved her gaze from the girl's face to the stack of papers. She winced, asking if there really were demons there now. The worker confirmed that 6 months ago there were many more local animals, and then rumors began to spread about the appearance of demons, and recently their traces were discovered. Yulman asked if the Adventurers Guild were demon hunters hired by Count Theodore. The girl shook her head, answering that although these were the lands of the Count, he did not respond at all to the appearance of the demons. This time the reward was announced by the Imperial Society of Adventurers itself. When she added that whoever killed one monster could get 5 million, Yulman and Arya's eyes lit up. The apostle thought, if Count Theodore is now Aisha's stepfather, the student can help cleanse the lands of demons and get good money, and maybe even marry Aisha. Arya wondered why the demons had appeared again, since they had been destroyed long ago. The worker said with concern that the residents themselves do not know what is happening here. The detachment of 100 hunters that left today has not yet returned. Yulman remembered that even before this human civilization, people and demons coexisted peacefully for a long time. But for some reason, a war broke out. The 15th apostle, Arma, and the 12th apostle, Kapasis. The first was the protector of people. The second was supported by a demon. The war between them was the first, which came in the time of the apostles. The battle ended, but neither Arma nor Kapasis were seen again, and the demons also did not appear in people's field of vision. The apostle believed that if these two had not fought so fiercely, humanity would not have to fear his kind so much. It was getting dark. The forests of Nonya were dense. The tall trees rustled from the gusts of wind. By this time, the forest floor was already sprinkled with the blood of many hunters who had fallen at the hands of the demons. The last surviving man was wounded and breathing heavily as he tried to escape the dense space. Hearing clicks behind him, the warrior screamed and ran headlong, stumbling as he went. He was unlucky. His boot got caught on a thick branch on the ground. The warrior screamed hysterically and fell face forward. Kneeling, he knew the end had come. The man was surrounded by a pack of devilish panthers. The man sat up and began to back away, covering his face with his hands, begging not to kill him. A huge clawed paw with snow-white fur appeared as if from nowhere. Blood sprayed into the air, splattering the tree trunk. It flowed from the werewolf's muzzle, staining the previously light fur, and in a matter of seconds he tore the man to pieces. Arya gasped when the worker mentioned 100 warriors, but she added that there was only one werewolf demon in the forest. Yulman snorted, saying that with someone like that the conversation was short. One strike of the sword and everything was ready. The girl opened her mouth, asking again what this young man meant. She asked in surprise if the person in front of her was really a gold-level adventurer or higher. Yulman took out his badge, saying that he was only at the iron level. The worker's silence in response spoke volumes. The other warriors heard him. One of them banged his fist on the table and laughed loudly. The worker said that this werewolf is very cunning. His movements are lightning fast. They say that he even has shadow magic and kills gold hunters playfully. The apostle was surprised. He thought that werewolves were stupid demons with slightly developed limbs. Could they really have disappeared for a while and upgraded to shadow magic? A man in a cloak approached the friends and ordered them to get out of here. They probably didn't understand what was happening. Arya quietly asked Yulman if they should change their route since this werewolf was so strong. The guy grinned, advising her to calm down. Because if the monster really did have shadow magic, it would still only take 5 minutes. Arya walked through the night forest, carrying a rapier on her back. She looked back and suggested to Yulman to postpone the expedition until tomorrow. Something rustled in the leaves, and the girl squealed, holding the weapon in front of her. A small snow-white animal jumped out of a small bush. The girl lowered her rapier and exhaled. It was an ordinary hare, but she relaxed too quickly and did not notice the attack from above at all. But Yulman quickly intercepted the other people's movements. He was constantly on the alert. With one blow of his fist, the apostle fell upon the huge panther, knocking it to the ground. The animal's body lay frozen with its mouth open on the dark ground. The next second, the panther literally melted into thin air, as if it were a stream of smoke. Arya opened her mouth slightly, looking at the beast, breathing heavily, recovering from the attack. The apostle told the amazed girl that only a demon could have created such a black panther. As if to confirm his words, a whole army, led by their leader, emerged from behind the thick trees, all growling loudly. Arya screamed again, holding her rapier out in front of her. The lead werewolf approached the couple on his hind legs, his red eyes flashing. Getting into a fighting stance, he suddenly spoke. The demon did not think that anyone would recognize his Black Panther. Not one, but dozens of them slowly and gracefully walked towards the people, thick saliva dripping from their slightly open mouths. The werewolf raised his fist and offered Yulman to join him in conquering the entire continent. Then both he and his girl would be spared. Instead of fear, the werewolf saw joy on the faces of the people who began to mimic him. The apostle started to fool around, saying that he couldn't join because of the terrible treatment of people by werewolves, and he also wouldn't allow them to conquer the entire continent. The werewolf laughed as he looked at the two boys who dared to say they could stop him. He grinned, saying that the entire group of hunters sent out in the morning had already been destroyed one by one. Yulman threw his hands behind his head, replying that the demon was a real fine fellow and deserved to be patted on the withers. This made the werewolf extremely angry. The fur on the back of his head stood on end. Yulman saw sharp teeth in front of him. The entire horde of panthers, without consulting each other, rushed at the people at once, led by their leader. The guy smirked and ordered Arya to go forward. The girl blossomed, clutching the rapier in her hands. Now her time had come. The werewolf clicked his teeth. He had just seen that the girl was scared of an ordinary hare. Arya held the weapon in front of her, closed her eyes and concentrated. After a few seconds, she suddenly opened her eyes. The girl's case burst into flames of magical fire, just as the panthers were attacking her, intending to cut her to pieces. But now, everything has changed. The golden rays of the attacking girl tore the animals in half. Bloody pieces of the creatures fell at Arya's feet. The werewolf stopped dead in his tracks. He didn't expect this from a fragile human creature. Arya patted her chest. It wasn't for nothing that she pretended to be terribly scared for a long time. The werewolf growled, realizing that the humans wanted to lure him out of the forest with their acting. Yulman broke into a mischievous smile, saying that they had been found out. A loud, desperate laugh rang out in the dense forest. The werewolf could not calm down after realizing that people had deceived him. The apostle waved his hand. They hadn't thought of this from the very beginning, but only on the way into the forest. He dreamed out loud about the reward for the killed werewolf from Count Theodore. Maybe he would marry Aisha to the hero. The werewolf interrupted the guy's monologue, scolding him for his bad manners. Not only did they want to kill him, but no one was allowed to deceive the werewolf. The monster bared his teeth. If these people had agreed to join, he would have spared them. But now it was too late. Green energy glowed around his body, and the monster itself rushed at Yulman, wanting him dead. The apostle, with his hands in his pockets, jumped towards the werewolf and kicked him in the stomach with his left foot. Blood spurted from the mouth of the stricken demon. He could not even imagine that such a thing could happen to him. The blow caused the werewolf to fall to the ground, unable to regroup in time. Yulman became serious and asked Arya to wait while he dealt with the werewolf and asked him something. The girl nodded. Slowly standing up, the demon stretched his bloody shoulders. He shook with anger and humiliation, asking if people had angered him on purpose to find a weak spot. The werewolf growled terribly. Rage filled him to the very ends. Now he definitely would not let these people go alive. Raising its head upward, the monster howled loudly and long. The werewolf's fur on his paw slowly began to be covered in a dark haze. Arya leaned forward. She had never seen anything like this before. Yulman learned shadow magic from the afterlife by asking a werewolf who taught him this. He laughed, suggesting that Yulman go down to hell and find out, again attacking the guy. The apostle deftly dodged the limb, reaching towards him and the thick black smoke. The werewolf turned and again tried to grab the wily man in his paws. Yulman dodged, dancing, managing to talk at the same time. He told the demon that there was someone very annoying in hell. The werewolf only breathed heavily and continued to try to destroy the annoying enemy. Another blow of the paw did not reach its target, only destroying the clearing where the battle was taking place. The werewolf growled, "He couldn't even touch this man." The apostle, as if nothing had happened, stood before the demon, intending to ask him a question. The werewolf bared his teeth. A man forces you to answer questions when he himself was silent when asked. This is unfair. Yulman shrugged, looking the demon straight in the eyes. A sword appeared in his hands and green flashes appeared in the air. Smiling, the apostle rushed at full speed towards the werewolf, who was puzzled by such sudden events. He stood there, his eyes wide open, realizing that he wouldn't have time to do anything. A green beam appeared right in front of the enemy's face, blinding him. The werewolf growled and howled as the searing light passed straight through him. Arya covered her face with her hands. The glow was so bright, and a strong wind arose, carrying sand and earth with it. The forest clearing was illuminated by light. It became as bright as day. After a moment, it was all over. The burnt demon was still standing in front of Yulman. The werewolf's legs stopped supporting his body, and he fell to his knees. The apostle came closer and pointed the tip of his sword straight at the enemy's face, asking whether he wanted justice or not to die. Yulman said that he would spare the werewolf, but in exchange he would carry out all his orders, then asked what he was and where he came from. Still kneeling, the demon said that he and the others planned to recapture this continent under the leadership of the Prince of Darkness Aquila. The prince sent the werewolf to scout out the situation before the invasion. The demons believed that humans were much weaker, so they wanted to first take over the surrounding area and then return and report everything. The werewolf added to himself that he did not expect to meet these two people. Yulman asked where the abode of demons is now. The demon hesitated, but seeing the blade, he continued his story. One gentleman created a small world for them, gave them the opportunity to accumulate strength and improve. Arya was surprised that the gentleman was so strong that he could create new worlds. The werewolf suddenly jumped up, shouting that the master had forbidden giving out information about him, the savior of the demon race, so the filthy humans would not find out anything anyway. The apostle guessed that the new world was the work of Arma, who possessed incredible wisdom and unrivaled magical skills. Seeing Arya swinging her axe at the werewolf, Yulman asked why the master allowed the demons to come out and invade the human world. Suddenly, the guy fell silent, staring at his girlfriend. He asked if the girl was okay, and she looked at Yulman in surprise. The apostle felt that someone had opened the gates of the limit. They connected all worlds with each other. Meanwhile, there was a knock on the door of one of the rooms of the estate. Aisha was sitting by the mirror. Turning around, she saw her mother standing at the threshold. The woman told her daughter about a man with a gift, who was sent by a certain gentleman, and now the girl was expected in the living room. Aisha smiled obediently, saying that she would tidy herself up and leave. She turned around like a doll and walked into the bathroom. The door slammed shut, and there was a single red rose lying on the table. Yulman thought that this was the world where demons were hiding. He had just merged with the human world. But one thing was unclear. That is why this world was emitting a barely perceptible smell. Arya called the guy by name. He perked up, answering that he was thinking a little. He asked the werewolf if he needed to report the situation to Yahello. And that gentleman, surely the demon would also need to open the gates of the limit, and someone would be needed who could send information between worlds. The demon confirmed Yulman's guess, because they could not directly return to their world and needed messengers with a piece of the power of the founders of a world to transmit messages. The apostle demanded to be taken to one of the messengers so that he could convey a few words to the ruler of the demons, but first he needed to go to one more place. The werewolf, without the right to choose, obediently followed the people. Yulman looked at the map. They needed to go straight in a certain direction to get to the castle. The werewolf asked if this was the castle that stood by the coast. It turned out that this was the house of the demon messenger, which surprised Yulman and Arya. The girl hesitantly asked her friend if Aisha was safe in that case. Perhaps that ring was her signal for help? The apostle saw meaning in Arius's words. He grabbed the girl by the hand, and she screamed in shock. Yulman decided that they needed to hurry and picked up Arya in his arms. The boy flew into the sky, ordering the werewolf to catch up with them. Huge waves crashed against the rocks of the cliff. The apostle landed on the ground near the palace, kneeling down to gently lower the flustered Arya. The count's castle really did stand on the very edge of the cliff. The friends turned around when they heard someone's footsteps on the grass. A fair-haired butler came out of the building and greeted the travelers warmly, saying that he was happy to learn of their arrival. The man pointed in the direction of the entrance. The gentleman was already waiting for them. The butler waited for the boy and girl to follow him towards the castle. Arya quietly asked her friend if it was a trap. He shrugged. In any case, they wanted to visit this place themselves, so they needed to find out what was going on there. The man led the guests down a long corridor, saying that the gentleman was waiting for them in the living room. Yulman was the first to enter the room and immediately looked around, freezing on the threshold. The student hid behind his back asking what happened. But the apostle, in his favorite manner, threw his hands behind his head, replying that he was simply distracted. Arya carefully warned her friend about the strange, barely perceptible smell. Both saw a long red staircase. There was a portrait of a handsome young man with blonde hair hanging on the wall. The butler loudly announced to the gentleman that the guests had already arrived. A graceful female hand placed the cup on the table and allowed the man to leave. The owner of the voice, sitting with her back to those present, slowly rose from her chair. Aisha's mother, a tall, stately woman in an evening dress, slowly walked towards Yulman and Arya, greeting them. The apostle stepped back in surprise when he saw her. Arya screamed, thinking that it was Aisha herself in front of her. But the woman smiled, winked slyly, and shook her head. She said that she was Aisha's mother and asked to call her Lilith. The student let out a breath of amazement, realizing that the family had actually moved and not disappeared. Lilith approached Yulman, saying that he was probably the one who stole her daughter's heart. The apostle became serious and immediately asked where the girl was now. The next moment, Lilith suddenly stepped forward and wrapped her arms around the guy's neck, laughing. The woman whispered in a drawn-out voice that he would not be able to take his daughter, but she herself would be able to give the guest pleasure for one night. A purple haze spread from the palm that Lilith placed behind Yulman's back. He grabbed the woman by the hand and threw her away from him. The apostle reported that there were too many succubi. Arya screamed that it was not Aisha's mother but a messenger, but Lilith immediately objected. She looked at the guest, asking how he knew about her essence. Yulman said that she knew about his and her friend's approach even at the castle gates, then invited them in. Only people who possessed black magic could do that. The abilities of ordinary magicians would not help here. When the woman suggested that this was indeed the case, the apostle asked her to explain her eternal youth, since ordinary people grow old. Only now did Yulman let go of Lilith's hand, saying that the seduction spell she had just used confirmed his suspicions. The woman sighed submissively, admitting that she was a succubus, and that Aisha was indeed her daughter, but was simply born a half-breed. Lily winked, saying that as a reward for the guy being able to resist her charms, she would tell him where Aisha was, in the far room on the second floor. The guy didn't answer and called Arya to follow him. The girl waved her hand, answering that she would wait here because Yulman was the person Aisha wanted to see now, and she didn't want to disturb them at all. Yulman asked again if his friend really wanted to stay here. Lilith spoke up, smiled, and said that she would not offend the guest. She added that it was getting late, and the guy had better go to Aisha quickly because she would soon go to bed. Arya waved her hand, urging the student, who told her to be careful and, if anything happened, to scream immediately. Lilith, hearing their conversation, became noticeably sad, lowering her head. Yulman, climbing the stairs, asked in advance if she was asleep. Seeing the nearest door, he was about to knock, but to his surprise, it was not locked. The apostle entered a pretty girl's room, quite suitable in style for someone like Aisha. He pressed his hands to his chest, feeling an unprecedented excitement, finding himself in the room of the object of his dreams. Yulman's gaze caught on some object lying alone on the table. He picked up a rose flower, the same one he had given to Aisha before going to the Magic Congress. The door to the room opened slightly, and a cloud of hot steam seeped out from there. Yulman, lost in thought, shuddered and turned around sharply. Aisha stood on the threshold wearing only a towel. Drops of water were dripping from her long hair. The girl screamed, not expecting to see a student here. Aisha shifted awkwardly from foot to foot. Pressing her hand tightly to her chest, she hesitantly asked how Yulman ended up here. The guy was no less surprised. He babbled that he hadn't thought anything bad when he entered his girlfriend's room. The apostle's gaze darted around the room, trying not to look at the girl dressed in only a towel. Aisha shook her head and found the strength to smile understandingly at the unexpected guest. Suddenly, the girl's whole body tensed up like a string, and in her head, someone's dark, snake-like voice warned that His Majesty would find out and be very angry. Trying to cover his reddened cheeks with his hair, Yulman said that he and Arya were looking for a girl. But without even listening to her classmate to the end, Aisha's face instantly changed and sternly ordered him to leave. Yulman worriedly asked her what she meant, but the girl only added that her friends shouldn't have come. She said that the ring was left by her as a souvenir, with no intention of leaving the children a clue to search, and the apostle drew attention to Aisha's sudden departure from school. She clenched the fist of her free hand, her friend's words echoing heavily in her head. In her mind, Aisha begged her friends to leave, but out loud she said that she would soon marry a rich, respectable gentleman, and then her classmates would no longer be of use to her. However, behind her cruel words, she was unable to hide the main thing: immeasurable pain and despair. Aisha did not even notice how hot tears flowed from her eyes. She realized only when Yulman asked why she was crying. Blinking several times, the student was extremely surprised by this, because she had been holding back so diligently. The guy lowered his head and exhaled heavily, collecting his thoughts and looking for the right words. He took a step towards the inconsolable mistress of the room, gently ran his fingers down her cheek to catch a hot tear, and noted that one must first deceive oneself before deceiving others. Smiling affectionately, he scolded Aisha for her weak acting. Squeezing her hand tighter on her chest, the interlocutor seemed to come to life and began to emotionally blame herself for her own carelessness. Arya should not have handed over that ring. Now the gentleman will find out about everything. The smile disappeared from Yulman's face. He looked thoughtfully somewhere at the wall, wondering if Aisha was talking about the Prince of Darkness, the Lord of Demons. Aisha continued to try to convince her friend to leave her house because that gentleman, the real ruler of the demons, was incredibly dangerous and would not leave uninvited guests alive. The girl said that even if he was not there, she would not be able to leave because she was a succubus, a devourer of human lives. She suddenly blushed deeply and shook her head, trying to hide her face behind a thick shock of hair. Aisha began to talk about the close relationship between her and Yulman. But he laughed, declaring that he did not care about the essence of his beloved, whether she was a human, a succubus, or even a demon. After all, Aisha's personality will not change at all from this. She remains herself. These words struck the girl in the very heart. Yulman carefully extended his hand, as if there was a frightened animal standing in front of him, and suggested that the owner of the room leave this place right now and not worry about the master. Aisha blushed shyly once again and almost put her palm into the stranger's outstretched hand. At that moment, the large clock on the wall came to life and began to ring loudly. A loud hum was heard in the corridor of the estate, counting down the minutes. Lilith smirked, quietly noticing that it was midnight. Arya turned her head sharply, looking at the succubus, and stood up from her seat, looking around nervously. Aisha, frightened by the ringing, pressed her hands to her chest again, frightened, noticing that time had flown by very quickly, while Yulman nodded dreamily. The girl ordered the dazed guest to turn away immediately so that she could change her clothes, and she had to repeat her request several more times before her classmate obeyed. The way Aisha became excited when she heard the clock ringing surprised Yulman quite a bit, and he asked what it all meant. He heard a towel fall to the floor. The girl answered harshly that she would not have time to explain. He just needed to know that now they would have to fight a fierce battle. Finally, she loudly announced that she had changed her clothes, and Yulman was able to turn around to look at his classmate. The one who appeared before him did not at all resemble a nervous, frightened girl. Her warlike gaze spoke of many things, including her readiness to fight. At this sight, Yulman blushed and exhaled in admiration, saying that the girl looked wonderful. Aisha smiled tightly and turned sharply towards the door. They had to hurry. Yulman caught up with her and gently grabbed her hand, asking her to wait. He deftly took the jewelry out of his pocket and firmly fastened it on his thin wrist, glad that he had guessed the size correctly. When Aisha asked what it was, Yulman told her about the auction where he bought the jasper bracelet. It, combined with the magic of ice, would probably suit the girl perfectly. Looking at the new thing with admiration, Aisha sincerely thanked the guy, saying that she really liked it. She didn't miss the opportunity to remember the rose she had given him. Now this gift would definitely not wither. When Aisha realized that she was starting to blush again from the proximity of her classmate, she turned around sharply and hurried the guy. She opened the door to the corridor, but froze on the threshold. Yulman crept up silently from behind, examining the area. The entire space was covered in a strange, thick fog. It was impossible to see anything even at arm's length. A heavy silence fell over the corridor, broken only by the couple's heartbeat. Putting his hands in his trouser pockets, Yulman barely audibly asked the girl what had happened. Aisha explained that this is a labyrinth of thought created by Theodore Peer. His natural magic is the change of worlds. Every midnight he can transfer the entire castle to his world. Yulman realized that he could not feel the opening of the gates of the limit when the change of worlds took place, because the estate is the outer shell, and the labyrinth of thought is its main filling. The guy was dumbfounded, feeling himself breaking out in a cold sweat. What would happen to Arya? Yulman knew that he had to find Aryu, and asked his companion if she knew approximately how this labyrinth was arranged. The girl mumbled something incoherently, but the next moment she shuddered when she heard a vague crackling sound in the distance. She slowly turned towards the sound, her whole body still shaking. The corridor was filled with silence again, but the next moment someone's footsteps were heard, and through the haze one could make out a vague silhouette. Aisha swallowed hard and straightened up. An elegant ice sword appeared in her hand. Finally, the fog gradually cleared and Aisha's mother appeared before the couple. The woman, grinning evilly, lazily reminded her daughter that it was already midnight. Lilith was now dressed in a revealing costume that matched her nature, and she twirled a strand of hair around her finger, ordering Aisha to return to the room and go to sleep. Otherwise, something irreparable would happen. The girl knew exactly what was being discussed and helplessly lowered her hand. Yulman whispered the name of his beloved, holding out his palm to her. He wanted to help his classmate, no matter what. Lilith followed the stranger's hand with her gaze and smiled broadly, confident that her daughter would certainly obey her. Aisha, whose eyes were covered by thick bangs, lowered her head and decided something for herself. Imagine the mother's surprise when she heard her always obedient child firmly ask for forgiveness. Aisha pointed her sword at Lilith, announcing that she no longer intended to stay in the castle and left with Yulman. She will leave this cage forever, in which she has been truly suffocating all this time. Yulman, watching the warlike girl, once again plunged into his dreams about her. Aisha is a real cutie. She tried to talk to her mother, to explain her actions because Lilith had once done the same to her father. Before Aisha could finish speaking, something sharp flew past her face, cutting off a strand of her bright hair. The mother's knuckles cracked as her hand clenched into a fist, and the woman loudly ordered silence. Her daughter's words made her quite angry, she understood, and therefore did not want to repeat her own mistakes. For succubi, ordinary people were too weak companions. Yulman tried to explain that he was not an ordinary person at all, but Aisha shouted that for some reason her mother still secretly sighed about her dead love. Lilith fell silent and stared in amazement at her daughter, who dared to say such impudent words to her. She bared her teeth when she heard Aisha ask Yulman to let her figure things out on her own. The succubus's body was illuminated by a bright, icy fire. The tongues of flame licked her enraged face without causing harm. Ice shards flew towards Aisha like arrows as Lilith screamed that it was too late and that she needed to sleep. Tongues of ice began to lick the girl's hands, trying to shackle her, but they came across a jasper bracelet, a gift from Yulman. Aisha swung her sword, and whatever wanted to bind her shattered with a ringing sound, flying in different directions. Lilith opened her mouth in confusion, not knowing what to say. Aisha deflected the flying icicles, considering that the succubus did not use all her strength. This was usually enough to knock her to the floor and immobilize her. The woman noticed a jasper bracelet from the ice collection. And how did it end up in her daughter's possession? The flow of thoughts was interrupted by Aisha's scream, who loudly called her mother. The girl was serious. She gave the woman a stern look and warned that if she got in the way, she shouldn't expect anyone to stand on ceremony with her. Now Aisha herself was about to attack Lilith. Clutching the blade tightly in her hands, she called for help from ice arrows. But Lilith only laughed, reminding Aisha that her mother was a purebred succubus. Pressing her hands to her chest, she began to transform to confirm her words. The space was covered with a purple veil, and black wings, almost the same as those of the creatures of darkness, blossomed on the woman's naked back. Lilith's slender figure towered over those present, and behind her back, her wings, which had grown several times, flapped loudly. The succubus's thin tail playfully swayed in the air. The woman also developed rugas on her head. Her ears became pointed, and she urged her daughter to look at the true power of the succubi. Aisha clenched her teeth until they creaked as she watched her mother, whom she saw in her true form for the first time. Yulman did not take his eyes off his rival, watching her carefully. At this time, Arya wandered alone through the corridors of the castle, filled with thick fog, calling out for Aisha and Yulman at the top of her voice. She clutched a battle axe in her hands, ready to fight back, and couldn't understand why, as soon as the clock stopped striking, the living room of the estate turned into this cursed place. Suddenly, a sharp and loud squeak was heard above the girl's head, and the sound of a portal appearing. Raising her head, she was surprised to notice the appearance of many bats. A purring male voice sounded very close to Arya. He was delighted to see a small mouse appear in his labyrinth. Lilith jumped up as if stung and turned sharply in the direction of the voice. In front of her stood a tall blond man with sharp teeth, dressed in an old-fashioned suit and cloak. He urged the girl not to be afraid, welcoming her into the labyrinth of thoughts. The man's eyes glowed an otherworldly yellow, looking carnivorously at his victim. It was the master of the labyrinth, Pierce Theodore. The corridor outside Aisha's room was still filled with thick, impenetrable fog. Lilith, crossing her arms over her chest, flapped her large, sharp wings, looking attentively at the couple. Yulman raised his hands, declaring that the woman had made a mistake, but she abruptly interrupted him, saying that it was too late to beg for mercy. The succubus's eyes flashed dangerously in the semi-darkness, glaring at the guy and promising him quick reprisal. Aisha kept a close eye on her mother, knowing what she was capable of if she wanted to get her way. As if to confirm her thoughts, Lilith suddenly flew up and rushed towards the young rebel, intending to teach her a lesson. The young warrior's ice sword creaked, guided by its mistress, preparing to go into battle. Aisha ran straight at her mother, screaming that she was not going to kneel before her. Yulman tried to bring his relatives to their senses, hesitantly suggesting that they listen to him. But the succubi could not be stopped. Aisha and the mother, radiating completely different energies, were preparing to collide. Lilith stopped and extended her hand, her palm creating ultrasonic waves in the air. A strong, invisible wall appeared in front of the woman, and sharp ice flows flying towards her crashed into the defense with a ringing sound. Aisha pressed her lips into a thin line, realizing that her attack had missed its mark. She jumped high into the air, hoping she could make a hole in the wall somewhere else. With her sword at the ready, she flew straight towards the defense, intending to pierce the barrier with the blade. But something went wrong, and the girl suddenly stopped in midair, her eyes wide open. Her mother smiled widely, licking her lips lecherously. She had no intention of letting her daughter attack. Lilith grabbed Aisha tightly by the neck, lifting her above her. She coughed, trying to grab at least a little air. The next second, Yulman let out a cry of despair as huge wings whipped up the fog and the succubus carried away his beloved. He watched intently as the mother carried her own daughter away, unable to believe such cruel treatment. Sylph's stern voice was heard. The spirit of the sword asked why the master did not come to Aisha's aid. Yulman suddenly grabbed his head, pulling his hair with all his might. He didn't know how to help, because Lilith was Aisha's mother, possibly his future mother-in-law. And what if he miscalculated his strength and killed her? The guy lowered his hands and looked around. The fog had not disappeared anywhere, and he still had difficulties moving. The tenacious hands were tightly squeezing Aisha, and she, in a half-fainting state, could not understand why they were moving so strangely. My head was spinning, as if it was clamped in a vice, and everything in front of my eyes was upside down, because the succubus was flying up. But in the end, she found herself falling down. However, the woman was clearly amused and pleased by this. She, looking madly ahead, exclaimed that this was called the labyrinth of thought. The girl closed her eyes from the bright light that hit her, then tried to see at least something. Everything was covered in fog again, but now she had her trusty ice sword in her hand. Having waited for the right moment and feeling a momentary weakening of the grip, she pushed herself away from her mother with force. Once on the ground, Aisha swung her sword at the succubus, cutting off its path from herself. Then, without wasting any time, she turned sharply and ran away, straight into the impenetrable fog. As it turned out, Aisha found herself right in a labyrinth, endless and mysterious. Everything was complicated by the fact that these were not just walls. Inside, one could stumble upon amazing plants with sharp teeth, the branches of which entangled travelers. Moreover, the weak-willed knights in heavy armor were just waiting for someone to come near them. Their sharpened swords and axes were waiting for their moment. Lilith cursed and instantly landed on the ground, standing at the entrance to the labyrinth. Looking back, the woman realized that Aisha would not run far, because this was her first time here. Straightening up, the succubus loudly asked into the void where the teenagers would run, even if they managed to break away from her. Knowing that her daughter could hear her, the woman promised her endless suffering and complete despair in the future if she decided to run away. Still, Lilith was worried about her daughter. She thought with concern that the fog was getting thicker, and he would appear soon if the stupid girl did not listen to her. Finding herself among the gray walls covered with small cracks, Aisha began to frantically look around, trying to escape from the insistent voice and presence of her mother. Suddenly she tripped. A dark, long tentacle, which had slid unnoticed across the floor, wrapped itself around her boot. The girl backed away in fear, trying to escape the alien grip, but, raising her head, she realized that she was in a real trap. As if from nowhere, a multitude of long shoots rushed towards her from all sides at the speed of light. Within seconds, Aisha's limbs were trapped in a tight grip. Hanging in the air without the ability to move, the student did not lose hope of getting out, and then she saw someone's boots out of the corner of her eye. She lowered her head warily and jerked in fear when she saw his attentive gaze. The owner of the Labyrinth of Thoughts, Theodore Pierce, looked at his new toy, his hands casually thrust into his trouser pockets. From such an unexpected appearance, the sword fell from Aisha's weakened hands, landing on the floor with a clang. She twitched even more furiously, ordering the blonde to let her go immediately. He looked strangely at the caught mouse and grinned, saying that he couldn't do that. Moreover, he could not simply allow Aisha to escape from his own domain. The girl, trying to distract the man with conversation, tensed her hand, trying to activate the powers of her jasper bracelet. Theodore, still grinning, moved his palm with a dark flame in it through the air, Clearly controlling the tentacles, he mocked Aisha, who was powerless against the labyrinth. The unfortunate woman continued to struggle, hoping for help from the bracelet, but it seemed to be all in vain. The more furiously she tried, the more painfully and tightly the long tentacles wrapped around her body. Enveloping every part of her body, the tendrils slowly crept towards her face, and Aisha screamed in horror at the top of her lungs. The vampire hissed, deciding to stop there since the girl was a future member of the family of that gentleman. But if it had been someone else in her place, he would have long ago ended up in the collection of victims of the labyrinth. The student answered Pierce with difficulty that even if she ended up in the master's family, she would still find a way to take revenge on the scoundrel. The blonde raised an elegant eyebrow, looking at his captive with interest. He pretended to think about it and said that he remembered one important thing that he had not told Aisha until now. Pierce bared his teeth, revealing teeth as sharp as steel, indicating that the gentleman only had his eye on the girl's flesh. The man enjoyed Aisha's tears as he told her how the master would erase and throw away her current personality and soul. After hearing this, the girl stopped resisting and limply allowed the tentacles to envelop her in a dense cocoon, in which the villain wanted to keep her while waiting for her master. Suddenly he heard a whistle behind him. Cold snow rushed into the labyrinth, bringing a blizzard with it. Theodore frowned and turned around irritably, already knowing who he would see. He looked away from Aisha and held his palm out in front of him to deflect the sharp ice dagger away. Having lost control over the chutes, they fell down. The girl fell to the ground, but she did not have the strength to get up. Like a doll, the captive looked somewhere into the distance with glassy eyes. Pierce, smoothing his cloak, walked forward furiously, asking the guest what she was doing. Lilith, stepping through the thick fog, asked mockingly if the blonde didn't understand it himself. In 1 second, the woman's calm tone was replaced by a hysterical scream. She accused Pierce of lying because he did not say that her daughter's soul and personality would be erased. The succubus flew up and, clutching a sharp dagger in her hands, intended to attack the owner of the labyrinth. But he was not stupid and did not wait until he was wounded. The vampire quickly ordered the tentacles to envelop Lilith's hands. She gritted her teeth from the unexpected attack and lost her balance, feeling herself falling. The faithful servants of their master dragged her down, and only once did black wings flash above the fog. The woman fell at full speed straight onto the stone floor, crumbling it, and she began to cough violently. Theodore walked slowly towards Lilith, lazily asking why she should do this, since in this world all beings except him had their own limit. In other words, there is no person in this world who would be able to defeat him, the master of the labyrinth of thoughts. With his strong arms, the man lifted the succubus off the ground and grabbed her by the hair, declaring that it was worth sacrificing one girl to win the favor of the master. Lilith hissed in pain, saying that she gave Aisha to the master to make her future life much better, and now, there is no difference between erasing the soul and death. The next moment, Pierce grabbed the woman by the back of the head and slammed her face into the floor with all his might. Then he jerked her up by the hair, and looking at her mangled face, whispered that he would have given Lilith too, if virginity had not been a condition of the transfer. After all, he himself had held on for many years and had not touched the succubus, so now the dark tentacles had tightly wrapped around the body of the frightened woman. Pierce walked up to her, smiling arrogantly, promising that he would enjoy her seductive body today. Coming closer to Lilith's face, the vampire inhaled her scent. The succubus burst into tears, thinking that it was in vain that she did not allow her daughter to do what she wanted. With all her heart, she begged for help, and soon realized that everything around her began to change. The owner of the labyrinth himself felt the same when he saw unusual flashes of purple light above. Yulman, like an arrow, rushed at full speed towards the labyrinth, knowing exactly where the captives and the vampire were. He landed in the right place, and the guy's figure disappeared into the thick fog. Lilith couldn't believe her eyes. She decided that weakness and pain were causing hallucinations before her eyes. But Yulman came out into the light, rubbing the back of his head and coughing hoarsely, saying that he had managed to land successfully. Pierce was as amazed as Lilith, looking closely at the boy's thin figure. His eyebrows shot up in surprise, as no one had ever managed to land unscathed in the labyrinth of thought. The man turned to look at the unconscious Aisha, immediately realizing that she wanted to run away to that guy. He bared his teeth and ran his tongue around his sharp fangs. All he had to do was kill this stranger and the problem would be solved. Yulman took a closer look, and the first thing he saw was an unusual flower near the wall. He never thought that he would end up in a labyrinth garden. He felt a sudden danger behind his back and froze, trying to understand where the threat was coming from. Yulman turned around sharply. The fog immediately dispersed, and a black, blurry entity flew at him like lightning. The guy deftly dodged it and noticed that it was a tentacle that flew past him. The next moment, it split into several pieces in the air. A clawed hand of tentacles formed right above Yulman, intending to grab him. The student put his hands in his pockets with a habitual gesture and glanced up briefly. The stars sparkled in the darkness. One of them lit up green especially brightly. In the apostle's hand appeared his faithful companion, the sword Excalibur, that same green star. Suddenly, Sylph's thin voice was heard. The human body of the sword. The girl let out a painful sob. Yulman heard this and looked down at the blade in his hand with concern, asking what happened. He saw with a special vision that the girl was holding her hands to her throat and taking short gulps of air. These shadows were eating away at her. The steel was rusting. The apostle brought the sword close to his face, examining it, amazed by such a reaction to space. A cloud of energy appeared in front of Yulman, vaguely resembling a human silhouette, and he laughed loudly. The next moment, the master of the labyrinth of thoughts, Theodore Pierce, appeared in place of the silhouette, saying that shadow magic was created to absorb the most beautiful things, and the spirit of the sword was very handsome. Yulman fell silent and stared at the man in surprise, examining him closely. He raised an eyebrow, noticing that the vampire resembled Count Tepes, whose portrait hung on the wall in the Great Hall, which rather hurt the pride of the self-in-love Theodore. He laughed darkly, noting that the boy was quite the daredevil. Raising his hand, he created a huge energy scythe with a sharp blade in the air, declaring that he was ready to deal with this new little mouse. And before his death, the impudent fellow must know that the name of the master of the labyrinth is not some Tepes. The magic sword with the spirit will pass from the boy's hands into his, and then everyone will have fun. Having loudly called his name, Count Theodore Pierce swung his scythe with all his might straight at the calmly standing Yulman. The red flash barely touched the guy's forehead, who only slightly lowered his head. The next moment, a wall of dust covered the space. It looked as if the guy was buried under a layer of stone. The vampire threw his head back and laughed villainously, raising his hands. But a sharp eye noticed some movement in the fog, and Pierce fell silent, staring at it. Incredibly, the guy's silhouette stood out clearly in the cloud of fog and dust. He was holding something in his outstretched hand. Long bangs fell over his face. Yulman quietly called out to the man. With just his fingers, he held tightly the blade of the scythe that had grown straight out of the cloak of the master of the labyrinth, and laughed at his name, saying that he didn't care what the count's name was. After the words, he got down to business and squeezed the powerful weapon with his hand, and bluish cracks immediately appeared on it. At the place where the apostle stood, an explosion of incredible power was heard, destroying the walls of the labyrinth and sending blue lightning upward. Yulman shamed Theodore for lusting after his own sword spirit in his presence. The man stared ahead in disbelief, not saying a word, covering his face with his hands beforehand, not expecting the explosion. The next moment, all the fog suddenly cleared, and the owner of the labyrinth could only look around helplessly. Finally, after a few silent seconds, the boy appeared right in front of him again, holding his sword in his hands, warning that no one could take it away. The count's sharp ears twitched. He couldn't believe that a mere mortal could survive his attack. In the labyrinth of thought, the force of the blow of all other beings except his own is greatly reduced. This is the law. Yulman interrupted the man, confirming his guess that he, apparently, was a messenger between the worlds, and this place was entirely created by him. The main question that the apostle wanted to ask the master of the labyrinth remained, where are Aisha and Arya now? The vampire narrowed his eyes, remembering who the boy was talking about. Finally, he grinned contentedly, showing his fangs. That was the name of that girl. The corridor, with a strange hissing sound, began to fill with thick fog again, gradually hiding the figure of the count. His eyes, thin as a cat's, sparkled dangerously in the semi-darkness. Theodore mockingly announced that he would soon allow Yulman to see his girlfriend. The apostle grimaced, looking at the vampire with suspicion, not understanding what he was up to again. At that moment, the flow of his thoughts was broken by the clatter of armor that sounded right behind his ear. Miraculously, Yulman managed to dodge the hostile knight in tightly closed armor. In the place where the guest stood, a massive axe had already fallen to the floor. At first, the apostle did not pay attention, but suddenly his gaze fell on familiar outlines. That axe was definitely Arya's weapon. Yulman remembered it well. While the knight was picking up the axe from the floor, the boy straightened up, looking at his figure. The tightly closed visor left no chance to see who was hiding in the heavy clothes. Yulman took a step forward and hesitantly called his friend by name. No one answered him. But now other, more massive warriors appeared behind the knight. Their armor was different from each other, but they had one thing in common. All the warriors slowly approached the uninvited guest. One of them stepped forward, piercing Yulman with burning red eyes. The apostle took a deep breath of the stale air, realizing that the knights were emanating the distinct smell of dead souls. Meanwhile, the warriors did not hesitate. Their steel hands reached out to the calmly standing man. Yulman stood in the labyrinth, the fog in which began to dissipate due to the sharp movements of the warriors rushing towards him. Just as one of the largest knights was about to lower his weapon on the guy, he deftly jumped aside. The knight leaned forward, letting go of his mace, which the apostle immediately took advantage of. Breaking the hilt of the weapon in half, he reached out and struck the knight in a vulnerable spot, in the neck, where the armor did not connect. From such an attack, the dead man fell to the floor and slid his whole body across the stones. Another enemy had already managed to approach Yulman, intending to attack from behind. Turning around, the guy realized from the armor and weapons that it was Arya. He could not harm his friend. The boy grabbed the axe handle with one hand, holding the knight he was following from attacking, and with the other he reached for the visor. Frowning, the apostle decided that even if he was going crazy, he had to check if his friend was really there. She couldn't have done this of her own free will. The girl was probably being controlled. And indeed, the apostle was not deceived. Taking off his helmet, he saw Arya's empty eyes looking at him with indifference. Yulman stepped back in shock, seeing the warrior in such a state. A loud and insidious laugh was heard, and a clot of dark energy appeared in the air. The next moment, Theodore Pierce appeared before Yulman, exclaiming that he would bring Arya's soul back from the dead if the guy did not interfere with the engagement of Aisha and that gentleman. The bottom of the man's cloak was split in such a way as to hold Aisha and her mother in a cocoon, and he asked again what choice the guest would make. Lilith immediately screamed that Pierce was lying and would not fulfill his promise, and that her daughter would lose her soul and personality after marriage. Theodore tightened the bonds, causing the succubus to stop speaking and causing cries of pain to emerge. The vampire hissed, waving his hand through the air, saying that this cheap woman was talking too much. Lilith hung limply in the trap, breathing heavily, blood caked in the corners of her mouth. The man turned to Yulman again, saying that he would have to make a deal in any case, and that he shouldn't blame him for not being warned. But something changed below. Pierce suddenly fell silent and stared in amazement in that direction. The boy stood straight and stared at the Count, and an incredibly oppressive and suffocating spirit hung around him. The apostle grinned and slowly began to speak as the thick fog thickened at his feet, rising higher. Yulman's eyes flashed a fiery red light as he summoned the fourth seal. Finally, having announced the command removal for printing, a tsunami formed around the guy, which only he himself could control. Theodore clenched his fists angrily and continued to look at the boy, not knowing what to do. He noted dejectedly that no one from the human race could become so powerful. Turning sharply, the vampire decided to get out of here immediately because the guy was probably not human. The hems of his cloak, reaching out to its owner, freed Lilith and Aisha, who were bound in the fabric. The mother and daughter fell headlong without regaining consciousness. But on the ground, the apostle caught them, holding his relatives securely by the waist. Lilith was the first to wake up. She looked extremely guilty, and with dry lips, she whispered to the apostle that she was asking for forgiveness for her mistake. Tears poured from her large purple eyes. The woman begged him to leave her here and go with Aisha. Yulman unexpectedly looked affectionately at the one who so fiercely prevented his communication with Aisha, promising to save her too, so that everyone would remain alive and well. The apostle turned his gaze to his beloved, carefully examining the girl, whose chest was heaving with intermittent breathing. Yulman promised himself that he would make the Count regret coming to this world. Meanwhile, the fugitive rushed headlong into a large, round red portal right at the very sky. Having flown almost to the very border, Theodore bared his teeth. When he gets out, he will block the labyrinth of thought forever. The man decided that the guy, no matter how strong he was, would not be able to get out anyway. But his plans were not destined to come true. The vampire felt a burning pain that sharply ran through his entire body. Pierce screamed, and a stream of ice-cold blood burst from his wide-open mouth. Pierce ran his hand over his charred chest in confusion. The burning beam had taken away his right arm. The man knew that in the labyrinth of thought, he was the strongest person. But now, everything was different. But there was one exception. Someone else's power must not exceed the limit. Like a ghost, Yulman's figure slowly materialized in front of the master of the labyrinth, scorching him with just one glance. The vampire's face took on a stupid expression, and for a moment he was completely dumbfounded. However, the next second his squeal was heard in the air. Theodore did not want to put up with his fate, and the shadow split into several parts. If he has 3 of his own shadows with him, a man will be able to move freely to any of them. Moreover, this guy definitely won't be able to handle all 4 entities at once. But Pierce's problem was that he completely underestimated Yulman's incredible strength. Something tugged at the vampire's cloak, and he stopped abruptly, turning his head in irritation. With glass eyes from which fire was burning, the apostle looked at his opponent, tilting his head to his shoulder, asking where he was going. Drops of blood glistened on the Lord's face. He sobbed, caught so suddenly, and began to wail that no one could kill him. Yulman held the vampire by the collar with both hands while he stuttered and threatened him with connections in the world of the dead, thanks to which Arya's soul would disappear. The apostle interrupted the flow of meaningless speech by shaking the powerful master of the labyrinth well, like a rag doll. He strictly ordered not to call Arya his girlfriend. Pierce shouldn't vulgarize everything. Removing his left hand, he dug his right hand into the vampire's chest, causing him to shudder once again. Yulman mockingly said that, by a coincidence, he also had acquaintances in the world of the dead. Feeling the boy's incredible energy, Theodore realized with horror that that gentleman had the same energy when he first appeared to trample the Empire. Blue light filled the Count's eyes, because this energy is the source of all life on Earth, the energy of the Source. Yulman approached the Count's ear to whisper someone's name to him, and then, without warning, with a single gesture, he swung Pierce with just one hand, as if he weighed nothing. The apostle ordered Harvey to come out to him and launched Theodore Pierce down like a ball. There was a huge explosion that destroyed the towers of the palace and illuminated the space with a blue color. The vampire's body lay in a crater in the ground, and the labyrinth was broken. Looking up into the dark sky, the Count barely moved his dry lips as he pronounced that very name. At that moment, a huge piece of stone landed on his chest from a great height. Then a crack appeared there, and a bright red light began to break through. Someone's bones were tearing apart the stone, helping themselves to get out into the world. The gap gradually became larger under the influence of inhuman force. Finally, the skeleton stopped, and a stone pillar burst out from under the ground like a tree. Inside it, like a butterfly in a flower, sat that same Harvey, a young guy with purple hair, frowning as he looked around. Theodore managed to jump aside, and now, sitting nearby in torn clothes, he looked at the new arrival, surprised that he had come in response to the call. Pierce shook his head and devoured the Dark King Harvey with his eyes. Yulman, with his hands in his pockets, slowly materialized in front of the king. He frowned, showing a row of sharp teeth, and it seemed he was not happy about the apostle's appearance. The Count burst out laughing. He had heard about Harvey's bad character, who disliked rude people most of all, and now he was clearly angry with that stranger. But then, the King of Darkness coquettishly reached out to Yulman, grabbing him by the collar and smiling sweetly, declaring that he did not recognize him at all in this outfit. The student boldly removed the stranger's hand, demanding that he leave him alone, while Harvey pretended to be offended, since they hadn't seen each other for 1,000 years, and Yulman trampled all his feelings with his rudeness. Pierce's eyes nearly popped out of his sockets. He was so shocked by what he saw. The apostle rolled his eyes and asked Harvey not to get excited and to help him, who immediately looked at the guy with interest. Then, smiling playfully, he said with satisfaction that now Yulman needed help. Without saying a word, the student led the King of Darkness to his friend, who was standing motionless to the side. Pointing to Arya, the apostle asked if Harvey could help return her soul back to her body. The demon, instantly becoming serious, approached the girl and began to examine her, muttering that there was one but. He turned to Yulman and looked at him with distrust, asking why he wanted to help a common man so much. For the first time in all this time, the apostle allowed himself to smile, answering that Arya was his friend, nothing more. The girl's shell stood firmly on its feet. Its glass eyes looked straight ahead and expressed nothing. The corners of Harvey's lips curled downwards, and for a few seconds he looked at the mortal with a disgusted expression on his face. Then, shrugging his shoulders, he smiled broadly, replying that he would fulfill the request in exchange for a night of passionate love with Yulman. He created fire on his palm and looked gloomily at the King of Darkness, who nodded, assuring him that he would help for free. Returning to his domain, Harvey called the magic mirror, which immediately began to shower its owner with compliments. But he quickly ordered it to remain silent and get to work. Now alone, the Dark King was extremely serious and ordered his servant to scan Arya's body to find a soul that matched it. The mirror took on the form of a huge ancient tome, whose pages quickly turned by themselves. But even at such speed, the right name among the countless others did not escape Harvey's keen professional gaze. Nodding to himself, the King of Darkness mentally summoned a magic feather into his hand. It circled in the air and stuck its sharp end right into the name carved into the tome. The next moment, Arya's soul, whole and unharmed, jumped out of the book. The girl looked around in amazement, not understanding where she was or what was happening. She flinched when she heard a familiar voice calling her name and slowly turned around. Arya looked at the speaker with distrust, carefully approaching him. The eyes of the saved soul filled with tears. She sobbed, whispering the name of the person in front of her. Yulman smiled broadly, closing his eyes with joy, and was already about to greet his old friend. But she, to his incredible surprise, pounced on the guy, kissing him right on the lips. Tears glistened on Arya's dark eyelashes. In the last seconds before her death, she thought only of Yulman. The girl gently ran her palm over the amazed guy's cheek, realizing that this was exactly what her heart wanted. Arya smiled through her tears, looking devotedly into the eyes opposite. She really liked Yulman. He blushed, not knowing what to answer when his friend confessed her feelings for him, saying that she was afraid of never seeing him again, and now decided to confess everything so that there would be no more regrets. The student muttered something, but the girl did not hear him, being sure that he heard the call of her heart. Yulman smiled, saying that Arya had expressed her joy at the meeting of two friends so beautifully and naturally, which had stunned his friend's soul. She instantly became angry and grabbed Yulman by the collar, shouting that he had ruined the entire romantic atmosphere. Harvey, watching this, just rolled his eyes and asked Arya to quickly return to her body because she shouldn't linger. Arya frowned and gasped, completely unaware of the stranger, and asked who he was. But she was even more frightened by her own body. Standing to the side, the student didn't even pay attention to it at first. She trembled like a leaf in the wind and, stuttering, tried to ask what was going on. Yulman urged her not to worry and told her that, being too careless, he had put the girl in danger. But now everything was behind him. The King of Darkness, Harvey, would help her to be resurrected. Arya blinked rapidly, repeating the apostle's phrase once again, as if she didn't believe what she heard. But even this didn't bother her. Arya finally asked the question that Yulman feared most of all. Who is the guy? The student lowered his head, not daring to look his friend in the eyes, and immediately asked for forgiveness, because he had not deliberately hidden this from his friends. Arya's soul froze in the air, waiting for the revelation of Yulman's terrible secret. The guy exhaled and confessed that he was the one whom all people were very afraid of. He was the first apostle. Yulman held his breath and a deathly silence reigned on the street, interrupted only by the sounds of the night. Finally, Arya's soul let out a laugh, pressing her hand to her mouth. The guy raised an eyebrow, looking at the girl with confusion. The student laughed softly, holding her stomach, as if Yulman had just said the greatest stupidity in the world. The girl clasped her hands behind her back and easily rose into the air, smiling and saying that she would not have believed in such nonsense if she had not visited the world of the dead. Could such an eccentric really have been the first apostle? Arya chuckled and flew very close to the guy, who was looking at his friend with wide eyes. She was silent for a moment, then smiled sincerely thanking Yulman. He couldn't believe that he wasn't pushed away, accused of lying and betrayal. The touching moment was ruined by the King of Darkness, who rolled his eyes once again and loudly hissed, drawing attention to himself. Harvey pointed towards the body again, reminding Arya's stunned spirit that it was time to come to life or else the body would soon go rigid. The girl nodded and immediately flew up to her shell, looking closely into her own eyes. Before diving into the body, she turned to Yulman for the last time in this state and asked him to wait for her so she could talk about the rest. Arya's whole look said that she didn't care who Yulman was. The main thing was that he was the one she really liked. A second later, the living Arya took a deep breath, all illuminated by a blinding golden light. Yulman approached her from behind, carefully holding her with both hands so that she would not fall. Harvey spoke up, smiling as he concluded that the resurrection had been successful. But that wasn't the only news. As it turned out, the memory of the soul and the brain cannot function at the same time, so after waking up, Arya will forget about what happened while she was a soul. At Yulman's indignant cry, the King of Darkness stretched out his lips for a kiss, offering it as compensation. But the guy only waved his hands at him, saying that he forgave this oversight. Then Harvey turned, winking at the apostle to leave. He still had a lot of things to do. Yulman called out to the King of Darkness, offering to listen to him about an interesting matter. The student glanced sideways at the beaten vampire behind him, telling about their meeting. He was able to use dark magic to summon a spirit, and the Count also smelled of underground grass, the grass of immortality. Hearing Harvey smiling made his face immediately twist, and dark veins appeared on his face. His figure was enveloped in a dark, gloomy, and cruel energy, and the man himself turned black with incredible rage. The vampire's soul immediately flew out, and his body remained sitting on the ground with its mouth wide open. Harvey held Theodore's head with his left hand, barely keeping from crushing it. The deity's eyes burned with anger, and in a voice full of hatred, he asked the count who was paying him with souls for the underground grass. Squealing, the vampire immediately admitted that for reasons unknown to him, those spirits really liked the underground grass from the human world. Pierce exchanged the grass for souls, but never asked their names. Narrowing his eyes, Harvey aimed the deadly light straight at the vampire, causing him to cry out in pain. Theodore kicked in the other man's palm. Blood began to flow from the spirit's eyes, and he began to scream that he knew nothing. Finally, the King of Darkness returned to his previous state and grimaced. Apparently, the vampire really didn't know anything. In an instant, instead of the Count's soul, a small purple light squeaking for mercy appeared on Harvey's palm, for ease of transportation. The deity was going to go with it to the world of the dead for identification. After this, the man began to climb back onto the rock he had arrived on. Hearing Yulman following behind, the King of Darkness turned to the boy with a smile and thanked him. The apostle returned the smile, replying that Harvey had helped him a lot, and this was his gratitude to the king. A few seconds later, the throne, in the form of a huge stone, sank into the ground with a crash. Harvey is a deity born in the world of the dead, but every time he hears about the underground herb, he reacts quite sharply. Yulman thought that he was either out of his mind or had lost his magic. Since there are those in the world of the dead who collect this herb, it means that someone wants to put a seal on Harvey, and that's why he's angry. The apostle thought that it would be better for him not to go there. The King of Darkness would sort it out himself. Yulman, holding his hands in his pockets, looked at the bright sunrise, then headed towards the rocks. Lilith was there all this time. Leaning against a stone, she cherished her unconscious daughter in her arms. Coming closer to the woman, Yulman noticed that, as a purebred succubus, such injuries would not particularly harm her. Lilith, like a cornered animal, looked briefly at the guy without answering. The succubus's face was caked with blood, but despite the pain, she noted Yulman's nobility. She had brought the guy a lot of trouble, but he was still ready to come to his aid. The apostle held the woman by the elbow, saying that she had not yet recovered from her wounds and should be more careful. Lilith trembled, realizing that the fierce first apostle from myths suddenly turned out to be so sensitive and meek. The guy hugged the woman, and she immediately remembered the embrace of her beloved, hoping that Aisha had found her happiness. The desperate mother's eyes filled with hot tears and she pulled away. Looking Yulman seriously in the eyes, the once fierce succubus, now just a weakened woman, asked if she could entrust Aisha to Yulman with a calm heart. The guy straightened up and smiled sincerely without answering. Seeing Lilith's puzzled look, the guy promised that he would take care of Aisha, even if her mother did not give him her daughter. The comforted succubus nodded her thanks to the guy, glad that Aisha would not be left alone. Now she won't have to depend on others. She won't have to endure ridicule and humiliation because she's a mudblood. She won't have to be afraid and suffer. But the most important thing is that Aisha will gain the most important thing. She will remain with her loved one forever. Leaving the girl, both approached two pillars with various signs painted on them. Lilith said that the mediator between the worlds, Pierce, was already dead. So if you want to establish contact with the magical world, you will have to wait for someone to open a portal from the other side. The apostle touched the column, noting that previously all hope was in him, but now there was no way to know when the gates would open. The succubus bowed her head and asked for the opportunity to finish the job herself while Yulman left with Aisha. Yulman turned to the woman, asking if she was sure she wanted to stay there. She nodded, saying that she needed to explain to the others what had happened and tell them about Pierce's death. With sadness in her voice, Lilith said that her fellow tribesmen would be very unhappy if she simply left. Yulman understood what she was talking about, so he didn't argue or try to persuade her. Then, as a farewell, he decided to ask Lilith for something, and she looked at the guy in surprise. The apostle took out of his pocket a small but bright purple crystal, from which the reflections spread in different directions, and asked the succubus to convey it to the emperor on his behalf. It must be conveyed that the first apostle Yulman killed Pierce with his own hands. They will understand everything themselves. The woman smiled softly as she accepted the crystal and thanked the apostle again. Finally, a carriage with a coachman and a harnessed white horse arrived for the couple. Aisha's head was a mixture of sleep and reality. Now Pierce was strangling her mother with his bare hands. Now she lay dead, and Yulman reached out to the girl with the last of his strength, begging her to run quickly. The count immediately ran up to him, pulled him by the hair and put a sharp stake to his neck, shouting that all this was a consequence of the fact that Aisha resisted and did not want to belong to the master. The next moment, the tip of the knife plunges right into the guy's neck, and he suddenly opens his eyes, starting to wheeze. Aisha woke up with a loud scream and sat up, breathing heavily, sweating from the horror she had experienced. Opposite her, with his arms folded across his chest, sat Yulman, safe and sound, smiling affectionately. He was glad that Aisha had woken up. The girl's huge eyes filled with tears and she let out a short sob. Then she quickly darted towards her friend and carefully touched his face to make sure he was real. A few moments later, she, still sobbing, jumped straight at Yulman, squeezing him in a tight embrace. Laying her head on top of his, she continued to whisper that it was true, that she was alive, and that her beloved was still alive too. The apostle's nose almost bled from the emotional shock, and he asked Aisha in a strangled voice to calm down. However, the guy changed his mind and also asked her to stay in the same position for a little while longer. Meanwhile, while the couple was leaving the ill-fated castle, Lilith arrived in the magic world. She appeared before the emperor and his warriors in a huge hall, her hands submissively folded in front of her. The succubus told the ruler in detail about everything that had happened to her. He, sitting on a massive throne, was silent for a long time, thinking about what he had heard. The emperor of the dark world, Aquila, was surprised to learn that Pierce was killed by the first apostle Yulman. The woman nodded, summing up everything she had told Aquila. It was impossible to tell from the emperor's face what his emotions were at such news, but it was true. The ruler clutched the skull against the arm of his throne, sharp nails sliding across the smooth surface. The man declared that this was complete nonsense. No one has ever seen the first apostle alive. It is not a fact that he even exists. It is a legend. Why would he suddenly appear to kill Pierce? One of the emperor's subjects accused Lilith of slander, surely. Having learned the truth about her daughter's fate, if she were to be with the master she herself killed Pierce, the truth must be immediately knocked out of this woman. The warriors guarding the hall and the emperor laughed, grinning slyly. The emperor listened to the words of his subject and turned to the executioners, but Lilith exclaimed that she asked them to wait. She immediately declared that she had evidence that would prove her right. Let Aquila first look at it, and then make a decision. The subject narrowed his eyes, asking what evidence the succubus had. Lilith replied that the first apostle himself had asked to pass on one thing to Aquila. The emperor asked his subject to bring it to him, but he doubted it, suggesting that the stone might be a fake. Aquila exclaimed that this was nonsense. How much magic power could one magic stone contain to hurt a man himself? The subject slavishly repented, because the blood of a dragon flows in the veins of the great Aquila. He is the most powerful emperor of the world of magic in its entire history. The man knelt down on one knee and presented the crystal to his master on outstretched palms. Aquila carefully squeezed the shiny stone with his fingers and brought it closer to his eyes, examining it carefully. A few seconds later, the crystal in his hands flared up and lit up with an incredibly bright light. Aquila shuddered, removed his hand, and the crystal remained levitating in the air, casting bright rays of light around it. Whatever was hidden within him possessed immeasurable power and now blinded everyone present. The subject was horrified. He was sweating all over from the tension, and only stood there with his mouth slightly open. The warriors, languishing from the heat, covered their faces with their hands, also feeling the flow of energy from the stone. A few moments later, it was all over, the light disappeared, and the stone behind it, thick smoke hung low in the hall. Looking at the emperor's puzzled face, the subject carefully asked if everything was all right with him. Aquila himself did not know if he was okay, his whole body trembling slightly, and he stared blankly ahead. Without giving up, he realized that this force was more powerful than even that gentleman, and in this state, he had no chance to resist it. He quietly informed her that Lilith had not lied. The first apostle had indeed killed Pierce, and it was not the woman's fault. Since Pierce was dead, from today on, Lilith herself would look after his estate. The succubus nodded obediently and thanked the master. Before the perfect plan can be put into action, Lilith must first be secured. Yulman's caring voice was heard in the carriage. He asked Aisha not to be afraid, because everything she remembers happened in reality. Arya was still recovering from the recent events, but that tone even woke her up. The girl, staggering from the shaking of the carriage, slowly rose from the bench, trying to open her eyes. However, after seeing what was happening, Arya wished to never see anything like that again. Yulman was sitting dangerously close to Aisha and hugging the girl to himself. The warrior jumped up from her seat and grabbed the apostle by the collar, shouting that he was a real pervert and wanted to do something with a defenseless girl. She looked at her friend in surprise when Arya began to scold her for such careless behavior. She was lucky that she woke up. But Aisha blushed deeply in response and looked away, starting to babble something incoherently. Arya frowned in confusion, suspecting something was wrong, and angrily asked her friend what was going on. Silence reigned in the carriage. Only the wheels creaked, somehow diluting the awkward atmosphere. Yulman and Aisha moved away from each other, although they continued to sit on the same seat. Aisha smiled stupidly with a blush on her cheeks. Yulman frowned, but he blushed no less. Arya still didn't understand what was going on. She just saw how strange the atmosphere between her friends had become. She suddenly felt a vague pain in her soul, especially when the girl looked at the couple. Arya fell silent and looked blankly at the floor. Does she really like this guy? But the next moment she slapped her cheeks, willing the mental confusion to go away. It was sheer nonsense. Aisha's gentle voice distracted her from her stupid thoughts. She smiled tenderly at her friend, thanking her for saving her. Arya suddenly beamed. It seemed to her that it was not the pervert who was causing the girl's feelings. Without much concealment, the warrior called Aisha a cutie and confessed her sympathy, which surprised the latter. Yulman was also glad that Aisha's charm was revealed to his friend. Suddenly, Aisha realized that she had missed something very important and let out a dejected yelp. Turning to Yulman, the girl asked how they ended up getting out and what happened to her mother. Arya remembered seeing that vampire from the portrait in the castle and immediately passed out, so she also didn't remember what happened. The apostle said that the vampire Arya saw attacked them. Lilith was fine, and the vampire was already dead. Aisha pressed her hands to her chest, puzzled by the realization that the villain was no longer there, and whether her mother had killed him. The girl scratched her chin, remembering that the vampire had hidden the fact that she had lost her soul for the sake of her master, so her mother found out about it and decided to punish him. She was definitely afraid to involve her daughter in this matter, and left them, running away. But they killed the master's close servant. He definitely won't forgive the whole company. Yulman admired the sweet look of Aisha, who was deep in thought, deciding not to argue with her arguments, which, however, were full of factual errors. Suddenly, the girl fell silent and became sad, folding her palms on her knees. She lowered her head and looked at the floor, but not at Yulman, to whom she was about to tell something. By killing Pierce, they became blood enemies of a very terrible man, one of those great apostles standing at the top of this world. Yulman leaned back in his seat, slyly asking which of those apostles was so strong. Aisha, hearing the cheerful notes in her friend's voice, wrapped her arms around his neck, exclaiming that he was not joking at all. They will have to confront the 12th apostle, the ruler of the polar night, Capacis. This is an apostle, a super being. On the same level as the gods, they will not succeed. The company is doomed. Yulman carefully placed his palms on Aisha's warm hands and tenderly pressed them to his chest, saying that there was something he had hidden from the girl for a very long time. The guy, squeezing someone else's fingers, exhaled and confessed that he was the first apostle. Aisha froze, holding her breath, and looked at the guy with wide eyes as if he were an alien, and he patiently waited for her to say at least a word and did not rush her. Aisha perked up and pounded her fists on Yulman's chest, shouting that he should at least pull himself together now and not joke. Their conversation was interrupted by Arya's strange voice, the warrior trying to attract attention through chattering teeth, complaining about the cold. She sat on the bench, hugging her legs with her hands, and really turned blue from the frost that came from nowhere, felt only by her. The couple simultaneously turned sharply towards the girl, shouting her name. They approached Arya, who continued to tremble, as if the part of the carriage where she was sitting had turned into an ice kingdom. Aisha leaned over her friend with concern, asking what was wrong, suspecting the late Pierce of what had happened. Yulman, having carefully examined Arya, concluded that this was neither magic nor a spell, but pure dark energy. Aisha whistled in confusion. She had never heard or encountered anything like this before. Arya felt herself losing strength, barely remaining conscious, her eyes tightly closed. Her soul was baptized in the dark energy of the afterlife. Some part of it penetrated the body and remained inside. It was necessary to urgently remove the darkness, otherwise the girl was in danger of turning into a walking dead person. The girl leaned back on the bench, exhausted, gradually sinking into the incredible cold. Yulman realized that his source energy would be enough to dispel the dark energy. But for Arya, the source posed an even greater threat. The guy grabbed his head, looking at how Aisha was trying to wake up their friend. He didn't know what to do. Aisha touched the warrior's face with her palm, and the color of her skin gradually began to lose its blueness. This amazed Yulman. It turns out that Aisha managed to contain this dark energy. The guy immediately grabbed the girl by the hand, causing her to cry out in surprise. Raising the stranger's palm to his face, the apostle sniffed, sensing a familiar scent. He looked at Aisha and carefully asked if she had touched the underground grass before. She blushed, pulled her hand back and put it to her face. Since childhood, her mother had given her baths with underground grass, saying that it warmed the body and also increased female attractiveness. Yulman guessed that Harvey was born in the dark energy of the afterlife and is afraid of underground grass, which means that the energy also cannot stand this grass. The guy immediately ordered Aisha to hug Arya as tightly and strongly as possible. The girl was surprised but fulfilled the request. She pressed herself against her friend, clasping her head, and threw the stranger's arms behind her back. Yulman smiled, realizing it was working when he saw the warrior stop shaking. He looked out the carriage window, pulling down the curtain. However, what Aisha was doing was still not enough. He called the coachman, asking where there might be a large city nearby. The man turned around and replied that they needed to go to Astana, and if they sped up the horse, they could get there before sunset. Yulman nodded, saying that Astana would now become their temporary target. The coachman turned around again, warning that elections for the pentagram were being held in the city, and all the hotels must be occupied or very expensive. The apostle ordered the man to give them a lift to the most luxurious and elegant hotel, promising double the fare if he made it there before sunset. Hearing this, the coachman shouted that he would now show who the real professional was and ordered the passengers to fasten their seatbelts. Finally, as the man promised, the company arrived in the city of Astana before sunset. He brought the students to the most luxurious hotel in the city, called the Caesar. The building towered majestically over its neighbors, and at the entrance there were 2 statues of Pegasus. The interior was as lavish as the exterior. The floors were covered with expensive carpets. Even the hotel guests walked importantly along the corridors, as if they had just stepped off the cover of a magazine. Yulman asked the girls to wait for him at the reception desk. He would rent a room and return to them immediately. The apostle approached the beautifully decorated counter and asked the smiling employee to provide 2 rooms with bathrooms. The girl expressed her regret because too many mages had arrived for the selection for the Magic Academy this week, and only the Imperial suite was left. Yulman fell silent for a moment, realizing that he would be able to be in the same room with Aisha. Blushing and shaking his head, he announced that he would choose this room, when suddenly a loud voice was heard behind him demanding the Imperial suite. A tall, fair-haired, impudent-looking guy held a pretty girl by the waist and rudely ordered the worker not to hesitate, but to fill out the paperwork and check them in. She became embarrassed and apologized, drawing the stranger's attention to the fact that Yulman was first. The blonde walked up to the counter, ignoring the apostle, and said that he didn't have enough money for such a room. He rudely reminded that he was a VIP client of the hotel and a friend of the director, so a room for him would cost 500 gold per night. The girl smiled awkwardly, saying that the price of the room was 2,000, which caused the guests violent indignation. Yulman frowned at the guy, and he, being an aristocrat, could not hesitate in front of some boy, so he agreed to such a price. The apostle was nervous about the appearance of this couple. He knew that he could not continue to look for the hotel, because Arya was getting worse. As soon as the squabble had started between them, a loud voice boldly asked who was tired of living, since they were preventing Brother Yulman from moving in. The boy turned around in surprise to look at his savior. Linda stood behind him, smiling cheerfully, her arms crossed over her chest. The girl flew up to Yulman and grabbed him by the elbow, exclaiming that they had met again. The impudent fellow, seeing Linda, immediately lost all his ardor and mumbled something instead of greeting. Her angry look spoke louder than any words as soon as the girl turned around. The guy grabbed his companion by the waist, and they instantly ran to the exit. Yulman asked in surprise how Linda ended up here, and she laughed, saying that the hotel belonged to her family. She ordered the worker to check Yulman's brother into the last Imperial suite for the time he specified, and for free, too. The apostle opened his mouth and began to refuse the offer, because the girl had already helped him, and he couldn't constantly remain at a loss. Linda frowned artificially, stating that his behavior had become too polite. Yulman offered to help him with another matter, and asked if his friend knew where nearby he could find more underground grass for sale. He really needed it. Linda promised to find this rare medicinal herb for him personally, which was difficult to obtain in first-class form. Yulman asked to also obtain the restorative potion, for which he would definitely pay. Meanwhile, Aisha sat on the couch, hugging her heavily breathing friend from behind, giving her a moment of peace from the dark energy. She looked around worriedly, wondering where Yulman was and why he hadn't returned yet. Arya suddenly let out a muffled groan, not regaining consciousness. A dark spot of deadly energy appeared on her neck, and it began to spread even further across her skin. Unable to bear it any longer, Aisha left her friend on the couch and went looking for her student. Linda was the first to see her, and she flinched from the scream when she saw the girl. She winked at Aisha, glad to finally meet the lady of her old friend's heart. She looked at the stranger in surprise. The apostle immediately introduced Linda. With her help, he was able to get a jasper bracelet. She would also be able to buy underground grass. Aisha was very glad to meet him. Linda asked where Aisha was rushing to, noting that she was very nice. But the girl herself was in no way inferior to her. Aisha immediately grabbed Yulman by the collar of his cloak, exclaiming that he should look at Aryu, because the girl herself could no longer cope with the dark energy. The apostle asked if the hugs were helping, but it turned out that they weren't, because the energy began to creep up to the warrior's neck. Yulman asked Linda to quickly look for the underground grass, buy it all, and hurry to their room. Linda didn't need to be told several times. She nodded and hurried to carry out the order. The apostle turned to the worker, demanding that she take them to their room as soon as possible. Once there, the couple drew a warm bath with the underground herb they had brought and lowered Aryu into it, hoping that she would feel better. Both watched the girl with concern. Yulman said that the dark energy could not be gotten rid of in one go. Arya would need to spend the next few days in a bath with underground grass. Aisha started and looked at Yulman, remembering something. She said that she would look after her friend, and the student now had to stay with the guest. Linda had settled down in a large armchair in the living room. She was just drinking tea when Yulman returned to the room. The girl immediately asked how his girlfriend was feeling. The guy replied that she was better, thanks to Linda. She, with her green eyes flashing, looked attentively at her adopted brother. Rising from her chair, she asked if Yulman could help her in that case. The apostle nodded without hesitation, replying that he would definitely help. Linda was surprised that he didn't even ask what she needed help with, but he was only too happy to fulfill any wish for the service rendered. Linda felt a pang of conscience because last time she lured the guy to the auction to steal the ring from his hand, and he felt only gratitude. Yulman, seeing his friend's indecision, urged her not to be shy because her problems were his too. Linda barely had time to answer when she heard someone's voice outside the door calling her name. The girl opened the door, and one of the hotel employees was standing on the threshold. He was puzzled by something. As it turns out, Mr. Gilmore has received an invitation from Lord Lewis and is going to the banquet. Linda must leave the area as soon as possible. The girl frowned, muttering that the man had finished faster than she expected. A few seconds later, Linda grabbed Yulman by the hand, shouting that they were in trouble, and pulled him along with her. Jumping into the carriage, she ordered the employee to take them as quickly as possible to the banquet that her father had left for. The man tried to refer to her father's order, but she shouted that it was her decision, and there was no point in chatting. Sitting in the carriage, which was racing forward at breakneck speed, Yulman demanded an explanation from his friend. The girl insistently asked Yulman's brother to save her father. Linda asked the guy if he remembered the old man Louis she had told him about, and the apostle was surprised that the bandit leader, the organizer of the auction, was his girlfriend's father. She nodded, telling him that his status as the head of the mafia would soon pass into other hands, and without their help he would hardly survive tonight. Linda asked Yulman not to ask questions but to simply listen to all the events and then question her. The area south of the Imperial capital and north of Gorstva is traditionally called the Raushan Belt, and Louis is the main mafioso of the belt. He has enlisted the help of one of the three big clans, the Capella, helping them build underground trade routes to gain control. Since rumors of the death of the main Capella in Vulcan appeared, the new head of the clan turned away from Linda's father and began to support the new capital gang. The laws of the mafia are such that there cannot be two tigers on one mountain. When a new one comes, the old one must die. Yulman asked why Lewis was afraid of the newcomer. Linda sadly explained that the bandits saw the lack of support from her father and became close to the visiting gang. The girl lowered her head, saying with pain in her voice that the head of the new gang had long been hatching plans to overthrow his father, and this banquet was simply a feast before the subsequent execution. Louis hoped that his daughter would run away, but she could not leave her father. Linda regretted that she had allowed Yulman to participate in this, but she had no help at all. The apostle interrupted his friend by placing his hand on her shoulder and squeezing it. He said that he understood everything and asked his friend to calm down, because while he was here, no one would lay a finger on Louis. After some time, the carriage stopped at a large estate in the suburbs. The hotel employee informed Miss that they had arrived. Linda and Yulman slowly walked out into the street. The girl suddenly stopped dead in her tracks, barely having stepped out of the carriage. A crowd of bandits in formal suits had gathered in the courtyard of the estate, and it seemed they were only greeting Linda herself. She swallowed hard and put on the most menacing expression she could muster. Pretending that she was not at all afraid, Linda clenched her fists and, together with Yulman, walked towards the house, passing the men. Stopping at the entrance, the girl abruptly opened the door, which swung open with a loud bang. In the middle of the richly furnished room stood a long table, behind which sat a dark-haired man. His face was covered in scars, and Louis couldn't help but let out a surprised cry when he saw his daughter. The man ran up to Linda, hissing that she shouldn't be there since he had sent a man to warn her. Yulman looked at Louis. wondering how such a large and hostile man could suddenly have such a beautiful daughter. The guy's gaze fell on the numerous snacks. The dishes sparkled every now and then in the bright light, and the various dishes beckoned with their aroma. The apostle felt dizzy from the abundance of aromas. He had not eaten anything special for a long time while on the road. Linda pounced on her father with accusations, screaming that her own daughter could not abandon him at the most important moment in her life and simply run away. A loud voice was heard, belonging to the man who sat at the head of the table. He was stripped to the waist, covered in scars, with a long red beard. The stranger praised the energetic daughter of old Louis. As it turned out, the man had invited the whole family to this wonderful feast, and it was a good thing he didn't have to send for Linda. The stranger bared his teeth and wanted to say something since the girl had dared to appear in person. He was immediately interrupted by Yulman, who shamelessly grabbed a glass of drink standing on the table, asking Linda why this juice tasted so strange. The girl warned that this was a fruit wine from the Western continent, and that it would quickly make you drunk. The tipsy apostle hiccuped, saying that the wine was simply excellent. Those gathered at the table, watching Yulman, openly laughed at the one who dared to interrupt Gilmore so openly. The apostle, holding a glass in his hands, looked around dazedly. He was so carried away by the drink that he completely failed to notice the big guy's fist flying towards his face. Not expecting such a vile maneuver, the guy lost control of the glass and flew into the opposite wall. Linda perked up, looking at her falling friend, screaming his name. The apostle, still intoxicated by the wine, landed on the ground, hitting the back of his head painfully. Those present jumped up from their seats to get a better view of the unfolding squabble. Gilmore, clenching his fists so hard that the veins stood out, growled that he hated those who interrupted him the most. Linda came closer to the big guy, and a fiery tornado began to form on her arm like a hoop. Seeing this, one of Gilmore's bandits jumped up behind the girl. Old Man Lewis took the blow, pushing his daughter aside. A hurricane swept through the room, sweeping away everything in its path, including the sumptuously laid table. One of the bandits, remaining seated on the surviving chair, managed to grab only a glass from the table and now looked with disappointment at what was left of it. He turned sullenly to old Lewis, saying that he certainly had not expected to eat that evening. In the confusion, the man missed the moment when a red-haired woman ran up to him. She, smiling cheerfully, demanded that they give way to the young people, because the old man himself understood everything perfectly well, so let him not interfere. Another guy with a massive chain around his neck grinned, saying that in the world the weak always obey the strong. Lewis lost his support. Let him not blame anyone now. The other bandits got tired of listening to this. One of them jumped up, getting ready to deal with the man, shouting that it was time to finish off the annoying old man. The muscular, bald-headed bandit landed on the ground, punching the floor with all his might. He raised his head and looked defiantly at the former leader. He reminded him of his good attitude towards the gang, warning that they could take his life, but they should just leave his daughter alone. The guy with the chain raised an eyebrow, pretending to apologize for killing everyone. That was the order from above. Old Lewis's face darkened with anger as soon as he heard these words. He pushed his daughter aside, asking her not to interfere. The man rolled up the sleeves of his jacket, reaching discreetly into his pocket. He turned away so that he could not be seen and took out a small weapon from there. Lewis turned sharply and threw many small daggers towards his enemies. However, they were well prepared and immediately repelled the attack with their blades. Lewis immediately ran up to the woman and grabbed her by the hand in which she was holding the sword, then hit her right in the face. He turned around and slammed his fist into the guy with the chain around his neck. Next on his list was a former subordinate who had been sitting at the table earlier. Lewis broke the blade of his sword with one hand. The man looked in disbelief at the fragments of his weapon crumbling right before his eyes. Taking advantage of his opponent's confusion, Lewis kicked him in the stomach with all his might. Bandits rushed towards the former leader from all sides. Lewis was not the head of the mafia for nothing, so he was able to emerge victorious in this unequal fight. The guy with the chain got what he deserved, letting out a stifled cry. The bald-headed bandit fell to the floor, losing several teeth. Louis straightened up and walked over to the bandit, placing his foot on his back. The man clenched his fists and quickly scanned the room for danger. Linda and the hotel worker whistled in amazement, noting the strength of the mafia boss. Gilmore bared his teeth, angry that no one present could handle Louis. Deciding to show how to fight, the big guy flexed his fists. He immediately approached the old man, smiling slyly, and offered to teach him a lesson using one of his techniques. Gilmore's smile widened as he watched his opponent's reaction. Louis didn't answer. He too tried not to lose sight of the enemy. The next second, the old man took knives out of his pocket and sharply threw them at the big guy. He, without even moving, instantly caught them with his bare hands. Two daggers clashed behind his back, never having tasted the blood of another. Lewis let out a startled cry, not expecting him to be able to dodge his attack. Gilmore scratched his bruised shoulder, which the dagger had not hit. The man bared his teeth, calling his opponent incredibly pathetic. Shouting that he would leave Lewis alive, the red-haired villain rushed towards him at great speed. Everything happened so quickly that the old man only had time to look down. He let out a strangled cry as someone else's fist knocked the wind out of his chest. The next moment, Gilmore hit Louis with even more force, sending him flying backwards. Linda screamed desperately, calling for her father. He didn't have time to fall. Ullman stood firmly on his feet when the man flew straight towards him. The guy, with his inhuman reaction, managed to grab his girlfriend's father, holding him with one hand. Gilmore stared blankly at the skinny guy he had just beaten up. Ullman turned to Louis and asked if he was okay, calling the man father, still hiccuping from the wine he had drunk. Those present began to talk among themselves in surprise, wondering why the stranger was addressing old Louis so dismissively. Someone called Ullman a son-in-law, and this brought Linda into incredible delight. Gilmore couldn't figure out what was wrong with the guy, why he was still alive from a punch to the face. The man decided to find out more about everything. He turned to his accomplices, saying that he was giving them another chance to get rid of their opponents. The guy in the torn t-shirt smiled slyly, thanking his master. His name was Wolf, and the bandit exclaimed that he would gladly carry out this task, running straight towards Ullman and Linda with her father. Turning to Wolf, Ullman muttered, his tongue slurred from the wine, that the thirst to kill the man was too strong. As soon as he added that Aisha would not like this, the villain's body was cut by magic. He did not even have time to understand what happened. A surprised expression froze on his face. Hot blood spurted from Wolf's mouth, and the air smelled of metal. The man, his eyes wide, fell to the floor, raising a cloud of dust, while those present vied with each other to ask who it was that had defeated him. Gilmore was dumbfounded when he saw one of his best fighters being knocked out cold by a puny guy in a matter of minutes. The other bandits who had previously fought with Old Man Lewis also did nothing, only warily watching Ullman. Louis himself was dumbfounded because he, being seasoned in battles, had not seen such skill for a long time. His daughter Linda also froze with her mouth slightly open, not expecting such a thing from her brother Ullman. The bandits immediately began to talk among themselves, casting sidelong glances at the stranger who had killed the indestructible Wolf with one blow. Ullman leaned over to the deceased criminal and, with a slurred voice, gave a tirade about his thirst to kill, and that what was happening would not please Aisha and Sierra. He added that the bandits also stink, and Aisha will not be happy with their presence. Two of Gilmore's men growled at this and exclaimed that they would all attack the boy together. Preparing to carry out their threat, they put their fists forward and ran straight towards Ullman, who was staggering from alcohol. 4 perfectly precise sword swings went to each of the opponents. They became victims of their own carelessness. Just like Ralph earlier, Gilmore gritted his teeth until they creaked dully as he saw that he had suddenly lost his closest confidants. Old Lewis leaned forward, all the unspoken words caught in his throat at once. Ullman, turning to those present, hiccuped loudly, saying that it had become much cleaner. He smirked, a mocking look on his face, as an explosion was heard behind the apostle. Louis muttered that the guy used incredibly strong and legendary moves like the King of the Blade and the Indomitable Sword, while Linda was secretly glad that she knew how to choose men wisely. Now Gilmore and Ullman stood opposite each other, ready to fight. The red-haired leader drew his eyebrows together, threateningly asking if the boy understood what kind of enemy he had just made for himself. Slightly closing his heavy eyelids, Ullman quietly said that the man looked a little familiar, but still, he was too cruel. Aisha would be scared. Before Gilmore could blink, the stranger was gone from his sight, leaving behind only clouds of smoke. The next moment, a shadow flashed behind the man. He felt a light breeze and was amazed at the enemy's incredible speed. Ullman raised Excalibur over Gilmore's head, but he, being an experienced fighter, dodged it. Gilmore deftly caught the second blow of Ullman's sword with both palms, ending up in front of the guy. Ullman narrowed his eyes in surprise, surprised at himself that he had not been able to kill the enemy on the first try. The bandit's hands were shaking, but due to the guy's condition, he was able to hold back this attack as well. The man abruptly lowered his palms, demanding that Ullman not get cocky. He, unable to immediately get his bearings, allowed himself to be dragged down. Gilmore growled and, leaning forward, hit the stranger on the head with his forehead as hard as he could. Taking advantage of his opponent's hesitation, he sharply straightened his arms and pulled the guy towards himself. The bandit grabbed Ullman by the top of his head and slammed the boy's head into the hard floor. Gilmore jumped on the apostle's back, pressing him firmly into the hard surface, shouting that behind him was far from only Mr. Capella, which meant that the stranger would regret his decision for the rest of his life. Confident that the opponent under his strong palm had long since been stunned, Gilmore heard him ask in a muffled voice who was muttering behind him. The bandit's hand trembled slightly. He thought angrily that a normal person's skull would have crumbled long ago. But this boy was behaving normally. He had to be tougher with him. He shouted angrily that Ullman would now have the opportunity to recognize his tormentor. Gilmore's muscular torso was bulging with veins, and his body was engulfed in a magical dark flame. The fire only grew stronger, and soon everyone backed away in fear as the heat became completely unbearable. Old Man Louis immediately created a large red shield in an attempt to protect himself and his daughter. As the smoke began to clear, the man looked in shock to where Gilmore stood, looming over the boy. The flame died out, leaving behind a choking smell of burning, and in its place a new fire flared up. Gilmore's hair had become longer, even brighter than before. The bandit turned into a giant with gray skin. The scars turned purple. The man looked at his hands, exclaiming that he had succeeded. The apostle tried to get up, wheezing that he felt unwell, and the monster towered over him with a victorious grin, assuring Ullman that he was lucky enough to see Gilmore's true face before he died. His head was buzzing unbearably. The voices around him were causing pain. The guy decided to do something. As soon as the giant extended his huge hand towards the apostle, Ullman ordered the first seal to open, and a bright purple light with white veins flowed upward. Gilmore noticed the changes and snapped his sharp teeth. As it turned out, his opponent had also gained strength. The apostle, overcoming his nausea, clenched his fist and pointed it at the enemy. He rose up on one knee, and now the giant, feeling his superiority, tried to push the stranger's hand away. Gilmore noticed too late that the boy's palm was stronger, and his elbow began to bleed. Thinking that he had already become a beast, the man's body, thanks to an unknown force, flew back. Sliding across the floor, he looked at Ullman in shock, realizing that this guy was an even bigger monster. The apostle wiped his mouth with his sleeve, not taking his eyes off the giant, his legs barely holding up his poisoned body. Gilmore decided that while there was still time, he should escape from the unexpectedly strong opponent. But one thought struck his consciousness. Even before becoming stronger, the stranger was already faster. The escape could fail. Gilmore's gaze darted towards Old Louis, and he chose the weaker opponent. The man turned around abruptly and rushed at the mafia boss, confusing him. Instead of hitting the old man, he pushed him away, ordering him to get out of the way, and headed towards his daughter. Ullman's eyes were closing. A strong desire to fall asleep right here was overwhelming him, but he held on steadfastly. The giant, pressing the fluttering Linda to himself, squeezed her neck and ordered the guy to let him go. Otherwise, his wife would be dead. Linda laughed through force, gasping for air, croaking that she was not Ullman's wife at all, and not even a girlfriend, but an ordinary friend. Gilmore shook her, shouting that she was deceiving him, because if the guy didn't save the hostage, both of them would regret it. Distracted, the giant flinched when he heard the stranger's unnatural voice and slowly looked up at him. Instead of eyes, Ullman had frightening red dots, and bowing his head like a doll, he asked if the man was threatening him. Fearful and angry at the same time, the bandit leaned forward, examining the guy. He hissed through his teeth that Ullman was right, and now he was being threatened, thinking to himself that there was nothing left to lose and there was no turning back. The mighty apostle straightened up and summoned Sylph. Clutching Excalibur in his hand, the space was illuminated with green light. As soon as Ullman raised his hand, a tornado of the same color formed in the air, the glow instantly blinding the monster. The bright flames ate away at his eyes, and Gilmore howled like a wild animal, refusing to give up. Linda closed her eyes and bit her lip, realizing that in Ullman's heart there was only room for Aisha. She herself was a fleeting acquaintance to him, meaning nothing. It was her fault that she met the guy so late. The apostle's sword did not cut directly, but formed a wall of powerful energy directed at Gilmore. In a moment, the room was destroyed. The bandits outside saw smoke and debris, while hearing the screams of their boss. The surviving soldiers, shielded from the fire, stood in a room filled with smoke and could not believe their eyes. Old Louis, not believing that his daughter would survive, now looked at her, safe and sound, calling her by name. The girl responded in confusion, standing at the epicenter of the explosion, green circles hovering around her body. Startled, she began to look around in fear, seeing only destroyed walls in front of her. She had not yet fully realized that she had survived, and Louis realized that Ullman had used the sword to perform the Heart's Desire act, killing Gilmore without hurting his daughter. Ullman, drunkenly hiccuping, slowly approached his friend, asking if he had scared her. The apostle smiled kindly at Linda and embraced her, surprising the girl even more. He immediately frowned without breaking the embrace, turned to the bandits, threateningly saying that they would no longer dare to interfere with Luis. The surviving trio listened to the muttering of the boy with his expressionless face and trembling hands. Yulman, staggering, began to mumble in a drunken state that now Linda was his person, and to kill her would mean becoming his enemy. Even now, watching her hiccuping savior, the girl was incredibly touched. The room, probably a bedroom, was gently illuminated by the first rays of the sun, coming from a large window. Yulman opened his eyes slightly, looking at the ceiling, and realized that both his arms had gone numb overnight. Turning his head to one side, he discovered a soundly sleeping sylph who had once again run into his bed. Linda lay on the left hand of the apostle, and it looked rather strange. The guy's eyes widened and he sat up in bed, completely unable to remember what they had been doing there last night. Memories of yesterday's feast in a rich house began to appear in his head, where, together with Sylph, Yulman tried to convince the leader of the bandits to let the girl's father go. Then he drank a glass of strange juice, but Linda warned him that it was not juice at all, but a fruit wine from the mainland, which quickly makes you drunk. At that moment, Yulman's friend raised herself on her elbow, blinking sleepily, and greeted the apostle. Sylph also woke up, rubbing her eyes, asking her master what he had been muttering since early morning. Yulman sat in bed, hunched over, and was very unhappy, asking to be given time to think. The apostle stood up and went to the window, deciding to put his memories in order. Yesterday, if he was not mistaken, he got pretty drunk. The guy leaned both hands on the windowsill, gazing out at the busy street. He breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that everything was fine with the city, since the last time the situation ended badly. Yulman shuddered and froze in place, feeling the touch of someone else's hands from behind. Linda hugged him tenderly from behind, whispering whether the apostle remembered the words he had spoken yesterday. The guy went cold, asking in a trembling voice what he could have said. Linda smiled and blushing replied that her friend called her his person. Sylph opened her notebook, noticing without emotion that these words were accurate. She wrote everything down. Yulman abruptly stepped aside, waving his arms. He had drunk a glass of juice yesterday and didn't remember anything else after that. The apostle looked at the girls with bewildered eyes. Linda put her finger to his mouth, gently telling him that he shouldn't say anything. She knew that the guy would take his words back, and it was a pity that she had already believed them. Then the girl waved her hand in front of Yulman, saying that she would not insist on his responsibility for this, but would simply wait for the day when he himself wanted to accept her. Meanwhile, workers were restoring the destroyed mansion, carting away pieces of walls and scattered furniture. Old Louis and his assistant turned around sharply, surprised by the arriving guests. Louis joyfully greeted yesterday's group of rescuers, immediately asking Yulman if he had rested well. The guy felt very awkward and scratched the back of his head, smiling and replying that everything was fine. The man sincerely thanked the apostle for his help, who laughed sheepishly, replying that he was glad of the good results, thinking to himself that he did not remember anything. Louis announced that the remaining people had recognized Yulman's strength, so after the discussion, it was decided to make the guy the head of the Zhaoshan Mafia. The apostle's eyes widened and he waved his hands. Managing the mafia would not be interesting to him. It would be too much trouble. The old man immediately offered to become the organization's secret guard and not deal with his direct duties. Yulman froze in indecision. Linda immediately grabbed his hand, urging him to agree. The girl's cheeks turned red. Tears glistened in her eyes. She sighed and quietly said the words that her friend had told her. She was under his protection. The apostle rushed to console Linda, asking her not to cry. He could not stand it when young girls cried. His girlfriend immediately perked up, jumping around Yulman like a puppy, and he wanted to leave here, thinking that he had once again gotten into another mess. 2 weeks flew by in the daily chores, while changes were also taking place in Baimo's castle. In front of the wide gates, decorated with white and blue ornaments, stood 2 figures. The fair-haired youth removed the hood from his head, which covered his entire face, when his interlocutor asked if the job was done. The blonde nodded. He did everything as his uncle, the Imperial sage Chester Bollet, ordered. The thing was already with Princess Luna. She didn't suspect anything. The man extended his hand so that the messenger bird flying towards him could land on his palm. He told the boy to stay in the laboratory and work hard on the experiments. Chester squinted and pushed his round glasses up the bridge of his nose as he began to read the letter. Hasadan noticed that his uncle's mood had changed and asked what had happened. As it turned out, it had become known that Gilmore was dead. The blonde's eyes widened, afraid that the Capella clan, who had secretly covered up his and his uncle's affairs, had sensed something. Gilmore was a test subject with superpowers, and now he's been killed in a one-on-one fight, and it's still unclear what kind of person did it. The Imperial sage burned the letter with a snap of his fingers. A small flame that appeared in his hand incinerated the paper. Chester was not at all worried about Gilmore's death, calling it a manufacturing defect. Hasadan gritted his teeth, noting that now it was necessary to follow his killer. He would soon end up on the altar of 5 stars. The boy asked his uncle when they could return Sylph, the Bollet family's crown jewel, but Chester blamed Hasadan for the loss of the sword. His eyes gleamed slyly from behind his glasses. The man reminded him that Aces was protecting this impudent fellow, and they didn't need to rush into this matter. There had been no news from the old man lately. The search was ongoing. Bali had heard that Sierra Charlotte was acting as the director of the academy. The man chuckled, saying that very soon Aces would realize that he could not protect anyone. Charlotte stood on the mountain rise, looking ahead tensely, her arms crossed over her chest. The assistant informed the director that everyone had had enough rest, and she nodded, ordering him to inform them that the hike was continuing. The newly appointed head of the academy has not had a moment of peace since the students left. It's been a month since stupid Yulman went looking for Aisha, and there has been no news from him since then. At this time, the apostle fell into the strong grip of the warrior Arya, begging her to stop. The girl had been in the water for an eternity, and now she wanted to check how much her strength had been restored. But Yulman couldn't last a minute in the fight, and had already begun to choke. Sierra helpfully wiped away a thin stream of blood under the owner's nose with a handkerchief. Arya irritably asked what kind of cold it was that covered her entire body. Aisha joined the conversation and said that it was the dark energy of the afterlife. Pierce was also familiar as a vampire from the afterlife. It was probably he who left all that nastiness in Arya's body. The warrior remembered her feelings. During the fight, her body became colder and colder. Apparently, he had already used his skills on the girl. Yulman, having looked at his friend, concluded that since her body was almost cleared of dark energy, they needed to return to the academy. But Arya didn't want to leave so easily because the company had spent so much time here and still hadn't had any fun. They needed to walk the streets before leaving. Yulman raised an eyebrow and snorted in displeasure at this suggestion. Arya winked at Aisha, assuring her that the walk wouldn't keep the boys long and wouldn't affect the travel time in any way. She used a strong argument. She asked if Yulman wanted to go on a date with Aisha, since the hotel guests praised the local evening market. Having heard just one word, the apostle's face quickly changed and he nodded in agreement, which greatly surprised Aisha. After some time, Yulman was already walking along a noisy, bright street in the company of Aisha, assuring her that Arya and Sylph were very busy and would come later. Of course, it was the warrior's idea to leave the couple alone, because Aisha had been upset lately and needed to relax properly. It seemed that her idea was a success. The girl smiled for the first time in a long time when she saw the sweet shops. There was a festive mood all around. The lights and noise of the market lifted the spirits. Aisha laughed heartily, and the apostle, seeing this, felt much better himself. But the small details never escaped the perceptive guy. The corners of his lips crawled down. He decided to find out from Aisha what was bothering her, what heavy thoughts were occupying his beloved's head. The couple settled down and stood by a tree lit by small lights. The apostle said that everyone was worried about Aisha, who walked everywhere alone and was sad. But the girl, tucking her hair behind her ear, smiled, assuring him that everything was fine. However, she looked away and admitted that she thought a lot about the appearance of the 12th apostle, who would come for them to answer for what they had done. After all, the company is too weak against the revenge of such a legendary apostle. Yulman turned Aisha towards him and put his hands on her shoulders, squeezing lightly. The guy asked me to trust him. Instead of worrying about the uncertain future, I need to enjoy the joy of today, especially since it is very weak for me. Aisha raised her eyes, framed by trembling eyelashes, and looked at Yulman with hope. He was right. The main thing is to be with a loving person, and even if she has to die for this, she is not afraid. Aisha stood close to the apostle, clasping her palms together at her stomach and closing her eyes. Yulman shuddered, noticing that the situation had changed dramatically, and even the surrounding world had become quiet. The girl slowly reached out to him. Perhaps this was the very moment the guy had been dreaming about. Trembling with anticipation, he reached out to meet her, but the magic was destroyed by a strange voice that sounded very close. Aisha jumped back, covering Yulman's mouth as someone exclaimed that running away together to have fun was a wise decision. A group of guys in school uniforms looked at the couple with smiles. Their leader introduced himself, Humble Servant Groot, Imperial Academy of Magic, 4th year, Class Capella, and asked permission to spend time with Aisha. Yulman was still trembling, But now not from tenderness, but from rage, when Aisha embarrassedly asked again where the guy came from. Confident in his irresistibility, he looked at the girl with a slight smile on his lips. The apostle slowly turned to the impudent man, threatening to kill him with one glance, and said that they were also students of the Imperial Academy of Magic. Groot frowned when he heard Yulman's words. He brazenly demanded the guy to step aside, calling him a fool because he was talking to a beautiful girl. The apostle silently turned to his disciples, and only by the expression on his face did Aisha understand that they were in trouble. And she called out to the boy in fear. Groot's accomplices began to praise themselves with all their might. They passed the selection at school competitions, and now they will participate in the pentagram. And the captain is recognized as the strongest in the school. Yulman raised an eyebrow and looked at Groot with disdain, asking if he was really that strong. The student narrowed his eyes and leaned forward. This impudent fellow definitely wanted to get into trouble. The apostle laughed, calling the guys swindlers who dared to hide behind the name of the great Imperial Academy of Magic. Of course, these clowns wear the academy uniform in everyday life, and it's incredibly funny. Groot, slowly seething with anger, exclaimed that Yulman had dared to dishonor him and immediately summoned magical pentagrams in the air. The student began waving his arms, intending to attack Yulman. Aisha screamed in fear, warning her beloved. She froze when she didn't notice the guy next to her. He rushed towards the opponents with the speed of light. The next moment, the apostle raised his leg and pushed the self-confident disciple in the stomach. The pentagrams immediately evaporated, and Yulman's incredible strength threw the impudent fellow far back. Seeing their captain lying in disgrace in the mud, covered in a cloud of dust, the accomplices screamed. Yulman nodded dismissively towards Groot, saying that the academy's strongest student had shown himself to be such a weakling. He winked at Aisha, asking if she had seen his attack. The girl need not worry about the arrival of the 12th apostle. Yulman wanted to tell his identity again, but then he was interrupted by a commanding female voice asking the students what they were doing there. One of them pointed his finger at Yulman, shouting that he had beaten up Captain Groot. The apostle chuckled, turning in their direction, shaming them for even running to complain. But the next second he fell silent, staring dumbfoundedly at the director. He certainly didn't expect to see her here. Charlotte stood in front of her student, hands on hips, and threatened a very long conversation. Yulman could only blink his eyes, muttering the girl's name. Aisha was no less surprised. A little later, the couple left the market and went to meet with the director. Yulman sat on the sofa and expressed regret with his whole appearance, asking Master Sierra not to be angry. But Charlotte was not giving in, because the students had disappeared for a whole month and were also having fun all over the empire. Without listening to the apostle's feeble explanations, the girl asked where he had gone to look for Aisha, since the estate had long since been deserted. As soon as Yulman began to speak, he felt someone tugging at his sleeve. Aisha looked at the guy pleadingly, and he realized that the girl did not want to reveal the whole truth. Then Yulman smiled broadly and told the story of Aisha's family moving to a secluded place in the east, which is why it took them so long. Charlotte probably didn't believe them, but she was still glad that the students were back and okay now. There were several knocks on the door and Sierra invited the guests in. The students of the academy stood at the threshold. Judging by their faces, there was no good news to expect. The principal asked how Groot was feeling. The student told him about his serious injury. The guy will not be able to continue his journey and take part in the competition. The shadows over Charlotte's head deepened at the news and she smiled unkindly. Then she slowly turned to Yulman, quietly saying that everything happened because of someone. The apostle tried to justify himself. He didn't know that he would meet a student dressed in the academy uniform at the market. They objected to him that the team had passed difficult tests and became the best to represent the academy at the pentagram. Aisha intervened in the conversation, asking what it was. Sierra explained that the pentagram was a great celebration for the continent, held every 3 years between the 5 best academies, and was held in honor of the great heroes of the past, the ancient seals. The academy director covered her face with her hand in despair, moaning that there were only 2 weeks left until the start of the competition, and the best team was out. The guy who entered the room a few minutes ago suddenly offered to give the student the opportunity to replace Groot and perform, since he had proven himself to be a capable fighter. Everyone present turned sharply towards the door, and Groot's close friends showed genuine shock on their faces from what they heard. One of them rudely shouted in Yulman's face that the director could not allow the guy to join their team. Aisha clenched her fists, deciding on something for a few moments, and finally took a deep breath, gathering her courage. Turning to the apostle's opponents, the girl exhaled and offered her candidacy to participate in the competition together with Yulman. The boys frowned and started shouting over each other. They said that each school only had 3 slots in the competition, and now some first graders decided to replace them. Aisha lowered her head in shame, her light hair covering her thoughtful face. The next moment, she looked seriously at the seniors, clasping her hands together. If she proves that she is stronger than them, then she will be able to replace them at competitions. The fourth-year student once again found himself with his mouth wide open, amazed by the girl's impudence. He stood up abruptly and clenched his fists, turning to Aisha, the first year who had underestimated them. Charlotte was surprised by Aisha's behavior because she is usually very quiet and calm, but today she was impulsive. Does she really want to protect a stupid student? The director decided to give her such an opportunity and spoke in favor of arranging a small competition between the two sides. Hearing the indignant cries, the witch put her hands on her hips, declaring that the students had clearly lost if they did not agree. Yulman raised his hand, and from his cunning eyes it was clear that the apostle was up to something. He grinned and suggested that Arya be considered for participation in the battle. Meanwhile, the girl was calmly having fun at the evening market with Sylph. Arya's morning began with her being stunned by unexpected news, which did not make the warrior very happy. Shaking her head, she was surprised by everything that had happened. Aisha had just finished her story. She was outraged that she had to challenge senior students to a fight, and even participate in a competition. Her friend just remembered that just recently the warrior had fought with gusto in the estate. She began to persuade Arya, because participating in the competition was a great experience. You could fight with the best warriors, hone your skills in practice, for which there was also a reward. After listening to her friend, Arya raised her fist up, exclaiming that she wanted to know her power level, and she would be able to get his permission. Aisha asked whose permission was needed, but the warrior only joked and abruptly changed the subject. When asked where Yulman had gone, Aisha replied that he had left early in the morning to say goodbye to a friend. Arya was surprised when this guy managed to make friends in an unfamiliar city. At that moment, she heard Yulman's voice right next to her ear and shuddered. The apostle asked why the girl was surprised that he had friends. The warrior waved her arms, abruptly jumping away from him and calling him a pervert who suddenly appears behind people's backs. Aisha chuckled at this reaction, but Charlotte interrupted the fun, sternly asking if everyone was there. Seeing that the Trinity had gathered around the carriage, the witch ordered them to set off. Several carriages, drawn by white horses, were leaving the city that had given them shelter for a short time. Linda and her father watched the travelers from the balcony. The girl thoughtfully noted that she had probably caused so much suffering to other people, and now she had to pay for it with her own sorrows. Hot tears for the love that had left glistened in the corners of her eyes. Linda whispered to Yulman not to forget her. After a short silence, the girl told her father that she wanted to leave everything she had done before behind and that she would resolve her affairs in other ways. The man calmly accepted his daughter's decision, replying that she could do whatever she considered necessary. Meanwhile, the carriages had already left the city and were now driving along a rough road framed by green meadows. Charlotte suggested that the three ask her questions about magic, since Fenmo was a long way away. Yulman shrugged, replying that he didn't have any such questions, but he wanted to ask about the strange legend about the magical seals in Fengmo, and whether the pentagram appeared because of them. The witch was angry that her student did not know such basic things, but since they had time, she would tell a story. At the point of contact between the Empire and the kingdoms of Kenis and Maiduan, there is the city of Marta, also known here on the mainland as Fenmo. According to legend, around the 2000th year of the existence of the human race, a monster with incredible intelligence appeared here, and it almost managed to send humanity into oblivion. Frightened people called this creepy, super powerful creature a demon. Yulman pretended to be deep in thought and asked if the demon really existed and which of the apostles destroyed him. Arya exclaimed that that time people dealt with the demon themselves. Aisha asked in surprise if the girl knew this legend. She laughed. Her mother told her this story when she was a child, but she didn't remember the details, only vague memories. Charlotte, crossing her arms over her chest, continued her story. At that time, the 5 most powerful mages on the continent united to cast the pentagram entangling spell and ended up trapping the demon underground. After that, the 5 mages agreed to meet in Fengmo every 3 years and check if the pentagram was intact. After their deaths, their children continued the tradition. Now it has turned into a celebration and competition. The apostle spoke up, concluding that somewhere under the city a terrible demon was now imprisoned in fetters. The witch reminded that this was a legend, and it was unlikely that the truth would be found out, but now the guys needed to start preparing because there was no time left. It was a clear day. The The sun was jumping on the brightly tiled roof of the hotel. A tall blonde girl asked the employee if the Imperial Magic Academy had arrived, but she was told that there was no news yet. Her Highness nodded, asking not to worry, as it was a completely normal question. At that moment, the doors swung open and a noisy group appeared on the threshold. Arya was admiringly examining the room. Yulman was holding the sleeping sylph in his arms. Aisha was going to the reception to get the keys. The blonde girl asked the strangers who they were, because the hotel provided services to 2 Imperial Magic Academies. But as it turned out, the hotel allocated 2 floors for the competition participants, and the other floors were for ordinary guests. Her Highness looked around the company, and it seemed to her a bad sign that there were many girls around. Yulman, still carrying baby Sylph in his arms, suddenly sneezed loudly. He narrowed his eyes, wondering who was remembering him now. The apostle just happened to be passing by Her Highness and the girl assistants, and could not help but look in surprise. Arya noticed this and pounced on the guy with accusations, believing that one Aisha was not enough for him. And now his friend was looking at every beauty passing by. He shuddered and shouted that this was nonsense. Couldn't he just look around? But the warrior laughed into her fist. Aisha approached the reception desk and addressed the employee, saying that she was a participant in the competition from the Fram Empire's Imperial Magic Academy, and asked for the keys to the room. The employee hesitated and did not answer, beginning to turn around excitedly. Charlotte appeared behind Aisha, frowning and asking if something was wrong. The girl smiled respectfully, barely seeing the stern witch, and deftly took out the keys, handing them to the guests. Sierra twirled her keychain on her finger and smiled at her students, asking them to unpack their luggage and then join them for the welcome dinner. These words had a magical effect on Yulman and Aryu, and they opened their mouths into light. Aisha looked at her beloved in surprise, asking why he was behaving like this. Sylph, who had already woken up by that time, did not lag behind her master, and saliva flowed from the corners of her mouth from the words about the banquet. A little later, crowds of competition participants and city guests gathered at the hotel walls. The whole company, led by Charlotte, sat at a large round table. The witch did not expect that they would spend half a day in line at the canteen. The hotel staff had good reason to recommend this place to guests. Soon, all sorts of delicious dishes were already adorning the snow-white tablecloth. Arya grabbed a fork and knife and looked at the food with admiration, ready to pounce on it right now. Little Sylph, who had already tried a piece of pie, suddenly grimaced, which did not escape the attention of her owner. Arya, having chewed a little, was taken aback, because the food immediately became tart after the usual taste. The apostle brought an olive skewered on a fork to his nose and immediately smelled an unusual aroma. A man with an emaciated appearance approached the guys and mockingly said that those who come for the first time react the same way. His neighbor, with the same signs of exhaustion on his face, told about the specialty of the local dishes. They contained medicinal herbs that strengthen the body and satisfy hunger. Most people are new to this, but once you finish eating, you can feel the energy of your body and spirit, and then you will want to eat even more. Arya, hearing this, decided to try the delicious treats too. As soon as she raised the fork to her mouth, Yulman immediately intercepted her hand and pulled it towards himself. He ordered his friend not to touch anything because the dishes contained poison, and once you eat it, a person immediately becomes addicted. The man sitting at their table opened his mouth in surprise, while the warrior smiled timidly, carefully placing her fork on the table. She clutched her throat, screaming that she had just swallowed a piece. But Yulman consoled her, saying that it was not a poison that would cause death. A stranger immediately approached the company, drawing their attention to himself, and politely asked permission to disturb them. Having sat down in a free chair, stern-looking men immediately stood on either side of him. The stranger said that he had accidentally heard about the poison in the dishes, and asked to explain why the guests had come to such a conclusion. Yulman slowly stood up from the table, looking closely at the man. He smiled and said that it was simple. Everyone knows about saxifrage and puffball, but not everyone knows that their juice can be used to produce a poison that is addictive to people. When ingested, it allows a person to fall into euphoria, but with frequent use it causes yellowing of the skin, muscle exhaustion, the person becomes depressed, and he craves only one thing, to taste the poison again. The man pointed at himself, asking in surprise what had happened as the group stared at him. Yulman demonstrated a blue liquid in a spoon. Poison, like oil. It does not mix with water. If you go to the kitchen right now, you can find a lot of interesting things there. The guests suddenly jumped up from their seats, shouting that people were being poisoned here and demanded that the chef be brought. A plump man immediately came out into the hall, frowning and asking what was going on here and why there was a row in his establishment. He suddenly fell silent when he saw the long-haired stranger with his guards. The poisoned guests attacked the host, shaking their fists, accusing him of adding poison to the food, from which everyone present could die. He stepped back, shocked by what he had heard, declaring that it was complete nonsense. The man pointed his finger at Yulman, ordering him not to listen to him. Surely this scoundrel also wants to open a restaurant and is jealous of his business, using all means to harm him. Arya screamed furiously that if she heard another word, she would rip out the impudent man's tongue. And indeed, large jars of poison were found in the kitchen, and they were immediately carried out into the hall by those same guests. They rushed at the owner, ordering him to explain what had happened and not try to justify himself by saying that this was not the property of the canteen. The man began to mumble something, and the deceived guests had already crowded around him, telling the guards to seize the deceiver. The owner looked imploringly at the long-haired stranger, asking Mr. Lazar to help. He silently turned his gaze to the side, barely nodding to his guard. Faster than lightning, a tall confidant of Lazar flew up to the man and sharply struck him under the neck. The owner grabbed his throat, foam poured from his mouth, and frightened screams were heard from all sides. The man stood up and smiled broadly at the guests, asking for forgiveness for his family having invested in this dining room, not knowing that the fat man would do evil behind their backs. Sierra looked closely at Laser, asking if he had arrived from their kingdom of Kennis. He nodded and looked at Yulman, saying that he was pleasantly surprised by his knowledge of botany. Smiling even wider, he declared that he wanted to invite the boy to the kingdom with him, but the apostle sharply refused. Yulman dismissively reported that the man smelled of the same muck. The main witness was destroyed. If you put it all together, Lazar was the very person who started all these poisonings. Lazar bared his teeth, looking down at Yulman, asking if he was afraid to refuse the invitation and say something he shouldn't. As soon as he added whether Yulman was afraid that he would never leave this dining room again, a dagger flew towards the apostle. But he did not reach his goal, being shot down by something literally a second into the flight. Aisha and Arya didn't even have time to react before everything happened, and only screamed in fear. Lazar turned around angrily, realizing that his plan had failed, and demanded to know who had done it. A female voice answered him, informing him that the city of Marta was now under the jurisdiction of the Fram Empire. That same imperious blonde girl from the hotel looked angrily at the man. She didn't think that the representatives of the Kingdom of Kennis should make a scene here, much less kill people. Narrowing her blue eyes, she pushed her hair out of her face, asking Prince Lazar again. Yulman's eyes widened in surprise when he heard the man's title, and he was quite astonished. He grinned and replied with irony in his voice that Her Majesty Luna was absolutely right. Arya rubbed her chin. She didn't know that the second heir to the throne of the Empire had arrived here in person. Although he was second, there was no particular difference with first place. Everyone has long known that the first heir, Prince Mars, is not capable of anything. Luna strictly ordered the man not to curry favor with her, because the guests had come to defend the honor of the Empire at the Pentagram, and he was letting his hands go. Did he really want to start a war between the two countries? Lazar smiled, saying that the princess was quite the joker. He came to watch the competition, and their wedding had already been announced. Sierra protested, screaming that she didn't know about any wedding, that it was completely insane. She clenched her fists, addressing Luna. She was the recognized heir to the Imperial throne. She could not marry King Kennis. The girl looked calmly at the witch, saying that she would explain everything to her later, because there was no time to warn her. Charlotte barely wanted to say anything else when Yulman intervened in the conversation, asking the master not to worry. Glancing towards the prince, he calmly informed him that the man would not live long. A couple of days would pass after the wedding, and Luna would already be a widow. Hearing this, Lazar defiantly asked what he meant, and his guards immediately leaned forward. The moon's defenders also did not stand still. One of them almost pulled her sword out of its sheath. Laser raised an eyebrow, telling Yulman that he had just taken pity on him in the presence of Princess Luna, and did not take his life. The guy was just a crazy suicide. Let him blame himself for what happened. The apostle turned his head slightly and advised the prince to be a little calmer. He began to creep up on the man like a wild cat, asking if he often woke up in a cold sweat from nightmares, when there was not enough air and his heart beat much faster. Lazar shuddered in fear, losing all his confidence, and asked how the guy knew this. Yulman said that the prince smelled very strongly of medicine, and every medicine, as we know, has side effects. A drop of sweat ran down Lazar's face, but he tried to justify himself, exclaiming that he was not so stupid as to take incomprehensible drugs. He was just very tired, that's all. He thought to himself that his test mice were trying out different drugs, so if there was poison anywhere, it certainly wasn't in this. Yulman grinned, objecting that all drugs have side effects that do not act immediately, even if it is sediment from the ingredients used, dust raised during the creation of the powder. Everything contains a share of poison. The danger of some poisons does not manifest itself in the first minutes, but it accumulates in the body, and only then do symptoms appear, and then the grave is already very close. For the first time, Lazar thought about it, accepting the bitter truth he had heard. He himself had created thousands of drugs, and now he didn't even know which of them was the problem. To Yulman's complete surprise, the man, with a hint of hysteria in his voice, demanded that he be saved. Since the guy understood from just one smell what these people were poisoned with, it means he knows everything about the prince's poison. If Yulman saves him, he will get everything, but if not, then he should prepare for the worst. Before the apostle could react, Arya and Aisha came forward, both girls ready to defend their friend, complaining that they couldn't even go out for dinner. Something was bound to happen. The guards tried to stop Lazar, asking him not to trust the stranger. Perhaps he should first return to the palace and undergo an examination by the court doctors. The prince, frightened by the words of others, ordered them to shut up. He knew whether there was poison in him or not. He turned to Yulman once again, promising gold, beauties, titles, everything he wanted for salvation, and swore by the honor of the second prince of the kingdom of Kenis. Glancing at Aisha and Aryu, the apostle thoughtfully asked again if he could get everything he wanted. Yulman thought about it and demanded that the prince break off his engagement with Luna himself, in exchange for which he would receive a recipe for getting rid of the poison. But Lazar shouted angrily that he would never do what the guy asked. Charlotte met this proposal with approval. Now the Fram Empire is in turmoil and has a problem with aggressors. If Luna refuses the wedding, a war with Kenis cannot be avoided, unless Laser himself breaks off the engagement. The witch smiled, covering her mouth with her hand. Sometimes her stupid student could really use his brain. The apostle shrugged, mockingly telling the prince that he didn't care what decision he made. The man gritted his teeth in helplessness and muttered that he would agree to call off the wedding if only the boy could cure him. Yulman immediately grabbed a pen and wrote 2 recipes on paper. One would help Laser get rid of the poison, the second for all the visitors of this eatery who had managed to eat. The guests accepted the valuable notes from the hands of the apostle with sincere gratitude. Yulman turned to the prince, giving him another recording. The remedy will help get rid of the poison, but will hit some internal organs. As soon as the engagement is officially cancelled, the apostle will give the second part, a recipe for a medicine for internal organs. Lazar was indignant. He expected the guy to give him everything at once. Did he really not believe the promises of the prince himself? Yulman smiled sweetly, replying that he was doing this for his own safety. The prince snatched the piece of paper from someone else's hands, promising to cancel the wedding. And as for the events that took place in the dining room, he would compensate for all the losses caused to the citizens of the empire. A group of students, led by Charlotte, watched as Laser and his guards left the establishment. The man turned around one last time, asking Yulman's name and whether he was the Fire Witch's apprentice. He warned that his medicine had better help. Otherwise, the boy would find out how the deception of the royals ends. By the evening, the city was already decorated with colorful garlands. Preparations for the competition were in full swing. Luna stood on the balcony of her room. She knew that the idea of marriage came from her helpless brother, who found a strange gentleman who offered to marry Prince Laser in exchange for refuge in the kingdom of Kenis. She told Sierra this. She knew that the 3 clans had already secretly joined forces. Father Luna had only a part of the power in her hands. General Isis controlled the country. The royal family was now in danger. The girl turned to the witch, smiling and telling her that her father was now most concerned about her and her safety, and that it was better for his daughter to hide in the kingdom of Kenis. Charlotte asked defiantly, "Does the emperor really not know what kind of person this Lazar is?" Luna replied regretfully that the prince had quite a good reputation, and if she had not sent people to find out more about him, they would never have learned of his evil and treachery. The strange gentleman promised military power to help the Imperial family in exchange for strengthening Luna's position in society. Sierra immediately exclaimed that the girl was simply sold as a commodity. Everyone turned their gaze to Yulman, who was munching on buns, thanks to whom Luna had gotten rid of the unpleasant engagement. But in this way, the crisis of the royal family was returning to its starting point. The girl rushed to Sierra, asking where Teacher Aces was now, from whom there had been no news for 3 months. Perhaps only he could help. The witch looked away, evasively answering that the old man died of an unknown disease. This news truly shocked Luna, who was sure that everything was fine with the teacher. Charlotte had to admit that all this time his letters had been written in her handwriting. The world could not be allowed to know this news. Luna knew that Ace's power scared the three main cans. If they only found out about his death, a big war for the Empire would start. The members of the royal family would be killed. Sierra grabbed Luna's hands, asking her forcefully to come with her and leave the Fram Empire together. The girl looked at her friend affectionately, asking her not to worry because the second heiress already had one method ready. The witch should not have asked questions and trusted the moon. She would tell everything herself at the right moment. Charlotte agreed to wait because the heiress would not make a mistake and must tell the truth. Turning to Yulman, the witch asked him to wait while she saw her friend off. He gave a thumbs up, asking why they had ended their conversation so quickly. Luna immediately thanked the guy for his help. He smiled widely, saying that it was his duty as Charlotte's student. The witch immediately turned away, unexpectedly blushing, which surprised the second heiress. She thought to herself that she had heard rumors about Sierra suddenly having a fiancé, who was also her student. Having said goodbye to everyone, Luna and her subjects left the hotel. The girls asked Her Highness what they should do now. Her Highness stopped abruptly and straightened up proudly, turning to the others. She confidently informed them that they should forget about meeting with Sierra and continue to act strictly according to the plan. Once in his laboratory, Lazar immediately began to create a medicine according to Yulman's recipe. Mixing the ingredients himself, he read what was written, repeating out loud what needed to be done. Soon the man raised a glass with the prepared medicine in front of him, one of the guards cautiously asking if the gentleman was sure that everything was okay with the mixture. After sniffing, Lazar replied that he had carefully studied the recipe himself and had people who understood pharmacology check it several times, especially since he had now prepared it himself. Closing his eyes, the prince exhaled and decisively drank the medicine in several gulps. Laser dropped the glass on the table with a loud bang, immediately grabbed his chest, squeezed the collar of his coat, and hissed. It was no wonder that guy delighted everyone at the Magic Congress. After the first sip, the fire in my chest immediately went out. The guard timidly asked about the engagement. The prince only chuckled, answering that he would not stoop to incomprehensible threats from strangers. Moreover, he had already sent a man to deal with this impudent fellow, which would be difficult to do publicly. Some insignificant worm had dared to disgrace the prince, forcing him to beg for the recipe. He needed to be taught a lesson. In the hotel where the students were staying, all the lights were out, and it was deep night outside. In his room, Yulman left the window open despite the cool night air. The man sent by Prince Dazar took advantage of this. A figure, all dressed in black clothes, deftly jumped onto the windowsill. After hesitating, the killer made sure that the man on the wide bed was fast asleep. The figure, whose face was covered by a thick mask, took a handkerchief soaked in a special solution from his pocket and approached the target. Suddenly, the killer stopped dead in his tracks, hearing strange sounds. In an incredibly colorful and vivid dream, Yulman found himself in the presence of Aisha, a girl standing in front of him in a wedding dress. She wanted to return to the palace of the apostles and make a whole crowd of copies of the groom. Aisha slowly approached Yulman, dressed in snow-white wedding clothes, and adjusted the veil that had fallen on her shoulder, then took her future husband by the hands and asked if he agreed. The apostle, unable to feel his legs from happiness, smiled broadly and nodded. Of course he agreed. Having picked up the bride in his arms, Yulman did not notice any changes and urged her to quickly return to the palace to start creating children. Suddenly, the stern voice of Master Sierra was heard, who suddenly found herself in the arms of her student instead of Aisha. The witch called for the guy to stop. Yulman almost dropped his fickle burden, and, not understanding where the dream was and where reality was, he woke up screaming. Opening his eyes, he saw a sleepy figure in black leaning over him, strange eyes looking in shock at their victim, who was no longer sleeping, the stranger clutching a foul-smelling handkerchief in his hands. The apostle, possessing excellent reflexes, immediately intercepted the killer's hand, grabbing her by the wrist. The next moment, without letting go of the stranger, he deftly rolled from the bed to the floor, dragging the figure along with him, and immediately threw it to the floor, twisting his arm upward. Bending down lower over the uninvited guest, the apostle, still disheveled from sleep, menacingly asked who the stranger was. He twitched violently, trying to escape, and deliberately turned his face away, not wanting his victim to be able to see the eyes through the slits in the mask. Holding the figure tightly in a vice, Yulman wondered who could wear a black suit, a mask, and not look at the face. At the same time, this man carries poisons and potions with him, breaking into other people's rooms in the middle of the night. Exhaling, Yulman muttered out loud that he had managed to meet that same legendary assassin, a professional killer, while the stranger was surprised to himself that the victim was not afraid of him at all. Large eyes, framed by long eyelashes, sparkled in the darkness. The guest whispered that he did not come for Yulman's life, Let him not resist. Behave well and follow him. The apostle chuckled, trying not to make any noise, and called for them to slow down, since it was he who had caught the spy. Thanks to his abilities in the ensuing silence, the guy was able to feel a magic knife flying towards his back. He let go of the killer and jumped sharply to the side, the weapon flashing past, leaving behind a soft pink color. The figure jumped onto the bed and crouched low, leaning on one arm, exclaiming that the guy had accidentally grabbed her. The stranger in black clothes looked closely at his order, noting its impressive abilities, but, as he was told, the victim did not know how to use magic. Therefore, running up to Yulman, the assassin, with the help of a few movements, created a magical pentagram of the same pink color called the blink of an eye. The killer held his head high and opened his eyes wide, illuminated by the spell. Without lowering his hands, the figure shuddered in amazement when Yulman, with his mouth slightly open, admired his magical abilities, because for the first time he saw a real professional killer in real life. The assassin, however, did not share his joy, and was perplexed as to why the blink of an eye had no effect on this guy. The apostle whistled and reminded that the unexpected guest had promised not to kill him. Then, seeing that several swords were already rushing towards him, he asked why the assassin was going to grab him, and who he was after all. Yulman straightened up and slowed down, allowing the sharp blades to come closer to him. Not a muscle moved on his face as the apostle deflected the weapon with a single wave of his hand, never breaking eye contact with his killer. The assassin clutched the knife handle in his hands. It seemed there were mistakes in the information about the guy. His abilities were incredible. It was better for them to part ways on good terms before there was a ruckus. Yulman created a blue glow in his palm, which did not symbolize anything good for the enemy, and advised the figure to behave well and tell everything. He raised his hand higher, silently threatening the killer, and he, moving further and further towards the wall, did not know what to do next. Suddenly, the guest's eyes widened as he realized that this was not magic, but a long-lost martial art. A few seconds later, Yulman suddenly jumped up and literally flew towards the assassin, hitting him in the neck with the edge of his palm. A bright white light blinded the stranger, burning his clothes without harming his body. And it was then revealed that there was a girl under the mask. The apostle waited for the cloud of dust to settle, mockingly asking why the assassin was silent and did not tell about himself, so that he would not be angry if Yulman decided to act by force. Soon, having looked more closely at the girl, the apostle, who was greedy for beauty, was taken aback. Standing before him was Anka, assassin number Z231, and she was indeed incredibly beautiful, left naked by the explosion, covering herself with the surviving scraps of clothing. As soon as the apostle asked her to get dressed, the door to his room swung open and Sierra entered the room in her nightgown. With her hands on her hips, she, still sleepy, screamed belligerently at the apostle, who was making noise alone in his room. The witch's voice died down as soon as she saw her student standing in his pants in front of a half-naked stranger. Yulman, holding his shirt in his hands, which he was going to give to the assassin, slowly turned to Charlotte, begging her to listen to his explanation. Shadows thickened over the master's figure. His hair began to flutter like snakes. Yulman squeaked the witch's name again. Charlotte straightened up and laughed strangely, baring her teeth. There was silence, and Sierra exploded with a hysterical scream that shook the entire hotel. The apostle waved his hands, calling for calm. Anka's killer, taking advantage of the commotion that had begun, escaped through an open window, covering herself with a shirt. The assassin rushed to the Kenny's consulate, where Lazar was waiting for her. Seeing that the girl had come empty-handed, he demanded an explanation. She shook her head and closed her eyes, replying that she had failed the mission, the target was too strong, and she was unable to defeat it. The prince screamed angrily that Anka was talking nonsense. That worthless person couldn't have that much strength. The girl hesitated, saying that the guy had incredible powers, perhaps even legendary ones, but the man quickly shut her up. Smiling nervously, he smoothed his hair, saying that in the Empire there were currently only 4 people with legendary powers. In Kennis, there were only 3. So where did that weakling get so many of them? Anka sends only the best mercenaries who have no failures. How could this number be wrong? The girl dropped to one knee, preparing to accept her punishment, when a bottle suddenly flew towards her. The killer caught her, looked at the prince in bewilderment, and asked what it was. He replied that the failed mission would not go unpunished, and demanded to drink his newest trial drug. If Z231 survives, Laser will spare her. The assassin thanked the prince for his generosity. He gritted his teeth in displeasure as he watched the girl gulp down the contents of the bottle. The man returned to the table with the test tubes when his assistant asked what to do with the antidote. Hearing this question, Lazar became even more angry and clenched his teeth until they creaked. In a rage, He suddenly knocked over all the flasks and bottles from the table, shouting that scientists and pharmacists were parasites who had failed to research and find the cause of the disease after so much time. The man sat down in the chair, which creaked from the impact, and loudly banged his fists on the table, cursing. His heart skipped a beat, and from the incredible pain throughout his body, Laser's eyes darkened for a moment. The assistant asked to come to him with shouts. The man in a trembling voice demanded that the pigeons be prepared for flight in order to send an urgent letter to his father. He covered his pale face with his hand, cursing Yulman, because this time he himself had failed, breaking up the wedding in exchange for the antidote. Finally, morning came. The sun was shining brightly in the sky and fluffy clouds floated by occasionally. Yulman hoped that he could appease the master after the night's adventures and came to her with 2 cups of tea, smiling broadly. She didn't even turn to the student, telling Aisha and Arya about the investigation into the assassin's identity and purpose. Now their main goal is safety and confidence in successful participation in the competition. Individual combat training is almost over, and the day of the competition is approaching. Today we need to decide on tactics. The teams that will participate in the competition are Fram Imperial Academy of Magic, Institute of Magic Cultivation, Manju Demon Research Institute, Higher School of Magic, and the Kenny's Kingdom Magic Research Institute, a total of 15 participants. The competition is not a one-on-one fight at all. Everyone will be thrown into a 4-level labyrinth. The pentagram, the goal of the participants, is to capture the key to the door leading to the next level. It is hidden in the middle. To advance to the 4th level, you need to connect all 3 keys from the previous levels. The team that manages to do this will win the competition. Standing in front of the students, Charlotte spoke about a meeting she had held with other teachers regarding the technique of the competitors and asked for their opinion. Now, of the 3, Aisha is the strongest. She needs to go to the most difficult 3rd level. Arya is a crazy fighter, and there is no need to worry about her lack of magical powers, so she is on the 2nd level. Having told about the girls, Charlotte faltered when it came to describing Yulman. Shaking her head, she had to admit that the guy wasn't the most important part of the team, and he would have to go to the 1st level. The rest were surprised by the master's decision. Yulman never showed how strong he was. He must have reasons for this. Arya thought that for some reason not everyone believed in his strength. Aisha asked if the boy would be able to defeat the students from other schools if he had Sylph. The little girl listened to her elders and drank tea. Sierra told her that participants cannot bring living objects with them. There was a test before the start, and now everyone knows that the Ballet sword has a soul. Aisha, embarrassed, wanted to suggest something else, but the witch asked her to relax. Turning to Yulman, Charlotte glanced at him, saying that there was one way to make the boy stronger. The apostle winced and scratched the back of his head, smiling awkwardly. The silence of the corridors was interrupted by some kind of rumble coming from one of the rooms. Blushing, Charlotte weakly asked Yulman not to twitch and be patient, because everything was being done for his own good. The languid student, whose nose was already bleeding, muttered something. His head rested on Sierra's lap as she slowly poured her power into her student. She breathlessly said that she had done a lot for him thanks to her powers. Finally, the day of the competition at Pentagram arrived, and many spectators gathered around the huge arena. Near the main entrance, teams have already arrived at the scene. Sierra glanced around the area, nodding towards the entrance of the arena, telling the students that they could only rely on themselves from here on out. Arya suddenly asked Yulman if he had given Prince Laser the promised antidote. The apostle replied that he had given the antidote, since Luna had already received notice of the breakup of the wedding. The warrior waved her fist, exclaiming that her friend had done this in vain, because the man had wanted to kill him, but Yulman had only waved it off. Looking around, Charlotte noticed 2 familiar figures nearby. She frowned, recognizing Chester Bolet, clearly not expecting to see him here. The man bowed, smiling broadly, saying that he had not seen the beautiful maiden Miss Charlotte for a long time, but she was still as beautiful and bright as ever. The witch did not accept the polite greeting, and rudely reproached the sage for spending his time at an entertainment event instead of immersing himself in research. Aisha's mouth dropped open in surprise when she saw Chester Bolet himself. He, not at all embarrassed, said that recently he had become interested in the history of the sealed city. The labyrinth is closed at normal times and opens once every 3 years. His companion, wearing a hood that covered almost his entire face, bared his teeth. Bolet added that he had heard about a change in part of the team, and that among the members there was a student named Yulman. Hearing his name, the apostle glanced at the man and chuckled in surprise. The same one stood with his head bowed to his shoulder and looked at the student with an incomprehensible smile. At that moment, Sierra hurried the team members to enter the arena. Theodore turned away from contemplating Yulman and said that he would not detain Miss Charlotte any longer. They would see each other on the platform anyway. The team of academy students and Bolle with his companion went their separate ways. Passing by Yulman, the sage suddenly put his hand on his shoulder. With a sly grin, he whispered to the boy to keep Sylph. Then, without saying another word, he walked on. After giving a few more words of advice to her students, Charlotte went to the judges' stand. The final preparations for the live broadcast and sound setup were coming to an end. The girl commentating on the event spoke into the microphone, announcing that before the start of the competition, the hosts had received 2 pieces of news and now wanted to ask everyone for forgiveness. Her face appeared on the huge screens above the stands. The leaders of the Imperial Academy of Magic and the Queen Kennis Institute of Magic had urgent business. They would not be able to participate, and the leaders of the 2 teams were being replaced. Sierra was just wondering where Luna might be when the Imperial Magic Academy's speaker was announced. The next moment, the ringing voice of the commentator rang out over the stands, announcing Luna as a participant. The witch screamed in shock when the second heiress's face was shown on the screens. The spectators could not contain their surprise when they saw their princess, who was participating in the competition for the first time. Charlotte grabbed the director of the Imperial Academy of Magic, Decker, by the collar and shook him, asking how this happened. He, having unhooked the witch from himself, said that something had happened to the previous host's health. And Luna, as a fictitious school student, had the right to speak. Sierra narrowed her eyes, not believing that everything had happened by mutual consent. Soon the new leading Institute of Magic of the Kingdom of Kennis was announced. It was Prince Kennis, His Highness Laser. All the judges turned their heads at once towards the organizer, and he became embarrassed, mumbling that he had to do it. The commentator joyfully pounded her fists on the table, exclaiming that this time the competition would be broadcast in its entirety on the big screen. Moreover, each participant will be followed by a television drone, filming the entire process. Now the images of all 15 participants had already appeared on the screen. Yulman reached out his hand to the drone in surprise, and the girl asked him not to do this. The first stage was announced. Entrance to the arena, first level. The apostle looked at the television drone in surprise. It was the first time he had seen anything like it. 15 participants took their places. Yulman found himself inside a glowing circle. The competition was declared officially open, and the students began to happily chatter as they caught ribbons from the festive firecrackers. The participants entered the labyrinth, and in the process of searching for keys to another level, they all had to face low-level magical creatures and competitors from other magical schools. An hour later, on the first level, one of the students appeared in the room with the keys. Seeing the key under the glass flask, the girl let out a cry of victory. A tired sigh was heard behind her. Yulman had been walking in circles for so long, and the key was right in front of him. Seeing the student, he whistled, not expecting to see a cute girl there. She glanced at the key and turned towards the stranger. The next moment, she frowned and summoned vortex magic. The student immediately grew fairy wings on her back and rushed towards the flask, exclaiming that the key would be hers. As soon as her hand reached the treasured object, the student's entire body was suddenly grasped by someone's long tongue. She screamed in horror as the appendage threw the small body far back. There was a loud click. The student barely had time to move her hand. Yulman was still standing in the middle of the room, holding his hands in his pockets. He raised his head up, his mouth slightly open in amazement. The student instantly disappeared into the mouth of a huge monster in the form of a hypertrophied frog with blue eyes. The apostle looked at the B-level magical beast. The student's hand, meanwhile, dangled in the air between the monster's fangs. The frog's eyes widened, croaking in surprise as magic began to leak out of its mouth. The girl, covered in poison, transformed in her hospital bed. Doctors rushed to her, shouting that the giant frog's saliva was poisonous and that they urgently needed an antidote. As the events were broadcast on large screens, the commentator sighed. The fairy from the Royal Institute of Magic, being one step away from the key, fell into the clutches of the guarding magical guard. Each participant must create a special sign, kindly provided by the school, and they will be evacuated if they can no longer continue the competition. Sierra's neighbor told her to relax. Her wayward student would be caught before his oxygen ran out, taken to the hospital, and he would be as good as new. The witch smiled, saying that it would be better for the students of the other school to be careful. Otherwise, their oxygen supply would be cut off too. The healers led the weakened fairy by the arms. The director of her school advised Charlotte not to let the student take part in the competition. The giant frog has a heightened sense of its territory and has now been hypnotized to properly guard the key. The director of the School of Fairies mockingly pitied Yulman. If on the first level, left alone, he does not get the key, he will automatically get to the next level, and he himself will be evacuated. Sierra waved it off, replying that everything was ahead. There was no point in writing off the student so early. A commentator's voice could be heard above the stands, exclaiming that this was simply unbelievable. As it turned out, the owner of the first level key was a participant from the Imperial Academy of Magic, Yulman. The giant frog did not attack him, but simply sat next to him and watched. The school principals looked at the screen in shock, not knowing what to say. Spectators suspected the organizers of deception and fraud, aiding the students. The apostle turned to the monster, asking if he would mind giving up the key. Then he asked again if the monster would definitely not interfere with him. The frog croaked long and fell with all its weight on its back. The commentator nearly fell out of her chair, screaming that the giant frog had been defeated. Yulman watched the monster's tremors with boredom. Smiling, he said that he was a good boy, let him know his place. When the winner of the first floor was a participant from the Imperial Magic Academy, it was necessary to move to another floor to find out what was happening on the level above. The school principals couldn't understand what the student did with the frog. They said that he was a student of the Fire Witch and wasn't even strong in elementary magic. Is it just luck, or is someone helping him behind the scenes since the first level members of the pentagram are the weakest? Meanwhile, on the third level, the key was still under the glass dome. The A-level magical creature, the Flaming Bear, was the keeper of the key on the third level. The monster stuck out its tongue, revealing a row of sharp teeth as the golem grabbed it by the throat. Prince Lazar stood before a huge stone monster, whose shoulders were crowned with golden spikes. The man shook his long hair and looked into the teledrone camera, saying that his Institute of Magic would be the champions this year. His fans squealed with delight, exclaiming that Prince Lazar was an incredible handsome man. He subdued a stone golem with concentrated magic and also killed a rank a magical beast with one blow. The director of the Royal Institute snorted dismissively, saying that it was unfair because the prince was an experienced magician with excellent skills. The organizer objected to her, saying that having natural gifts is not prohibited. Meanwhile, Lazar was already reaching out his hand to the glass cover. At that moment, the space was illuminated by bright flashes of fire. There was an explosion that destroyed one of the walls. In the room, there was a stone golem covering its face with a huge hand. He sat on one knee right in front of the prince, who turned around and said that he had not expected to meet. A female figure appeared at the entrance to the room. It was Princess Luna. She entered the room clutching her sword tightly in her hands. Sierra leaned forward, watching her on the big screen, asking what she was doing. On the second level, in the room with the key, no one has yet reached the main item. The long tentacle split into several parts. As soon as the pieces fell, new ones grew in their place. The students began to quarrel. This thing, as they said in school during the subject about magical beasts, could not be cut. Fire had to be used. One of the students stubbornly shook his head, disagreeing with his interlocutor. He had already created fire in his palm, directing it towards the monster. His friend watched as Arya militantly cut the monster into pieces and asked in bewilderment why she was doing this. The organizer, observing Sierra's student, asked what kind of magic the student was using. The witch replied that she only had basic wind magic, but the girl had some berserker blood in her blood, and it seemed she was using it. The gray-haired man's eyebrows shot up. He didn't think he would see something like this with his own eyes. Meanwhile, the students on the second level were trying to escape from the long, snake-like monster, throwing flashes of fire at it and its remains with all their might. The sharp teeth almost closed over one of the boys. Arya turned towards the loud scream. The participants she was fighting with disappeared, using a special signal in case of danger, because the tentacles almost grabbed them. Sighing, the warrior concluded that she was left completely alone against the strong shoots. There was nothing to do. Arya pounced on her enemy with a war cry, cutting through the flesh with her axe. Losing her vigilance for a second, the student felt sticky touches on her elbow and grimaced in disgust. She cursed loudly and gripped the axe tighter as monstrous tentacles surrounded her in a tenacious ring. Having encircled Arya's body, they slowly directed their victim straight into the monster's huge open mouth. The girl looked enchanted straight into the abyss when a bright flash of fire flashed before her face. The next moment, the flames went straight into the creature's stomach and tore it into small pieces. The room filled with smoke. The tentacles around the warrior disappeared, and she coughed loudly, finding herself free. Raising her head, the girl saw Yulman, wheezing that he had arrived on time. After greeting the guy, unflatteringly calling him a pervert, she smiled at the apostle, who returned the smile. Spectators immediately noted the power of the attack. considering that, according to general information, this participant got into the competition by accident. Sierra stared at the screen in shock as her colleagues began to accuse the witch of giving false information. Charlotte shook her head. She had taken all of the students' void rings, and the guards at the entrance had checked everything thoroughly. She hadn't taught Yulman intermediate-level magic and was surprised by what was happening, but now the guy was calmly helping Arya bandage her injured leg. She didn't even thank her friend, calling him an arrogant bastard. Suddenly, rustling sounds were heard from the other side of the room, and the students saw that the tentacles began to move. The apostle cursed, exclaiming that they were not dead yet. After his words, the monster's head rose into the air, clicking its teeth. Yulman decided that this was an excellent opportunity to avenge Aryu. A few minutes before this, more large-scale events took place on the 3rd level. Every now and then, they tried to pierce the huge stone with a sharp blade. Luna attacked the barrier unsuccessfully, cursing loudly. As it turned out, the stone was not ordinary. The next moment, a huge stone hand flew towards the heiress. The girl was thrown aside, raising a cloud of dust, and the golem rose to its full height in the room. Luna managed to regain her balance and was about to attack the monster. She felt the weight of the sword in her hand decrease significantly. As it turned out, the blade had simply broken. The commentator pounded his fists on the table in concern as he said this. The treacherous ex-fiancé was slowly heading towards Luna. Assuming that the princess had already realized the difference between them, he advised the girl to get out of the pentagram on her own. Smiling, Lazar said that he did not want to hurt the lady. His fans clapped their hands, trusting in the prince's wisdom. Luna did not share their delight and only clenched her teeth in anger. Straightening up, the sword in her hands burst into a bright flame. With its help, the blade began to restore itself. Right from the bright fire, Luna pulled out a new renewed blade. As it turned out, it was the long-lost legendary lightning sword Asia. Sierra remained silent, watching the princess intently. Lightning Asia and Sylph were two magical weapons of the legendary King Yuansu. But Asia did not have a soul, so this blade could be taken into the arena. Charlotte remembered what Luna had told her. Asia was probably her secret, but even with such a sword it would be very difficult to fight the 3 major clans. The huge stone golem was attacked by a sword and fire. The moon fearlessly attacked him again and again. Soon the monster's figure was engulfed in flames, obscuring Lazar's view. He covered his face with his hand, watching the fight from the sidelines. A few seconds later, Luna's voice was heard inviting the prince to fight. The heiress stood right on the remains of the defeated golem. Laser smirked, hissing that Her Highness was very bossy. A strange sound like a click was heard at the girl's feet. At that very moment, the princess's legs found themselves in the steel grip of a stone that gripped the human ankles like quicksand. The girl growled and began to hit the stone with her sword, trying to get out. But at some point, the blade remained right in the sand, firmly stuck there. Luna suddenly realized that nothing was changing. The sand was only rising higher, enveloping her body more and more. The prince only scoffed. Standing to the side, the stones could absorb magical power, and Luna's attacks only made them more powerful. And even legendary weapons won't help in this case. Lazar said that the princess should be a good girl and not make unnecessary movements when preparing to attack her. He didn't notice how a small portal formed above his head, which grew larger with each passing second. Finally, a huge block of ice fell directly from it into the room. Luna leaned forward in surprise, not understanding what was happening. 3 small ice floes separated from the block and floated up to the girl, asking her to give her hand. She couldn't make up her mind, and they hurried the princess. Realizing that there was no other way out, Luna hesitantly extended her hand. The next moment, her palm was grasped by someone else's, which appeared literally out of nowhere. From the small ice floes, as if from a veil, a girl's figure emerged. Luna looked at her savior in bewilderment. Laser roared in anger, realizing that he had been deceived. He gritted his teeth as he watched the figure of Luna disappear from the stone's grip. In its place remained icy traces unknown to the man. He looked around the room, not understanding where the princess had gone. A few seconds later, he shuddered and opened his eyes wide. The sharp end of a dagger was sticking out of the prince's chest. It appeared from the ice behind him, piercing Laser through and through. The man turned around slowly, losing his last strength. The announcer loudly announced that Mr. Lazar had been killed with a single blow to the chest by Princess Luna. A participant in the competition from the Imperial Academy of Magic, Aisha, helped the princess escape from the prince and successfully attack him from an ambush. The audience stood up from their seats in shock, seeing the death of the prince and surprised by the appearance of the stranger. Sierra smiled, looking at her student with admiration, while the organizer saw ice crystals that could absorb light and reflect it. Aisha was able to limit the spread of magical powers using crystals. No one would be able to sense it. He asked Sierra if the girl was a first-year student. The witch confirmed it. Aisha is a very hard-working student. Laser, meanwhile, slowly turned into sand. He knew that the girl blocked her magical powers so that he could not feel them. The prince stunned Luna by saying that this was not a final victory. His sand figure crumbled and crawled in different directions. Now several living figures of Laser appeared in the room. More than 100, as the commentator reported, Aisha and Luna were surrounded. The prince's fans squealed with delight, showering the man with praise. Sierra panicked, worried about Luna and Aisha. The last one cursed when she saw a whole crowd of doubles. Luna didn't think the prince would be so prudent. The doubles immediately followed the man as soon as he entered the labyrinth. The girls stood back to back, preparing to attack. Luna was the first to try to attack one of the doppelgangers, pointing a blade at him. Laser's body was cut open, but instead of blood, sand gushed onto the floor. A mocking smile was frozen on the figure's face. The other doubles with the same smiles came closer and closer. Aisha closed her eyes and used the ice seal spell. All the figures were covered in a thick layer of ice. She shouted to Luna that they needed to take advantage of the moment and find the real one. Then she added that she wouldn't last long. The commentator stated that contestant Aisha was able to use her ice magic to freeze Prince Laser and all of his doppelgangers. One of the students became interested in Aisha, who controlled ice magic over such a large area. But not everything was so simple. All the doubles contain a piece of the prince's magic, and it is almost impossible to find the real one. The girls simply didn't have time to check each one. Unfortunately, the competition participants had no other choice. The majestic blade of lightning Asia soared into the air. Luna clutched it tightly in her hand, determined to destroy all enemy double bodies. Bright lightning bolts stretched from the weapon. Her Highness did not lower Asia. The all-consuming fire surrounded the thin figure in a dense ring, incinerating the clones. The flames spread faster and faster with each passing second, and lightning continued to strike at the right points in the room. The dangerous flint was so close to Aisha that the girl closed her eyes tightly and covered her face with her hands. Charlotte watched the situation tensely along with the others. It seemed Luna had used her sword at full power. The commentator trembled, her mouth slightly open in surprise, peering at the screens of the teledrones. Until this moment, no one had seen the abilities of the blade and its owner. The spectators froze in their seats in amazement. A ringing voice echoed across the stands as the fire slowly began to fade, leaving a thick wall of fog. Not a single one of Laser's doubles had managed to escape. Luna looked around warily, and this did not escape the commentator's attention. The girl assumed that the warrior had overdone the blow. Luna smelled an unusual smell and realized that the fog that surrounded her was not fog at all. This was what the prince was most strong in: poison, a thick wall of poisonous fog. The heiress heard someone else's footsteps behind her and turned around sharply, her blue eyes widening. Laser himself, whole and unharmed, emerged from the veil with a mad smile, raising his blade over her. Thin tentacles of poisonous fog slowly reached out towards the moon, entangling it. But the girl, despite this obstacle, turned her whole body and blocked the blow with her sword. Lae'zel bared his teeth, hissing that the princess, fortunately for him, had not managed to repel the attack. Otherwise, he would have definitely lost. The prince slowly but surely lowered Asia closer to Luna's throat, and she realized that the man had gotten rid of his magical powers to avoid being blocked. After a few seconds, the heiress's hands weakened. Lazar managed to emerge victorious, and he pushed Luna away with a loud laugh. Seeing the princess disappear into the poisonous fog, Aisha hysterically screamed her name. She, beside herself with anger, raised her hands to use her own icy power. But something was wrong. The body suddenly weakened. The blood pounded in the temples like loud drums. Aisha felt herself suddenly lose all her strength and began to slowly sink to the floor, enveloped in toxic fumes. Kneeling, she slowly raised her head. Laser smugly advised not to try to fight, because his poison had already penetrated the student. The green death made it difficult to think clearly and breathe freely. Aisha bared her teeth, only now realizing how much they had underestimated the prince. Luna, finding herself in the epicenter of the fog, bit her lip, barely remaining conscious. The prince, who was not afraid of the fog, looked up, hearing a buzzing sound. Now all he has to do is deal with those annoying, interfering machines. A stream of energy flew into the TV drones, destroying the screens, and the audience was instantly deprived of the opportunity to watch the fight. During this time, the poisonous fog cleared slightly. Laser approached the heavily breathing Luna, who was sitting, leaning on Asia, stuck into the ground. The man approached the girl and pointed his blade straight at her. confident in his own impunity. People would only hear the tragic news of the accidental death of the princess in the pentagram. Luna smirked and leaned forward fearlessly, whispering that even the prince had been bribed to deal with her. The interlocutor grinned. This is just a struggle between the participants of the competition, adding that Luna will die due to problems with equipment due to the drones failing. He intended to say that everything happened by accident and without his knowledge. After his words, a deafening explosion was heard behind him, and Laser turned around in surprise. Aisha, who was trying to get through the fog, also heard a loud sound and began to look around. A blinding light filled the entire space, and the blast wave knocked the girl off her feet. The ground split into several pieces, and a brown body with a protruding tongue and a row of sharp teeth appeared from there. The prince looked closely at the monster, recognizing it as a magical leech. A male figure appeared near the monster's body. Aisha cried out in surprise, recognizing the guest. Yulman carried Arya, who was cursing at him. In his arms, the guy just wanted to try to bring fire magic to a critical point, but now he destroyed the entire floor. Sierra jumped up and slammed her fists on the table, causing the girl sitting next to her to flinch. When the drones stopped broadcasting the competition, the witch firmly decided to go to the pentagram. Her partner tried to calm Charlotte down by saying that the drones had simply malfunctioned, but she knew that the sudden breakdown of all the teledrones on level 3 was no accident. The guy next to them adjusted his glasses and noticed the image that appeared at the right level. The video was garbled, but several new figures could still be seen through the wall of smoke. Charlotte immediately recognized Yulman and realized that everything was fine, including Luna. The boy folded his hands in front of him, clasping them together, thoughtfully muttering that the student had managed to break through the floor of the labyrinth. Not to mention its thickness. Even high-level magic would not be able to destroy the magical barrier installed inside the floor in one go. Compression magic only sounds easy. If the attempt fails, the creator will be destroyed by the magical impulse. This student of Sierra is much stronger than everyone thinks. Yulman and Arya stood in the ruined labyrinth, the remnants of the poisonous fog spreading at their feet. The apostles saw Prince Lazar and Princess Luna and turned to their highnesses with a smile. The warrior took a deep breath and blushed, declaring that it smelled very nice here. Aisha hesitated, exclaiming that the entire air was poisoned, causing her friend to cry out in shock. She grabbed Yulman's hand and shook it, wailing that it was becoming difficult for her to breathe because of the poison. Laser watched this spectacle silently, wondering how these two had broken into the labyrinth. The teledrones that were following this couple appeared in the air again. We need to deal with them first. Realizing that the real reason for the breakdown would only hinder him from dealing with the guests, Laser immediately changed the shape of his blade. Long hair fluttered in the wind as the prince took a fighting stance, and a long magical spear with a beautiful, ornate tip appeared in his hand. Arya was still not herself from the experiences. She was worried that she would have to fight, but Yulman asked her not to worry. Lazar bared his teeth and chose the apostle as his target, intending to pierce him with his weapon. The guy didn't move, just stood there with an impassive face as the tip approached him. The long, poisonous tentacles that followed from the spear hit Yulman's suddenly appeared defense. Lazar wasn't upset at all. He was just a little surprised that the guy could still use magic. He probably had good immunity to poison, but how much longer could he last? Yulman breathed in the fumes and suddenly felt that the aroma of the poison became sharper. He blinked, his mouth slightly open, when he saw the sharp point of a spear right next to his face. A long green beam pierced him. The light was so bright that it prevented others from seeing what was happening. Aisha and Arya huddled close to each other, watching each other warily. Laser, confident that he had fatally struck the boy, smiled ominously. His hopes were not destined to come true. When the bright light disappeared, Yulman held the spear shaft tightly in his hand. The prince growled, but still did not despair, deciding to try something more powerful. The tip that the apostle was holding whispered something as if alive right next to his ear and suddenly hissed like a snake. The weapon, falling silent, exploded in the stranger's hands and turned into a sweet-smelling cloud of poison, completely covering the man. The student coughed. Laser laughed, shouting that this was his special poison and it dissolves magical powers. The apostle cleared his throat and wiped the moisture from his mouth, surprised by what he heard. He tilted his head to the side, thinking about it. So this was his opponent's secret move. The prince couldn't believe his eyes. The boy had been poisoned. He wouldn't have been able to use magic after that. He should have had complete paralysis of his entire body. The man suddenly remembered the assassin's words. He said that Yulman had incredible, legendary powers, which meant that it was really so. Yulman sniffed the air again because all this time the aroma vaguely reminded him of something and did not give him any peace. He said that he remembered where he had heard the same notes before. The potion of the assassin who tried to kill him smelled the same. The apostle asked the prince directly whether he had sent away the murderer, despite the fact that the disciple had cured him of poison, and he had tried to kill him in return. The man shook his head without answering the question, but said that he had no idea about Yulman's legendary level, and this meant that such forces needed to be countered with something equally legendary. Laser stretched his arms out to the sides, and a multitude of pentagrams appeared around his figure, from which huge stone points slowly extended. Yulman froze in place, silently watching his opponent, his body glowing with a bright golden color. The prince pretended to be sorry that the boy had already lost some of his strength. He stretched out his hand forward, pointing his palm at the disciple, and shouted that he would now teach him a lesson. A stream of stone blocks poured down on the apostle. Yulman used the fire chain attack to stop the threat flying towards him. He deftly dodged the stones and knocked them down with bright flashes of fire. The apostle was distracted when two purple streams of energy rushed past him. They soared upward, heading straight for the humming teledrones to destroy the equipment. The ground shook as the magical currents collided with the chambers, exploding them. Yulman watched what was happening in amazement, only now realizing with detachment that they had been filmed the whole time. His attention was drawn to Lazar, who loudly exclaimed that now nothing would prevent them from getting to the main thing. He took an empty bottle out of his jacket pocket, with purple liquid splashing at the bottom. After drinking it, the prince wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, saying that he needed to become stronger than the legendary enemy in order to defeat him. Laser's body began to shake as if he were having a fit. He began to tremble slightly, holding his hands in front of him. Darkness enveloped the prince's tall figure. A thunderous voice swept over the labyrinth, threatening Yulman, Luna, and the two girls with death for disrespect, threats, and a broken engagement. The apostle discovered that black energy was also connected to Laser. But now, being at the competition, all the participants had seals that do not allow them to die. The man laughed. He had prepared everything long ago. Now, in the pentagram, the seals were of no use. Luna said in a low voice in the ensuing silence that she would rather die here than marry such a vile man. The prince, who had completely forgotten about his bride, turned around at the sound of the girl's voice. The princess stood at the glass dome and already held the golden key in her hands, although the darkness and poison of Laser had long since penetrated her body. The girl said that she knew in advance about the use of poison, so she sent a man to steal the recipe and create an antidote. The prince hissed like an enraged snake, shouting that he should have declared war and destroyed everyone. Yulman chuckled, urging Lazar to continue speaking if he still had something to say. The man turned sharply to the apostle and noticed a strange object in his hands. The apostle, like a child, waved the small teledrone in his hands, which he put in his pocket, taking from the eliminated participant. At this time, the prince's stupidly surprised face was broadcast on the large screens of the podium, and everyone present heard his words. The audience looked at each other in disappointment when they learned that he turned out to be a real scoundrel and had deceived everyone. The founder of the competition declared the end of the competition and ordered his men to evacuate all the students from the pentagram, as well as check the magic circle to ensure that the seals of the participants were intact. The commentators screamed furiously into the microphone that the situation was simply outrageous. The second prince, Kenneth, famous for his virtues, turned out to be a scoundrel. When Lazar heard the ringing voice announcing the end of the competition, he bared his teeth, cursing Yulman. He slowly approached the student, who urged the prince to come closer, shaking the teledrone in his face. Luna looked at the student and mentally thanked all of Sierra's followers. She walked up to the great golden gates and placed her hand on the carving of the star, knowing that this result was not enough for her to change the fate of the empire. The gates began to open slowly. A bright light poured out from there. Luna asked Sierra for forgiveness. Because what the heiress is doing is necessary for the future of the empire, she has no other choice. Now the structure of the pentagram labyrinth began to change rapidly. The room where the organizers were sitting began to shake, and everyone was suddenly pulled to the side. The witch, holding onto the table, asked if the mechanisms on the fourth level could make such a noise. The organizer faltered. A drop of sweat trickled down his cheek. The man muttered that the sound was not related to the labyrinth. It was the seals. In fact, it is impossible to get to the fourth level of the labyrinth. A person will be thrown out of there when the doors are opened, but not if the magical barrier of seals is opened. Seeing the glow, Laser screamed. The gate led to the demon that almost destroyed humanity, and he would be released. The prince shook his head and grimaced when he saw the exit from the labyrinth. He shouted that the opponents must not escape. Their fate was to die here, and he rushed headlong towards the moon. He pulled his fist back to hit the girl with all his might, as she was already enveloped in white light. Hearing the screams, the princess turned around sharply, but there was nothing human about her anymore. Empty eyes, glowing golden, looked at the man. The sight was so terrible that Laser froze and stepped back. Yulman watched in surprise as the fist raised over the princess disappeared into flames, a stream of blood splashing onto the brown ground. The prince began to thrash about in hysterics, crawling back and clutching the rest of his hand. He whispered that a demon had crept onto the earth. The man's teeth were grinding as he clenched them, trying to ease the pain. He began to crawl back, falling on his back, begging for help, asking not to be killed. The majestic figure of Luna loomed over the traitor, smiling broadly, and a real demonic fire splashed in her eyes. Another jolt caused Sierra to stagger and fall to the ground, leaning on one knee. The witch stood up and slowly walked towards the exit, and they began to ask her where Charlotte was heading. The mentor's voice was filled with despair. She knew that Yulman and the others were still in the labyrinth and needed to be pulled out of there. Everyone involved in the competition ran headlong from the main building towards the stands, fearing that the demon would soon emerge from the labyrinth. Two people silently watched what was happening: the Imperial sage, Chester Bolle, and his companion in a long cloak. The blonde adjusted his glasses and stretched with satisfaction. Everything was going perfectly. Lazar and Luna had performed their roles as pawns remarkably well. The man beckoned to the young man, who had lingered by the panoramic window. It was necessary to leave in order to carry out the next step of the plan. Meanwhile, Luna stood with her back to the students in front of the half-opened gates. A bloody Lazar lay nearby, and Yulman closed the chain. Aisha assumed that something was wrong with the princess. Arya warned the apostle of the danger. Luna turned around sharply, her eyes darting from one student to another. The guy assumed that she was looking for someone. The moon demon's gaze stopped right behind Yulman, and he belatedly realized who the girl had noticed. The heiress grinned and rushed towards Aisha, carrying a stream of blue air behind her. The apostle cursed, remembering that there was still poison in the girl's lungs and they could not move. Aisha pulled back but couldn't hide, her face frozen in an expression of all-consuming panic. The apostle rushed after Luna, preparing to use his second-level seal. The space was filled with purple color with white dots, and Yulman ordered the seal to open. Aisha and Arya's figures were left behind as a huge stream of seal collided with the running demon. Luna slid across the floor and dropped to one knee to keep from being carried away further by the energy. A mechanical voice came from her lips, ordering to kill. Aisha, incredibly worried about her friends, assumed that the sealed demon had possessed Luna. The princess's light hair fell over her face. She was breathing heavily, piercing those present with an infernal gaze. Yulman straightened up, looking intently at the girl's figure as if calculating something. Finally, a smile played on his lips. The decision was made. Excitement bubbled in his blood. The game became more interesting. The guy ran straight towards the monster. He extended his hand with the seal on it and touched the sword that Luna extended, lightning Asia. The apostle grabbed the blade, pushing away its owner. He thought that because of the demon, the power of the legendary sword could not manifest in the hands of the princess. The weapon flew into the air, the demon becoming disoriented as the apostle's fist began to approach him. The moon, engulfed by the devilish power, roared like a beast. She didn't have time to block the blow, and a beam of bright purple light pierced the girl. Yulman chuckled, shouting that the battle was not over yet. Realizing that she had been outwitted, the princess froze, looking down with a questioning gaze. Then the apostle commanded the seal of the fourth level to open, and the beam of his power again threw the demon back. In a bright flash, the moon flew back to the gate and disappeared behind it in streams of white light. Aisha and Arya looked in that direction warily, still unable to move. A deceptive silence fell, and the students thought that the girl had disappeared and that the demon was trying to find a new home. The apostle approached his girlfriends. He had to take them upstairs and then return on his own and check everything. Aisha protested, because who knows what will happen if Yulman goes there, straight into the clutches of the demon. But the guy only smiled in response, asking the girl not to worry. He hugged her tenderly, reminding her that he was the first apostle, with powers capable of confronting the demon and protecting Aisha, Aggie, Sierra, and all of humanity. Tears glistened in the witch's eyes. She buried her nose in Yulman's shoulder, whispering that even at a moment like this he was talking nonsense. Gently pushing the silent Aisha away from him, the guy called on everyone to get out of the labyrinth, but Arya reminded them that the teleporters were broken, according to Laser. The apostle shrugged. This is just transfer magic. Now he will create new teleports, and the problem will be solved. Just as he was about to remove the poison from the girls, the prince's plaintive howl was heard from the gate. He extended his stump of an arm towards the students, begging them to save him and take him with them. Yulman turned around abruptly and said that they had almost forgotten about their brother Lazar. Sierra ran to the entrance to the labyrinth and ran into 2 employees. As it turned out, it was impossible to enter inside. To the witch's indignant cries, one of the girls stuttered and replied that the shaking had completely destroyed the entrance to the labyrinth, and all the seals leading inside had broken. She pointed to the side where the wounded participants were gradually gathering. They had already safely gotten out, except for those who were on the 3rd floor. Charlotte clenched her fists and bit her lip in despair. It turns out that now in the labyrinth, there are only Aisha and the others. Suddenly, a magical fire lit up in one of the seals, and the employee rushed in that direction. She screamed that someone had gotten out again, attracting the attention of the others. Seeing her students, Sierra ran towards them to make sure they were okay. The girls stood at the seal, slightly stunned by the events that had just taken place. The witch breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that the girls were alive and well, having found themselves here without any injuries. A groan of pain was heard. Turning in that direction, Charlotte saw a beaten and wounded prince hanging in the arms of the employees. The girl hissed, dismissively waving her hand at Lazar, and asked Aisha where Yulman and Luna were. Fearing Sierra's reaction, the student timidly said the boys' names, starting to stutter. Finally, having collected her thoughts, the girl told what had happened to the princess. The witch scratched her chin, realizing that this was the princess's secret. The resurrection of a demon that would help stop the crisis in the Empire, in her opinion. And the stupid Yulman decided that he could defeat the monster. Sierra covered her face with her hand, exclaiming that they were completely careless and did whatever they wanted, and nothing could help Yulman at all. While the teacher was lamenting, her student, casually putting his hands in his pockets, walked through the gate and found himself in a dark cave. Walking along the narrow stone road, something rang and glittered under his boot. Lowering his head, the apostle discovered under his feet a golden ring of the moon with an emerald. Yulman raised his head, hearing a strange sound, as if a fire was burning nearby. Very close to the guy was an arena surrounded by high cliffs, and above it, right in the air, was the moon, illuminated by a red glow. The apostle gasped, his mouth slightly open in amazement, and his head tilted to the side with interest. The girl seemed to be trapped in a whirlwind of symbols that stretched around her body. Yulman whistled. It looked impressive. In front of the moon was the demon himself, of incredible size. A monster with a goat's head and several pairs of eyes, a devilish star shining on his forehead. The devil's head jerked, approaching the princess's figure, and his mouth opened slightly. The moon shook. Multicolored flashes filled the space, and a deep alien voice spoke phrases in an unknown language through the girl's lips. But the apostle knew that these were spells in the language of the Nagas. It seems that not only 5 magicians but also 1 Naga participated in that legendary imprisonment rite. The mad gaze of the demon-intoxicated princess darted towards Yulman. The girl was ready to open the seals. She slyly asked if the guest wanted to interfere with them. The guy grinned, replying that he would wait a little longer after all, until he could see Luna's body in all its glory. The demon laughed. Mortals are sometimes very funny. Perhaps the student will later regret his stupidity. The princess's naked body went into convulsions, and a translucent red dome covered it with a thin film. A long black hand with sharp claws emerged from the thickness of the stone and reached out towards the apostle. The heiress, deprived of essence, began to fall on her back. Her eyes were tightly closed. The apostle rushed towards her, taking off his jacket as he went. He pressed the girl to himself, threw clothes on her, and looked angrily at the demon. Right around the 2 human figures, the arena began to explode, as if a terrible monster was crawling right underneath it, breaking its way into the air. A few seconds later, the demon came out to freedom. He was laughing loudly and gutturally. Thin, pulsating veins were visible through his muscular body. The beast's wide mouth opened. He thundered that from this second no one in the world would be able to stop him. Every creature on the planet would pay in full for their attitude towards the beast. The demon shut up as a small figure flew into the air right in front of him, engulfed in purple flames. Yulman put his hands in his pockets, cheerfully examining the otherworldly creature, without answering the question of who he was. A huge paw reached out to the man. The demon was furious at the insolence of an ordinary man. The apostle calmly extended his hand, and a huge wave of energy covered the goat's face. After examining the demon, the guy chuckled and praised the fullness of his life force. Looking back, the monster was stunned when he saw his doubles. Now there were many monsters around the arena with the red seal. Yulman forced all his lives to come out of one body. Moreover, from the real demon, who was comparable in size to the apostle, only his head remained, asking how the boy managed to do this. He shrugged and gasped again, holding out his hand and asking to take a look. On the student's palm, the fire of hell blossomed, still a small but bright flame. It grew larger with each passing second, and then it came out of the circle in which those present were located. The devilish eyes flashed and went out again. The head shook, exclaiming that in front of him was the apostle himself. This was completely impossible. Yulman leaned over the demon and gently touched the back of his head, sympathetically asking if he had already fought with the apostles, and the monster began to resentfully tell his story of imprisonment. Hearing about Garos's blood prison, the boy was interested in how the demon escaped from the blood prison and what happened to Garos. The monster's head shook and its voice broke as it announced that Garos was already dead. The apostle instantly dropped his mocking expression and stared at the demon in amazement. He couldn't believe it happened, and the guy didn't know anything. The monster did not know what happened, but at one point he stopped feeling his strength. It became increasingly difficult to maintain the prison of blood. It took 1,000 years to break through the prison wall and escape here. Yulman barely listened to Demon, thinking about the fact that the life of the apostle is inexhaustible, and no one has heard about their death until now. He looked at the monster again, and he spoke forcefully about the time it would take Garos to kill him. Yulman shrugged, reminding that Garos was only the 8th apostle. The demon, showing concern with his whole appearance, timidly asked the man who he was. A smile played on the guy's lips and his dark hair fell over his eyes. After a few seconds of silence, he loudly exclaimed that he was the first apostle and burned the demon's head in the bright flames of the fire of hell. The thing is that this fire destroys only the demon's physical shell and cannot prevent its power from flowing into another body. But for a while it will no longer harm anyone. Now there was one more problem to solve. How could he and the princess get out of here? The girl was unconscious, deprived of strength from the long presence of the demonic entity within her. The apostle thought that there was no returning seal here, so that the demon could not return to the human world. The gates of space only open in one direction, but the Naga left writing, which means he was here and found a way to get out. Looking up, Yulman decided to at least try to find out. In a bright purple flash, he flew up to the stone ceiling. The powerful impact caused the surface to collapse, causing small stones to fall down. The apostle found himself in a space unknown to him, cold and cosmic. He froze in the air, looking at the incredible sky strewn with myriads of stars. The student felt as if he had been here before, or it was just a figment of his imagination. The strange rocks stretched to the very horizon, their sharp peaks almost reaching the sky, and below, circles were still moving in the dark water from the flash. At this time, those involved in the competition gathered on the half-destroyed 3rd level of the labyrinth. They combed the area, ordering each other to carefully examine the level and check every corner to find the remaining students. The Imperial sage Chester Belay approached the huge crater formed by the explosion. He knelt down on one knee, looking for something. Finally, an attentive gaze spotted the necessary thing, which immediately appeared in the man's hand. The competition organizer, with Sierra already standing next to him, slowly approached the gate. He reached out his hand, touching the steel surface, about to say something but suddenly fell silent. Charlotte leaned forward, asking worriedly what was wrong, and the man faltered, feeling an incredible force. The seal on the gate turned out to be intact, and even more stable than before, which amazed the organizer. Based on the powerful force that those present felt earlier, the seal should have already been removed. Aisha's heart sank when the student standing next to her reported that someone had removed the seal and sealed the demon back again. The magic that can seal it requires a sacrifice, and since it's working again and Sierra's apprentice is nowhere to be seen, there's a chance he's the one responsible. Tears gathered in the corners of Aisha's eyes and she sobbed, her voice shaking as she said that this couldn't be happening. The girl jumped up, hysterically calling Yulman, begging him to come out and not make everyone worry. Sierra approached the student, asking her in a low voice to stop screaming. She quietly said that Yulman was probably alive, which instantly calmed Aisha down. The witch turned to little Sylph, asking her to confirm what she had said, and she nodded. Aisha asked with hope in her voice if this was true. The spirit of the sword said that she was connected to Yulman by a contract, and could sense whether he was alive or not. Charlotte shook her head. After all, she didn't know the guy's exact location right now, but he was probably fighting someone at the moment. And it was the pure truth. Yulman, with his shirt unbuttoned, was running away from the golden flame that was catching up with him. He shouted as he walked that Luna was too aggressive and asked her to calm down. The naked princess, covering herself only with the student's jacket, extended her hand to him and called him a pervert, whom she had no intention of listening to. When she woke up, she found herself completely naked with Yulman. His pants were half down. How else to understand this situation? The apostle tried to explain that he undressed because he had picked up the girl from the bottom of the lake and was going to dry his clothes. But Luna was adamant and did not believe that she had ended up in the water if she only remembered the labyrinth. Suddenly, strange images flashed through her head. In particular, a bloody Lazar, left without a hand. Luna stopped abruptly and looked at her hand, remembering that she had freed the demon and cut off Prince Laser's hand. The girl trembled. She had been deceived. From the very beginning, there was no magic to control the demon, because such power is simply not available to ordinary people. She was confused by stories that the demon's power could save the fate of the Empire. Luna had released a monster that was destroying the world, and now everyone would die because of her. The apostle ran up to the princess, grabbed her by the shoulders and shook her, trying to attract her attention. The boy exclaimed loudly, saying that the demon was not released, the princess did nothing irreparable, and no one would die because of her. She, looking at the apostle with moist eyes, repeated the spoken words with her lips alone. Without letting go of the girl, Yulman repeated again that she had only cut off Prince Lazar's hand, and that it was a small problem. There was no need to blame herself. Luna chuckled at the absurdity of the situation, lowering her eyes and calming down. A few seconds passed. She was still smiling, looking at Yulman, who was not going to move away. A second later, the princess asked in a muffled voice how much longer the student was going to grope her. The apostle abruptly removed his hands, stuttering that he had not intended to do anything like that. Stepping back too quickly, he caught the toe of his boot on the loose ground and realized with horror that he was falling. Unable to stay on his feet, he fell right onto Luna, who turned red and didn't think to move aside. Finally, there was a bang, and they both fell to the ground, their heads colliding. The girl's lips trembled from someone else's closeness. The princess again called the apostle a pervert. Yulman leaned his hands on either side of the girl, holding his breath and not knowing how to move away. The princess hugged her jacket to herself, trying to push the guy away. She hissed that now she would definitely kill him. The apostle, confused in his thoughts, began to lament that it was just an accident. Luna screamed angrily that talking was useless. Yulman should go to hell. Aisha, standing in the labyrinth, suddenly felt unexpectedly that her friend was really alive and well. The apostle leaned against a large rock, wearing only trousers, asking the princess if she had changed her clothes. The girl ordered not to even look in her direction, and soon came out, dressed in the student's shirt, with his jacket tied around her waist, and using his tie as a hair decoration. She looked around, thinking that she needed to solve the main problems first, and then deal with the pervert. Luna didn't understand where they were, asking Yulman if they were still in the labyrinth. The apostle himself did not know, but he assumed that they were now on the continent of a completely different world. Luna clicked her tongue indignantly, thinking that she had ended up in the east, but that even sounded like nonsense. At that moment, a rustling sound was heard in the bushes nearby. The heiress and the apostle turned around warily, and a small green man appeared in front of them with a toy, to a human eye, club in his hand. Luna hid behind Yulman's back and squealed when the monster pointed his finger at them and exclaimed something in his own language. The guy asked his friend not to worry, because it was not a demon, but an ordinary goblin. This explanation did not really console the heiress. At the end of the last human civilization, most of the demons moved to the magical world. Only a few of them remained on the mainland with people, so the moon did not recognize this goblin. The creature beckoned to the travelers, urging them to follow it, while muttering something under its breath. The apostle shrugged and called the princess to follow him when she was surprised that the boy wanted to follow this strange creature. Yulman shook his head, saying that they had no other choice. They were not familiar with the people or the area here. They needed to find someone, establish contact, and find out the situation. He gave Luna a mocking look, adding that it was time to find her something suitable. She couldn't wear his clothes forever. The apostle played with his eyebrows, asking if the girl really liked walking like that. But she almost hit him and demanded that he hurry. The unknown road was not very diverse. The desert landscape remained practically unchanged. Only a small fortress appeared in the distance. Wooden gates reliably hid the small settlement from prying eyes. In front of them, like a warning sign, skulls were strung on stands. When the travelers approached the settlement, Yulman whistled, seeing a small village. The goblin shouted something in his own language to the guard who was observing the situation from a special guard tower. He bared his teeth and shouted something in response, apparently agreeing to let the guests in. The goblin walked forward, leading the guests. They were met by the villagers, watching the newcomers with genuine interest and wariness. Luna felt very awkward as she carefully asked Yulman if it was dangerous to just follow their guide. Postal urged the girl to relax and not worry, because he was fully responsible for her safety in front of Sierra. A few minutes later, The goblin led Yulman and Luna to the central square where the elder and heads of the village had gathered. He approached the elderly goblin with a staff in his hand and loudly said something to him. The villager said with pride in his voice that he had brought back 2 runaway slaves from the beast-eared people. But it seemed to him that someone had cut off their ears. The elder asked something in surprise, and the goblin pointed his finger at Yulman, who did not understand the modern magical language that the creatures spoke. He only knew ancient magical. Having carefully examined the travelers, the old man shuddered in surprise. He suddenly raised his staff and hit the resident on the back of the head, calling him a cretin, because they were not animal-eared at all. Long ago, in his travels to foreign lands, he saw creatures with such an appearance. The goblin recognized these noble creatures and mistook Yulman and Luna for succubi. The crowd gasped in shock when they heard the elder's words, as they had only heard about these creatures before. The goblin nodded. In their family, all the men are majestic, and the women are beautiful. Male succubi like to bare their torsos to attract the other sex, and the woman next to him has no underwear, so she achieves greater popularity. Several young and brightly made-up goblin girls sighed dreamily when they heard the succubi dressing up, calling Luna a dirty girl. The princess saw the confused looks directed at her and said that they were looking at her strangely. The goblin asked the elder if the wanderers were really succubi, since they didn't understand a word. He replied that some of the succubi still insist on using the ancient magical language. It was necessary to try. Then the elder goblin addressed Yulman in the ancient magical language known to him and introduced himself as Siavakita, settlement of the Vukunda goblin tribe, sage. The apostle's face lit up. He was glad that now, finally, he would have someone to chat with. Without further ado, the disciple turned to Siawakita and asked if he knew where the emperor was now. The goblin looked down and thought that the succubus would immediately find out about the emperor, but he replied that the emperor was currently in Gaocheng. The apostle immediately asked how far this Gaocheng was from the village. The elder timidly said that if the guest wanted to go to the city, he would have to go through the lands of the beast-eared ones. If he did not object, the goblin would send a ranger with him. He would guide the travelers. The apostle thought for a moment, and Luna raised an eyebrow, asking her friend what the creature meant. He shrugged his shoulders, replying that they weren't discussing anything special. They were just talking about the road. At that moment, the same goblin who had found Yulman and Luna ran up to the elder, shouting about the trouble that had happened. Sweating from excitement and running, the creature warned that an ogre had broken into the village. The elder let out a startled cry. This was what the villagers feared the most. And indeed, a huge monster with red eyes and large fangs destroyed the gates, bursting into the fortress, and goblins ran away from him who did not even reach the ogre's ankles. The monster clicked its teeth, lisping something, emitting an angry growl, and steam was coming out of its mouth. The goblins tried to defend themselves and their property. A small figure tried to jump on the monster from above, swinging a small axe. But he didn't even have time to touch the ogre. He punched the small warrior away like a ball. The monster roared, scattering what was left of the gate around, and the goblins rushed at him from all sides, calling on him not to be afraid and to fight for the tribe. The ogre bared his teeth, opened his huge mouth, and roared again. He began to hit the ground with his strong fists, and stones flew into the air from his blows. The tiny goblins dropped their weapons and began to fall as the ground shook beneath them. One of the defenders found himself on his knees, coughing violently from the dust that had risen into the air. The ogre licked his lips carnivorously and scooped up the earth beneath his feet with his fist, collecting the goblins as if they were mushrooms in a forest clearing. Luna opened her mouth in amazement, sympathizing with the goblins, asking Yulman what kind of terrible monster it was. He answered, "A real ogre." The princess trembled as she watched the monster, sitting on his knees, pull one of the villagers into his mouth. Holding the small figure, he opened his mouth wide, preparing to snack on the goblin. The apostle noted absent-mindedly that now the goblins would certainly not provide them with a guide. So when he suggested going, Luna was surprised that the student did not want to help the tribe. Shrugging his shoulders, Yulman said that this was the resident's business. He had no reason to voluntarily interfere in all this, but then Siavaketa fell into the student's lap. He grabbed the succubus's trousers and, with tears in his old eyes, begged him to help and save the village. Yulman looked around the area and fell silent, deciding what to do. Luna, not understanding what was being said, assumed that the elder was asking for help, but the apostle stroked the old man on the head. He was simply seeing them off on their hike. Even though the princess saw tears, Yulman deceived the girl, answering that the headman was very gentle and kind. He turned sharply and walked in the other direction, leaving Siavakita on his knees. The student was glad to help. But now they were in another world. It was worth staying away from troubles. Before he could finish speaking, a large cage appeared to the side. A strange girl sitting there was crying and asking for help. As soon as he heard the sobs, Yulman stopped abruptly and became alert, like a hound. He began to carefully examine the area, wondering if he had heard a girl's voice. Meanwhile, the ogre was slowly walking towards them and had already approached that very cage. Roaring terribly, he struck the bars with his claws, tearing off the top of the cage. The creature sitting there was a man with cat ears, dressed in a light dress. A terrifying ogre's mouth appeared in front of the girl. The captive's ears trembled slightly from what she saw. She shook her head, sobbing. The monster slowly approached the creature, clicking its teeth and noisily sniffing the air. The girl screamed at the top of her lungs, begging for help, closing her eyes tightly so as not to see the horror. Her eyes widened when she heard a soft male voice right next to her ear. The space was illuminated by a bright light, and a ray of hope appeared in the captive's soul. Yulman could not stand the girl's tears and immediately changed his mind, deciding to come to her aid. Luna couldn't believe her eyes when Yulman's figure instantly evaporated and she was left alone. Shawakeda stopped crying and looked at the succubus, who was returning to them in bewilderment. In the blink of an eye, with a movement of his hand, the apostle cut the ogre's huge face into two parts, clasping the girl's shoulders with one hand. He looked at the stunned captive with a smile, asking if everything was okay with her. The ogre's heavy body fell heavily to the ground in front of the villagers, raising a huge cloud of dust. The wounded goblins, rubbing the back of their heads, looked in disbelief at the enemy who had been defeated in 2 counts. Joyful cries were heard from everywhere. How wonderful! Finally, the residents were safe. Only now did the apostle notice cat ears on the head of his new acquaintance and was surprised. She protested, shaking her head, and replied that she was not a cat but Lim. The student smiled, asking if that was her name, and Luna hissed that the guy was a real pervert. Having suddenly found herself next to her friend, she declared that she had not yet managed to deal with him, as he was already reaching out to another girl. Yulman rolled his eyes, replying that he had no intention of using his hands. A still shaking Sayavaketa ran up to the trio, warmly thanking the succubus for saving his people from the ogre. Smiling timidly, he added that he also thanked her for saving the beast-eared slave. The goblins caught this girl to present her as a gift to the green sorcerer in exchange for a source of water. If something happened to her, they would have to start hunting for a new victim. The girl, hearing someone else's words, pressed herself against the apostle's chest, lamenting that Lim did not want to be given to the green sorcerer. The tips of her sharp teeth showed as she clenched them, shaking violently with fear. Yulman frowned and shook his head, turning to the elder. He raised his hand and gently stroked Lim's head, saying that they were just missing a guide to get to Gaocheng, and now he was taking the girl with him. Shawakeda extended his clawed hand, muttering that it was completely impossible. But seeing the expression on his savior's face as he asked if there were any objections, the old man immediately took his words back. Smiling again, the student turned to Lim, asking if she agreed. The girl blushed, whispering that she agreed, her little ears trembling slightly. She suddenly exclaimed that she agreed to do everything for the sake of the master, which caused undisguised surprise in the apostle and Luna. The princess, narrowing her eyes, slowly turned to her friend, accusing him of excessive licentiousness, but he shook his head furiously. The elder, scratching his nose, told the gentleman about the tradition. When the animal-eared creatures rub someone's ears, it means a marriage proposal. Yulman cried out in shock, not removing his hands from Lemur's head. As it turned out, if a stranger rubbed the ears of the animal-eared one, he would not mind. This was considered a request for recognition as the owner. Sighing, the elder allowed the girl to be taken away, since the succubus liked her so much, despite the fact that the apostle waved his hand because he didn't mean anything like that. After a few seconds of awkward silence, Lim's thin voice could be heard continuing to call the student her master. The apostle timidly lowered his head to look at the little girl, who was almost crying, thinking that she was no longer needed by her master. The guy hesitated and began to make excuses, not wanting to hurt Lim's feelings. The princess, watching this scene, shook her head sadly. She clicked her tongue and loudly, once again, called her friend a scumbag. As the boys had agreed, they asked the elder for clothes, and they provided them to the travelers, making them from what they had, since the goblins didn't have any that were the right size. Having dressed, Luna and Yulman sighed with satisfaction, looking at themselves in simple suits. It was better than running naked through the desert. The Lord Apostle was even given the tribe's only cart, but because the ogre had eaten all the cattle, there was no one to harness except people. Shawakeda pointed to the bandaged villagers, offering to provide some of them to pull the cart, but the student refused. Very soon, Yulman regretted his decision, because he was the only one pulling the cart with the girls, and it was not easy to walk like that through the desert. He couldn't even wipe the sweat from his forehead, because both hands were busy, and the sun was mercilessly beating down. Luna noted with sadness that so much time had passed, and they had not even met water once. Even the trees had all dried up and died. Lim sighed. For 6 years now, they have been suffering from a terrible drought here. The lakes and rivers have evaporated, the trees have also died. In order to get to the water, the beast-eared ones often entered into fights with the goblins. The princess looked at the girl with concern and asked why her people didn't move to another place if everything was so bad. She shrugged and sighed. The whole area here is one continuous desert. They simply have nowhere to move. The apostle listened to the conversation in silence, and when the girls fell silent, he asked Lim how about leaving the desert altogether. The girl looked at the gentleman and Luna, asking if they had ever left the house, assuming that they came from a wealthy family. As it turned out, the territories are separated by huge chasms full of terrible predators. Even with wings, they cannot be crossed. Gaochen is connected to 4 zones, each of which borders 2 more territories. The only way to enter another territory or zone is to obtain a special pass. Luna exclaimed indignantly. The apostle shook his head and grinned, throwing out that they did not need this pass. He winked at the girl, telling her that they would break through directly, causing her to let out another indignant cry. While the travelers were making their way through the desert, all of the green sorcerer's warriors gathered in the main hall of the cave. A huge fanged mouth gnawed juicy meat from the bone, chewing it with disgusting chomping sounds. The sorcerer clamped the bone in his mouth, muttering to his subjects that the Vukunda tribe had not brought offerings this month, but had also allowed the precious captive to escape. He sat on his crystal-studded throne, his legs spread wide, and croaked that it was time to get rid of this tribe of useless creatures. The monsters, their eyes glowing red, all bared their teeth at once when their leader announced that this was how they would test the combat readiness of the fighters. They, licking their lips carnivorously, approached one of the cages filled with animal-eared creatures, because it's better to eat well before work. There, clutching scraps of fabric to themselves, 3 girls with cat ears looked at the monsters in fear. The ugly monsters laughed, coming closer and closer to the captives, saliva flowing from their mouths. Streams of blood splashed onto the wall, and the fighters promised the lemurs that they would thoroughly enjoy them. A cold night fell on the desert, bringing long-awaited coolness to the tired travelers. The rescued girls suddenly came to life and approached Yulman, shouting to the master that ahead was the land of the Lim tribe. The apostle, who was completely exhausted from the whole day's journey, breathed a sigh of relief. They had finally arrived. But, as it turned out, travelers were not very welcome here. Armed, animal-eared men blocked the way for uninvited guests. They screamed when they saw the people. That these were magicians who came from the goblin tribe, there was definitely nothing good to expect here. The warriors were joined by several more armed creatures, who were ordered to detain the strangers. Lim appeared at the edge of the cart, covering Yulman and Luna with her hands. The girl ordered her fellow tribesmen to stop, because these magicians saved her. The men, desperate to see one of their tribe again, stared at her in surprise, as if she had returned from the dead. The beast-eared ones surrounded the girl, exclaiming that they were glad to see her back, because they had already lost hope of seeing Lim when the goblins caught her. The travelers were taken to the fortress, to a large tent, where they were warmly greeted, thanked for saving Lim. At a large table laden with food sat the head of the beast-eared tribe, Maggle, a humanoid man. He was missing one ear. He said that their relations with the goblin tribe were disgusting, so that anyone who came from them could not avoid suspicion, and they immediately apologized to the master. The apostle, however, was not offended, and replied with a smile that he understood everything. Magul asked if Yulman had proposed marriage to Lim. The girl blossomed, and confirmed that the man had scratched her ear. The student felt Luna's sharp glances behind him, and seemed to hear the harsh words she called him. The head of the tribe laughed, saying that it was a young matter. He understood everything, and if Lim agreed, there would be no objections. He instantly became serious, saying that the girl had returned just in time. There was an important matter that needed to be discussed. The man was silent for a moment, and then exhaled and said that Arlie had fallen ill with the rot virus 19. The girl jumped up from the table and clenched her fists, screaming that she didn't believe it. She rushed headlong out of the tent, sobbing loudly. Yulman reached out to Lemur with regret. Maggle shook his head, saying that the girl's mother had also died from the rot virus 19, and now Arlie, whom Lim had cared for so long, had also become infected with the disease. When the apostle asked what it was, the man replied, "The putrefaction virus appeared 4 years ago, and the disease is very contagious. The infected person first develops a fever, shortness of breath, a strong cough, and then rapid aging begins. The vital forces disappear from the body, leading to death. The tribe's best doctors are trying to find a cure for this disease, but in order to avoid infecting the entire tribe, all those infected and those who have been in contact with them are required to self-isolate. Yulman asked again if he understood that all the sick and those in contact with them should leave the tribe. Magel nodded. The apostle reminded the man that he had told Lim about Arlie's illness, and that she, even knowing how contagious the rot virus was, would still run to visit her. Magul's words fell upon those present like a punitive guillotine. This is exactly what he intended. The feigned good nature instantly disappeared from the beast-eared man's face, and he muffledly announced that the girl had come from the goblin tribe and had brought with her 2 magicians who could guarantee that she was telling the truth. Lim ran headlong into her dear friend's tent. Despite the danger, the dwelling was already surrounded by their fellow tribesmen with weapons in their hands. Exhausted and suddenly aged, Arlie asked Lim with dry lips to leave and not think about her, because she would also have to leave the tribe, but the girl, choking with tears, insisted that she would definitely cure her. The beast ears were talking outside, not knowing what to do, but they had to obey Magul's order because the disease would spread and everyone would die. The leader, meanwhile, reacted very evenly. He could not sacrifice the entire tribe. There was no other way out. Yulman and Luna looked at the man with incredible anger in their eyes. The girls were taken out into the street, and not far from them the tribe and the leader gathered, who ordered them to obey him. To prevent the spread of the rot virus, Arlie and Lim, who is in contact with her, will be expelled from the tribe. This was the verdict of the head of the beast ears, and no one dared to disobey him. Lim frowned as she supported the back of Arlie's head, who was lying on the ground and slowly dying. Magel demanded that she take the magicians that the girl had brought from the goblins and leave immediately, but Lim was not going to give up so easily. She agreed to leave the tribe, but asked to take with her the raw materials for the medicine. The head of the beast ears looked at the girl without a shadow of mercy, saying that the recipe described in the Black Thunder's medicinal book, according to the assurances of the best doctors, was absolutely useless. The man added sternly that if that recipe had helped, Lim's mother would still be alive. Yulman, standing silently near the girls, glanced at the inconsolable girl. He raised his head and turned to Magul, asking him to give him the recipe so he could try to cure Arlie. The man raised an eyebrow. He couldn't just hand over the valuable ingredients at the guy's first order. He couldn't waste precious resources on all sorts of nonsense. The apostle raised his chin, asking if he was not clear in what he was explaining, and repeated his request. His gaze darkened sharply. If Lim tried it and the recipe turned out to be useless, the guy would understand everything and would not cause inconvenience if the tribe did not want to immediately move on to the consequences of his anger. Magul stepped back, his mouth hanging open in astonishing impudence at how this stranger dared to address him in such a tone. He suddenly realized that this guy was giving off a smell of great danger. It was unclear what was going on here, but it was better to be gentle with him. The head of the beast ears crossed his arms over his chest, agreeing to the proposal, but immediately stipulating that if the girl did not achieve any results, she should only blame herself. Yulman turned to Lim, slyly asking if this was okay with her. With eyes full of gratitude, she looked at her master and smiled warmly. Magul shouted to the healers, ordering them to bring the ingredients. Lim would prepare his potion right here. Arlie was laid on a blanket close to the fire, while the girl brewed the potion for 3 hours, until dawn, surrounded by the discontentedly chattering tribe. When the animal-eared ones began to hurry her, Yulman shouted at them, ordering them to be calmer. Luna, covering her mouth with her hand, whispered to the apostle whether their plan would work, since it was already morning, whether the girl would be able to make an effective medicine. The student grinned, replying that they needed to wait a bit longer. Maybe Lim would succeed. The princess cursed when she heard that her friend also had something in store. Another hour passed when Lim stood up abruptly, holding a bowl of prepared medicine in her hands. Yulman silently lifted the dying Arlie to help the girl give her medicine. The friend opened her eyes with difficulty and smiled through force. Whispering that Lim had already done everything she could, the outcome was not important. Clenching her teeth, the girl approached her friend and carefully poured the liquid into her mouth. A few seconds passed. Lim and the apostle leaned over Arlie impatiently. She coughed and bowed her head. She closed her eyes and did not answer. Magul stamped his foot and pointed his finger at the company, shouting that he had said so many times that nothing would work. Adding that there was nothing more to talk about, the leader ordered the soldiers to throw the infected away. But Yulman's loud voice rang out in the morning silence, asking to wait. The chief angrily barked at the guy, but he, smiling calmly, replied that the treatment process was not over yet. He turned to Luna, asking her to use elemental magic on Arlie and gather the water element for her. This amazed Magul. He did not expect that the guests would turn out to be real magicians. The princess quietly asked what Yulman had in mind, since in such a dry place it was hard to get even a drop of water, but the student asked her to trust him. The moon sighed and really gathered life-giving moisture in her palms, asking the elements of water from all over the world to gather, not to pass by, and let the earth before her eyes be watered with streams. A second later, Arlie found herself immersed in the thickness of water that the heiress had summoned with such difficulty. The animal-eared tribes began to talk among themselves, amazed at the natural magic of water. Right before their eyes, Arlie was recovering, becoming young and beautiful again. The travelers really did cure her. The recipe turned out to work. Yulman raised his finger, saying that the so-called rot virus is not a terrible, incurable disease at all. This disease is caused by a simple lack of water. If the tribe wants to cure the virus, they should stay close to water. A large amount of water will make the medicine effective, and all the patients, like old Lady Arlie, will turn back into those they were before. In front of the assembled stood the same animal-eared, pretty young girl, shyly running her fingers through her long hair. The apostle and Luna looked at the beauty in front of them in amazement. Now the entire tribe had no doubts about the miraculous power of the recipe, having seen their former tribeswoman, Arlie, who had been hugging herself, blinking in surprise at the crowd, returned to her original form. Yulman turned to the puzzled clan leader, asking if he had anything to say. Magul coughed and smiled completely insincerely, mumbling that everything was fine now. He hadn't even thought that the problem wasn't in the recipe, but in the water. Lim, who had been silent until then, exclaimed that the problem was not in the water at all. She fearlessly pointed her finger at the chief, saying that he simply did not give it to the sick, and because of this, the prescription became useless. Magul stared in shock at the girl who accused him of killing all the sick. Those who lost their loved ones fell to their knees. Their legs could no longer support them from what they heard. The young man desperately screamed that his father had also been treated with this recipe and had not survived. The rest of the animal-eared ones cried, realizing that they had missed a precious chance to save their relatives. Some had driven their own mother and sister out of the tribe. A crowd of enraged animal-eared people slowly advanced on Magul, who had killed their relatives. He was now unworthy of the title of elder. Stones flew at the man, hitting him right in the head. The man didn't even defend himself. He growled, turning towards Lim, who had attacked him first. Sobbing, the girl, red with anger, screamed desperately, demanding that her mother be returned. Magul bared his teeth, demanding that the significance of the tragedy not be exaggerated, since the tribe itself was to blame for everything. Realizing that he had no more excuses, the chief exclaimed that he was not the only one who decided to throw people out. Everyone agreed with this. The patients were old. Now the saved drops of water would help them to hold out for a couple of days longer, where Magul could get water for treatment as well. In this world, the strongest survives. People here are clearly not from kindergarten, so as not to understand such truths, the tribe got rid of those who dragged them back. Now the resources will be used for more useful people. Magul slowly stared back from his fellow tribesmen, shouting that the water they drank was taken thanks to the sacrifices of other people. Now, no one is different from him in their actions. The man pressed his hand to his chest, saying that it was harder for him than for anyone else, because the tribe had no idea about it, and that he, as the main one, had to act in the interests of the entire tribe. The beast-eared ones stopped. Sympathy for the suffering of the leader appeared on their faces. There were loud claps. Yulman praised Magul for bearing all the hardships of the life of a headman. Well said. The man rolled his eyes and turned to the boy, asking what else he needed. The apostle shrugged, saying that he had nothing against it, but the goblin elder told very interesting things. A wide, predatory smile appeared on the student's face. He continued to say that water for the tribe of beast ears was exchanged by their headman with the sorcerer for special offerings, and also that the kidnapping of Lim was not at all a random attack by the goblins. The head of the tribe himself exchanged her for resources. The people who heard all this gasped. They didn't even know about the offerings in exchange of fellow tribesmen for resources. Seeing that Lim had returned from the goblins, Magul was afraid that all his dirty deeds would come to light, so he came up with the idea of taking advantage of Arlie's illness to drive her out of the tribe. The man screamed hysterically that this was complete nonsense. The foreigner did not understand anything, because the leader did everything for the sake of the tribe. Lim clenched her fists, adding that Magul was doing everything only to protect his established position as the head of the tribe. Someone who is unable to protect the tribe should not be its leader. This beast-eared one is the most useless person here. The apostle approached the girl and put his hand on her shoulder, praising her for the excellent speech she had given. Luna extended her hand to the man. A stream of water burst from her palm. The girl exclaimed that a man who does not value the lives of his fellow men should not be a leader. The beast-eared one froze, mumbling that he was the boss and no one had the right to touch him. With a stream of water attack, the princess simply washed away the unfaithful beast-eared one. Only his screams could be heard in the distance. A tsunami of life-giving moisture rose into the air, spinning like a top. Once high in the sky, a saving and life-giving rain poured down to the earth. He watered the desert. Exhausted by the heat, the animal-eared ones ran out into the streets, dancing with boundless joy, and put buckets under the water. Someone called on his fellow tribesmen to look at the sky. There was something there that had not been seen for many years. A multicolored rainbow appeared high in the sky, and people stood there, mesmerized, looking at it. Tears came to Lim's eyes because, after the drought ends, you can see a rainbow after the rain. A ghostly figure of her smiling mother appeared before her eyes. The girl looked at the rainbow and sobbed briefly. Lim clasped her hands together and cried quietly, keeping her head down. Luna and Yulman stood, watching the cheerful animal-eared creatures with smiles on their lips. The apostle sighed, saying that the rainbow looked great despite being artificial, and the princess immediately ordered him to remain silent. Now the tribe had collected water for a long time. They would not have to worry about drought. Everyone sincerely thanked Mr. Yulman and his companion. Lim was pulled out of her lingering memories by a fellow tribeswoman. The young girl waved her hand, saying that they needed to discuss something. After hesitating a bit, the animal-eared one finally asked if it was possible to ask Mr. Yulman to become the new leader of the village. The girls watched as the rest of the beast-eared ones repaired the broken gates, since Magel himself created the problems and could not cope with them. Now a new clan leader is needed. Mr. Yulman is so strong, he can even use magic. He is not at all lacking in intelligence, but he has no tail or ears. Lim was very excited at first, but immediately became depressed because the owner's destination was Gaoqing, and he wouldn't be able to stay here. Her interlocutor thought for a moment, but after a few seconds she beamed, exclaiming that she had an idea. Everyone already knew that the gentleman rubbed Lim's ears and proposed marriage. Since he could not stay, let his children stay, the child would become the leader of the tribe. Lim said in confusion that the magician had no children, but then her fellow tribeswoman, with joy in her voice, suggested a solution. All that was needed was to give birth to 1 or even 2 children. Covering her mouth with her hand, the girl giggled. Lost in her dreams, she suggested out loud that since Mr. Yulman was currently resting, she needed to come to him and quietly sneak into the tent. The beast-eared one, seeing Lim's bright red cheeks, came to her senses, realizing that she had gone a little too far. After so much time, Yulman and Luna finally managed to return to their tent. The princess threw herself onto the sleeping place assigned to her, burying herself in the soft pillows, and finally she found herself on a cozy bed. Yulman smiled indulgently, asking Luna why she was so happy about an ordinary bed, but the girl only snapped. Luna blushed slightly and hissed, because when she got to this damn place, she saw only goblins, ogres, and rot viruses. Now a bed in which you can rest is a rather rare thing. She hugged the pillow tightly and breathed a sigh of relief, dreaming of washing herself some more. The apostle stared at his companion, asking why she couldn't just ask the beast-eared ones to prepare everything for her. But the princess looked sternly at the student, calling him stupid. Even though she had independently obtained water for the tribe, she could not wash herself with the precious resource, knowing that the animal-eared ones were dying from drought. The apostle smiled, noticing that he had not noticed the girl's kind-heartedness before and was now very surprised. Once again angry at the student for such words, Luna fell silent for a moment, squeezing the soft fabric of the pillow. Sitting in bed, she looked at the wall but not at Yulman when she wanted to ask him something. She sighed resignedly. Her voice was filled with melancholy. From the very beginning, the girl doubted everything that surrounded them in the other world. Now the princess was worried that they would not be able to return to the real world. Perhaps there were transitions between the worlds somewhere. Before she could completely fall into despair, the apostle firmly informed her that they would return. Sierra, Aisha. The girls are looking for him, so the apostle must definitely return, even if it means crossing worlds. He looked closely at his companion and winked at her, asking her not to worry because he would take her with him. For the first time in a long time, hope appeared in the princess's blue eyes. The fabric of the tent suddenly opened, and an agitated Lim appeared in the opening, shouting that something bad had happened. She began to stutter, trying to tell her master that the goblin tribe had returned. No, they had been forced to return. Luna did not let go of the pillow from her embrace, and together with Yulman they stared at the guest. Goblins led by their elder Sievakita gathered in front of the gates to the settlement. Their way was blocked by two armed beast-eared ones. Yulman and Luna hurried to the place, the apostle asking the tribe on the go what had happened. One of the beast ears worriedly reported that the goblin tribe was asking for help. They looked like they were being chased. Yulman stepped forward and immediately saw an elderly elder in front of him. He, as before, began to beg the student to sweep away his settlement. Now they were completely helpless. Shawakaita's lips trembled as he tried to say that the green sorcerer had attacked the tribe. One of the goblins, looking around all the time, saw something in the distance and immediately attracted the attention of the elder, squealing that the sorcerer had caught up with them. The old man shook, leaning back when he saw the monsters. Transformed goblins, created by them to intimidate the beast-eared and other tribes. The grinning faces with red eyes really did look like they had been recut like dolls to create the perfect weapon. Fierce and cruel, with a very bad trait, a thirst for flesh. That's what these creatures were. A whole army of ferocious monsters gathered against a small tribe on the mountain cliffs. The animal-eared ones trembled with horror when they saw the full scale of the disaster. They couldn't even imagine what to do now and how to defend themselves against such a number of monsters. One beast-eared one ran up to Sievakita and grabbed his clothes, shouting that the goblins had deliberately brought hordes of monsters to a foreign village. The old man muttered that he simply wanted to ask Mr. Yulman for help. But the beast-eared one became even more agitated, declaring that one magician could not cope against such a number of mutants. The apostle, looking at the army, shrugged his shoulders, saying that it would take a long time to fight such freaks. But overall, there were no problems. The beast-ear stopped shaking the elder and looked questioningly at the magician, who nodded, saying that he could fight. Their conversation was interrupted by Lim's desperate cry. She demanded to stop. The girl ordered to stop bombarding Yulman with annoying requests. He looked at Lim in surprise and said that there was no problem. Lim warmly thanked the apostle for saving herself from the goblins and the entire village from destruction. Even the fact of meeting the owner makes her incredibly happy. The owner did so much for Lim. The girl didn't know how to thank him. And now the green sorcerer with a whole army has come for the beast-eared ones and the goblins. The owner doesn't have to put himself in danger for them. So Lim asks him and Miss Luna to leave here as soon as possible. The girl stumbled and burst into tears, asking for forgiveness for the fact that she could no longer be Yulman's guide. Her fellow tribesmen looked at the master with sympathy, listening to their conversation. Even Sievakita thought about it, and admitted that it was shameless on his part to use impossible methods against a benefactor who had already saved the tribe. He nodded to himself, demanding that they leave quickly. He would need a little time. The goblin tribe would hold off the monsters. The princess silently watched as the creatures conversed with the student. Lim also fell silent, biting her lip and waiting for the inevitable. The little goblin swallowed hard, a bead of sweat rolling down his cheek. Suddenly, completely unexpectedly for everyone, Yulman grabbed his head and burst out laughing, exclaiming that he and Luna were not respected at all. He informed Lim that if he wanted to leave any place, he would do so of his own free will, and there was no force that could force him to do anything. And the problem he talked about at the beginning was just from an empty stomach. It's worth spending effort on fighting monsters to get hungry. Yulman smiled, looking affectionately at Lim. He turned towards the army, saying that the beast-eared ones needed to go cook something tasty and wait for victory. A few seconds later, the apostle and Luna found themselves alone on the battlefield. The mutants grinned carnivorously upon seeing their victims. The apostle suggested that the princess step aside if she was afraid, but the girl angrily replied that after such a speech, she could not simply hide. However, she looked away uncertainly. Then she asked if the guy had some kind of trump card or if he was just trying not to lose face with the tribes. Watching the monsters approach, the girl asked if Yulman would be able to deal with them. He immediately said that he would do it without any problems. Luna screamed at the guy in despair, wondering if he had really mastered some kind of incredible magic. The princess looked at Yulman with a puzzled expression, who nodded in response. It wasn't forbidden magic. Sierra's student had reached such an incredible level. It turns out that Charlotte has been teaching these legendary tricks for a long time. With a heavy sigh, the princess said that she would help the student buy time. Although she didn't have everything that Yulman had, performing such complex magic charmingly took a lot of time. The girl knew that for sure. So the princess will hold off the goblins while the apostle concentrates on his magic. He promised to take her with him when he returned to their world. Yulman couldn't be allowed to die before that moment. He thought that no time was needed for preparation but remained silent. Luna summoned Lightning Asia, ordering her to imbue her with her power. A clear voice was heard. The sword replied that the princess's strength was not enough to subdue the blade, but Asia appreciated how she was looked after. So be it. Holding the sword out in front of her, Luna saw the ghostly human form of the weapon next to her. The green sorcerer also noticed her, surprised. Was the soul of the sword going to fight his army? He bared his teeth when he saw the beautiful young girl and licked his lips carnivorously. The sorcerer, sitting on a wooden throne, immediately ordered his monsters to take the soul alive. At that moment, the fighters rushed towards the princess. Asia informed Luna that using the sword's powers would speed up the consumption of a person's magic. Judging by her condition, the heiress could only hold out for about 10 seconds now. A bright golden light illuminated the mutants' ugly faces. The princess loudly objected that she had enough strength. The thin figure was surrounded by a horde of hostile army, clinging to the girl from all sides. Brandishing their swords, they tried to attack the princess, pushing their way through each other. But the next moment they were thrown back by bright lightning coming from the sword. The light multiplied, cutting through the bodies of the monsters, littering the ground with their remains. The green sorcerer bared his teeth and leaned forward. He felt the power of the sword's soul on himself, calling it worthy. But compared to his power, it means nothing at all. The sorcerer screamed furiously, creating waves of powerful energy around himself. The princess, embraced by her, clenched her teeth from the bright flash of pain. She barely remained conscious even after using the sword's soul powers, and in the end she did almost nothing. The weapon fell from the weakened hand. Every cell of the body was filled with pain. But suddenly Luna was surprised to find herself in Yulman's arms, and he praised his friend for her good work. The girl asked with regret in her eyes and hope if she had helped buy the apostle a little time. He nodded with a smile. Luna did everything that was required of her. Lightning-fast Asia softly lay in Yulman's palm. He, holding the princess with one hand, asked her to rest. The green sorcerer noticed the man's appearance, shouting that another fool, not knowing respect, would be killed by the Green King's soldiers. Now the apostle and Luna were surrounded by a huge army. The guy glanced at the monsters, whistled mockingly, repeating the sorcerer's words. He threw the blade over his shoulder, asking his soul about her affairs. Asia regretted that Yulman was not her owner, so he would not be able to use the powers, but the apostle did not need that. The soul was surprised. Because the king of the elements forged it with the purest lightning, nothing can harm it. Yulman asked if it could withstand the lightning magic of other energy sources. Instead of an answer, the sword rattled from the bright streams. The apostle understood everything and smiled. A red energy arrow immediately struck the sword. Seeing her, the green sorcerer retreated back in fear. This amazed all the observers of the tribes. The blade's soul protested, asking what kind of thunder Yulman was introducing into the steel. Not hearing an answer, the little voice squeaked that she needed to stop. There was no more energy left in her. The soul writhed from the power that overwhelmed it. It could not bear it any longer. The apostle was surprised by the small capacity of the magic sword, although Asia was able to cope with its lightning energy. Luna looked at the sword engulfed in flames that Yulman calmly held in his hand in confusion, wondering if it was powerful enough for his techniques. The voice of the weapon demanded that it be used quickly, and then Yulman agreed to it. He wasted no time in using the short version technique. A great celestial punishment fell upon the entire army of mutants in a huge bloody stream. Even the green sorcerer had never encountered such power in his entire existence. He tried to defend himself with a special black armor, but even the one that had previously resisted any attacks crumbled to pieces. The apostle's incredible energy simply dispelled the mutants' massive bodies. When the smoke cleared, Luna and Yulman were safe, the army surrounding them destroyed. The goblin and beast-eared tribes looked at the empty battlefield in shock. So many monsters were dead in an instant, it was something incredible. Even the princess was shocked. Could it really be Sierra who taught this to her student? While Yulman was examining the sword, Luna thought that Charlotte could also use magic of such power. The blade's soul froze powerlessly in the air, looking straight at the apostle. Blushing, Asya exclaimed that Yulman, not being her master, had so unceremoniously dealt with her body, deceived her, and forced her to serve him. But that sweet moment when the sword was filled with power and that short moment of liberation were beautiful. The girl looked at the student with adoration, saying that he was really good and did not disgrace the honor of the magic sword. Yulman looked into the clouds of smoke and was surprised. As it turned out, the green sorcerer did not die. Now, completely burnt, he slowly rose from his knees. The mutant roared, asking Yulman where an ordinary person got so much strength from. He replied that there was no point in telling him anything, because after learning the answer, the monster would die anyway. The sorcerer, hearing this, laughed loudly. The goblin has not yet shown its power, and right now the impudent man will see it. The dark world of the heart spell allowed the mutant to be filled with dark energy, which flowed like small snakes through his body. Yulman whistled, seeing the dark streams of powerful energy, asking what it was. The snakes soon merged into one, forming a stream in which the souls of dead monsters, distorted by pain and anger, were clearly visible. They poured into the body of the green sorcerer, and he turned into a fighting three-eyed troll with huge wings and a strong body. Hearing the monster threatening Yulman, Lightning Asia stared at the guy, hoping to rest, but he shrugged his shoulders. They will have to continue the battle. The improved mutant roared, shouting that the man had lived to the moment of his death and still did not understand anything. But now he would go to the underworld. The apostle smiled fearlessly, exclaiming that he could not wait to feel it. Hitting himself in the chest with his fist, the sorcerer spread his wings and waved his long tail, pushing off from the ground and rushing straight at the enemy. Opening its mouth wide, the goblin cast the purple tiger core spell, summoning several fire spheres. Having landed, the monster directed them at Yulman, holding his hands out in front of him. The apostle immediately covered himself with Asia, along the entire length of which red lightning ran. With the help of the incredible blade, the student was able to block the enemy attack, and for a few seconds, thick smoke obscured his field of vision. Yulman heard the rustle of wings right behind him in time and turned around sharply. The monster, baring its sharp fangs, fell upon the guy with a hail of blows, but he jumped back from the next attack at the speed of light. Once again, jumping back, the apostle clutched the sword in his hands, and the sorcerer began to egg him on, calling him a coward who only knew how to run away. Asia hiccuped from the strain, groaning that she had to go into battle again. Yulman swore to fulfill the mutant's wish to be chopped into pieces. The disciple pulled Lightning Asia back, causing it to shine blindingly, sending out bright red lightning bolts. A few seconds later, the apostle ran towards the enemy, who used a magical cry trying to knock the enemy off his feet. The blade, as if through butter, softly entered the monster's crossed palms. He laughed, thinking that victory was on his side, and began to make fun of the loser whose sword could not kill such a giant. However, the sorcerer missed something, namely the sharp tip of Asia, which was poking into his eye on the forehead. Yulman snorted contemptuously, drawing the mutant's attention to the fact that he was already a corpse. The green sorcerer, to his misfortune, did not immediately realize that he was in a trap from which there was no escape. The sword, piercing even deeper, shone so brightly that a bloody beam of lightning passed through the entire body of the monster. The apostle leaned forward once more, then abruptly pulled Asia away. The sorcerer howled and found himself thrown back. He hit, the sheer weight of his impact creating a hole in the loose earth and sending clouds of dust into the air. The red devilish eyes flashed once more in the wall of dust, then went out forever. The villagers, among whom was Lemur, opened their mouths as they looked at the defeated killer. At first, hesitant, and then increasingly loud cries were heard about Yulman's victory. He was alone, against everyone and the green sorcerer. The cat girl's fellow tribesmen began to ask her one after the other how the man she had returned with had managed to survive. The apostle shook himself off and walked up to Luna, handing her Asia. The princess blinked in amazement, not understanding what the guy wanted from her. Yulman casually scratched the back of his head, muttering that, having fought his fill, he was quite hungry. Clutching the sword in her hand, Luna silently looked at his soul hovering nearby. She, not paying attention to anyone, blushed to the tips of her pointed ears, recalling out loud the wonderful feeling of being filled with energy, the sweet moment of concentration, and the explosion at the end. Finally realizing that she was next to her mistress, Asia fell silent, staring into surprised eyes. She sighed dejectedly and smiled, throwing to Luna that, with her magical abilities, such a thing would, of course, never be achieved. The princess and the apostle approached the gates of the tribe, where they, together with the goblins, greeted the victors. Several residents, who had temporarily taken over the management of the settlement, shifted awkwardly from foot to foot, not knowing how to thank their savior. Yulman coughed, looking at the residents with a smile, and asked what they were trying to tell him. He, throwing aside all ceremony, cheerfully asked if they had prepared some delicacies for him, since he had asked for this to be done by the time of his return. The people with animal ears looked at each other in surprise, not expecting such simple words. The lemur jumped up and down, looking adoringly at her master, who had just saved 2 entire tribes from certain death. Finally, the silence was broken by joyful cries from the tribe and goblins, who called for the table to be set and a feast to celebrate the victory. In the town square, the magical creatures gathered together, shouted toasts and loudly clinked wooden mugs of beer. In the very center, they built a huge bonfire around which they danced, holding hands. Numerous tables were laden with all sorts of delicacies, and smiling waitresses, flirtatiously waving their long tails, carried drinks. The hero of the evening sat at a small table in a separate tent, along with the goblins and representatives of the tribe. The temporary leader of the tribe shook his head. He never thought that the day would come when he would drink at the same table with goblins. Shawakeda nodded, smiling and replying that he too could not have imagined that such a thing would happen. This all happened thanks to Mr. Yulman. Those sitting at the table supported this idea. The temporary leader decided to ask the apostle about his plans. Perhaps he would still be the elder of the tribe. Yulman shook his head. Nothing would work out. He had other plans. Tomorrow he and Luna were setting off on their journey. His interlocutor scratched the back of his head. Because such a great man as Mr. Yulman would not be able to remain in a rundown village, it would be a real waste of talent. Shavakeda added that since the guy had already decided so, there was no need to rush, because there was one place that the gentleman would be interested in looking at. The Green Sorcerer's Cave probably contains treasures that the mutants have stolen. The gentleman should go there before leaving and look for something interesting. The apostle thought that he needed to do this for the sake of the moon too. She had helped the disciple a lot lately. Yulman agreed to wait until tomorrow. The princess would rest, and they would see what was left in the sorcerer's cave. Lemur's thin voice was heard. The girl looked into the eyes of her owner, asking if he would take her with him. She wanted to be the master's guide to take him to Gaocheng, but her speech was interrupted by Yulman's apology. He had to report with a heavy heart that he would most likely not return to the settlement, which meant he would not be able to deliver Lemur back. Moreover, the goblin elder drew a map for the student, and now he and Luna will not need a guide. The apostle looked at the table, smiled sadly, and asked the girl to stay with her family. Lemur's lips trembled when she heard the disappointing answer. Her fellow tribesmen called the girl's name in concern as she hung her head low. The young goblin woman looked silently at the animal-eared woman who slowly stood up from the table. The lemur leaned heavily on the floor with her hand, stuttering that she would not have the opportunity to repay her master for his help. Putting on a fake smile, Lemur walked away from the table, exclaiming that she would dance for the owner, and that would be compensation for everything. The apostle shrugged his shoulders, agreeing with such gratitude. At that very moment, as if by magic, the square was filled with an enchanting melody. There was no trace left on Lemur's face of the recent pain of rejection and worry. The girl moved easily and smoothly. The hems of her airy dress fluttered in the wind, and her jewelry jingled to the beat of the music. The apostle was watching the dance with interest when he noticed that his neighbor turned away in shame. To the surprised question, he reluctantly replied that the gentleman himself should observe, but he should not. Yulman didn't attach much importance to this and grabbed a mug of drink. But then a young goblin girl approached him. She explained that such a tribal dance signifies the expression of a woman's love for a man. Although she doesn't understand the nature of Lemur's relationship with Yulman, the girl gathered all her courage to confess to her master and dance. At that moment, Lemur turned to Yulman, winking at him. The goblin woman asked the guy to at least take a good look at the creature at that moment. From that moment on, a vague veil appeared before the apostle's eyes. Opening his eyes, he saw Lemur very close. She finished dancing and walked towards her master with cat-like gait, asking why he couldn't take his eyes off her. The apostle was taken aback, not immediately realizing that the two of them were alone and in a different location. He looked around in shock and found himself sitting on a bed with a large red canopy. It turned out that the student had not responded to words since the dance, and Lemur had to take him here. The apostle tried to laugh it off and move away from the persistent girl, saying that since the feast was over, he could go to his room. But she grabbed the guy by the hand, telling him in a languid voice about a special tradition. If a person agrees to watch the confession dance and leave with the dancer, the tribesman and his master can spend the night together. At this time, the feast continued. The streets of the settlement were filled with the noise of the celebrants. The lemur turned away and became sad. She knew that the owner could not stay, and the girl would not demand to take her with him either. So the two of them only have tonight to spend together. The next moment, Lemur began to undress, shocking the apostle. He tried to look away and, stuttering, asked the girl to stop. Quickly throwing the top of her dress over her, Yulman sat down on his knees, demanding that she listen to him. The student was very happy with this attitude, but such things should only be done by mutual consent, and the guy cannot stay precisely because he needs to return to one very important person. There will definitely come a time when Lemur meets a man who will love her as much as she loves him, but until that moment she needs to take care of herself. While Yulman was speaking, Lemur's eyes rolled back and she simply lost consciousness from excitement. After holding the thin cloth on the girl's shoulders for a few seconds, the apostle realized that she had fallen asleep while sitting. Finally, a slight smile touched the student's lips. He was glad that everything ended this way. Having somehow thrown some clothes on Lemur, he laid her on the bed and covered her with a blanket. Having made sure that the girl was lying comfortably on a soft pillow, the apostle lay down next to her, propping his cheek with his palm. He allowed himself to indulge in dreams, completely drowning in his own thoughts. Lemur's chest rose and fell in time with her breathing, and the girl sank deeper and deeper into a deep sleep. But if it really had been possible to stay, they would have had a luxurious wedding. The picture changed. Aisha appeared before my eyes, who blurted out that the guy could stay in this hole, settle in, and not come back to her. Arya, Charlotte, and Luna echoed her, saying that the apostle had made promises and had not fulfilled them. The master was disappointed with her student, and the princess had been completely wrong about him. As expected, you can't trust a word a man says. They are all worthless. Yulman may never return again. The apostle's inflamed consciousness painted ever new terrifying pictures of his future. The boy whispered that everything was not like that. From outside the tent, his desperate cry was heard, asking for an explanation to Aisha and Sierra. The next day, the student came out to the square staggering, with huge bruises under his eyes. Siavakita did not fail to notice that the gentleman had a rumpled appearance. However, the elder pointed to the detachment and equipment for the expedition to the Cave of the Green Sorcerer, which had already been collected. Only Lady Luna had not yet woken up. Yulman was surprised. It seemed that the overuse of magical powers had affected her body much more seriously than expected. The goblin asked if they would wait for the princess to appear, but the apostle refused. They needed to leave early and finish everything quickly. The detachment led by Yulman set out from the village after some time. Meanwhile, Lemur was surrounded by her curious fellow tribesmen, wondering how the night had gone. The girl did not understand what was being discussed, and the others confused her. They saw Mr. Yulman leave her tent in the morning with circles under his eyes. The friends surrounded Lemur, asking if the pair had advanced to the next level, but the girl shook her head, refusing to speak. The paint did not leave the unfortunate woman's face. Her lips were pressed into a thin line. It is better not to tell how she was so excited that she fainted, and when she came to, the sun was already shining. The magical horse obediently pulled the cart with the equipment, and Yulman and the others sitting inside. Finally, a large cave loomed ahead, and the apostle was informed that the detachment had arrived at the location. Before the horse had time to approach the entrance, the boy suddenly ordered the coachman to stop. The guy was silent for a moment, then said that he felt strong vibrations of magic ahead. An otherworldly voice was heard, ringing in the ears of everyone present. It was addressing the apostle, who felt the magic so acutely. But, according to him, it was already too late. Long vines suddenly rose from under the ground. They opened up like a flower around the cart, enclosing it in a magical cocoon. The coachman raised his head, horrified by what he saw, asking in amazement if these were magic vines. A stately figure appeared in the interweaving of greenery. The creature was surprised that someone from the tribe was here mixed with goblins. A tall stranger, a forest elf with long platinum hair, was performing this magic. He was unhappy that the aliens decided to come to the lair of the Green Sorcerer. He sighed and made the passage wider, agreeing with himself that he would talk to the travelers normally. He grinned, looking at each one carefully, asking where his beloved sorcerer and his monsters had gone. Yulman slowly rose to his feet, smiling in response. He suspected that the elf was the creator of the mutants. He added that showing such freaks to other people was a real shame, but the stranger shouldn't worry. The student had already helped him get rid of them. The stranger chuckled, demanding that he not be made laugh, since there were only a couple of weak mages in front of him. It seems that if he doesn't make them suffer, they won't tell him the truth. Will the boy really insist that he killed his green monsters? He shouted that he wanted to know what Yulman was capable of and aimed the sharp ends of the vines at the cart. The apostle was incredibly amused and excited by this. He decided to show his strength and instantly burned the magical bonds. The elf recoiled from the explosion, amazed by such incredible power, which he did not expect from an ordinary magician. He couldn't understand who Yulman was. Not a tribesman and not a goblin, perhaps with such an appearance. It was a succubus. The lightning that destroyed the vines slowly approached his hand, because he still hadn't let go of one of them. The last thing those present saw on the elf's face was genuine surprise. The next moment, the entire body of the hapless enemy was struck by a bolt of red lightning. Burning alive, with his mouth melting from the high temperature, he screamed that the Lord would not forgive the succubi for this. The cart was freed from the vines. The last flames of Yulman's power smoldered for a long time in the air near the elf's ashes. An awkward silence reigned. Even the apostle seemed surprised at such a quick turn of events. Finally, he sighed dejectedly. He wanted to ask the elf a couple of questions first, but he didn't know that the fool wouldn't think to let go of the liana. The coachman, stuttering, carefully asked the gentleman what they would do now. Yulman shrugged his shoulders as usual. What else could they do? They didn't even know who it was. They just had to move on. Meanwhile, in the ruler's palace, a warrior approached the majestic throne, kneeling on one knee. The cloaked and masked figure informed His Majesty that Gerd had died, but was able to leave a message before he died. The Lord cursed when he heard the words about the coming rebellion of the succubi. The strong man with large horns on his head was also surprised, not expecting that these creatures would be the killers. The tribe's settlement was resting in their tents after a merry night's feast. The lemur approached the tent where Lady Luna was resting and heard from a fellow tribeswoman standing nearby that the princess had not yet woken up. The girl carefully looked inside. Because Luna had been sleeping for a very long time, suddenly something happened. As it turned out, Mr. Yulman said that the princess spent a lot of energy on her magic and needed a good rest. She needed to sleep as much as she needed, let Lemur not worry. The savior was indeed lying on the bed, covered with a blanket, but she was tormented by doubts. And indeed, the princess's sleep was not so healing and calm. She had real nightmares, the night sky and all-encompassing flames that made her scream in pain and horror. The princess sat right in the center of a huge fire, but she did not burn. She only felt incredible melancholy and powerlessness. Not far from her lay the bodies of her brothers. All her relatives were dead. A dark figure appeared in the middle of the long corridor. Only its grin was visible. The stranger was laughing at her. The face seemed vaguely familiar. The man chuckled, saying that the girl had fallen into his net, and today no one from the royal family would be able to escape. The father's face, so familiar, was sprinkled with blood, and the enemy had a sword pointed at his neck. With his last strength, he asked his daughter to run away quickly. She jumped to her feet and screamed furiously, tears in her eyes preventing her from seeing clearly. The man pressed the sharp blade even harder against the king's neck, and as if playing with his prey, repeated his father's request. Horrible images filled Luna's head. Huge faces leaned over her one after another, asking where the little princess wanted to run away to. They laughed, mocked, and egged her on, pushing her in the back. A sword appeared in Luna's hands, and despite the flames and soot, she tried to attack the killer, who hissed that she could not hide from him. The girl screamed, asking Lightning Asia to give her at least a little of her power. But what Luna had always feared happened. The braided hilt of the sword began to slowly disappear right in her hand. The girl couldn't believe it. A terrifying face appeared in front of her, saying that even a magic sword could not avoid a miserable end. No one would save or protect the princess. All her close and dear ones were all dead. Even this sword was doomed to perish. Luna squealed that this was nonsense and nonsense. The fiery face slowly transformed. Now the princess seemed to be looking at her reflection, which echoed her, saying that it knew everything. It grabbed Luna by the cheek, hissing that while she was having fun in other worlds, she didn't even realize what her country and people were going through. A stupid, selfish girl. In Luna's huge eyes, a face smiled like a creepy doll, demanding to see its agony. Until then, the monster will wait patiently until the princess turns into the same monster. The inflamed consciousness could no longer endure the torment, and Luna suddenly opened her eyes. Worried girls were already leaning over her, happy about the awakening of their savior. The lemur smiled at the girl, greeting her. The princess immediately asked how long she had been sleeping. They answered her that the whole night and day had passed. Luna quietly repeated what was said, not noticing the guest's confusion, and asked if she wanted to eat, since she had slept for so long. But not hearing her, the heiress grabbed her head, wondering if it was a dream. But even in that case, there was no more time to waste. It was time to return home. This dream, the dead visions of her relatives and the scary eyes opposite her, all this brought a bad feeling. Luna shook her head, immediately asking where Yulman was now. Before she could finish speaking, joyful cries were heard from the street. The squad had returned from the campaign with a lot of food, resources, water, and precious stones. The entire tribe gathered around the huge amount of provisions, discussing that this would be enough for them for several years. A companion on Yulman's campaign asked if he was sure that he wanted to give all this to the settlement. The apostle was surprised by the question, especially since almost everyone had previously brought provisions to the green sorcerer. Moreover, these resources are heavy and bulky. The most important thing is that all the tribes need to unite and work for the benefit of the common cause. Only in this way will they avoid all disasters. The temporary leader's eyes filled with tears and he nodded. and Siavakita declared that the goblins were now one tribe with the beast-headed ones. They started talking again about how great it would be if Mr. Yulman became their leader, but the student apologized again. He couldn't stay. Luna approached the guy. The apostle greeted her, asking her to look at the amount of provisions found in the sorcerer's cave. But she didn't even turn towards the cart, and in a lifeless voice demanded that they return. Looking angrily at her friend, the princess again demanded that they leave immediately, because the sooner they left, the sooner they would find a way to return home. The apostle tried to persuade the girl to rest some more, but she assured him that it was not necessary. Because while she was not in the kingdom, anything could happen. Did the disciple really not care about Sierra and the others? Waving his arms, Yulman assured that they would leave soon, and then he saw Lemur nearby. Hearing Luna's words, the girl shuddered, realizing that her master would soon leave her. He beamed at Lemur, shrugging his shoulders and saying that they had business to take care of. The others heard these words and immediately began to cry. It was unbearable that the gentleman was going to leave immediately. Wiping away his tears, the leader asked to at least have a farewell feast, but the apostle flatly refused, gently saying that they really needed to hurry. Lemur's friend gently pushed her towards Yulman, instructing her to say goodbye to the master properly. The girl approached timidly, not daring to look at the one who had been so kind to her all this time. The apostle leaned over Lemur, trying to cheer her up by asking if she really wanted to see him off with that expression on her face. Tears were already gathering in the girl's eyes, and then the apostle carefully placed a pendant with a precious stone around her neck. To the girl's surprised question, Yulman replied that he had found the decoration in the cave of the green sorcerer, and added a little protective magic to it. In a moment of danger, the stone would protect her. The apostle added that he would try, if possible, to find a way to return and visit them. But until that happened, let the post of head of the clan be with Lemur. She didn't care about the high appointment. In her soul, there was a trembling hope that the master would actually return. Yulman had to say that he would do everything possible so that Lemur would not be sad. And so they all together saw off their saviors on their long journey, waving after them for a long time. A gray wolf sat proudly on a high rocky mountain, but as soon as he saw a huge flash of lightning in the distance outside the clear sky, he almost lost consciousness from fear. Lightning Asia, bashfully covering her eyes in her human form, glowed a shade of red, begging him to continue. Yulman absorbed the lightning of his power into the sword, training it, but the soul of the weapon perceived it somewhat differently. Luna, watching this scene, rolled her eyes and could not stand it, demanding that her two companions stop with such perversions. The apostle looked at Asia slyly, saying that it didn't matter to him, the sword itself required him to continue. Asia indignantly shouted that what they were doing was called training. She, being an electric sword, suddenly for the first time in her life encounters a type of lightning that she cannot control, even though the princess says what she wants. But she must master this lightning. Luna raised an eyebrow. She didn't think it was a big problem in this situation. Few people could tame such power. Asia stamped her foot, declaring that she couldn't come to terms with this, and her soul groaned long and hard with a new discharge. The gusty wind on the mountaintops played with the fluffy fur of the werewolves. A small pack stood on the very edge of the cliff, waiting for something. Finally, a subject approached the commander, sat down on one knee. The wolf told about the people he had discovered ahead, who were about to cross the border, judging by their route. The snow-white werewolf, the leader of the pack, turned around sharply and bared his teeth, hearing that human beings had suddenly appeared here. He was told that one of them was surrounded by lightning magic fluctuations. He must have been a mage. The leader turned again towards the mountains surrounding them, and crossing his paws on his chest began to think. After a few seconds, he growled nervously, because of these filthy people, Carrick became so weak and pathetic. This magician, or whoever he was, would definitely not pass. Having decided that the aliens needed to be stopped, the werewolf ordered the others to set out to stop them, and they unanimously agreed with the commander. Meanwhile, Luna, Asia, and Yulman gradually climbed the huge mountain steps, making their way up the rocks. Asia, whose soul was hovering next to the apostle, suddenly abruptly covered her palm with her hand, begging the guy to stop because the energy was already overflowing her. After twirling the sword in his hands, the student agreed and said that he needed to find something to chop, causing Luna's indignation. The princess asked her friend if he was going to use spells in the mountains, but she didn't know that werewolves had been watching them for a long time. Two gray werewolves silently and vilely attacked Yulman from behind. As soon as he answered Luna that he wanted to find something and wave his sword without spells, he turned around abruptly and pointed his sword with his lightning at his opponents, calling them dogs who had appeared out of nowhere. The warriors dodged the attack, deftly running back and crouching on their hind legs to gather themselves for the next jump. Yulman blinked in surprise, surprised that there were real werewolves in the mountains. They did not get up from their place, raising a pile of dust which soon cleared away, and a white werewolf came out to the people. He immediately praised the apostle's dexterity. But the next moment he bared his teeth in a menacing manner, shouting that both men would die here today, and let them blame themselves for it. The werewolf's snow-white body was engulfed in bright fire, and he was turning into the King of Flame. Yulman was not afraid for a moment, measuring the fiery werewolf with his gaze, and only asked if the werewolves knew Carrick. The enemy clicked his sharp teeth and called Yulman a cheapskate who shouldn't talk too much and dare to name werewolves. The guy shrugged, replying that he understood everything. Such behavior did not add honor to the wolves. The werewolves surrounded Yulman and Luna. The apostle put his sword in front of him, realizing that only by putting the leader on his knees could he make him listen. The student put one arm around the princess's shoulders, pressing her to himself, and with the other he grabbed the hilt of the red-hot sword. The girl asked him urgently what he wanted to do. Yulman didn't answer, and with all his might thrust the sharp blade into the ground. The earth opened up, describing a perfect circle without touching the apostle and his companion. Red lightning bolts spread like fire across the clearing where they were attacked. The wall of fog and smoke gradually dissipated along with the smoldering embers of lightning. The werewolves lay on the ground, scattered in different corners, breathing heavily. Their flaming leader remained conscious, the fire protecting him by surrounding him with smoke. However, he did not hide his surprise at the stranger, even wondering whether he was human. Luna stared at the scorched earth and the unconscious bodies of the wolves, while Yulman grinned, making a forced yelp, saying that he had gotten a little carried away. He looked slyly at the leader, who was clenching his fists in anger, asking if he wanted to continue the fight. The werewolf shook himself like a big dog and cursed, deciding what to do. Something hissed loudly, and the werewolf almost fell off his feet. The ground shook noticeably several times. Luna began to look around, fearfully asking Yulman what was happening. The wolf was terribly frightened, howled loudly, and shouted that now it was the end for everyone. Yulman turned to the large mountain looming over those present, reporting that they seemed to have awakened him. Luna patted the guy's hand, hysterically asking who they were talking about, because the apostle seemed not to see the girl. The jagged mountain peaks shook violently, then began to crumble as the long neck of a huge dragon stretched out into the air. At first the creature closed its eyes tightly against the daylight, but then two huge orange eyes suddenly opened. The dragon threw back his snake head and roared loudly, destroying the previously unstable stone. The werewolf, whose fire was slowly fading, fell to his knees, begging Lord Sundevourer to spare him. Because the wolves did not want to disturb the great lord, they were only fulfilling their public duty. Yulman shook his head, looking at the dragon. Luna squealed, clutching her head. She seemed not to notice the small stones flying onto her head, completely absorbed by the sight of the size and power of the monster, from which even the entire Imperial army would not have saved them. She trembled slightly, and then she heard the apostle's voice, smiling and saying that the girl needed to relax because she was not alone. An extremely joyful soul burst out of the sword. It was time to show everything that he and Yulman had learned in training. This was a great opportunity to say goodbye to excess energy. The dragon closed his mouth when he saw a huge bloody cloud high in the sky. In an instant, he looked like a small, frightened snake as a column of lightning rushed towards him. A waterfall of deadly energy fell directly on the spot where the dragon appeared. Even the werewolf, without rising from his knees, was shocked by this sight, raising his head. Huge flashes were visible from behind the high mountains, even in the tribe's settlement. The monster, whose dwelling was almost covered with small stones, was in a trance, swaying smoothly in the air. He decided to return to where he came from. When the head with spikes disappeared among the stones, Yulman enthusiastically praised the good kid, who immediately left. He added that the little obedient animals were as cute as ever, and Luna shook her head sadly. Taking a deep breath, she attacked the apostle with the accusation that he was still using forbidden magic. The student tried to justify himself, then remembered his opponents and slowly turned around. The three opponents sat obediently on their hind legs and trembled, looking at Yulman, who asked if they still wanted to continue. Not hearing an answer, the student demanded that they take him and Luna to the camp, and the wolves immediately agreed. Passing the mountains, the travelers after some time reached the werewolf settlement. The leader led two people along small corridors. The wolves, looking at them, asked out loud if these were Larla's prisoners. The white werewolf laughed awkwardly, apologizing to the great Lord Yulman for his fellow tribesmen, but he simply asked to be taken to Carrick. Finally, the werewolf, still trembling with fear, led the people to a large, bright tent. He loudly warned his brother in advance about the arrival of guests, sharply opening the curtain. A werewolf of the same color met them, sitting on the pillows with a bottle in his hands, drunkenly ordering his brother to tell the Lord that he would no longer come into this damned world of people. Yulman's guide ran up to the wolf and began to hit him in the face, forcing him to come to his senses, because the conqueror of the Sun Devourer, the great Yulman, had come to him. He seemed to sober up in an instant, his red eyes shining, as soon as he heard the name of the apostle. He had previously met a man with that name, muttering that he couldn't possibly be in his world, but there he was. The apostle stood before the wolf with a smile on his face. Finally, having sobered up completely, the werewolf howled joyfully. Yulman again greeted Carrick, whom he had not seen for a long time, and asked how he was doing. The werewolf almost lost consciousness from excitement and the realization that he had actually met an old acquaintance. The older brother grabbed Carrick by the shoulder, saying nothing, but threatening to kill him on the spot with just one look. Then, taking him by the head, he pressed him low to the ground, and he himself fell to his knees, shouting that it was a great honor to receive Mr. Yulman in their lair. And if his brother had managed to offend him in some way, let him magnanimously forgive the idiot. Luna was surprised by such a meeting, and asked her friend how he knew werewolves from the magical world. He answered that Carrick had already been to the human world. He winked at Carrick, remembering that there had been a small fight there, and that was how they had met. The princess, sighing heavily, asked the werewolves to tell her the latest news from the magical world, so that she could then ask a few questions of her own. As it turns out, thanks to the death of Count Pierce, Lilith took his place and now owns a coastal castle, and the ruler of the magical world has a plan to invade the human world. The wolves nodded, also reporting that all zones had received orders for full combat readiness. The king of their zone also sent a messenger to inform the werewolves that it would soon be time to get ready for the campaign. The apostle asked if the wolves were ready to invade the human world. Carrick waved his hands, stating that the werewolves would not obey such an order. The student nodded contentedly, saying that the human world has him. A big man. Even though this world is weak, Yulman liked him, and he will not allow things that he loves to be spoiled. The apostle expressed hope that the werewolves understood him, and they nodded, realizing that attempts to invade the human world were useless as long as Yulman existed. The apostle scratched his chin, assuming that their lord had not fully understood this. Lilith had probably told him everything, and he still dared to have views on the human world. Luna was once again surprised by Yulman's connections, who not only knew the magical world but also did not value its ruler at all. The princess looked at her friend carefully. Such a person definitely could not be a simple student of Sierra, so who was she? But this was not important. The most important thing was that with his help, the issue of the military weakness of the empire would be resolved. Yulman turned to the princess, asking why she kept staring at him. The girl immediately turned away and blushed, ordering Yulman to stop talking nonsense when he suggested with a smile that Luna had finally discovered the depths of his charm. However, the princess continued to think of Yulman as the source of fantastic powers with which he kills green monsters and drives out the Sun Devourer. With such help, any problem ceases to be a problem. It is worth paying any price, just to get him as an ally. Suddenly, a completely different picture appeared in Luna's head, where she and Yulman were standing close to each other. Here it was, the special price. The princess sharply pinched her cheeks under the apostle's surprised gaze, driving away stupid thoughts, because Yulman was Sierra's student, maybe even her fiancé. Shrugging his shoulders, the apostle asked Carrick if he knew of any ways to move from the world of magic to the world of people. As it turns out, if the master wants to leave the magical world, he needs to get to Gaocheng and open the magical gate. But without the master's permission, he won't be able to enter. He needs to get hold of the seals from the magical barrier. A shadow appeared on Yulman's face, and he asked threateningly whether he could leave if he first ran around all the zones and collected all the seals. This seemed too complicated to the apostle. He assumed that he could go straight to the barrier and break it, but then he would also be able to destroy this small magical world. The werewolf, horrified by this idea, quickly reminded Yulman of his acquaintance with Miss Lilith. Perhaps she could suggest another way to enter Gaocheng. Carrick breathed a sigh of relief when Yulman abandoned the idea of going ahead and agreed to find Lilith. The apostle said that he would go to the woman and ask her about the quick way. Maybe something would work out. The werewolf waved his fist, promising his master that his wolves would take care of everything. He just had to wait. Carrick fell silent, and then suddenly praised Mr. Yulman, who even defeated a purebred succubus. The first beauty of his world is Miss Lilith, although she is rumored to have a child. But for 1,000 years she has been stirring the minds of men, remaining young and the best flower of the magical world. Luna slowly turned to Yulman with an unreadable look, repeating the wolf's last words. The apostle groaned quietly, shaking his head. He suddenly moved close to the princess, covering her mouth with his hand and whispering right next to her ear that Luna should not tell about all this in the human world, because Lilith is Aisha's mother. While the student asked not to reveal the truth about the relationship between the succubus and her classmate, Luna silently begged not to move closer to her, remembering her recent thoughts. Finally, unable to bear the close contact, the girl pushed the stranger's face away from her with a flourish, convincing him that she was not going to say anything, again calling Yulman a pervert. While she was trying to hide her blushing cheeks from everyone, Carrick informed Mr. Yulman that everything was ready and they could leave. Luna pretended to be terribly angry, but in reality she herself did not know what she felt, looking at the stupid student. Coming out of the tent, the princess and Yulman saw a luxurious carriage drawn by 4 wolves. The apprentice noticed that Carrick had tried to find a good carriage, and he expressed hope that the pack leader's carriage would be comfortable for the master. To get to the Dark Knight territory, you need to cross the Beast King territory and the Nightmare territory via the Hurricane Road. A regular carriage simply couldn't get there. Yulman smiled broadly, warmly thanking the werewolf, who only asked the man to relax and not think about problems. The road turned out to be very difficult. A snowstorm began, and a strong wind almost knocked the wolves off their feet. Carrick shouted to Yulman through the snow that they were entering Hurricane Road. Looking out the window at the incredible mountain storm, the student only muttered that the name of the road suited it perfectly. Previously, the guy could not even imagine that such places could exist in the magical world. After driving a little further, the cart finally approached the tunnel that the travelers had to enter. Carrick told Mr. Yulman that they needed to get through this cave and then they could rest. The wolves, shaking themselves vigorously, dragged the carriage behind them as they entered the wide opening of the cave. Carrick suddenly froze and sniffed cautiously, his red eyes narrowing. He peered blindly into the distance, sensing a strange presence. The wolves also noticed this and began to bark loudly. Illuminated by the light from the exit, 3 silhouettes appeared in the alien's path. One of them was sitting on a stone and talking to Carrick. In the large mouth there was a row of fangs, more powerful than those of other werewolves, and the fur was much thicker. The stranger knew the name of the werewolf. The golden crown and armor flashed in the semi-darkness. This king reported that Carrick had betrayed the magical empire, judging by the reports, and had gone over to the people, and was even ready to cause trouble to the ruler. The werewolf stepped back, shocked by the sudden appearance of the king of beasts himself with his warriors. Yulman was also surprised by the new meeting. Luna hid behind his back, looking warily at the lions. The king nodded. He was here to find out the truth of the rumors of treason. Apparently, Carrick came with a man whom he was happy to obey and betray the empire with the emperor. The huge werewolf, without waiting for an answer, turned directly to Yulman and challenged him, asking if the man would dare to accept him. The apostle thought for a moment, but then replied in a bored tone that he was not interested in duels. The king rose from the stone, saying that the animal world lives by the principle of survival of the strongest. Animals respect strength, because if a man forced Carrick to obey, then he definitely has strength. If the man emerges victorious from the battle, the king will not prosecute Carrick for treason, and will even give the man the throne of the king of beasts. Yulman was surprised by what was said. He did not want to get the throne of the king of beasts at all, but he finally noticed the king's crown and praised it, then offered this decoration as a trophy for his victory. The lion, more like a bear, standing behind the king, almost rushed at the vain man who did not like the throne, but coveted the crown. The white werewolf was not offended, but clarified that the crown is the main symbol of the king of beasts. Whoever has it is a real beast. He agreed to fight. He walked forward with wide strides to the exit of the cave. It was very narrow here and it would be inconvenient to fight. Luna grabbed Yulman's hand, reminding him that their goal was to return to the human world. And why would he need the throne of the king of beasts at all? The apostle smiled, looking at the princess. He didn't need the throne. He just really liked the crown. Earlier, he promised his friend that she would be able to choose the thing she liked in the cave of the green sorcerer. Luna instantly blushed when Yulman promised to give her a beautiful crown. She screamed that the princess of the human world does not need the crown of the king of beasts. Completely embarrassed, Luna added that she did not want to accept any gifts from the apostle. All those present were outside the cave in a few moments, engulfed in a snowstorm. The king of beasts moved away from the man a short distance, menacingly asking if he was ready. The apostle grinned and playfully demanded that the bull be released from the pen. The werewolf frowned. A shadow fell across his face, and it was said that the lion hunts the hare by tearing it apart. The lion extended a paw with long, sharp claws, pouncing on the man with a deafening roar. The beast's fist of the second paw was rapidly approaching the calmly standing Yulman. But as soon as the werewolf approached, everything around was covered by a thick wall of fog. The apostle was already waiting for him, and with one hand stopped the king's fist, grinning. As it turned out, the werewolf had confused the concepts. Yulman was definitely not a hare. The king's eyes immediately widened. His teeth clenched nervously as he experienced the incredible power of human resistance. He laughed, carried away by this hunt and the power of the enemy, deciding to ignite. The king's figure increased several times. He roared and used the flaming golden lion spell. Yulman wondered why all the animals were so fond of changing their appearance. But compared to others, the king was still holding up well. The apostle had a gift. It would allow him to see what is called real power. Without taking a single step, Yulman caused the air around him to become electrified and glow red-hot. The king of beasts opened his mouth in amazement, finding himself thrown back while the man did not even raise his hand. The apostle grinned again, asking the lion with enthusiasm how he felt. He slowly raised his hand and turned it to the right, directing the shockwave to the side. With this movement, the apostle strengthened his own magic, and the lightning flashes shone even brighter. Now the lion simply froze in place, blinded by the otherworldly attacks. His guards, lions with thick brown fur, followed closely behind their leader, also in amazement. Luna closed her eyes, amazed by Yulman's power, and Carrick silently pulled on the sunglasses he had left over from his visit to the human world. Moreover, something completely incredible happened, which shocked everyone present. For several thousand years, this area has been plagued by a constant wind that has blown everything off Hurricane Road. And now, for the first time in a long time, it stopped. In the distance, the bare peaks of gray mountains were visible. The king of beasts slowly descended to the ground and whispered that the man had done it in one fell swoop. Even the hurricane that had been blowing here for thousands of years had stopped in an instant. If this is the power of the strongest of this sire, the lion who fell victim to the hands of this monster does not regret it at all. Suddenly, the werewolf's body was illuminated by a bright flash of otherworldly light. The other animals and people closed their eyes. Yulman shouted at the beast, not understanding whether it was preparing to continue its metamorphoses or wanted to explode. Imagine his surprise when the light dissipated, and in place of the huge king of beasts sat a small lion cub in smaller armor. Even Carrick had never seen anything like this in his entire life, let alone guests from another world. One of his warriors immediately ran up to the werewolf baby, almost crying, seeing his master in such a state. He fell to the ground in front of the lion cub, begging the master not to be upset. And he, standing up, stroked the beast on the nose, asking Lunert to calm down. Carrick told Luna that this was the real body of the king of beasts. He was still very young, and the image of a formidable lion was maintained with the help of magical powers. The princess nodded, but was still surprised that the king of beasts was so young. She turned to Yulman, asking whether it was a fair fight, or whether the guy simply beat up the baby. The apostle rushed to justify himself by saying that it was the lion who had called him to a duel, and he did not care who would fight. But the lion cub asked him not to worry. He would definitely not use excuses to avoid a sacred duel. Taking the crown off his head, he approached the man, saying that of all the creatures he had met, he was the first to possess such incredible strength, and the former king of beasts considered it an honor to fight and lose to him. The kid, rising on his tiptoes, handed Yulman his crown of the king of beasts, as agreed. Lunert covered his eyes with his paw and began to sob. Asking if a man would really become king, the lion cub immediately ordered the warrior to close his mouth. Yulman looked closely at the baby's concentrated face, making up his mind. However, he nodded, realizing how important this was for the little king, and decided to accept the gift. The apostle called Luna to him. The girl's eyes widened, asking what her friend had in mind. Without wasting any time, the apostle placed a crown on the girl's head, saying that he would give her a gift as they had agreed, adding that it suited her very well. Right before the eyes of those present, the crown shrank, adjusting to the size of the princess's head. Yulman noticed this and admired such technology. Lunert howled, shouting that the female human had become the king of beasts, and the lion cub again demanded that the warrior shut up. The apostle asked with a smile if there was a problem. The werewolf replied that the crown already belonged to them, and people could use it as they wished. Then Yulman decided that it was time for them to continue their journey, and together with Luna and Carrick, he got into his cart. The former king of beasts and Lunert immediately sat down opposite. The apostle, raising an eyebrow, asked if they would go with them. The lion cub nodded, because now that Luna had become the queen of the beasts, it was their sacred duty to follow the new king everywhere. At that moment, Lunert tried to object again, but he was quickly shut up. Luna felt very uncomfortable. To tell the truth, she no longer wanted to own this crown. Some time passed, and Carrick's ringing voice was heard from the street. He informed the gentleman that the carriage would soon arrive at its destination. Just ahead, the night mosquito zone was already visible. A long road led to the city illuminated by lights. The gates slowly opened in front of the carriage, and silent guards let the travelers through. The lion cub crossed his arms over his chest and looked out the window, saying that the nightmare zone was a place that would truly make anyone shudder. Luna adjusted the massive decoration on her head and asked the former king of beasts in surprise what it meant. He informed Her Majesty that this city was a grave for the weak, and the princess nervously asked him not to call her that. As it turns out, in this place the weakest go to another world. The girl only needs to look out the window. Indeed, on the distant streets, right on the ground, with their backs against the walls, lay a multitude of creatures, their bodies entwined with thin vines. Luna was horrified by their condition, asking if all these strangers were still alive. Some of the creatures moved, but slowly, as if they were delirious. They were already close to death. The night mosquito zone weaves magnificent dreams for them, in which people slowly weaken or die, because the zone sucks out all their life force in return, receiving energy for existence. Anyone who sets foot on this land will immediately become a victim of the incubi. These vile creatures are always looking for an opportunity to take possession of the weak, but if a person's faith is strong, he will never fall into a trap. Yulman shook his hair and smiled, saying that he would still like to meet them. The princess, however, did not share her friend's delight, but thought that she had already seen these creatures in a dream. Although there was no need to worry ahead of time, perhaps she was simply very tired after overexerting herself in battle. A few minutes later, the carriage pulled up to a large building. The lion began to maintain its previous appearance with the help of magic, notifying Her Majesty that they had arrived. The werewolf helped Luna get off the carriage stairs, saying that today everyone would rest here, and tomorrow they could move out into the dark night zone. At the threshold, the travelers were met by a hotel worker, a polite elf in a work suit. He bowed to His Majesty the King of Beasts and his retinue, welcoming them to the zone of nightmares. He suddenly straightened up and perked up, immediately recognizing people among the animals. The first one he saw was Luna. She stood frozen in the carriage doorway, looking questioningly at the elf. Seeing his gaze, the girl immediately asked if there would be any problems with the placement of people in the hotels of the nightmare zone. The employee shook his head with an apologetic smile. He turned to the lion again, saying that his companion's crown was very similar to the crown of the King of Beasts. The werewolf confirmed that this was the very same crown. Luna is the new King of Beasts. The elf was stunned by this news, but the werewolf abruptly cut him off, saying that this did not concern the worker. Let him quickly prepare the rooms for the guests. At this time, the gloomy building of the night mosquito zone was in full swing. An elegant male voice was heard. Its owner was very interested in the new guests of the city. A tall figure in a long cloak stood by a glowing, elongated flask. The man he did not want to see at all and the one he was looking forward to meeting the most suddenly came together. The elf standing behind him asked cautiously if the master meant the King of Beasts. The incubus girl next to him, a charming brunette with a pair of dark horns on her head, called the elf a fool who didn't realize that these pawns were of no interest. Isis adjusted the hems of her open dress and clapped her hands. The owner was talking about those two people, especially about the guy who, although he disguises his power, it is clear that he has an unusual lair. The owner's voice was heard again. Tired of the chatter, the man ordered Isis to be responsible for catching Yulman. When the girl asked if the guy could expose her, the figure said that there was nothing to worry about. The main thing was that her owner was not discovered, especially since that man quickly became infatuated with women. The elf, whose name was Lanti, was supposed to tell Ramir and the Lord that the King of Beasts had betrayed them. The owner, without turning around, continued to look at the sphere, whispering that Yulman had surprised him very much. If you looked closely, you could see inside the object a naked girl with long hair. For her, for Somali, the man had finally found the perfect container. And this time, looking at her long eyelashes, he definitely won't let her leave him. A dark shadow nimbly made its way through the streets and finally, with a barely perceptible noise, slipped under a tightly closed window. Isis arched her back and spread her membranous wings, leaning over Yulman's bed. She looked at the young face with interest, remembering the feelings of the owner, who felt that this guy could interfere. It was for this reason that the incubus was promised a responsible mission, to find out what kind of person Yulman was. Taking a deep breath, Isis invaded the man's sleep, diving in as if into the depths of water. The apostle blinked his eyes sleepily, trying to understand where he was and what was happening. Finally, he looked down in surprise and realized that he was standing chest-deep in the water of some kind of pool. He looked around again, wondering out loud if the succubus had come to him in his dreams again. The student froze and saw two female figures not far from him, painfully familiar to him. Sierra and Aisha, wrapped in nothing but towels, asked the guy to stay with them longer. They were bored and wanted Yulman to stay. The guy closed his eyes, then opened one eye, thinking that the succubus's special ability was fantasies created from memories pulled out of his subconscious. Isis cursed, clenching her fists. This guy had figured her out instantly. He really was something. A shadow crossed Yulman's face, and he loudly said to someone that, unfortunately, the real Sierra and Aisha did not behave like that. A trickle of blood flowed from the guy's nose from the thoughts that were disturbing him. The guy abruptly added that they could stay and chat. Smiling viscously, Yulman asked what else succubi could do and whether they could change their surroundings and clothes. At this time, Luna was fast asleep in her room at the end of the corridor with checkered tiles on the floor. Not a single muscle twitched on the girl's face, while the night brought less than peaceful sleep. The princess and Yulman fought against an entire army of soldiers wielding sharp swords. Luna skillfully and professionally killed her opponents, aiming at them with sharp weapons. One of the enemies was breathing heavily, exclaiming that Yulman had single-handedly defeated his squad. Luna approached the apostle. The boys smiled at each other, but no one knew how the princess knew this man. Suddenly the guy grinned and turned his head sharply, greeting General Howard. He placed the huge sword on his back and told the man that as long as he was around, his vile plans would not come to fruition, so he should capitulate quickly. The student turned to Luna and smiled at her again, seeing his friend's eyes glowing with happiness. Luna's double, the vile incubus, growled in anger as she saw Yulman and the princess disappear into the portal. The monster didn't understand how the guy appeared in the dream that she created and controls. It's just a chimera, an illusion. Why the incubus's powers are not enough to interfere. Someone's voice was heard from behind. He said that the reason for everything was the guy's origin. He was an apostle. The owner, whose face was hidden by a hood, said that even if it was created by fantasy, it still remains the fantasy of an apostle, and the lowest magic of an incubus is not able to stop it. But, as it turned out, there was also good news. Something had awakened in the container. The man fell silent. His figure began to rapidly disappear, turning into a purple whirlwind. This frightened the double. She, like a cornered animal, rushed around the room, screaming, asking what had come to see her. The purple whirlwind thinned and began to slowly but firmly entangle the girl. The man, whose magic had completely captured the incubus in a vice, asked if this was a sprout of the black goat's mother's magic. He raised his hand and a small flame appeared on the tip of his index finger. Then, without warning, the man pointed his finger towards the girl's forehead. Luna's memories flooded out. The man saw the princess from the human world, trying to save her empire. And before entering the demon world, she was possessed by the black goat's mother, and the demon seed remained in the princess. Having seen Yulman's power, Luna hopes for his help. But this is ridiculous because with the horizons of people it is impossible to understand the meaning of the apostle's power. The man promised that he could also help wishes come true. The incubus chuckled. She would be surprised if the figure succeeded. Covering her face with her hand, the girl hissed that she still would not give the receptacle of Somali to Yulman. The apostle and Luna felt something trembling, and someone's huge hands appeared above their heads. A few seconds later, a huge purple demon appeared in their place. The couple turned around sharply, hearing a disgusting slurping sound behind them. Luna opened her big eyes wide, horrified by the incredible size of the monster. The apostle immediately ordered the princess to step back, and he himself held out a blade in front of him. The guy, before going into battle, turned around once more and looked at his girlfriend, tenderly promising that he would protect her. Repeating his promise, he disappeared into a thick veil of smoke and magical pillars, leaving the girl alone. The atmosphere changed. The colors suddenly lost their brightness. The princess decided that Yulman had deceived her. She huddled in a gray corner and fell to the floor, pressing the sword to her knees, clutching it tightly in her hand. Luna stared ahead unseeingly, asking with her lips alone if there were powers more powerful than Yulman's. As soon as she fell silent, a familiar voice was heard asking if the princess hadn't understood yet. A tall, fair-haired woman stood with her back to her, telling her that it was her mistake to hope to shift everything onto the shoulders of other people, because all she needed was her own strength. Luna lifted her head weakly, asking what she would have to pay for her power. Did the double really want to take possession of her, and the path to salvation lay through entering the darkness? The woman smiled softly, assuring the princess that no one would dare to possess her. After all, power by its very nature is not divided into light and dark. Everyone decides for themselves how to use it. People who have not discovered their power do not even have the opportunity to choose between good and evil, whether to rely on the help of others, to give one's fate into the hands of others, or to control everything with one's own strength. It is up to the moon to decide. The woman disappeared, and Luna was left alone again, reaching out to the light that had appeared ahead. Something has changed once again. Perhaps the princess herself has changed. She clenched her fists hard, jumped up, and ran headlong straight towards the flash. The girl punched, and dark purple magic spread out in circles through the air. She said loudly that she didn't care whether the magician was good or evil. Luna would use this power relying only on her will. The princess raised her palm, on which the magical multicolored seal was adorned, knowing that it must be preserved. Yulman woke up in the morning in a good mood, rubbing his stiff shoulders. It had been a long time since he had gone so deep into the space of his own consciousness. Going down the stairs, the guy heard Luna's voice. The girl was asking why he was sleeping for so long. The student was surprised by the girl's early appearance, and even in a new outfit. The girl was dressed in an elegant blue dress appropriate to her new status. Luna objected. She had already managed to take a walk and go shopping, since they had been in this world for so long. Previously, her new crown did not match her clothes at all. Moreover, she knew how to change her appearance. Werewolves stood behind the girl with numerous boxes in their hands. Yulman nodded. Now his friend really became the queen of the beasts, she hissed, declaring that she bought new clothes not only for herself. She snatched one box from Lunart and handed it straight into the confused apostle's hands. Today they had to pay a visit to the ruler of this zone. Did the student think that he would have to go in a goblin uniform? When Yulman asked what was wrong, Luna immediately flared up, calling his clothes a disgrace to the entire human race. Very determined, the girl immediately ordered the werewolves not to waste time, but to go and prepare the carriage. The apostle grinned, asking the princess if she had already grown fond of giving orders to her servants. Luna's cheeks instantly turned pink. She looked away, muttering that the werewolves themselves wanted to call her that. No one forced them. Taking a breath, she ordered Yulman to go change his clothes. The guy nodded, jokingly calling his friend the queen. Magical lights flickered in the bright blue illuminated room. The master received Isis and Lanti, asking his bowed minions if their targets had already left. The man also praised the incubus for the excellent job he had done in distracting Yulman, and the woman thanked him for the high praise. Her thin eyebrows drew together as she remembered that she had spent the entire evening chatting. The guy seemed very simple-minded to her. There was nothing remarkable about him at all. As soon as Isis thought about this, the master approached the incubus, voicing her thoughts. Yulman really does pay a lot of attention to girls. The rumors turned out to be true. He also kindly helped Isis in a difficult moment and sealed the memory. The woman raised her head sharply, stunned by what she heard, because she had been on guard the whole time. Isis's eyes widened in sudden realization that the man had fooled her so cleverly, yet he had found out about her and even thanked her for the conversation at the end. Addressing the creature, the apostle promised to give her a return gift and give her the opportunity to look into his real world of dreams. The incubus raised an eyebrow. It turned out that she was only on the upper level, in a superficial dream, and did not control anything. The woman's consciousness was transported to a completely different place, gloomy, dark. In front of her stood a huge palace made of stone. Yulman had also changed. Now he no longer looked like a confused boy. Not only his clothes had changed, but also his look and mannerisms. It seemed that inside this shell there was some ancient creature. Isis was overcome with a wave of panic. She realized with horror who Yulman really was. The owner grinned and nodded his head. Yes, this really is the first apostle Yulman. It can be said that he was either too self-confident or inattentive, and believed that the woman was an ordinary nightmare incubus and did not arouse his suspicions. Then it turns out that the plan worked, and the apostle did not notice that something happened to the container. The man approached the huge container, quietly whispering that he only had to wait a little while. The woman's face was framed by strands of light hair. Soon she and dear Somali would definitely see each other. Meanwhile, the former Beast King, Luna and Yulman, arrived in the Dark Night Zone, the City of Blood. Their path lay towards the majestic palace. The beast reported that the travelers were in place. Lilith should be in the Palace of Eternal Life. The princess, lifting the hem of her dress, carefully got out of the carriage, looking around. Yulman in his new clothes looked like a real aristocrat. He was amazed at the place where Aisha's mother lived. But the area turned out to be completely empty. The guests did not meet a single living soul on their way. Yulman looked at the palace more closely. He knew that Lilith was there. The apostle felt the magic stone that he gave to the woman. It must be inside. But since no one wanted to meet them, it was decided to go in on their own and look around. The werewolf opened the heavy doors, and the trio carefully entered, walking down the long corridor. Leo said that ahead was the Palace of Eternal Life, but at first glance there was no one there. Yulman narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself that he sensed incubi lurking here, not succubi at all, as he had previously assumed. However, he discarded unnecessary thoughts, leaving them for later. He would figure it out on his own when he met Lilith. Having reached the end of the corridor, the guests were surprised by the picture that opened up to them. There, on a large throne, sat Lilith. Crossing her legs, all alone, the lion asked where the rest of the inhabitants of the palace were. No one even greeted the guests. For the first time ever, the demoness called Leo's name. Asuka. She said that the Lord was gathering everyone in Gochin and asked why the beast had come to her in the Dark Night Zone, and even brought people with him. Lev coughed, saying that he was not looking for a succubus. It was the people themselves who wanted to see her. The succubus narrowed her eyes, indignantly asking Asuka since when the low-class creatures, humans, had the right to an audience with her, the queen of the Dark Night. Luna whispered to Yulman why Lilith was treating him like that, since they knew each other. But the apostle only sighed, answering that they had problems. Now, all the pieces of the puzzle came together before Yulman's eyes, no matter how much he didn't want to admit it. Right now, sitting on that throne before them was not Lilith at all, but someone posing as her. Asuka shouted that he had already met the woman and remembered her scent, but the apostle objected, explaining that the body belonged to Lilith, but the soul did not. The stranger on the throne laughed, declaring that she had been exposed. The trick had worked after all. She stood up and said that since the guests had decided to become her enemies, it meant that today they would all die. The succubus called her Minion Eleno for help. Yulman and the lion heard a rustling sound above their heads, and looking up, they saw a huge web-shaped trap descending on them. Asuka couldn't believe that they were attacked with her spiderweb by the fourth queen of the magical world, the insect queen Alano. Yulman grabbed Luna and jumped to the side, but the trap managed to capture the lion, tightly enveloping him. A spider with a woman's torso in a revealing dress and long purple hair ran out onto the balcony, laughing vilely. She pressed her hand to her mouth and hissed that Asuka, being one of the four kings, knew full well that the magical trap would prevent him from using his powers. Lilith approached Asuka, creating a flame on her palm. She said that she was only destroying the traitor on the orders of the ruler. The beast's body rose up. It desperately tried to escape from the trap, but it was all in vain. Lilith threw fire at Asuka, turning him into a sleep puppet with her powers. Light poured out of the werewolf's eyes. After a few seconds, he fell silent, then began to laugh. Something entered the body of the king of beasts, and without ceasing to laugh, it began to tear the net with its sharp claws. Yulman smiled, asking what was going on here, but reassured Luna by saying that Asuka was being controlled through sleep. Alino was surprised that the guy knew Lilith. She did not feel his magic, and did not understand how he was able to recruit two of the four kings. The stranger did not see any memories of Yulman in Lilith's memory, and now they needed to grab the student and hand him over to the ruler, but carefully, he needed to be delivered alive. The princess didn't know what to do, because now they had to confront four kings of this world at the same time, and Yulman realized that the head of the nightmare zone was in Lilith's body. Judging by their appearance, the kings will not talk nicely. All that remains is to teach them a good lesson. Luna was sad. She would have changed her clothes if she had known in advance that she would have to fight, and Lightning Asia stayed at home. Yulman winked at her, telling her that he could handle it himself, and formed a small red lightning bolt in his palm. A moment later, a blade, Asia, formed from lightning right in his hand, ready for battle. There was only one problem for the apostle. He was completely incapable of treating his enemies with leniency. The princess raised an eyebrow, looking at her sword in someone else's hands. She even felt a little offended. The one hiding under the guise of Lilith directed pieces of sharp ice at the apostle. Although the succubus's powers were not the same as in Pierce's world, this pure-blooded energy was very suitable for the enemy. But this is not bad, because then the fake Lilith will be able to test the full power of the combined energy of the succubi and incubi on people. The apostle, with a thoughtful look, crushed the stones into small pieces, swinging his sword several times. Turning to Luna for a moment, the student asked her to step back and be careful. Meanwhile, Asuka used the magic of the body's owner and transformed into an incredible monster with the help of the full release of the orc's rage. The Thunder Fist went straight to the apostle's face. He was not afraid. He just smiled at the monster's eagerness to play with lightning in front of a man. Yulman jumped back, transferred the lightning bolts to his foot, and swung at Asia. Then, running up to the lion, he threw his leg forward and the guy's boot flew straight into the stranger's nose. The huge beast was immediately thrown back by a powerful strike of 1,000 lightning bolts. Lilith clenched her fists and bared her teeth, seeing that the guy had taken out Asuka with one blow, even though he had used the full powers of the King of Beasts. Eleno crept up behind Yulman, deciding that this was an excellent chance to attack. From her mouth, the spider spewed out blocking bonds, a huge, dense blanket of webbing. Yulman barely had time to look back before it entangled the guy's entire body in a dense cocoon. Luna screamed in despair when she saw her friend's motionless silhouette. The web turned out to be truly powerful. Eleno continually released it from her mouth. Lilith smiled, sickeningly sad, because the spider-like bonds of the insect queen blocked the ability to concentrate and release magical energy. This person did not have a single chance of winning. Eleno gently ran her claws along the web. This is a unique power. If it devours a person, it will rise to a new level, which will not fail to please the ruler. She didn't have time to finish her thought when suddenly a quiet hissing sound was heard through the cocoon, and a red dot appeared. Eleno recoiled in horror as the spider webs turned red and slowly burned away under the lightning bolts. She let out a strangled scream as, moments later, the cocoon disintegrated into tiny webs. The room was filled with acrid smoke, and when it began to gradually clear, the silhouette of an unharmed Yulman appeared. He dusted himself off, noting that it was precisely these sticky tricks that he disliked the most. The princess clapped her hands joyfully when she saw her friend, who gave her a thumbs up. Lilith growled again. She thought that it would be completely impossible to get out of the cocoon. Scorched by fire, Eleno, holding his shoulder, hissed that this guy was not human. Lilith nodded, because Yulman did not even use magic. The apostle called for the sword. His soul was outraged that he was not addressed directly by name. The guy agreed and asked if he could also use the lightning energy to its full potential. Then the damage would be too great, and it would only be necessary to paralyze Lilith. The soul answered that it was possible at a very close distance. Someone in the body of a succubus looked closely at Yulman, confident that he would not be able to defeat the guy. Did the ruler really want to get rid of the 4 kings with his hands? She spat, deciding that the main goal now was simply to survive. The demon turned his eyes to Luna standing to the side. This girl is the key to salvation. Raising his hand up, gathering all the forces of Lilith's essence together. As a huge vortex of the Sleepy Paradise spell appeared in the air, he raised his hand and directed the magic towards the princess. Yulman held his blade out in front of him and grinned. He was ready to start the battle. Lilith, confident in her unstoppable attack, also broke into a smile. The apostle raised his head in surprise as the stream passed Asia and headed above him straight towards the moon. The succubus's attack flew so close to the stunned princess that it almost dug into her body. Lilith hoped that she had enough skill to do so that she could take control of the girl. Meanwhile, the apostle ran and, in order to save his friend, jumped in her direction. He heroically covered her with himself and spread his arms wide, absorbing the succubus's magic into his own body. Luna didn't have time to do anything. She just desperately screamed her friend's name. Lilith chuckled, calling Yulman a fool who took the full brunt. Continuing to laugh, she looked at the guy's disconcerted face, exclaiming that now he would plunge into an endless sweet sleep. Raising her hands up, the woman laughed loudly. The smoke around cleared. All the magic completely drowned in the apostle. He didn't move. Luna began to shake her friend, shouting that this was all a dream and he should wake up. Lilith arrogantly said that people are just animals with feelings. Even if they had incredible strength, he has temptations. Then the succubus called her toy. She grabbed Yulman by the chin, whispering that with his terrifying power, the unification of the magical world was only questionable. How discouraging it was for her that the apostle smirked in response, saying that the demon would not succeed and called Asia for help. While Lilith was screaming about how it was that Yulman wasn't tempted, the soul of the sword deftly appeared behind her, creating lightning discharges in its palms. Still smiling, she aimed her hands at the succubus's back, whose body arched from the incredible attack. Trembling slightly, Lilith barely managed to turn her head towards Asia, hissing that she couldn't move now. The girl smiled and winked at the demon, replying that she had blocked the flow of the succubus's magic. The apostle patted the lightning-fast Asia on the shoulder, saying that she had done an excellent job. Although immobilized, she still smiled broadly, challenging Yulman as to what he wanted to do with Lilith's body. Approaching the settler, Yulman almost whispered into his lips that it was not a problem. He would pull the stranger out of someone else's body. He raised his hands and slowly began to bring them closer to Lilith's face, as if he wanted to hug her. A bright light blinded the succubus, and she lost consciousness. The sun was shining brightly in the blue sky. The trees rustled their green leaves softly in the wind. Yulman, with his hands in his pockets, was heading somewhere, thinking that in the magical world there really was no need to be too afraid of everything. He fell silent, accidentally looking down at his feet, and realized that he was walking right through the air, and below, in the middle of the forest, stood a solid village house. The apostle's boots landed softly on the lush grass. The guy scratched the back of his head and looked around, realizing that he didn't feel any incubi here. He approached the house cautiously, deciding to find out where he had ended up. Having climbed the stairs, the apostle approached the door. Yulman hesitated for a few seconds but still grabbed the round handle. Slowly opening the door, he quietly asked if anyone was home. But the large, well-furnished room greeted the guest with silence and solitude. The apostle looked around, thinking that things were not as he had expected. He put his hands in his trouser pockets again, and the apostle noticed the photographs on the wall. One of them depicted a family, a man and a woman, who was holding a baby in her arms, tightly wrapped in a blanket. The apostle immediately recognized Lilith in the image. In her hands was Aisha, and the man, therefore, was his future father-in-law. The apostle's thoughts were interrupted by a quiet child's voice asking something. Yulman turned around and saw little Aisha in front of him. His classmate was about 5 years old. The girl was holding a bouquet of flowers in her hands, asking who the stranger was. The apostle wondered why Aisha suddenly appeared in the world created by Lilith's consciousness. The girl turned out to be very sweet even as a child. There was no incubus energy in her. The girl tilted her head to the side, waiting for an answer. The guy decided that he needed to check everything first. Now we need to find out what happened in the human world a month after Luna and Yulman opened the seal and entered the magical world. The Empire stopped search and rescue operations and announced that Princess Luna had died in the magical world, and a full funeral was held. At the academy, students wondered why His Majesty the Emperor organized a funeral. Aisha and Arya sat among a pile of scattered books. Aisha was reading something enthusiastically, and her friend, stretching, wondered why the Emperor gave up so easily. Aisha's big eyes filled with tears and she whispered that a whole month had already passed. The girls looked through all the materials they could find, but still could not find a way to enter the magical world. Sierra, who was sitting at the table, spoke up. The witch said that someone had clearly hidden the materials well, or destroyed everything, which could have concerned the gates between the worlds and ways to open them. But even Sierra didn't believe that Luna and Yulman were dead. The seal of the teacher and student has not disappeared yet, so the guys will definitely be able to return. The secretary looked into the office with a sheet of paper in her hand and called the director. She reported that an urgent message had arrived in the capital. His Majesty was summoning the witch to court immediately. Charlotte immediately arrived at the Imperial Palace. The Emperor was already waiting for the witch, standing on a large balcony. Approaching, Sierra dropped to one knee, greeting the Lord, who noticed how the girl had grown over the years. After remaining silent, he finally asked directly whether Aces was dead. Sierra winced, asking how His Majesty knew about this. The man replied that he knew about the real evil that Aces hid within himself, but he still remained the Emperor's teacher. Ordinary people only see the good and the bad. But you need to look deeper. For the head of the Empire, this person was the one who had value, so the motives are quite natural. All these years, thanks to his power, the three clans maintained mutual balance. And now that the old man is gone, the Empire is on the brink of destruction. Sierra listened carefully to the man, and he turned to the girl. He named her the new principal of the school in his own name and demanded that she make every effort to ensure the maximum safety for the students. Sierra could only nod, obey, and listen. The Emperor never turned around, afraid to show his emotions. He said that from the very beginning he was sure that his beloved daughter could not just go and die in a strange world. Unfortunately, time is running out. A huge storm is approaching the Empire. The man was afraid that he would never hear the voice of the moon again. Meanwhile, in the residence of one of the three large clans of the Bale Empire, they celebrated the victory. Chester Bale looked at the prince surrounded by his court girls, asking if he was finally at peace. The guy chuckled, saying that stupid Luna had disappeared into the magical world. The sage noticed that the princess had died. The emperor was getting old, and it seemed that nothing more threatened the prince's ascension to the throne. He pointed at the man, saying that he would do everything he promised the Bale clan if he got the throne. But Chester also understood what the guy really wanted. He replied that the prince need not worry when the time came. Charlotte would be safe and sound in his bed. The prince chuckled. There was nothing in this world that he couldn't reach. Yulman swallowed hard and asked the girl her name. She answered, putting flowers in a vase, and asked if the stranger was a friend of her parents. The apostle stroked the little girl's head, saying that this was indeed so, and he would come by later. If he wasn't mistaken, Aisha's father died quite early. As he was leaving the house, the guy saw a young happy couple, the girl's parents. The man asked his companion if she was tired of it, but she replied with a smile that she didn't care. Puffing out her cheeks, she slyly said that her back hurt and asked to be carried. Yulman immediately realized that it was Lilith with the man in the photo. He chuckled and allowed his wife to climb onto his back. The man walked past Yulman without even looking in his direction. The guy watched the couple go. Lilith was happily humming some song. The apostle was surprised that he remained unnoticed by anyone. He turned away from the house, remaining on the threshold, and gazed at the forest. Now it could be said for sure that those incubi were locked and separated from this world, which was very strange. As a succubus, Lilith has no control over the dream world. But this world is psychic. It is fixated on the endless reproduction of memories of a certain period of time. The only real one here is Lilith. If it weren't for her, there would be no one to create this world. Yulman walked up to the window and looked inside. The whole family was gathered around the set table. Lilith was discontentedly wiping Aisha's dirty mouth. Her father was laughing heartily. The little girl suddenly started talking about Yulman, but her mother quickly interrupted her, reminding her of a well-known proverb. The apostle was touched by little Aisha. He didn't care who created this world, since his friend was here. Finally, the bright sunny day gave way to a windless and cloudless night. Aisha asked Lilith to sleep with her today. She grumbled a little that her daughter was already an adult, but still took the baby to her room. Yulman was still standing at the window. He thought that by breaking into this world, he could harm Lilith. The apostle wondered what to do. At that moment, Aisha's father came out into the street, coughing loudly. Having drawn level with the guy, he suddenly turned to him, saying that he had kept him waiting. The student was incredibly surprised, and the man said in a casual tone that now they would be able to have a good talk with Mr. Yulman. Not realizing everything at first, the apostle asked if Aisha's father could see him, and he nodded. He invited the guy into the house because they had something to discuss. When they sat down at the table, the man suggested introducing themselves first. Euler Lawrence was the name of Aisha's father. He said that he was a member of the Vicious Circle Union. Although Yulman guessed for sure, he could not ask again whether the man was the biological father of his beloved and Lilith's husband. He carefully asked if Euler was sure he knew the whole truth about his current condition. Lawrence leaned back in his chair. A small stone appeared in his cupped palm. The man explained that it was not a piece of memory, not part of Lilith's brain defense system, and definitely not a ghost created by Ramir. The stone rapidly increased in size, turning into 2 fragments. Lilith's memory, which her husband could pull out directly, having spent so many years in someone else's mind. Even if these are memories of how the first apostle Yulman killed Pierce with his own hands. The guy wasn't surprised that Euler knew about him, since she could extract his wife's memory, but he still hadn't received proof of the man's reality. Suddenly, the apostle's vision became clouded as he peered at what one of the fragments revealed. There, enveloped in the steam of a hot bath, Lilith, with a smile on her face, washed little Aisha's hair. Euler drew Yulman's attention to the blood from his nose, and he suddenly pressed his palm to his face, replying that he was over-nervous. The man's voice instantly lost its joyful notes. He understood that because of his death more than 10 years ago, the interlocutor did not believe him. Now in front of the guy sat a piece of the soul from the past body, which ended up in Lilith's brain just before her death. The apostle gracefully wiped his nose with a handkerchief, asking Euler if he realized that his actions had brought his wife even more pain. He nodded, replying that he understood perfectly well, but for some reasons he had to do so. Lilith always thought that it was her beauty spell that sucked all the life force out of Lawrence and killed him. In fact, this is absolutely not true. The man's death occurred for completely different reasons. Euler is a member of the Vicious Circle Alliance, an underground organization with a 1,000-year history. The Union has plenty of enemies, magicians, demons, harpies, and, of course, apostles. Although Mr. Yulman was not included in this list, in the end they spent hundreds of years just trying to find out where he was and what was happening to him. One day, the Vicious Circle Alliance and the magicians began to fight, and at that time the couple met. That year, the organization just sent its fighter on a mission to kill the succubus. They met, measured their strength, trying to finish off each other. And then Euler finally and irrevocably fell in love with Lilith, presenting her with a bouquet of bright red flowers. The man would never forget that expression on his beloved's face. It had turned into an amazing flower of shock and embarrassment, blooming and beautiful. The apostle urged Lawrence, who was deep in memories of how he confessed his love to Lilith. Of course, Euler revealed all this from the Union and left his position. Together with Lilith, they began to live together. Later, Aisha appeared, but the happy days did not last long. It so happened that one day the man was on a simple mission to chase a criminal. And then he met his younger half-brother, who considered Lawrence his enemy, but still never opposed his older brother. That time, the guy had some kind of special blade that resembled a blade for sucking out any energy, and when it ended up in Ylir's stomach, it completely deprived him of his vitality and the strength of 1,000 elephants. To keep Lilith and Aisha from worrying, the head of the family patched up the wound a little on the outside, pretended that nothing had happened, and ran home to report everything so that his brother wouldn't do anything else. Yulman, taking a sip of water, said that he knew about the strength of 1,000 elephants, but with such abilities, Ylir would not be so easy to kill. The man nodded, because if his brother had taken all his strength and life energy, he could still hold out a little longer due to the remaining strength of 1,000 elephants. Lawrence burst out laughing as he explained that he never told his wife what had happened and died in their bed after a wild night. Yulman wiped his mouth from the water he spat out from what he heard, and was shocked that the vicious circle agent had died not on a mission, but in bed. The man was slightly embarrassed, exclaiming that he couldn't help himself. He asked the apostle to imagine what he would do without his own powers if Aisha had seduced him. Could he really have restrained himself? Yulman shook his head. Ylir laughed, saying that if even a real apostle couldn't control himself, then what can we say about an ordinary person? The man finally clasped his hands and told the whole story, and now it was time to ask the apostle for something. Yulman interrupted Ylir, saying that due to forced long-term use, one half of his 1,000 elephant strength had already dried up, and the other half didn't have long left either. The man knew about it. He opened his palms, in which was a bright yellow sprout of the power of 1,000 elephants. The head of the family kept it in the world of Lilith's consciousness. Ylir asked to give the sprout to Aisha. The apostle moved it closer to himself, telling him that there was an imprint of Ylir's soul on the sprout, but it had disappeared, which meant that its owner would soon disappear. He would die here and disappear forever. Lawrence rose from the table, leaning his hands on it. Even when he divided the soul to enter the world of Lilith's consciousness, he had already thought it over and decided everything. He walked over to the family photos on the wall, saying that since everything was already over, the decision he had made would be the right one. Lawrence was here for a long time and watched the life of his daughter and wife for 10 years. Every day he watched his daughter grow up and become as beautiful as her mother. Was the apostle familiar with the joy of such a sight? Ylir's voice trembled. He considered himself an unworthy person who did not give his family happiness, an irresponsible father and husband who simply took and left, leaving them alone in grief and difficulties. The apostle said correctly, "The consciousness of the dead must also be dead," so the time had come for Lawrence to leave this world. The man smiled tiredly. He knew that Yulman loved his daughter and asked the guy to swear by his status as the first apostle that he would make Lilith and Aisha happy. The disciple swallowed hard, but still firmly said that he, the first apostle, the boundless Yulman, swears. Tears ran down Ylir's cheeks, but he still smiled, sincerely thanking his interlocutor. In the silence of the night, a loud roar was suddenly heard coming from outside, as if the sky had descended on the house. The men cried out in unison, knowing that the sound meant danger. Ylir rushed up the stairs to his wife's bedroom, as if he felt something wrong with his whole body. Yulman hurried after him, and when the man began to pull the handle, it turned out that the door was sealed. Lawrence, not daring to give in, immediately began to hit her with his shoulder, cursing out loud at the same time. Nothing worked, and the apostle offered help, stretching out his hand in front of him. The next second, the door was blown away along with the wall, and the debris was illuminated in purple. Aisha sat on the floor by the bed, shaking slightly, and the succubus leaned over the unconscious Lilith, clutching the woman with her clawed hands, shaking her ashen hair. When the noise was heard, Aisha turned to the man, whining and sobbing like a child. The stranger grinned, slowly saying that the defenders had arrived very quickly. The child rushed into his father's arms, and he did not understand how the succubus was able to corrode the shell of Lilith's consciousness. The woman, tucking her hair behind her pointed ear, explained with a smile that it was all thanks to Ylir, who, with his long presence, allowed the evil spirits to enter someone else's consciousness. The succubus looked at Lilith, saying that she now possessed half of her consciousness, and no one could defeat her. She suddenly shuddered, grabbing the unconscious woman by the chin and screaming that the other half of the victim's consciousness was sealed. It was impossible. She asked what Lilith's husband had done to her. He felt incredible relief, because Aisha allows Lilith's consciousness and memory to be sealed, being their defense mechanism. The girl looked up at Lawrence, whispering that evil people had gotten to the family, so it was necessary to hide everything valuable for Mom, as Dad had ordered. The father stroked his obedient daughter on the head, praising her for her excellent work. The succubus casually let go of Lilith's face, and she fell onto the bed. The stranger asked how the man had managed to stay in her memory for so long. But then she burst out laughing. She didn't care because she, Ramir, was the mistress of the night. In the kingdom of dreams, she had no equal. Yulman's lips stretched into a grin when he heard the succubus's self-confident words. Coming closer, he asked Ramir if she really thought she was invulnerable while in her dreams. The woman confirmed this without a shadow of a doubt. Even if the ruler himself entered the dream realm, he would not be able to compete with her. The apostle did not respond to this, wanting Ramir to see everything with her own eyes, and snapped his fingers. At first, they were still in Aisha's parents' half-destroyed bedroom. But a moment later, Yulman and Ramir found themselves in a completely different world, standing among rocky terrain strewn with blue crystals. The apostle smiled. He transferred himself and the succubus to his world. Behind him, a luxurious palace spread out. Ramir screamed in shock, stepping back. She couldn't believe she had moved to another dream. She laughed hysterically. This shouldn't have happened. No human being is capable of such a thing. The succubus was the mistress of the night, and now she would destroy the guy's filthy fake dream into pieces with her dark, like the night sky, magic. The circle that appeared from her palm continued to spin for a while, but soon began to smolder in the wind and disappeared. Without lowering her hands, Ramir whispered in confusion that all her strength had disappeared. The student shrugged his shoulders. After all, he said that this was the world of his consciousness. The woman growled, demanding that he not fool her. Although she did not know what kind of tricks Yulman was playing, she would be able to resist them. She flew up and rushed straight at the guy, screaming that she would deal with him and then her dream world would be okay again. The apostle looked at the sharp claws in front of his nose and calmly stated that any attempts would be pointless. Ramira, who flew forward without hitting Yulman, should understand this because she herself dealt with her enemies in her dreams. Madness appeared on the succubus's face. She shook, hearing in her head the commanding voice of the apostle, who insisted that this world was his, that he had invented all the laws of this world himself. Small red lightning bolts appeared above the succubus's body. She froze in the air, and Yulman decided to leave Ramir here so that she could calm down until his return. The woman bared her teeth, making one last attempt to find out who this stranger was. The wind fluttered the long hem of the boy's bloody cloak as he turned over his shoulder, telling his story. Meanwhile, the Lawrence family home was gradually falling into disrepair under the influence of dark magic. The apostle returned there and was saddened to see this. Not only the house, but the whole world was gradually dying. Yulir asked Mr. Yulman in fear who the stranger was. The guy replied that it didn't matter now. For now, he had locked her in the world of his own consciousness, and now there were more important things to do. He ordered the man, who was hugging the people dearest to him with both arms, to do everything he had not yet managed to do, because there was very little time left. Yulir closed his eyes tightly and nodded, gathering his thoughts and spirit. He smiled and looked at his daughter, asking her to get the things he asked her to hide. Aisha laughed joyfully and took out a box from somewhere, in which she hid everything well. Lawrence took the item carefully from his daughter's hands, a sad smile on his face. Lowering his head and peering into the box, he informed Yulman that Lilith's consciousness and memory were stored here. A long time ago, the man agreed with the little girl that as soon as her mother found a worthy companion, all her previous memories would be erased. After opening the box, Lilith would forget about her husband and start life anew. That is why Yulir hopes that the apostle will be able to take care of his girls. Let them live the same life in the real world as they do here, calm, cheerful, and happy. Aisha watched in surprise as tears began to flow from her father's eyes, and the little girl asked why her father was crying. She stood up and with her small hand impulsively wiped the wet streaks from Yulir's face, asking him not to cry. Lawrence's wet eyes trembled as he looked one last time at his daughter and unconscious wife. He assured the little girl that her dad was okay, and immediately opened the box, from which a bright light poured. Lilith twitched in her sleep and sighed sharply, as if she sensed something was wrong. The girl opened her mouth slightly, looking at her dad, and bright rays of light shot up from the destroyed roof. Yulir, sobbing, told the little girl that her dad was too happy that there were people like her and her mom next to him. The man clenched his teeth to keep from crying harder and whispered that he would love his family forever. At that moment, the house burst at the seams, the earth opened up, swallowing up numerous false trees. Lilith's entire world, her precious memories, fit into a tiny sphere of oblivion. Soon, when there was nothing left of it, only people sitting by the ruins, Yulir finally got a grip on his emotions. He had already lost his fictitious shell and was gradually dissipating, But he still managed to tell Yulman that he was leaving, and now everything fell on his shoulders. The man turned to his wife and looked at her with inexpressible tenderness, saying goodbye forever. Suddenly, what Lawrence had been so afraid of and at the same time so desperately desired happened. Lilith spoke up, calling him a bastard. First, he treacherously breaks into her life, and now he wants to run away forever and also completely erase someone else's memory. The dumbfounded Yulir, who continued to disappear, stared at his wife and, stuttering, asked if her memory had still not disappeared. Lilith shook her head. Her husband had completely lost his mind. Had he really forgotten that it was she who taught him the magic of erasing memory? The wings, tail, and horns of the succubus immediately appeared on the mother's body. Aisha stood in awe near her parents. Lilith gently ran her hand over the face of her husband, who thought he could use her own magic on her. She blushed and sobbed, exclaiming that she could never forget her beloved. From the very moment they met, when Lawrence appeared before the love of his life with flowers. Now he was slowly dissolving into thin air, and he listened in shock as she repeated that she would never forget him. Just as beautiful and charming as she was many years ago, looking at him in amazement at the moment of confession, Lilith stroked her husband's face for the last time, and at that moment she fell in love with him all over again. The couple couldn't hold back their tears, both tightly closing their eyes, clinging to each other. Yulir whispering passionately how much he loved Lilith and would love her forever. White, delicate petals filled the space, but a farewell whisper could be heard in the air for a long time. And at this time, real chaos was happening in the human world. The streets were burning, people were screaming and running away. 3 days after Sierra's meeting with the Emperor, the Isis clan sent troops to the palace, planning a coup d'etat. General Howard and his men captured the capital, killed the king, and took complete control of the city. The Imperial house and courtiers were killed. Prince Charles barely managed to escape. With the help of the Bale clan, he hid in a small town in the southwest. Sierra remained loyal to the Emperor and, taking several students from the academy, followed the prince to the west. In the west, Prince Charles was officially able to ascend to the throne. There he agreed with the Bale clan about a campaign against the capital because it was necessary to strike back and reclaim the palace. Chester Bale grinned as he walked with the Fire Witch to an audience with the new ruler. In the large, bright room, an angry female scream was heard, asking what Charles was doing. As it turned out, Sierra and Aisha were brought to the prince by armed guards. The girls were even shackled in magical handcuffs. Aisha silently shuddered, looking ahead. But Charlotte was not going to give up, because she was the director of the Imperial Academy of Magic. Charles, reclining on his throne, greeted Director Sierra lazily and ironically, ordering her to address him as nothing less than Your Majesty. The guy turned to the former Imperial sage Chester, who had approached him, and ordered him to read. The man smiled and read from the unrolled scroll the sentence for the Fire Witch, who failed to protect the Emperor and the palace, which led to the capture of the capital by the enemy, for which he is sentenced to death by hanging, execution, today. Aisha and Sierra screamed at the same time. They could not even imagine that such a fate awaited one of them. The red-haired girl leaned forward furiously. She was sure that Charles had gone crazy. The boy didn't understand what was happening now. If he killed the unrivaled magician, he wouldn't be able to restore the Fram Empire from the ashes. Charles tisked mockingly, reaching out his hand towards Sierra. Of course he couldn't kill her that easily. The Lord will give a choice. Only 2 options. Either the girl will pay him with her body, or she will die today. The choice is hers. Chester spoke up, saying that the legendary magician would play an important role in the return of the former empire if he was useful to the kingdom. Becoming an obedient slave was a better option. The guy on the throne almost clapped his hands. He really liked the idea of capturing the rebellious witch. The handcuffs clanged loudly as Sierra stood up, screaming that this was going too far. Bollet smirked, asking if Charlotte had anything against it, but it was too late to object, as she was wearing magic-blocking handcuffs. He hesitated, looking at the girl in surprise. The very shackles on her wrists suddenly began to glow. The runes on the iron, guided by witchcraft magic, glowed with a bright orange light. Sierra raised her hands up, real fire igniting on her palms, burning away the metal. Charles was outraged when Bolle stated that it seemed that these handcuffs did not fully work on the legendary magicians. Sierra grabbed Aisha's hand to lead her out of the hall, and the Overlord's knights immediately ran after them. Charlotte burned the metal that bound the student's hands and urged her on. They needed to run as fast as they could to escape. The guards were thrown back by the powerful stream of fire that Sierra directed at them. Moreover, several thin streams of fire flew straight at the stunned Charles, who pressed himself fearfully into his throne. A magical sphere appeared in front of him, cooling the air. The guy screamed piercingly in horror. He was saved by Chester, who tamed the fire with ice magic. The man asked if His Majesty was okay. The guy muttered something in response. Turning to the prince, the sage asked the ruler how he would deal with the one who dared to attack the ruler. Charles pointed to the burnt hole in the floor, screaming at the guards to catch the girls and bring them to him. At this time, Sierra and Aisha were racing away on the stolen white horse. They managed to leave the palace grounds. Anger filled every cell of Charlotte's body. She gritted her teeth, cursing Charles for being such a vile bastard. But the court magician still managed to catch up with the fugitives. Streams of air slowly descended from above onto the horsemen. They hit the ground with force, and the horse reared up in fear from the attack and began to rush about in different directions. Sierra clung to the reins and didn't immediately understand what was happening. A grinning sage appeared right in front of the horse, rather than the girls thinking that they would actually be able to escape. The man spread his arms to the side, creating a forbidden wind zone, the entire space seething with air magic. The air currents turned into sharp blades. Charlotte rushed towards Aisha, trying to cover her with her body. One of the blades flew straight towards the horse, cutting through the animal's long neck. The witch grabbed the student with both arms, and the girls found themselves in the villain's air cocoon. He, like a conductor, commanded the elements. The attempts of the Fire Maiden are in vain because His Majesty demands her to himself, and the sage himself simply wants to take the precious flamestone and return the sword of the Bale family. If the captives resist, the wind will accidentally tear off their arm or leg. The prince loves to have a lot of fun. Aisha fell to the ground, crouching. Sierra began to think about how to deal with this wind. The thin voice of Excalibur's soul sounded in the air, and a green sphere appeared in front of those present. The witch did not want to drag Sylph into battle, but the girl herself volunteered to protect her friends. She closed her eyes and spread her arms out to the sides, using her magic to stop the wind. The Fire Witch clenched her fists, exclaiming triumphantly that everything worked out. Chester Bale chuckled, pushing his glasses up his nose, holding a book in his hand. He had a plan to make the soul of the sword Excalibur obey. Opening the green glowing tome, he began to read the spell. Direct descendant of Lorlo Bale, part of the bloodlines personally approved by the King of all elements, true owner of the sword of the King of the Winds. The man commanded the power of the Bale clan's blood ties to obey him unconditionally. Sylph sensed that something was wrong and ordered her friends to run. They simultaneously shouted that they would not leave without her, only together, as had happened before. Without answering, the girl waved her hand, and a green hurricane lifted her friends into the air. They indignantly exclaimed the name of the sword, but the green hurricane, without causing them any harm, was already carrying away Sierra and Aisha. Feeling her own will gradually leaving her, the sword's soul asked them with her last strength to find the owner. The screams of her friends died down in the air, and the spirit of the sword waved her hand one last time. An alien order commanded her, taking away the last remnants of her mind. Sylph whispered the name of her master. The girl's body merged with the sword and flew into Chester Bale's hands in a blue flash. He clutched the hilt of the blade, glad that it had finally returned to him. The man chuckled triumphantly, muttering that now all that was left was to get hold of the red stone. The air currents picked up his body. The sage was going to continue pursuing the fiery maiden, let her not think that she could escape from him. After all, even having become a legendary magician, she remained just a little girl. The next moment, he turned into a flash of air, aimed only at catching the captives. Aisha and Sierra found themselves somewhere far away from the scene of events. The student could not believe that Sylph sacrificed herself to save them. Charlotte confidently said that she would find a way to take Sylph back, but now it was better to leave here. They had hardly moved from their place when they noticed the prince's knight on the dais. Seeing the fugitives, he shouted that he had found the girls, but the guards were only hunting for the fiery maiden desired by their master. The man was joined by other heavily armed knights who ran out of the forest. Soon, Aisha and Charlotte realized that they would not be able to escape. Their enemies surrounded them. At that moment, the commanding voice of Chester Bale was heard, asking where the witch would run now. What would the legendary mage do without a sword? Does he really think she can escape? The man narrowed his eyes and hissed predatorily that Sierra should be a good girl and surrender peacefully because His Majesty was waiting for her. The Fire Witch cursed, clenching her fists. She realized that she would have to protect her student in order to deal with the enemy. The master reached out her hand to Aisha and moved her slightly, quietly telling her that she should run as soon as she had the chance. Charlotte instantly created a fiery pentagram on the ground, each facet of the star glowing brightly. The girl stretched her hands forward, shouting loudly that she was calling upon the hellish Cerberus. A huge, devilish three-headed dog immediately appeared at her call. Chester, looking at the spawn of hell, only grinned, surprised by the magician's ability to summon creatures. Still smiling, he held Excalibur out in front of him, deciding to try his sword on Cerberus. After jumping, the man swung his blade using the wind whip technique. Flames erupted from Cerberus's three heads in unison, and the dog belched them at his enemy. The two opposing forces clashed, Excalibur's magic trying to merge with the fire. Unfortunately for the witch, the enemy's strength turned out to be stronger. The flame gradually disappeared, and sharp gusts of wind wounded the devilish creature. Sierra cursed and summoned a wall of fire that burst into the wind stream. Charlotte felt herself gradually losing her ability to resist Sylph's incredible power. Chester roared that this was not the end, and unleashed a hurricane charge on the Academy director. The flames disappeared in a second, giving way to gusts of wind that almost knocked off their feet even the numerous warriors. They covered their faces with their hands, talking loudly about how the fiery maiden was no match for the sage. The burnt-out clearing filled with smoke, and two silhouettes could be seen through the disappearing energy of Sylph. Aisha immediately ran to Sierra, who was lying on the ground, and picked her up in her arms. The girl tried to bring the unconscious witch to her senses, persistently calling her by name. But Sierra didn't seem to hear Aisha. She had spent too much energy in this battle. Bollet slowly approached the girls, embraced by the magical currents of Excalibur, laughing at the decline of the fiery maiden. Noticing him, Aisha extended her hand and sent crystal arrows at her pursuer. But before the ice could even get close to the man, he stopped the attack, saying that this girl was overestimating herself. He came even closer, asking if the flamestone was in the spatial ring. The powerful sorcerer extended his hand towards Sierra. Aisha cowered in fear, unable to stop him. Chester grabbed Sierra by the wrist, lifting her off the ground, his eyes searching for the item he needed. Finally, he chuckled contentedly as the bright light of his prey burst forth. The magician held a large bloody stone in his hands, greedily devouring it with his eyes. Bollet threw the girl away from him. She fell face down on the floor. Aisha rushed to help her. The man immediately ordered the guards to escort the captives back to His Majesty, and they replied that they would do so. Aisha woke up, biting her broken lip. She slowly raised her head to look at the thief. The sage stared in surprise at the stone, which suddenly began to speak, loudly calling for his mother. The man's eyes widened in disbelief, and the object in his hands began to rapidly heat up. When the stone burst into flames, the man dropped it with a scream and began blowing on his wounded palm. Sierra had difficulty even raising herself up on her elbows. She looked at the light and reached out her hand towards it. The burning stone spoke to her, asking her mother to use its power. The bright flame reflected in Charlotte's eyes, and she whispered with her lips what she heard. Sierra did as she was told, and now the entire clearing was engulfed in flames. Chester couldn't believe his eyes. He had absolutely no idea what was happening. Aisha was afraid for the master, for her friend, but at the same time she could not get closer. The guards trembled, taking a few steps back from the strange captive. All present, surrounding Sierra, watched as she rose above the ground. Fiery wings grew behind the girl's back. Even her hair turned into pure flame. Charlotte had a flaming sword in her hands and seemed unresponsive to anything, even when Bollet yelped, asking where his stone was. Cursing, the man released a hurricane charge, streams of sylph power, at the witch. As soon as this energy touched Charlotte, she turned to Aisha and told her to take cover. The girl grabbed her blade with both hands and ran straight towards the energy flying towards her. Having absorbed it, Sierra spun around its axis like a top, which burned the guards and Bala himself with a searing flame. The magician's clothes immediately melted, and he was so shocked that he couldn't even fight off the attack. The tongues of flame devoured everything in their path, and finally slowly reached the man's face. He was shaking, unable to understand why he had lost, silently denying his defeat as the flames licked his face. A column of lava rose up, swallowing the magician, and his terrifying cry of pain was heard over the forest. At this time, Lilith and Yulman returned to consciousness in the Palace of Eternal Life. The succubus did not understand why Yulir did this. She closed her eyes, and an inexpressible bitterness slid into her voice. Because the woman wanted to remain forever in this long dream. The apostle looked down at Lilith and didn't know how he could comfort her at such a moment. He grabbed the succubus by the shoulders and, looking into her eyes, offered to erase her memory. It would be a chance for a new life for her. He would fulfill the promise he gave to Yulir. He would protect mother and daughter. Luna, who was waiting for her friend, finally saw him with the real owner of this palace. Yulman turned to the princess, telling her that in the world of consciousness, time flows a little differently, and a lot had happened. But now the real Lilith had returned to them. Alino and Asuka trembled when they saw the apostle. They no longer felt Ramir. Her energy was not felt. They turned sharply towards the exit and started running, shouting as they went that this guy was a real monster. The student raised an eyebrow, demanding that the former villains return immediately. It was too late for them to try to escape. After some time, Aleno and Ramir were kneeling in front of Yulman, their heads down. Lilith asked if the Lord had sent them into an ambush when he was informed of the betrayal. The incubus replied that it was true. They had taken advantage of Lilith's moment of rest to penetrate her. Ramira smiled awkwardly, noting that she would never have stood in the apostle's way if she had known in advance that he was the Lord's enemy. Yulman suggested going to Gaocheng to visit the ruler, but Luna wanted to hurry because being far from home she was worried about the Empire and the Emperor. Lilith supported the guys, saying that she would go with them. It was high time to deal with the ruler. Their conversation was interrupted by the woman's confidant, a pink-haired succubus girl who ran into the hall, clearly worried about something. She covered her mouth with her hand to tell something to the lady. Lilith heard that it was news from the human world. From Lilith's indignant cry, the princess realized that something bad had happened and immediately began asking what had happened. Lilith had to tell that 4 days ago, a coup took place in the Fram Empire. The empire fell apart, the imperial court was destroyed. Only Prince Charles managed to escape to the west. Now the empire is ruled by the Isis clan. The apostle realized that the imperial clan had been wiped off the face of the earth. His girlfriend was beside herself with shock. She trembled slightly after hearing the news and was afraid to even think about what could have happened to her father. The student rushed to the confidant, grabbed her by the shoulders and asked if there was any news from the academy about Sierra and the others. The succubus nervously replied that the Bale clan had arrested the Fire Maiden on suspicion of murdering the emperor, but she had killed Chester and was now wanted throughout the country. The apostle exhaled when he learned that Aisha and Sierra seemed to be okay, and were at least alive now. He heard the sound of feet, and when he turned around he saw Luna, grabbing the hem of her dress, running quickly somewhere. The succubus looked questioningly at Yulman, who nodded, confirming that Luna was the princess of the Fram Empire. After telling Lilith and Asuka that he would go and look for his friend, he asked them to stay here. Hot tears filled the eyes of the unfortunate girl as she ran without knowing where. She wasn't looking where she was going at all and ended up tripping on a protruding tile. The girl was hit hard when she fell on her stomach, almost injuring herself. She didn't even find the strength to get up. She just leaned on her elbows, realizing that it was too late to do anything now. Tears rolled freely down her cheeks. Luna whispered that the Empire was lost and they had nowhere to return to. With her head hanging low, she began to howl loudly, calling herself guilty of what had happened and asking her father for forgiveness. Suddenly, right next to the princess's face, a wheedling voice was heard, confirming her words. Luna raised her head and looked at the figure, so similar to herself, only in a red torn dress. The stranger accused the girl of being soft and lacking strength, and inability to look the truth in the eye. Tears flowed like a stream, dripping onto the floor. Luna furiously whispered that it was too late now. Too late. The figure hugged the princess tightly, daring her to accept herself, to accept someone else's power, and to take revenge. Make all the traitors walking through the Imperial family pay with their blood, because now she has nothing to lose. So let her take on another power and become special. Luna whispered that she could take revenge, do what she so ardently wanted to do herself. Dark magic. Another force slowly flowed into the pure young body, staining it. On the girl's chest, a mark blossomed like a bright red flower, symbolizing change. A dark, suffocating voice repeated in her head that it would turn into ashes everything that stood in the princess's way. Yulman wandered around the huge palace and already ran out into the street in search of his friend. He made another circle and returned to the entrance, thinking that he had stopped feeling the moon nearby. Something confused his feelings, and the guy looked around sharply, not understanding where such energy was coming from. The apostle looked at the strange figure on the balcony, and it was clearly not his girlfriend. What was up there felt like a demon. Did someone do something to the moon? Having gained speed, Yulman jumped onto the balcony railing, but the stranger immediately disappeared. The boy cursed when he missed this thing whose presence was a bit like the moon. In the hall, Lilith and Asuka stood menacingly over Aleno and Ramir. The lion ordered the creatures to be calmer. Lilith demanded that they give up their royal seals and be obedient if they did not want to be beaten. At that moment, someone's otherworldly voice sounded right next to Lilith's ear, saying that she shouldn't do this. The doors swung open. A grave cold blew from there. Luna slowly walked towards those present, saying that she would take the seals herself. Asuka greeted Luna happily, but Lilith immediately realized that something was wrong with the girl. Looking at her clothes, the crown that appeared out of nowhere, and her dark eyes, The succubus suddenly leaned forward and screamed at Asuka, who was approaching Luna, that the princess had become a demon. Leo looked over his shoulder in surprise, not seeing the new moon about to attack him. The next second, Asuka was already flying backwards when the princess threw a stream of bloody energy at him. Small, furious lightning bolts streamed from Luna's hands, and she hissed menacingly that she would completely destroy everyone who stood in her way. She flinched as she felt a burning cold sensation all over her body. Something was slowly descending, trapping her. Lilith created an ice prison, huge, sharp ice peaks completely covering the demon. The succubus crossed her arms over her chest, commanding Luna to try to calm down. It doesn't matter what happened to her, but she must wait until Yulman returns because he will definitely come up with a way to help. It seemed as if a pure thought flashed through the girl's mind as soon as she heard her friend's name. But it turned out to be a flash of anger, grabbing the ice. The demon screamed that the apostle was a traitor who promised her a quick return to the world of people. And now the empire is gone, and her father is gone too. Tearing apart the ice bars with his bare hands, the demon growled like a beast, promising to take revenge with his own strength. Only such power, he says, will help to take revenge, and no one dares to stop the new moon. Lilith stepped back, puzzled. Things were going very badly. It didn't look like the enraged princess could be stopped. At that moment, the entire palace trembled. Red lightning began to destroy it, breaking the strong stones. In just a few seconds, the building was in ruins, with clouds of dust spreading everywhere. The apostle, who had been looking for the moon all over the city, sensed something was wrong and only now returned. He was late. There was only one thought in my head: to finish off the demon that had possessed the moon. He began searching for his friends when he suddenly heard Lilith's weakened voice nearby calling him. The wounded woman tried to help Asuka, who had turned into a baby again and was lying on her lap. Yulman rushed to them. Lilith said that they remained alive only because the demon needed to take the seals of the four kings. The student carefully asked if the succubus meant Luna. She nodded. Now the girl was possessed. She took the seals of the four kings and went to Gao Cheng. Who knows what the demon might do? We need to intercept her as soon as possible. The apostle listened to Lilith's story, and in the end said that he had managed. But before that, he needed to heal the woman. The cunning succubus winked at him, saying that she had already sucked some of the guy's life force, and she really did look much better. Her magic was in the air. One of the magical hearts landed on the apostle's neck. The guy got nervous. Lilith bit her lip, saying that he promised Yulir to take care of her and Aisha. The succubus just took a little of his powers. Would the great apostle really be offended? However, waving her hand, the woman hurried Yulman because he needed to save Luna, who had become very important to the guy. Gao Cheng was a gloomy, dark city. Stone buildings sprawled like chimeras across the lifeless land. Yulman rose above the ground to get there faster and saw that the magic barrier had fallen, meaning that Luna had already entered the city. As the apostle approached, he was noticed by a strange creature, a local resident. The red skin merged with the ground. The same color eyes quickly realized that the alien was a human. The resident did not like this very much. The pointy-eared creatures bared their teeth, noticing a human on their territory, considering him to be the girl's friend. The armed trio were going to get ahead of the stranger and attack him. Yulman shook his head, realizing that Luna had already entered and had managed to do something stupid. Having fallen to the ground, the apostle turned his head to the creatures, saying that he would simply go to the Lord. As soon as they dared to pounce on the alien, his figure was drowned in powerful purple magic. The wave of energy suddenly threw the opponents in the opposite direction from Yulman. A huge whirlwind picked up the residents, carrying them away towards the stone buildings. They screamed in a muffled voice. Having freed himself from the obstacle, the apostle suddenly flew up to the sky in order to find his friend as quickly as possible. He looked around worriedly, searching for Luna with his eyes, then shouted her name loudly. In the hole in the roof of the largest building, he finally saw a familiar figure. The demon had already reached the Lord. Having greeted the apostle, she declared that she had already finished here, and with all her might thrust the red blade into the Lord's chest. The man's head slowly dropped to his chest, his lifeless eyes dimming. The demon declared that he was now the new ruler, that he would take the entire army of demons that were now under his control and invade the world of people. The apostle listened in horror as someone, in the voices of the moon, promised to tear to pieces every miserable worm who dared to betray the empire. Yulman quickly flew into the building, asking the princess to stop before it was too late. Now her transformation into a demon is not yet complete. The apostle asked to give him a few days. He will help his friend become human. The demon looked attentively at Yulman and remained silent, standing motionless in place. Finally, the one who was in the body of the moon spoke, asking himself why he was becoming a man again. powerless, and incapable of anything. The princess looked at the apostle, saying that he was very strong, and now she felt this strength, legendary power, even more strongly. After all, in this world there is almost no problem for him that cannot be solved. That is why he is so carefree. Even having ended up in the world of demons, the guy does not worry. He is ready for any battle. There was irony in Luna's voice. She was not like that. Defenseless, she could only cry. She knew about the mortal danger threatening her father, and she could only hope for the apostle, beg him to use his power. But the world, it will never pay attention to the small and weak moon, and now it is too late. Even the apostle will not return the empire from the ashes, and the princess no longer wanted to ask him for help. Even if this power would eventually destroy Luna, she wanted to deal with everything on her own. The human part that remained in Luna began to cry. She called herself powerless. Even though she loved a man, she could not confess it to him. Yulman, hearing this, opened his eyes in amazement, as if he had guessed something. However, Luna turned around abruptly, waving the hem of her dress, and said goodbye to her friend. Yulman shuddered and rushed towards Luna, stretching out his hand to her and desperately calling her name. His palm hit an invisible barrier. Something dark and terrible blocked him from the princess. Through the thick veil, a deep voice was heard, promising to deprive the possibility of escape. Yulman, being in the bubble, listened. The voice seemed very familiar to him. Moreover, this unusual power was felt so clearly, as if he had felt something similar before. The voice came to life again, saying that she and the guy had not seen each other for a very long time. The untouched space around the apostle shrank even more, and red sharp fangs rushed towards him. Both from below and from above, something was pressing into space, an eternally closed gate. The apostle straightened up and knitted his eyebrows together, loudly asking who was playing here. The fangs clicked. The beast seemed to be laughing and was about to reveal the speaker to the world. From the red mist, the 12th apostle, the king of eternal night, Kapasis, a tall youth with a deceptively handsome appearance, slowly emerged towards Yulman. Yulman immediately surrounded himself with his own protective magic. Looking at the other apostle, he didn't even think that Kapasis was still alive. He managed to deceive the demon. The guy grinned, waving his long gray hair. Apostles don't die so easily. Yulman knows this like no one else. With his hand on his hip, Kapasis asked if the first apostle had decided to leave the small world in which he had lived for 1,000 years. When Yulman demanded to let him through, the interlocutor stated that he would not allow anyone to interfere with her. The disciple narrowed his eyes and raised an eyebrow, asking if the 12th apostle really needed such an enemy. Kapasis smiled and held out his palm, on which a small sphere was pulsating. He had long wanted to try to find out this. A real hell opened up between the two apostles, flooding the space with black colors. The sphere shone brightly. The entire demon world was the source of Kapasis's demonic power. This power combined the power of the entire world with his own power. He wanted to see if Yulman could handle something like this. Initially, such a surprise was prepared for the second apostle, but Kapasis decided that it would do for the first one as well. Yulman replied in a bored tone that this performance only made his eyes water. The fire of madness blazed in the eyes of the king of eternal night. He growled that the power was greater than his opponent thought. Extending his hand in front of him, Yulman caught the spear of eternal night, a powerful weapon that the 12th apostle had summoned, in his palm. Not a single muscle on the student's face moved. He continued to resist the madman without moving. The sharp, magical tip pierced Yulman's palm, piercing the flesh. His hand didn't shake at all, and the guy didn't seem to feel the deafening pain. Kapasis leaned forward, whispering in shock that the first apostle had stopped the spear. But his lips spread into a grin as he saw blood dripping from his pierced hand. As it turned out, even the mighty first apostle had red blood. Yulman smiled, wiggling his fingers slightly, asking if Kapasis was disappointed. He chuckled, assuring that everything was the other way around. He only saw hope for himself, although the fact that Yulman stopped the Eternal Night Spear with his bare hands surprised the 12th apostle a little. The weapon can only suck out life force when the opponent is wounded. The student snorted dismissively. This power sucking again. Why does everyone like it so much? Kapasis's mouth dropped open in surprise when Yulman said he had made a mistake. As it turned out, the life force of the first apostle was not so easy to suck out. The student smirked as he looked at the puzzled Kapasis, asking if he really needed someone else's powers. If so, then Yulman will show him something. The guy playfully squeezed his palm, and the incredibly powerful spear crumbled to pieces. The 12th apostle looked like a child whose toy had been taken away. The disciple, meanwhile, without lowering his hand, called upon the fourth seal and commanded it to open. The guy's gaze instantly became heavy. His pupils lost their color, tanning with a hellish red fire. The seal flared with purple lights that gradually grew larger and spread further. An explosion occurred that swept away everything in its path in order to take the power of a single apostle. However, one had to pay for one's actions, but Capassus did not even think about such a thing, believing in his impunity. My heart was breaking in my chest from the realization of total failure and the impossibility of getting everything back. The demonic power of the Spear of Eternal Night and Capassus's own power. The first apostle turned them into his own power. Yulman calmly looked at the defeated enemy, hoping that he now clearly understood the difference between them. He doesn't care what Capassus is doing here. He must open the way to the human world. Otherwise, the price may be his own life. A shadow of hopelessness crossed the face of the 12th apostle. He silently looked into the distance. Finally, looking at Yulman, Capassus noticed that although they were both monsters, his opponent was still a monster. If he wants to get out of this world, he will have to kill Capassus or destroy the whole world. There is no other way. The King of Eternal Night would not allow Yulman to stop the moon from destroying humanity, and the student did not understand why he would turn the princess into a monster and kill people. Capassus chuckled, looking mockingly at the strongest first apostle. After all, being so powerful, he still hasn't understood what love is. Yulman opened his mouth in surprise. The last thing he expected was that Capassus would start talking about this very feeling. The 12th apostle said that 5,000 years ago he met a girl who was the first to enter his infinitely long life, and like the sun, illuminated the endless darkness with her light. Capassus clearly understood that he loved her. Compared to the life of an apostle, the short life of a man is like a fragile flower that grows once. And if such was fate, the apostle himself was ready to become an ordinary man and spend the rest of his life with her. But people discovered a couple, Semele, who was hanging out with Capassus, was accused of conspiracy and treason. She was a human being, and her own people tortured her to death. All this was arranged by the 10th apostle Arma. Damn him. And Capassus wanted to take revenge on Arma by bringing an army of demons to war with the world of people he protected. Yulman asked in dismay, was it really because of a simple girl that the war between humans and demons 5,000 years ago began? These words made the 12th apostle incredibly angry. He exclaimed that for Yulman and the whole world, Semele was an ordinary girl, but for Capassus, she was the whole world. Then, 5,000 years ago, the second apostle was not allowed to take revenge, but the King of Eternal Night never gave up his revenge. Yulman was silent, thinking about what he had heard and still surprised by what had actually happened. The result is that the second apostle intervened, put seals on both sides of the war, but who could have known that even the last seal was part of Arma's plans? He wanted to make the demons his power from the very beginning. And then Capassus was about to carry out his plan, met Luna, and was struck by the resemblance of the princess to Semele. And all of Luna's problems made her hate the world and people. Perhaps this is fate itself. And the apostle gave her the opportunity to take revenge, to destroy humanity in revenge for Semele. Capassus grinned, suggesting that Yulman found his motivation boring and funny, since such monsters could never understand what love was. The student was silent. He thought about the people he had met on his way during his life in their world. Aisha, whom he fell in love with at first sight and swore to protect. Master Sierra, who taught him so much. A wonderful friend and reliable battle companion, the never-despondent Arya. The affection of Linda, the bandit's daughter, flattered him, but the apostle always treated the girl well. Finally, Luna, the princess to whom he had become so attached, saw and learned of her feelings. Shaking his head, Yulman apologized to his rival for not realizing how deep his love was. Since Capassus does not want to give in to the first apostle, he will have to enter into battle. But before that, the disciple held out a gold ring, clenched between his fingers. The King of Eternal Night let out a startled cry, leaning forward when he saw the decoration. Yulman said that he found the ring near Luna before the demon possessed her, and picked it up, feeling the power of the 12th apostle on it. The decoration slowly made its way into the palm of the puzzled Capassus, the first apostle returning the second part of his strength to him, because there was no point in fighting if he only had half. Capassus regained his composure and chuckled, calling Yulman still as self-confident. Even though he allowed the enemy to recover his strength, he will not thank him. The King of Eternal Night will not be able to forgive people, and only in the event of his death will Yulman be able to pass. Capassus clenched his fists, his demonic wings soared into the air, raising a real storm. The guy shouted that Yulman would have to get acquainted with his power of all demons. A bright, bloody sphere exploded high in the sky, the ground practically opening up under the raging energy. Capasis's eyes turned into two yellow lights of madness. He concentrated in his hands the future power, the strongest blow of the King of Eternal Night, intended for Yulman. Even the Apostle's body itself could not withstand the incredible power of the bloody whirlwind, the boundless chaos. Yulman did not waste time. A long blade appeared in his hands, a concentration of light energy. His hair became completely gray. The student immediately called upon the fifth seal. He swung his blade furiously, commanding the summoned seal to open. The icy, snow-white wall immediately began to press against the devilish power of Capacis. A bright, scorching energy with its power and light pierced the flesh of the 12th apostle, devouring him. The traces of the years lived were visible on his young face. The King of Eternal Night whispered that he had seen the first apostle. He, gradually disappearing, found the strength to smile, muttering that he was very tired after 5,000 years and was now leaving for Somali, whom he had been looking for so long. Yulman was left alone, surrounded by a myriad of stars, the blade in his hands slowly disappearing. In place of Capacis, a yellow stone was formed, from which rays went in different directions like from the sun. The first apostle asked the King of Eternal Night not to pretend, because if the stone was here, it meant he was not dead yet. Capacis's voice said that Yulman's feelings were a surprise. It would be better for him to kill the 12th apostle so that he could finally meet Somali. Yulman scratched the back of his head. He doesn't particularly like killing. Now there is no mortal danger for Aisha and Luna, which means there is no reason to kill Capacis. The stone glowed brighter, and upon hearing the girl's name, the apostle asked if this was the person he had taken away. It turned out that everything was not so simple because Aisha was neither a pure-blooded human nor a demon. Before Capacis could finish speaking, a huge human hand burst out from under the ground and grabbed the stone. Yulman stared in surprise at the living ruler, who was grinning as he looked at the stone, and the voice of the 12th apostle asked Aquila what he wanted to do. The demon laughed evilly, shaking his bright red hair. He intended to swallow Mr. Capacis and already opened his mouth wide, holding out the stone to him. Yulman furiously rushed towards the foolish ruler because the power of an apostle is not something that such a creature can absorb. But it was too late. The stone fell into Aquila's throat, and smoke came out of his mouth. The demonic eyes of the overlord widened at the effect produced. Rage and anticipation of power overwhelmed the demon's entire consciousness. He began to beat his fists on the ground, shouting that it was a wonderful feeling when boundless power spreads throughout the body. The sky disappeared from view, so huge did Aquila become. Being a demon, his strength increased 100-fold. Yulman shook his head and called the ruler a real idiot. Now before him stood an incredible creature, a huge dragon, which felt the wonderful power of the apostle. It felt like he could touch the sky just by raising his hand. Now he didn't have to remain the king of this miserable world. The whole universe would be under his control. The dragon lowered his head, looking at the first apostle, asking what would happen if he swallowed him, since such power came from the 12th apostle. The student rolled his eyes, calling Aquila a fool who had already gone mad from the apostle's power. Even Capacis himself couldn't defeat him. And what can a ruler who is only 1/10 the embryo of a demon do? Several pairs of the monster's hands snapped their claws. The demon roared that if both guys were apostles, then Yulman had spent a lot of energy fighting the King of the Night. His strength was running out. This means that the first apostle must be obedient and allow himself to be swallowed by Aquila. Yulman stood motionless as the monster's huge paws reached out towards him. Suddenly the ruler froze. His red eyes widened in surprise. It was impossible to approach the apostle. His intended victim shook her head once again, and the guy called Aquila a fool again. The power of an apostle is not just some accumulation of energy. The monster did not even understand the essence of it and still decided to feed on the power of the apostles. Yulman gently touched the tip of Aquila's claw, and it began to dissolve, screaming as its power began to crumble from the mere touch. The first apostle said that Aquila's so-called power was just a fake compared to his own. The student will no longer be able to watch Aquila's atrocities. The power of the demon world was contained in the power of Capacis, and now the whole world is in danger. Aquila laughed, clicking his sharp teeth. Because he had gained this power with such difficulty, what now? A bright flash of white light swallowed up the desperate roar of the monster that wanted to finish off Yulman even if the entire world was destroyed. The first apostle didn't answer but only made a slight movement with his fingers, turning the flash into a whirlwind. The space was filled with white smoke, and when it cleared, there was no one in front of Yulman. The apostle shook his snow-white hair, quietly wishing to convey greetings to the king of the underworld, Harvey. The boy was still in the sky, looking at the battle-scorched earth surrounded by thousands of stars. He sighed heavily, hoping that now everything was decided and no one would attack him anymore. It's time to leave this world. It seems the only way left is to go directly to the core of the demon world. Gathering his strength, Yulman jumped down and, without stopping, found himself underground. Surrounded by a bright glow, he looked down fearlessly, sinking deeper and deeper. There was an explosion. Breaking through the thickness of the rock, the apostle found himself at his target. In front of him was a small object, which from a distance looked like a stone, as if woven from threads. Yulman approached the core of the demon world, a small portal, inside of which bright threads of space were visible. It was not a good sign. The first apostle looked closely at the core, which should not have looked like this. The guy concluded that the core had begun to collapse, as he expected, and if it began to recover, it would cause a lot of problems. Yulman grabbed him with both hands, knowing that he could now directly leave this world. But on the other hand, if he left things as they were, the demon world would also immediately disappear. For some reason, an image of Kapasis appeared in my head, saying that a monster like Yulman could not understand what love was. The first apostle was deep in thought, looking into the distance. He thought about whether he could destroy the friends he had made here. Entire tribes of creatures. The choice had been made. He couldn't just let the demon world die by using his power to stimulate it. Yulman spread his arms to the sides, and the portal immediately lost its dangerous red colors. In the name of the first apostle, he granted this world new power. From the place where Yulman fell, a column of bright blue light shot out, rising to the sky. He swept across the entire demon world with a huge energy field, stunning its inhabitants. This force gave the dried-up land new life. Fields and meadows became covered with greenery. Trees and flowers grew in a few seconds. At the border of the two zones, the werewolf and the elf felt incredible tremors underground and fell to the floor. They had never experienced anything like this before. The elf cried out in confusion and drew his friend's attention to the large rocks in the distance. Both exclaimed in surprise when they realized that they should now be at the transborder rift. Had the crack really disappeared and the girl with the animal ears was looking at them from afar, clearly seeing them? The Nekomimi and Goblin tribes also couldn't believe what was happening. Lemur ran up to her friend Arlie, asking what happened. The girl almost cried with joy, exclaiming that the water had come and the riverbed was filled with water. The villagers, fully dressed, rushed into the cool river and joyfully splashed around there, crying with happiness. The lemur froze, looking at her fellow tribesmen screaming with joy, and thought that this was a real miracle. She suddenly felt something, raised her head and looked closely. Lemur's lips involuntarily stretched into a smile. The wind brought a familiar scent. Could it really be the owner? In the dilapidated castle under the clear sky, Lilith was able to breathe a sigh of relief, asking herself if Yulman was involved in what was happening. The woman asked if he had planned these changes and chuckled at the completely different surroundings. Suddenly, another voice, the voice of the first apostle, treacherously sounded in the succubus's head. She began to look around, calling Yulman by name. Little Aska looked at the woman in surprise. Yulman mentally replied that he was in the center of the demon world, the very core, and said that he had assimilated the demon world. What she heard surprised Lilith beyond words. She even asked again if she had heard correctly. The apostle confirmed this. Now he had to return to the world of people to look for the moon. Now Aisha's mother must stay in this world and look after him. Lilith began to protest when Yulman announced that, having settled everything in the human world, he would return to the succubus and take Aisha with him. The conversation was taking place in Lilith's head, so the little lion asked in surprise what had happened. The woman turned to the vast expanses of the demon world, collecting her thoughts. It seems like she suddenly became the ruler of this world, temporarily. But still, it is so. Meanwhile, in the human world, in an abandoned house in the city of Hop, Aisha and Sierra have made a shelter for themselves. Aisha found a long cloak and, wrapped in it, wandered through the streets with a hood on her head, making her way to the house. She carefully pulled the handle of one of the rooms and went inside, removing her hood. Charlotte sat on the bed by the window with her head bandaged and Excalibur resting on her lap. When asked how she felt, the witch replied that everything was fine and inquired about what was happening outside. There was no news from the magical world. 2 days ago, the Bale clan was defeated by a neighboring empire. Charles had disappeared somewhere. The new kingdom headed by the Ises family had already issued an arrest warrant for the girls. Sierra smiled slightly and thanked the student for telling her. They needed to do something, and Sierra needed to find a way to remove the seal from Sylph. Aisha lowered her head and clutched the fabric of her cloak in her hand. So much time had passed, she was very worried about Yulman. Sierra didn't let her student get discouraged, exclaiming that the guy was definitely alive and was now somewhere in the corners of the universe. She stopped mid-sentence, her eyes wide open as she felt an unusual sensation. The witch gritted her teeth. Something incredibly burned her leg. Aisha immediately thought that the wound had opened. After catching her breath, Sierra whispered that this was how a special mark manifested itself. The student's face instantly brightened, and hope blossomed in her soul that Yulman was alive. The master picked up on her guess, showing her thigh, on which the tattoo burned brightly. Yulman had finally returned. The same symbol lit up on Yulman's forehead, thanks to the seal. He hears Sierra. But as much as he would like to see her first, he needs to find Luna. Left with platinum hair again, the first apostle sniffed the air, sensing the demon. A little more time passed before the apostle's instinct discovered the loss. Like a bright supernova, Yulman rushed to the desired refuge of the demon in the body of the moon. Now the princess was hiding in the lands of Nonya, an amazing blue planet. The guy saw various creatures scurrying side by side among the city streets. These were monsters that Luna brought with her from the world of magic. They had already managed to settle there. But there was no time for them now. The most important thing now was to find the princess. Finally, Yulman hit the right trail and landed among lifeless white stones. Luna did not greet the apostle very warmly, placing her foot right on the back of the lying man. Yulman, trying not to scare the demon, only cautiously called the girl by name. The princess's eyes, surprisingly, were not as red as before, but something in her gaze expressed complete devastation as she looked at her friend. Luna calmly told him that Yulman was late. People no longer lived in this city. The Capella family betrayed the empire in collusion with Isis, so the girl killed them all. The man on the ground groaned dully, looking up at the apostle. The princess introduced him. Vance, the head of the Capella family, he cannot die so easily for everything he has done. The apostle was silent. Luna asked if he wanted to stop her now. Yulman said menacingly that he could help Luna if she believed, because this power, which did not belong to her, would force her consciousness to drown in a sea of vengeance and lose itself, becoming a monster. The girl gave the student a blank look, asking if he would give up if she refused. Yulman shook his head. He had to save the princess and nothing else. Luna chuckled, accusing the apostle of being complacent and unwilling to listen to anyone, her anger transforming into red flashes. After all, the student was the biggest obstacle on her path to sweet revenge. A long blade illuminated by bloody lightning appeared in the princess's hand, and she proposed a game where there would be only one winner. Yulman barely recognized the sword. It was Asia, who was most likely infiltrated by dark forces. A real fiery hell opened up under Luna's feet, and her darkened face twisted into a grin. The princess swung her sword, narrowly missing the apostle, and he realized that he had one way to pull the demon's consciousness out of Luna's body. Yes, it will hurt her, but there is nothing to be done about it. Capassus was right. As he approached the moon, the apostle bitterly wondered why he had any feelings for humanity at all. The princess threw lightning bolts and screamed like a wild beast, ordering the student not to come near her. Flying closer, Yulman suddenly touched the stranger's palm, tightly intertwining his fingers with the stranger's. The space suddenly lost its colors. Luna looked puzzled at the guy who asked her not to be afraid, because he came to save her. The demon growled, the red pupil of his left eye blazing with rage. With her free hand, which held the sword, Luna screamed and tried to thrust the blade into her opponent, driving him away. A moment later, Asia easily pierced the first apostle's chest. The princess froze, a puzzled expression appearing on her face as she looked at her creation. The eyes widened, confusion, horror, and pain mixed in that girlish look. Yulman didn't move either, the clock slowly counting down the seconds as the couple looked at each other. After a few seconds, Luna's gaze became clear and she realized what she had done. The sword fell from her weak hand, and the princess tried to step back, realizing that she had killed Yulman. But he only smiled, starting to calm the girl down. But he was really in pain. But it was worth it, because in this way the apostle managed to bring at least a little consciousness back to the girl. The sword was still sticking out of Yulman's body when he pulled the princess towards him sharply. Smiling with a bloody mouth, the student winked at Luna, saying that he told her he could save her. Tears gathered in the corners of Luna's eyes as she looked at her friend without blinking. With his left hand, the apostle brought the girl's face closer to him. He whispered that the filthy demon only corrupts the minds of people. Let her try to approach him. The mark on Yulman's forehead lit up, and he rolled his eyes and began to fall backwards. Now the demon was in Yulman's mind. He pressed his palm to his forehead, grinning as he ordered the monster to stay in him. Grasping the hilt of the sword, the apostle slowly pulled it out of his chest. As soon as the blade slipped out of the flesh, the wound began to slowly heal. Luna was still silent, looking at the guy with wide eyes, and he put his hand on her shoulder, saying that everything was okay now. Finally, the princess regained her speech and began to ask through tears how Yulman had not died. He asked for forgiveness for frightening the princess, but it was necessary to force the demon's will to leave her body, and this was the only way that came to his mind. And if all it takes to get the moon back is getting pierced by a sword once, that sounds like a good deal. Luna suddenly flared up, calling Yulman an idiot. Then she called him many more insults until she threw herself on his neck and embraced him. Finally, she burst into tears because she was sure that her friend was dead. Yulman hugged the girl, saying that everything was already behind them. Now they only had to cleanse the princess, drive out all the demonic power from her body. But before they could carry out their plan, a male voice was heard. Luna froze, trembling slightly from pain. Vance stood right behind the girl, grinning evilly. He decided to take for himself the purest power of a real demon. The man sneaked up on her and pierced her with a sword. Yulman screamed in shock, only now noticing him. Vance pulled out the blade sharply and laughed evilly as he looked at the bloody knife that was oozing with demonic power. Here it is, the mind-boggling power of the demon, right in his hands. Since he cannot take complete possession of it, let it explode. Blood ran down Luna's mouth in a thin line, and bending over in pain, she asked Yulman to run away quickly. Lightning enveloped the princess's entire body. She again asked her friend to leave, because it was becoming increasingly difficult to maintain her strength. Without letting go of the moon, the first apostle thought about what he could do. Now that the demon no longer controls the dark side of the moon, its power is uncontrollable and chaotic. After a few moments, he could no longer hold the princess in his arms. She broke free and screamed terribly. There was an incredible explosion of demonic energy. Luna sat on the ground in clouds of smoke. The girl barely survived and was coughing heavily. Suddenly, she heard Vance's commanding voice. The man said that Luna had managed to return his demon power to him and also got rid of the annoying idiot. The girl growled, preparing to kill Capella with her bare hands. But when she turned around, she froze in place at the sight of the horned figure. The human body gradually disappeared, acquiring new outlines. As it turned out, Vance had always been a demon, and now he looked at the puzzled princess with a grin, shooting his black eyes at her. The demon didn't understand why Luna was surprised. If she could become a demon, then why shouldn't Vance try too? All the girl's actions, everything she did, was arranged by the demon. Everything in order to allow the demonic essence to absorb her. It was preparation for his transformation into the original demon. Luna trembled, lashing out at the monster with accusations. He smirked, stating that the princess was just a tool he used to obtain pure demonic power. But he never thought that Luna would return from the clutches of the sealed demon. The demon had to thank the girl. If her demonic power wasn't so great, it would have been difficult to obtain it with a demonic blade, relying only on his own hidden abilities. The monster bared his teeth and swung his weapon, declaring that the princess's mission was over. Pure madness flashed in his eyes. The demon was ready to do what he had planned. He screamed that now his time had come and thrust the blade into his chest with all his might. The power of a pure-blooded demon was released into the monster, and the space was illuminated by bloody flashes. The air grew hot, and a terrifying laughter echoed over the mountains. Then a huge red tornado, shooting lightning, was ready to destroy everything in its path. Luna covered her face with her hands as rock fragments flew towards her. Now standing before her was an advanced demon in magical armor. Vince Capella would become the great demon ruling this continent. The monster spread its bloody wings behind its back, spreading its arms to the sides. Luna weakly raised herself up on her elbows, cursing Vince. Everything happened because of him. The fall of the Empire, the death of his father. This man is to blame for everything. The demon chuckled, replying that compared to the great goal of his rule over the continent, some small empire meant nothing. The princess bared her teeth, cursing her opponent with all her might. She grabbed Asia and jumped towards Vince, swinging at him, wanting him to die quickly. The demon bared his teeth, hissing that this girl had overestimated herself. He only had to lazily move his hand, and Luna flew away, dropping the blade. Without turning around, Vince said imperiously that without the demon's power, the girl was now just a pathetic worm. The man walked towards the victim, saying that the demon's power was definitely not something a weak person could withstand. That mad dark force is already eating away at Luna's body. Even if she is not killed, the princess does not have long left. But before his death, the demon decided to show the unfortunate woman something. He ran his hand over the armor, and the death mask of the emperor appeared there. Luna screamed terribly when she saw her father's lifeless face, as if it had been swallowed by a monster. The condition on which he helped Howard capture the capital was the right to decide the fate of the dynasty. So the demon devoured the princess's entire family. Vince grabbed the girl by the neck and licked his lips. It was time to find out what she tasted like. He kept pulling the struggling princess towards him. But the demon did not have time to fulfill his desire. An icy burning sphere appeared right in front of his face. A loud voice asked if it was a pity to destroy an entire country in order to become a demon. The sphere instantly grew to the size of a whole wall, approaching Vince, who froze in surprise. The demonic scream was drowned out by the blue light. The sphere swallowed his hand, and Luna was freed. The demon screamed terribly, having lost almost his arm. The astonished princess began to look around, searching for her savior. In the distance, a man's silhouette appeared in the clouds of smoke, the hem of his cloak fluttering in the wind. Yulman slowly approached those present with light Asia in his hands, telling them that the apostles were originally not supposed to mix in worldly affairs, but now it was time to teach the demon race a lesson. Vince cradled the stump of the other in one hand. Luna screamed her friend's name in a hopeful voice. The demon angrily asked why Yulman did not die after such a reception. The apostle, coming even closer, introduced himself, looking Vince in the eyes. The demon asked in confusion if this was the first apostle from the legends who had never appeared in any of the worlds. Then he spat. Because everyone knows that the demon cannot be killed, the eighth apostle only managed to seal it. He clutched his bloody stump of an arm. The hand instantly grew, because if even one cell remained, the demon would be reborn again and again. And he will be able to do this at the expense of people's bad thoughts. Vince was so absorbed in himself that he didn't notice Yulman approaching. He, being very close, whispered that the eighth apostle was unable to kill the demon then. But now the powerful first apostle can do it. The guy summoned a destructive whirlwind that cut Vince into pieces. The demon laughed, saying that demons are a specific manifestation of the concentrated evil thoughts of the entire world. After examining himself, the monster realized that he was dissipating, and this was completely impossible. The disciple replied that the erasure of the soul would force both the creature and the apostle to die, especially as regards the demon. Vince screamed furiously, calling for Yulman to stop. Before he could finish speaking, a bright glow engulfed his entire body. The first apostle looked over his shoulder when there was nothing left of the demon. Well, he only has himself to blame for what happened. All this time Luna sat motionless without uttering a word. She rose slowly, ignoring the blood in the corner of her mouth. That's how it all ended for her. For her father. For the whole family. Suddenly the girl bent over and began to cough violently, covering her mouth with her hand. Yulman immediately ran up to his friend, worriedly asking what was wrong with her. He laid the princess on the ground, carefully holding her head. The girl tiredly closed her eyes, calling the guy by name. Breathing heavily, the first apostle asked the girl to remain silent, promising that everything would be fine. It seemed that she had to force herself to remain conscious the whole time. If an ordinary person had received such wounds, they would have died long ago. The main problem is that Luna's body is now on the verge of exhaustion because the metamorphoses and the fight with the demon took a lot of energy. The princess groaned hoarsely, asking the guy not to waste his strength because she herself understood her condition. Luna only asked for a promise to save this country, because the Isis clan would not be able to bring peace. Yulman pressed the girl to himself, vowing to fulfill his promise. He smiled, approaching the other's lips, saying that let Luna herself take care of the problem of saving the empire. Holding the princess's head, the first apostle gently kissed her on the lips. The girl's eyes widened in shock, meeting the gaze opposite. It seemed as if her body was instantly filled with lightness, and her wounds instantly healed. Tearing himself away from Luna's lips, Yulman asked with a smile if she was feeling better, since he had restored her strength with the help of his natural energy, and had also cleansed her of demonic powers. Luna blushed to the tips of her ears, clutching the apostle's tie with all her might. Taking a deep breath, she screamed that the guy had stolen her first kiss. Yulman was puzzled, because if he hadn't done it, the princess would have died. Meanwhile, in the capital of the empire, things were progressing quite well for the new government. A close associate of the Isis clan informed His Majesty that the country had been cleared of Prince Charles, the Bale family, and the rest of the scum. But the whereabouts of the escaped Sierra Charlotte have still not been established. His Majesty ordered a search. He would not allow a small oversight to ruin all his plans. He turned to the gloomy girl standing next to him. The Lord ordered Malena to deal with the Fire Witch, because all the defenders of the old dynasty must be killed. No one should remain alive. The warrior pressed her hand to her heart and bowed, promising to handle this. The man turned to the blonde girl, ordering her to behave like a true princess. Arya frowned at her father, who threatened her, even though she was his daughter. because there would be no mercy for anyone. The warrior, dressed in an unusual outfit for her, an aristocratic dress, left the hall. The girl walked over to the large window, where the lush foliage peered in, and looked at the clear sky, glad that Sierra and Aisha were indeed okay. A creature resembling a werewolf entered a large portal, more reminiscent of a mirror frame. On the other hand, Yulman kept it open, while Luna watched those leaving closely. Finally, she reported that this was the last monster that had entered the human world, and now they had all returned to their lands. The princess began to talk about how they should return to the Empire, but the apostle noted that they had been absent for too long. Luna said bitterly that Howard was an Iron Man, cruel and bloodthirsty, and if the inhabitants suddenly wanted to rebel, they would suffer greatly. Yulman approached the girl and expressed his condolences about her father, but also encouraged her with his presence. The princess was thinking about something, and did not immediately understand why the apostle suddenly knelt down in front of her, smiling and offering to climb onto his back. Luna's cheeks turned pink. She asked what Yulman had planned. He answered over his shoulder with a smile that it would be faster to fly to the capital. The girl pursed her lips, wondering whether she should refuse, since she already felt terribly uncomfortable. But fatigue still overcame pride, and the princess, with a heavy sigh, climbed onto her friend's back, holding tightly onto his shoulders. Smiling broadly, the apostle nevertheless decided to remind Luna once again to hold on tighter. She closed her eyes tightly, clasping the other's neck, when Yulman pushed off sharply and rushed upward, shrouded in a veil of magic. They flew like a supernova streaking across the sky, but the safety of their journey was ensured by a thick magical shell that allowed the pair to breathe and talk. Suddenly, the apostle turned his head slightly and asked the moon if she could become a queen. Leaning close to his ear, the girl replied that she had never thought about it before, but now she had to take everything into her own hands for the sake of the country. After a short silence, the princess asked Yulman why he was helping her. After all, apostles should not interfere with what was happening on Earth. But, as it turned out, each apostle has his own activities and hobbies, but they do not concern the first apostle. He must have something that he wants to protect, for example, the moon. So much has happened lately. Now she has no family, no country. The apostle lured the girl into a trap and made her possessed. The disciple sympathized greatly with Luna. After listening to her friend, the princess fell silent for a moment, comprehending what she had heard. She blushed again, and taking advantage of the fact that Yulman couldn't look at her, she quietly asked if he liked her as a girl. The apostle squeezed his palms tighter on Luna's hips and stopped abruptly in midair. The princess was slightly frightened by this. She held her breath, and her heart skipped a beat. After what happened to Capacis, who almost destroyed humanity for the sake of a woman, Yulman could not judge him. And as for love, this word is difficult for him to understand. The first apostle replied that his feeling for the moon was something more than just ordinary sympathy. Perhaps this is what is called love. If before this only Luna's cheeks had turned red, now the girl blushed and bit her lip from the unexpected and such a sincere confession. Seeing the apostle turn to face her, the princess pounded her fists on his back, ordering him to fly faster. Yulman shook his platinum hair and suddenly blushed himself, asking if they could continue on their way. The interlocutor nodded and sighed deeply, looking somewhere down. Meanwhile, in the capital, popular riots gradually died down, and the streets became deserted. This was facilitated by the appearance of the army of the established government. Knights in steel armor on horseback combed the area. Yulman and Luna had already arrived at the scene, and now they had carefully landed on the roof of one of the tall buildings, quietly observing what was happening. The Isis family's guards were everywhere, and everything was guarded so tightly that it seemed impossible to get in without making noise. The princess suddenly looked at the apostle and smiled, saying that she could do something different, surprising the guy. She crossed her arms over her chest and winked at him, telling him not to forget that she grew up in this palace. The girl nodded her head at the puzzled apostle, calling him to follow her. A little later, both found themselves underground, in specially equipped secret corridors. Yulman was genuinely surprised by the underground tunnels of the palace, looking at the strong walls. Luna replied with a sad smile that this secret tunnel connected the palace and the outskirts of the capital, and only a few courtiers and members of the royal family knew about it. The apostle chuckled thoughtfully, nodding, thinking that this was the right decision. Coming out of the tunnel, both entered a room. The apostle lit a fiery sphere in his palm, asking who the man in front of them was. The gray-haired man closed his eyes, not accustomed to the bright light in the semi-darkness, and asked worriedly who was there. Seeing the courtier, Luna cried out in surprise. It was the Imperial Chancellor Doors. He walked towards the light, and only by her voice did he recognize Her Highness Princess Luna. The old man began to cry, pressing his hands to his chin, glad that the girl was alive, and she asked what the Chancellor was doing here. As it turned out, before his death, His Majesty ordered doors to wait here, and only now he understood why. The Chancellor added that they needed to leave quickly because the city was under the control of Howard and his guards. The princess reported that she was aware of everything and returned to take revenge, but the man exclaimed in fear that she could not do anything alone. The girl tried to calm Doors down, smiling and replying that she had not arrived alone. Glancing at Yulman, the man noticed that even the three of them, herself, Luna, and her guard, were still powerless against an entire army. The princess was taken aback by the mention of the guard, but then her lips spread into a smile and she turned to the apostle. The girl firmly informed Chancellor Doors that he needed to leave the capital, which caused bewilderment among the courtier. Luna convinced him that her own guard was a master of his craft and had trained at the Dark Iron Dome. The Chancellor extended his hand and opened his mouth, surprised by what he heard. He froze in place and watched the rapidly moving couple. When Luna and Yulman walked away from the man, the apostle asked his friend, slightly irritated, if she could have come up with something smarter. She replied with a smile that if she had told the truth to the Chancellor, he still wouldn't have believed her. But the mention of the Dark Iron Dome had an effect. Everyone was afraid of that name. The girl playfully noted that she had come up with worse options, asking if Yulman wanted to hear them, but the guy refused. After some time, the couple emerged from the underground tunnel straight to the entrance of the palace. Armed guards were guarding the territory very close. Standing behind Yulman, Luna asked him what they should do next. Watching the guards closely, the first apostle suggested going straight to Howard. But suddenly he faltered, noticing a painfully familiar crown of head below in the palace courtyard. The one he noticed was sitting on a bench and talking to herself, clearly mimicking someone. Arya irritably waved her legs in the air, clutching the hem of her long dress. She exclaimed that there was no way to even leave the city. It was a real prison. Calming down, she sighed softly, muttering that she couldn't wait for Yulman to return and deal with them. Yulman found himself under the shadow of the tree behind Arya, in 2 jumps, and immediately greeted her. For the first few seconds, the girl seemed not to understand who was in front of her, but she soon came to her senses, screaming excitedly. The apostle nodded. Here he is, back, safe and sound. Arya grabbed him by the chest, shouting that the bastard was still alive, and began asking when he returned and what he was doing here. Yulman could barely answer that he had encountered difficulties in the magical world. Luna approached silently and immediately turned to Arya, remembering that she had seen her on the pentagram and that she, it seemed, was Sierra's student. Raising an eyebrow, the princess asked suspiciously what Sierra's student was doing in the palace, and it looked like she hadn't sneaked in here secretly. The warrior trembled slightly, muttering the name of Her Majesty. She did not know how to tell the truth. The apostle followed his friend and asked how Arya ended up here, but the girl immediately looked away in shame. Finally, taking a deep breath, she said, as she inhaled, that her full name was Arya Isis. Lowering her head, she heard Yulman repeat the name in surprise, beginning to guess something. Luna was scared to look at. A shadow fell across her face when the princess asked Arya who Howard Isis was. The warrior lowered her head even lower and barely audibly admitted that the man was her father. She said that she had abandoned him many years ago, but she was still his 3rd daughter, and that could not be changed. Luna pulled Asia out of her sheath and pointed it at Arya, lightning sparkling in the air as the girl screamed that these people had destroyed her country and killed her family. Her face turning red, the princess hissed that the traitors of Isis must die. The first apostle immediately jumped out in front of Arya, covering her with his hands, calling on Luna to calm down, because his friend was definitely not involved in this. The princess screamed that she was the daughter of her enemy, but Yulman knew that it was not Arya's place to decide whose daughter she was, and she had done nothing wrong. Luna narrowed her eyes. She couldn't believe that her friend had decided to cover up for a criminal, but the student firmly replied that he simply wanted to spare the girl the pangs of conscience after killing an innocent person. Luna thought for a moment and remained silent, lowering Lightning Asia and moving it away from Arya. Finally, she spoke, saying that only now did she understand everything. Luna needs to kill Howard with her own hands, and she'll deal with Arya after she's done with everything else. Yulman still hadn't left his friend's side when the princess turned around abruptly and walked towards the entrance to the castle. The apostle apologized to Arya for Luna, who had been very impulsive lately, but the warrior shook her head. She understood everything perfectly. Looking at the floor, the girl quietly whispered that Her Majesty wanted to go kill Howard. Arya winced and grabbed Yulman by the shoulders, ordering him to leave Luna immediately. No one knows that Howard has incredible strength of legendary level, He is not just an ordinary general and will kill the princess in a matter of minutes. A voice was heard from somewhere above, declaring that the princess would die anyway someday. Yulman raised his head and saw a strange glow in front of him. An ice arrow was flying straight towards him and Arya. The guy hid his girlfriend in his arms, and the attack did not touch them. It only landed on the ground with force, raising a column of dust. The ice pillar almost finished them off. A girl's voice announced that since that day the silhouette of the apostle remained in her head, not wanting to leave. Yulman was surprised when he realized that he knew the girl, but he was even more surprised when Arya called her sister. The stranger straightened up, played with the magical ice cubes in her hand, and with a smile she remembered the man who had disgraced and humiliated her, and she had never expected to see him here. The first apostle's gaze fell on the open area of Melena's graceful chest where there was a birthmark. He exclaimed in amazement that it was the same girl from the auction. He remembered the birthmark immediately. Melena moved her hand to the side, generating a spell, and exclaimed that the shame she had experienced that day would be washed away by Yulman with his blood. Arya immediately jumped forward, calling on her sister not to attack her friend, because he was one of their own. The warlike relative looked at her in bewilderment, not understanding what her sister was doing. The youngest heir of the current ruler stood firm. She would not allow the apostle to be attacked. But Melena didn't want to listen to anyone. She was about to throw magic at the guy because he was an enemy of the country, and if Arya wanted to betray her family for him, then she shouldn't spare her own sister either. Now the student jumped out in front of Arya, ordering her to back away as multiple ice spikes flew at them. The first apostle instantly created a dense protective dome around himself and his friend. As the ice hit the sphere with a clang, Yulman grinned and reported that the attack was stronger than last time, but still so-so. The girl, hearing the mockery, let out a stifled cry of resentment, almost crushing the arrow in her palm. But suddenly the apostle noticed how something changed in the look and movements of his opponent. Yulman was still holding the protective dome when ice spikes began to slowly creep up to its base. Melena drew her eyebrows together and waved her hand sharply, summoning the frost. A veritable ice tomb covered the entire surface of the protective sphere, and Yulman and Arya were buried. Melena, as if mad, continued waving her arms for many minutes, building an ice tower. The girl laughed. Now Yulman could do nothing, because her magic would freeze anything in this world. And with this incredible power, the enemies of the country have no chance. Everyone is doomed. The sorceress came closer to the sphere, but stepped back in shock when she heard Yulman's muffled voice, saying that she could not control her power. Melena stamped her foot in anger, not understanding why the captives were still alive. The ice broke up in large layers, and Yulman flew up, carrying Arya in his arms, asking her to try to catch up with Luna and hold her off as long as possible. The friend was trembling and asked with hope in her voice what would happen to her sister, but the apostle assured her that he would not kill Melena. The student carefully lowered his burden onto the icy stairs, and Arya nodded, promising to find the princess. The girl, grabbing the hem of her long dress, deftly jumped to the ground on the ice. The first apostle stood at the very top of the peak and now turned towards the extremely angry Melena. The guy's gaze became truly creepy. His facial expression did not bode well for the enemy. Straightening up, Yulman stared ahead, commanding the second additional seal to open. The warrior stared at her opponent in shock. She still couldn't believe that he had recovered so quickly. The ice that covered the entire sphere began to crumble with loud snapping sounds. Melena watched with regret and anger as the fruits of her labor were destroyed. Yulman jumped down from the ice peak with ease, approaching the warrior, asking where she got this dark power from. The girl roared and swung towards the apostle, forming a magical weapon in the air. A sharp strip of ice wrapped around Yulman. Melena screamed that she would never tell him her secret. Well, the apostle had his own answer to this. He immediately called down Hellfire. The guy raised his hand, and the enemy's attack immediately melted under the onslaught of bright purple flame. The warrior couldn't believe her eyes. She had no idea that anyone could possess such skills. The flame went out in an instant, and Yulman found himself very close to Melena, assuring her that she would not be able to cope with such strength, and it would be better for her to admit where her strength came from. The girl bared her teeth. She did not agree with the student. She could curb her strength. She was simply underestimated, and all efforts were denied. The interlocutor replied that this had nothing to do with her efforts. If she couldn't handle it, then that's how it would be. A person trying to play with powers available only to apostles is doomed to death. Melena screamed that Yulman was right. She really couldn't control that damn ice. As soon as she continued to say what she would like to do instead of spending the rest of her years in someone else's shadow, the apostle grabbed her hand, ordering her to shut up. A dangerous ice flower was already blooming under their feet. Malena's uncontrollable power. If she continued in the same spirit, she would certainly die. Malena screamed angrily that she would definitely take Yulman with her. He only sighed wearily. Why was such a beautiful girl talking so dirty? He still hadn't let go of the other man's wrist, and his interlocutor continued to convince her that she wouldn't bow down to him, even though she recognized his strength. Malena's face gradually turned blue. She kept repeating that she shouldn't have been underestimated. The ice crystal that had been ripening in the warrior's palm now opened up to its full potential. The couple standing on the ground were embraced by the icy prison for the second time. Yulman raised an eyebrow. He didn't immediately realize that he was seeing the skills of an apostle in front of him. He noted thoughtfully, ignoring the trap, that the girl had taken something from Felix. Malena's body temperature was rapidly cooling, but this had no effect on Yulman, and the girl did not understand why he stood as if nothing had happened even after such techniques. With her other hand, she tried to pull the other man's hand away, hissing through clenched teeth, "Who the hell is this guy?" The student was already quite fed up with this confrontation. He again demanded to stop and tell where the ice magic came from, so that he could help get rid of the spell before it was too late. Horrible blue veins appeared on the brunette's face. It seemed she didn't realize the trouble she was in. The block of ice, like a taut string, crumbled with a loud sound. A huge dome descended on the couple from above. Malena found herself buried in the thickness of ice and still was not going to give up. The scale of the disaster threatened to become catastrophic, and the man and the apostle could end up under the rubble. Yulman sighed heavily once again, complaining about someone else's incredible stubbornness. Malena's irises filled with cold. She bared her teeth one last time, then froze, asking her father for forgiveness with her last strength. Yulman looked at her carefully, concluding that the magical powers had dried up, but the human body had withstood the power of the apostle, and at such a level. A huge avalanche was inexorably approaching them from above, flooding the space with blue. The first apostle said with admiration that Malena had used up all her strength trying to freeze him. And even if she had lost consciousness, the out-of-control boulders would still have reached their goal. Without letting go of the girl, Yulman smiled, telling her that he had promised Arya not to kill her sister. The purple flint gently licked the face of its owner, and he had no intention of leaving his rival to certain death. When the fire began to swirl around the couple, the apostle decided to first deal with the ice magic that was corroding Malena. The purple wave covered them completely. Now the outcome, successful or not, depends only on the girl. Luna, being near the palace, noticed purple flashes in the air. She recognized the color of the flame. It was Yulman, but she wondered who he was fighting. But the girl quickly lost interest. The most important thing for her now was to deal with Howard. As soon as she started walking towards the chambers, Arya blocked her path, landing abruptly on the ground in a fighting stance. The warrior held her weapon behind her back and kept trying to dissuade the princess from interfering, since it would be impossible to defeat her father. Luna narrowed her eyes and said irritably that she had only pardoned the girl at Yulman's request. So why did she continue to interfere with her and persecute her? It looks like before we can get to Howard and get revenge, we'll first have to get rid of his daughter. Arya screamed that her father had destroyed the Fram Empire, killed the Emperor, done a lot of evil, but the warrior did not want the man to die, and also did not want the princess to die. Luna pulled out Asia, sparkling with lightning, in front of her, exclaiming that Howard was simply a rebel and a traitor. It's worth killing him, and all this will end. With these words, the princess rushed at Arya, who held out her trusty axe in front of her. When the two weapons collided, lightning of incredible force was released and struck the ground. When the huge cloud of dust cleared, Luna was still standing on her feet, her blade resting on the axe. Arya held back the onslaught of the alien weapon with dignity, forcing herself to say that she did not justify her father. But at the same time, she was not going to give up until Yulman caught up with them. Luna recalled Asia's superpower, intending to talk to Arya, who was Yulman's friend and Sierra's student. Will the girl really stand against the princess in justice just because of her traitorous father? Arya continued to hold back the other's pressure and fell silent for a moment, thinking. Since childhood, she understood that her father didn't need her. In his eyes, the girl was just a trinket, a useless, worthless burden. Arya burst into tears, screaming that her father gave life, raised the girl, and he was so hated. And even though in the eyes of the whole world he was a traitor and a criminal, for the warrior, he would remain the only loved one in this world. But these speeches did not soften Luna. Having lost everything, the princess remained cold and unyielding. She remembered the gentle palm of her father emperor on her forehead as he told the little girl about his parents. Now Howard has destroyed her family, destroyed the country, and while Luna is alive, her only goal is to kill the traitor. If his daughter continues to interfere, both will die. The princess screamed in anger, asking Arya one last time if she would let her pass or not. Arya spoke devastatedly, saying that she had no choice. She promised Yulman not to let his friend go to certain death. The warrior did not want to see her own father die. If Luna needed revenge, let him kill her. Hot, bitter tears flowed down Arya's cheeks as she sat on her knees, and she again asked her opponent to kill her. Luna flinched in surprise when she heard this. Moreover, she couldn't believe that Arya gave in so quickly. In the ensuing silence, a male voice was heard praising the warrior for her good speech. The girls turned their heads and Howard was standing next to them, a strong man who looked mockingly at his daughter, ironically saying that for the first time in his life he was proud of her. Howard greeted Luna, who had returned from another world, and armed guards immediately appeared behind him, advancing on the girls. When the knights surrounded the warriors, the ruler spat that he would kill the princess with his own hands, and then he would be sure that the Imperial family would not do anything else. He laughed vilely, concluding that the entire dynasty would be exterminated. But now Luna was no longer the same as before. The girl chuckled, taking Asia out of its sheath. Bright lightning cut through the air. The princess rushed towards Howard, screaming that she would kill him now and avenge her father. The man raised an eyebrow as he watched Luna fight off his guards and chuckled. He folded his arms across his chest, mockingly noting that the princess had been to another world and had developed her skills quite well. Several more knights were struck by the red lightning of Luna's blade. She moved towards her goal despite the difficulties. Finally, Howard bared his teeth when the girl was very close and pulled out his knife, calling his opponent a weakling. Luna froze, clutching Asia in her hand, surprised by the incredible flow of energy emanating from the man. It seemed that Arya had only just come to her senses, and she stood up abruptly from her knees, calling out to Luna in concern, realizing that things were taking a serious turn. Howard's loud laughter filled her ears and he disappeared somewhere, sending a stream of dust down on the princess. The girl coughed, closing her eyes, but she was still determined to win without the help of the demon, feeling the fullness of her strength. The stream of bright, blinding light coming from the enemy made it difficult to think clearly. The dust cleared, its particles clogging her lungs, but the first thing Luna saw was a sinister smile. Howard's figure loomed over the princess like a fiery titan. Was the man really 100 times stronger? Or maybe it only seemed to her that this imaginary ruler had turned into a giant. But now his energy was incredibly overwhelming. Luna felt herself getting lost, drowning in her own doubts, imposed on her by someone else, convincing herself that she was incapable of anything. Howard bared his teeth, hissing that it had finally dawned on the Emperor's daughter that the strongest should sit on the throne. He swung his weapon furiously, raising his hand high, shouting that now he was the strongest. The ruler was so carried away by his own self-admiration that he suddenly heard the ringing of blades and looked down in bewilderment. His own daughter went against her tyrant father and stood up to defend the enemy, holding back the onslaught of the blade with her axe. Meanwhile, Yulman and Malena were waging their own struggle in which there were no winners. The hail of ice fragments slowly melted under the pressure of the hellish fire, and soon the girl found herself free, asking in surprise why she was still alive. Finally, completely freed, the warrior slid down the wall, exhausted, and the apostle rushed towards her, ordering her not to move. The blue slowly disappeared from the tired girl's face. She stared ahead unseeingly, silently wondering what Yulman had planned, intending to save her. A light appeared in Yulman's palm. He was interested in the blue ice inside Malena, because she had no idea about the power of the apostles. The flame floated towards the girl. She was told that dark ice is the most powerful energy in the world. Its free part provokes monstrous changes in the world, and in humans, it devours consciousness. The warrior cried out that this was complete nonsense, because she was not so weak that some ice could destroy her strength and will. But this was not connected with strength or weakness. That is why the apostles reached the limit of perfection in their field. They are the most perfect and purest beings on the planet, but not people. Complex feelings will rush to the limit under the influence of force, and a person will go crazy or get rid of his will and power. Malena was lucky. The apostles' power only managed to influence the mind, and the consciousness remained unharmed. You just need to extract the crystal. The girl groaned that she had originally absorbed the dark ice crystal in order to die. Let Yulman just rip open her stomach and pull out the object. Returning the flame to his palm, the student shook his head. He had no intention of doing that, especially since Malena was Arya's sister. The first apostle warned his interlocutor that his further actions could not be called polite, causing her to look puzzled. He slowly approached the girl, and she looked at the stranger's face with horror. not understanding what the guy wanted to do. Finally, after a few moments, Yulman's lips found someone else's and pressed hard into them. Howard, at the other end of the palace, had not put away his blade and was pressing it hard against his daughter's axe, trying to reason with his daughter, but not giving in to her. He applied even more force and the steel slid to the side, missing the girl. This maneuver sent him flying back, ending up next to the moon, but he remained on his feet. The knights did not dare to interfere with the confrontation with their relative, and all gathered behind Howard. Arya screamed at her father that he had to stop, because the old dynasty had already been destroyed, and the throne belonged to him. There was no need to make new mistakes. Howard raised an eyebrow and fell silent, looking at the girls. He was deciding something during these few difficult seconds. However, it did not take him long to give his guards the order to kill the princess. The academy student gripped the axe in her hands, slowly ordering the princess to step back. The knights formed a tight circle around the two warriors. Arya turned to Luna, declaring that she would not let her die. Now the princess looked at the daughter of her enemy, appreciating the fact that the girl had gone against her own father. Arya's platinum hair instantly turned pink, and her entire figure was illuminated with a fiery glow. Luna recognized the ability of red anger. Drowning in the fire, which did not cause her any harm, the student fearlessly stepped forward. Woe to the guard who decided to attack first, because a second later, he was already falling backwards from the blow. Not even a few minutes had passed before nothing remained of the ring of opponents. Arya was breathing heavily, and guards were lying around her like sacks. Howard even admired his daughter, who had betrayed him. Now she performed with dignity on the battlefield and knew what to do. He frowned, saying that he was giving Arya one last chance to surrender. Would she really continue to protect Luna? The yellow eyes of the fire warrior looked piercingly at her father. The girl declared that she would not let the princess be killed. Howard shrugged his shoulders. No, then no. Now his own daughter will die along with the emperor's. A cruel mistake suddenly blossomed on his face. Before his death, Arya learns a small family secret. Howard's face, distorted with laughter and anger, glowed with malice. He, slowly advancing, informed Arya that he personally gave the order to kill her mother. This news completely knocked the ground out from under the girl's feet. It seemed as if the whole world had suddenly turned upside down. Arya and Melena's kiss didn't last long. The girl grabbed the other's shoulders with force. When the apostle pulled away from her, a hefty slap immediately landed in his face. Blushing to the tips of her ears, the warrior covered her mouth with her hand, screaming that Yulman did not dare to do such a thing. The apostle was not offended, and slyly muttered that he got what he needed. A crystal shone in his mouth, clamped between his teeth. Melena herself did not immediately realize how light her body had become, because the power of the dark ice had disappeared. She was very lucky. A minute of delay would have cost the girl her own life. The ice would have burst inside her, and then no one would have been able to help. When the apostle asked how she felt, Melena blushed again and turned away sharply, declaring that it was none of his business. Yulman, laughing at the embarrassed warrior, approached, pleased to see her shyness. He reminded her again that he had no animosity towards her. She and Luna just had a slight difference of opinion. The apostle again asked to tell where Melena got the dark ice from, but the girl stubbornly did not speak, refusing even under threat of death. The first apostle fell silent, but was deeply thinking about something. Clutching the ice crystal in his fingers, he walked away from the warrior with a smile, saying that he would ask about everything again later. With these words, the first apostle, unable to hold back a smile, squeezed his palm with force. The crystal in his hand crumbled into small pieces of ice, as if it was not the mighty power of an apostle, but ordinary ice. But the remains fell down and did not shine as usual. But still, the magical trace was not difficult to see. Melena looked at Yulman with disbelief, who was able to destroy the dark trace of the apostle so easily. She could not resist asking insistently how a mere mortal could do this, since the powers of an apostle were beyond his control. The student turned to Melena over his shoulder, asking mysteriously who said he was a mere mortal. His cloak fluttered in the wind, and the girl, still discouraged, sat on the floor. She blinked in surprise, amazed at what she saw. So who exactly was this guy? A flame flared up in Arya's soul, even more powerful than before, breaking the glass in the great hall. She, like a lioness, rushed at her father, furiously asking why he killed her mother. The axe clanged down on Howard's blade, and he said with a grin that Arya was no slouch, and her power was further increased by the wounds she had received and her anger. He kicked his daughter away, hitting her in the stomach, saying that she should die because they were not on the same path. The girl leaned back, but did not fall. She only leaned on her knee. Incredible resentment and bitterness helped her not to lose heart. Clutching the metal surface of the axe until it bled, she stuttered, not understanding why her mother, who admired and loved her father so much, died because of him. Howard assured that those who were captivated by false human feelings had no right to bear the proud name of Easies, and Arya's mother had from the very beginning been only a means of creating strong offspring. The girl is so similar to her mother, both so weak and entangled in worthless feelings. That stupid woman didn't even try to argue or fight in her last moment. She just quietly walked up to the scaffold. Even Luna couldn't help but call Howard a bastard for doing this to his wife. The man laughed that now a foreign princess intended to protect Arya. He beckoned the girls with his finger, calling them to battle. The last degenerate of the past dynasty and his own, he would destroy them both. Arya asked Luna for forgiveness for the entire Isis family, for everything that happened to her father, the dynasty, and the country. She firmly added that everything else concerns only the Isis family. Arya moved closer to the one who had hurt her feelings more than ever today. The girl said that today is the last day she will call this man her father. The extinguished fire of her power now flared up so brightly that it filled all space. Everything that happened before this, according to Arya, must end today once and for all. Howard mockingly asked if his daughter was going to deal with him using only her fighting spirit. After all, this spirit will continue to burn her life further. Even if he himself does nothing, Arya will soon die anyway. Raising his hand, he made the floor beneath his feet crack like fabric. Now, before the warrior's premature death, the man will show her what real strength is. Out of nowhere, an impenetrable shell began to appear on Howard's face. A supernatural armor made of individual stone pieces. It grew right before his eyes, turning into a full-fledged steel and impenetrable armor. The man called on his daughter to please him one last time at the cost of her own life. The space around Arya continued to burn, but she decided to ignore this and stand firm until the end. Even if she burns to the ground, she will still destroy her father, who became her enemy, in a matter of seconds. A veritable bonfire opened up in front of Howard, hiding his daughter's figure from his eyes. He looked more closely at the fire, trying to figure out where to put Arya. Right next to him, something suddenly hissed, disappearing into the flames and smoke. To his surprise, Arya took advantage of the moment and appeared out of nowhere, attacking the Overlord with an axe. Blood spurted from her mouth from the strain, but the best reward was that Howard staggered and almost fell. He quickly came to his senses and no longer gave in to weakness, quickly dodging the numerous attacks that followed. Another fiery blow from the axe hit the armor directly, but it did not knock Howard off his feet. He mockingly exclaimed that Arya had forgotten that the spirit of war only increased the strength of her body, but that weapon still remained powerless. The man stumbled when he realized that his daughter was no longer in front of him. Only one axe hung in the air. His eyes widened when he heard her voice right behind him, surprised that the girl had been able to get there so quickly and unnoticed. Her yellow pupils glinted in the raging fire. Arya was about to hurt her father in a different way. Filled with the power of flame, the white-gloved warrior's fist rapidly approached the elder Isis' face. He covered his face with his hand, discovering with horror that the girl's blow had actually managed to pierce the armor on his wrist. Howard stared at his hand in shock and completely missed the moment when Arya's fists crashed into his stomach in a wave. Jumping aside, the girl said that when she was a child, her mother talked about forgiving her father because he was a great general, a statesman, and the child always wanted to receive recognition from her father. Putting incredible bitterness and strength into her blows and words, Arya lashed out at the one who had become a stranger to her, screaming that her mother was sincere, loved, and admired her husband. 1, 2, 3. The fist flashed through the air at the speed of light, throwing Howard back. Lightning flashed from Arya's eyes. Blood flowed from her mouth. The girl continued to attack through tears, blaming her father for the death of her beloved mother. But the man seemed not to care about the attacks. He mockingly asked what difference it made that he was loved and admired. After all, for him, his wife was just a pawn on the path to domination, just like Arya herself. Since she does not want to be a pawn, there is only one thing left to do: die. In a split second, he pulled himself together and, with a grin on his face, rushed towards his daughter, preparing to attack, while she repeated his blows. When the two relatives collided, an incredible fiery explosion occurred. The armor on the man's face crumbled under the onslaught of someone else's power, revealing to the world a face distorted with anger. Arya's red hair made it difficult to see clearly, but her crazy gaze threatened to tear her father to pieces. A few more moments passed, and both could not withstand such energy. Father and daughter were thrown to different sides. Arya slid across the ground like a rag doll, unable to stay on her feet. When everything became quiet, Luna ran headlong towards her, seeing how the girl was lying there and not getting up. The princess saw with horror how tightly the eyes of this brave warrior were closed. She immediately picked up her enemy's daughter in her arms and placed her palm on her chest, exclaiming that she did not feel her heartbeat. A loud, vile laugh was heard. Howard, having lost his majestic appearance, was gloating. He said mockingly that even if Arya was ready to burn her life with the spirit of war, she could not do more. And now it was the turn of Luna, the last parasite of the previous dynasty. The princess wasn't going to give in so easily. She stubbornly pulled away from Arya, gritting her teeth. Howard clenched his fists and slowly walked towards Luna, confident that he would defeat her in a few minutes. The man barely managed to cross the space when one of the walls exploded right in front of him. Turning in that direction, Isis peered into the clouds of dust, rudely asking who was there. Shaking off his clothes, Yulman appeared before those present, mockingly apologizing for being late. He heard how happy Luna was to see him, and her smile changed to a warm one. Howard measured the guy's figure, exclaiming that the Fire Maiden's disciple had arrived, who taught Aryu to use the spirit of war. The man knew a lot about Yulman. In the pentagram, he easily dealt with the prince, whose powers were legendary, and also returned from the depths of the labyrinth with the moon. The apostle was surprised when Isis praised him and offered to surrender without a fight, thinking that the man was recruiting him. He nodded, assuring that Yulman would have no shortage of girls, and his pockets would always be full of money if the guy served him faithfully. The first apostle shook his head and laughed, replying that he would probably refuse. He immediately lost interest in the ruler when he heard the princess calling him. Leaning toward his unconscious friend, Yulman was puzzled to realize what Harvey was feeling. He immediately realized that due to the incident of Arya's revival, her soul could not enter the world of the dead after death. The guy raised his hand and waved the pink glow over the warrior's body, ordering her to return. A few seconds later, to Luna's startled cry, Arya stirred, opening her eyes with difficulty. Howard, seeing his miserable daughter come back to life, opened his mouth in disbelief. Arya, barely moving her lips, began to apologize for her weakness. Yulman breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that everything was fine with his friend. Isis Sr. laughed loudly because the guy was able to drive away death itself. He was good, and the man was very interested. He again tried to persuade Yulman to switch sides and submit. Then Howard would not only give him Aryu, but also Malena. The first apostle coughed, assuring that he didn't need Malena for free. The man asked the young man to name his price, assuring him that his troops were already on the way, and if Yulman refused, the army would tear the entire company to pieces. The first apostle looked at Howard with a grin and interest, asking if he would really do everything in his power. He said that he was asking for the life of the ruler in exchange. Could he give it to him? This made Isis incredibly angry. The blade appeared in his hands again, and the air became electrified. If Yulman doesn't want it the good way, then it will be the bad way. The ruler clicked his teeth and declared that this impudent fellow would die today. A smile blossomed on Yulman's lips. Out of respect for the fact that his opponent was Arya's father, he would give the man the first 3 blows. Howard roared, calling the guy a boastful, insolent man, and rushed towards him with his sword at the ready. Jumping out from above, Isis commanded the blade to use a strike called the Earth Divider. The butterfly wing-shaped flames that the man tried to cut with his sword hid the apostle's figure from him. Luna and Arya, who had been watching the confrontation, held their breath as Yulman disappeared from sight. Isis realized that something had gone wrong and suddenly saw a young man's hand holding the blade of his sword. Yulman held the blade with ease, mockingly asking how Howard could call it a blow. Isis bared his teeth, looking with hatred at the guy who turned out to be not so simple. He forcefully snatched his weapon from the other man's hands, shouting that they weren't finished yet. There was a purple haze hovering around the first apostle. Howard didn't pay attention to it and swung again. Yulman glanced sideways at the sword, which was a centimeter from his face, and stopped the blow with one movement of his palm. Isis looked at his blade in confusion, which simply broke under the pressure of someone else's hand. Yulman threw the metal fragments aside, smiling as he reminded them that the man had one last blow left. The first apostle asked Howard if he had anything to say to him, and he stupidly asked him what it was about. The man called the company naive fools, who do not know the whole truth about this world, do not know about the danger hanging over it. The terrible dream that happened in reality 1,000 years ago will return sooner or later, and people will become slaves again. Therefore, he will spare nothing to become the ruler of the empire, the ruler of the world. Only in this way will he be able to fight against the invaders from the sky. Howard was breathing heavily after his fiery speech. The first apostle, after listening to him, called the man arrogant. He advised him to give up, because Isis himself probably realized that he had no chance of winning. The Lord looked at the boy carefully and laughed at his proposal. A restorative flame poured from his palm. Isis bared his teeth and was not going to give up. The blade itself, after a few moments, became whole again. Holding the metal in his hands, Howard declared that the word surrender has never been and never will be in his life principles. The first apostle asked whether, even if cornered, the man would try to fight. He chuckled, replying that Yulman was clearly not human, since he had withstood those 2 blows, but that was nothing. Isis roared that, as the head of the empire, he definitely could not lose and surrender. Yulman just laughed at this statement. Howard is a traitor, but he also has a lot of spirit. This is worthy of admiration. But then the apostle simply had to show his true skill and ordered the 3rd seal to be opened. Isis greeted this with enthusiasm, declaring that his dominance would be undisputed once he defeated the boy. With a loud laugh, the ruler jumped and rushed at Yulman with his sword at the ready. He, without retreating a single step, extended his hand, and Isis' sword collided with the steel palm. These walls had definitely never seen an explosion of such power. The entire space was in flames and smoke. Arya was already slowly coming to her senses and watched the furious confrontation with her mouth wide open. To save herself and the warrior, Luna was able to create a protective dome in the air that protected them from the fire. Howard looked at Yulman with a cheeky smile, confident that he had won. But he didn't expect at all that the guy would be able to resist him, slipping past him unnoticed. The fist of the first apostle slammed with all his might into Isis's stunned face, literally crushing it. As the man flew to the side, Yulman stretched his hands out in front of him, a purple glow pouring out from his palms. Howard's figure found itself between 2 seals, which glowed with a blinding white light. Like an abyss, the seal opened, and the portal inside it slowly pulled all objects nearby towards itself. The entire army of the ruler gathered in the palace, not daring to enter inside, watching what was happening from the side. The warriors shrank forward. They saw only white light and did not know what was happening to His Majesty the Emperor. Yulman dropped his hands and Howard fell to the ground, kneeling in front of the guy, completely exhausted and wounded. The apostle chuckled, noticing that Isis was still not dead. He raised his bloody head, having lost an eye. The ruler was still smiling, amazed at the unreal strength. Clenching his fists, he summoned his flames, exclaiming that he didn't care what kind of monster the guy was. The man roared, returning to his warlike demeanor because the one who appeared before him must die. Arya cried out in horror that her father's spirit of war was now thirsting for blood. An incredible flame was blazing in the rubble of the walls in front of Yulman. Isis's figure was burning, and he himself, like an enraged lion, ran towards the guy. Unable to see anything in front of him due to rage, the man missed. The apostle deftly dodged the blow. Bloody flames engulfed Howard. He kept screaming that no matter what kind of monster Yulman was, his powers could not be limitless and inexhaustible. And even if the man who was furiously beating against the boy's figure had to remain on the battlefield with all his strength, he still had guards. Even if it means burning your life force for the spirit of war, even if it means just wearing down the insolent enemy until he runs out of strength. Once again raising his fist, preparing to pounce on Yulman, Isis continued to torture himself and the enemy, imagining his own victory. The first apostle seized the moment and grabbed the man by the leg, guessing his tactics, to wear out the enemy and call the guards. Did the ruler really think that he would win this way? Eyes that had lost all humanity, gaping with empty sockets, Howard bared his teeth, wishing only death for the guy. He pushed the man away from him as if he were an unnecessary thing, saying that this plan would not work. Yulman rushed past, advising Isis to address him more respectfully than as a monster. Without making the slightest effort, the student knocked out his opponent with one movement of his hand. After introducing himself, the Lord rolled his entire body across the ground, landing with a thud on the floor, and began to cough harshly. Wiping the blood from his mouth, the man croaked that Yulman turned out to be the legendary first apostle. Now it was clear where he got these powers from. The student chuckled, noting that Howard had already lost and he should give up. Spitting the increasingly more blood to the side, Isis grinned. Because indeed, when you go against an apostle, nothing can be done. Thrusting the stump of his sword into the ground, the man chuckled, saying that even if Yulman was the first apostle, there was something he couldn't handle. Howard stood up, holding the newly restored blade in his hand, and said that he had spent his life killing wives and children, betraying his country, and executing ministers, all in order to be powerful. Then he changed the position of his hands and more comfortably grasped the hilt of the sword in both hands. Isis swung, running at Yulman, shouting that there was no man who could determine his fate. The space was illuminated by a bloody light. The first apostle raised an eyebrow, looking at his opponent. The color of blood also flooded the figures of Luna and Arya standing nearby. The warrior watched the confrontation between her father and friend with wide eyes, wondering who would emerge victorious. Howard's hysterical scream filled the room as he said that even when it came to death, he decided his own fate. Earlier, when killing the current emperor, he whispered to the killer that he would still not be able to lead the people to fight that unknown enemy from the heavens. Let a man spend his whole life, but he will never become a true emperor. The wife, who was sentenced to the gallows, spoke her last words. She naively believed that she would be able to see those terrible scars on her husband's heart, to free him from terrible and crazy thoughts. And now the woman sees that she is wrong, so there is nothing else left. No one could have expected that Isis would go crazy and stab himself in the stomach with his own blade. His remaining eye looked through Yulman, and his blue lips whispered that even the first apostle would not be able to rule over him. Aisha could not restrain herself. Her former warm feelings for her father prevailed over her resentment, and she rushed towards him with a heartbreaking cry. However, the man clutching the blade said that from today on, Arya would no longer be Howard Eyes' daughter. A shadow crossed the Emperor's face, and the warrior heard that she was no longer part of the Eyes' family. Arya, although betrayed by her father, could not hold back her tears. Yulman looked at Howard in surprise. He used the last of the 3 swords not as planned. He did not even think of killing this man. The man did not answer and continued to sit on the hard ground with a blade in his stomach. Suddenly, the sound of steel boots was heard from afar. The Emperor's entire loyal army gathered together. Armed to the teeth, they hurried to save their master. The leader of the guard ran to where the sounds of carnage were heard and loudly reported to Howard that the Imperial guards had arrived. As soon as the clouds of dust settled, the man saw the whole picture of what was happening and froze in shock. He cried out in shock, noticing the once majestic Howard sitting on his knees with the end of a blade sticking out right from his back. The guard looked ridiculous standing there and also asked if His Majesty the Emperor was dead. Yulman sighed heavily and grinned, looking at the assembled army. He shrugged, asking Luna, who had come up to him, if he didn't think it would end that easily. His words did not go unnoticed. The leader growled, exclaiming that they had killed His Majesty the Emperor. The man raised his sword, calling on the rest of the army to avenge Howard. A horde of armed guards was ready to tear Yulman apart and avenge His Majesty. The first apostle pretended to think, what should he do now? Is it really impossible to destroy them all? Or is it possible? The situation gradually escalated, but suddenly the silence was broken by a clear girl's voice ordering everyone to stop. Luna, with her hand on her heart, stepped forward, loudly stating that she was the princess and heir to the Fram Empire. She screamed that General Howard had already gotten his way by betraying his homeland, and now the soldiers really wanted to continue the rebellion? When the girl said that in the name of the princess she guaranteed that in the event of immediate surrender the guards would not be punished for past crimes, the men began to talk, recognizing Luna. One of the knights timidly asked the commander-in-chief whether it was worth surrendering if His Majesty was really no more. But the leader looked menacingly at his army. He shouted that the warriors had spent their entire lives with His Majesty. He had saved the army from death from the throat of a huge snake, and now they wanted to betray Howard and not take revenge on his killer? Luna asked if the guards really thought they could appease their thirst for revenge. She said that she would not condemn the betrayal and mutiny of the army for now, but they completely overlooked the fact that Howard was not killed. He committed suicide. The corners of the commander-in-chief's lips turned down, and his gaze showed contempt for his emperor. The princess nodded. Isis decided to choose death rather than shame before an unequal enemy. Did the army really think that they could defeat an opponent that their emperor refused to fight? The commander-in-chief shouted that this was nonsense because His Majesty's strength was simply legendary, and there was no one in this world who could force him to surrender without a fight. Luna just shook her head, stating that there was, moreover, he was now right in front of the guards. The girl pointed at Yulman with her hands, introducing him as her Black Knight. The man was surprised, and the other warriors began to talk among themselves. They had already heard about this knight. They say that he single-handedly defeated several dozen thugs, buried their leaders alive in a grave. Someone heard that the knight organized a massacre in several cities in the north, but the commander-in-chief was not going to give up so easily, not caring that he had not done anything to the Black Knight. Did Luna really think that just saying his name would make the army surrender? That was too naive. The princess looked back at Yulman with a searching gaze. The first apostle exhaled heavily once again. He understood everything without words. Luna demanded proof, telling the guards that now someone had made them change their minds once and for all. The guy approached Howard, who had been wounded by his own hands, mockingly asking him to give up his sword. The leader of the army stared at Yulman in confusion. He drew his blade and straightened up, then swung it right next to the guards. The apostle called upon the third seal, and the space was illuminated with a bright purple light. Then the seal was ordered to open, and flashes began to flicker before the eyes of the army. The guards opened their mouths and trembled in fear at what they saw, not understanding what was happening. Luna and Aisha also froze, not knowing what to expect. A huge and very dangerous whirlpool swirled around the apostle, and he exclaimed that it would be better for everyone to surrender. Otherwise, the disobedient army will not live. They will all die ingloriously. The guards who were standing closer to Yulman were unable to stay on their feet when the chimera dragon appeared in the air. The men screamed in pain as a bright flash passed by them. An incredible hurricane rained in the palace, sweeping away opponents and destroying even the stone floor. The commander-in-chief looked at what was happening with disbelief. He was saved from falling by a dagger stuck into the ground. Sweat poured from his forehead in horror and admiration of the Black Knight's true strength. He gripped the handle tighter, thinking of his majesty, because when such a force stands in the way of dominance, there is no other choice. Luna said with a smile and delight that she had seen before what Yulman was capable of, and Arya also could not hide her admiration. The princess once again addressed the Imperial guards, who had two options: to die as traitors to their homeland or to lay down their arms and surrender. The knights, terrified out of their minds by the dragon, fell to their knees, screaming that they surrendered. How could people even possess such terrifying magical powers? The commander-in-chief closed his eyes, knowing that he had no other choice but to send soldiers to a senseless death. In a tired voice, he ordered the guards to finally lay down their weapons. In just 1 month, Howard managed to lead an army and conquer the empire. Putting an end to the rule of the Imperial dynasty, he quickly created a new state. But the most surprising thing was that the new state did not last long, and the new government fell. Princess Luna, the sole heir to the fallen dynasty, and a mysterious black-haired youth killed Howard and reclaimed the country and the throne. The despotism created by Howard ceased to exist simultaneously with the accession of Princess Luna to the throne. The princess became queen. That mysterious young man, possessing incredible strength and defeating Howard himself received the position of First Knight of the Empire, defender of the throne. Queen Luna reformed the government, appointing loyal people to ministerial and court positions, and Luna controlled the defense and army herself. A month has passed since all the events that covered the capital and forever changed the lives of its residents. Arya was heading somewhere to the palace when Yulman called out to her, coming closer. He asked about the girl's well-being. Because Her Majesty the Moon has many state affairs that require her help, she now has so many trusted ministers, and the apostle himself does not understand this politics. They both leaned against the wall of the balcony. Arya said that she was not as weak as Yulman thought. She just needed a little time. The guy remembered what a shock had happened to the warrior's family. She had lowered her eyes, answering that the affairs of the Isis family had almost destroyed the entire empire forever, and his father had gotten what he deserved. Now he's dead and his sister is missing, so the Isis family is gone and Aoya is left alone. Yulman nodded, saying that it all sounded sad, and suggested that his friend feel sorry for her. She was indignant, but the student smiled and gently placed his hand on the warrior's head. The first apostle asked to stop pretending to be steadfast and let Arya just cry out her grief. Yulman was surprised when Arya relaxed and pressed herself against his chest, hiding her eyes. She sighed heavily, whispering, "Was hegemony and dominance really that important to Howard? Is it really possible to abandon your family for this? Betray everyone? Bring grief to your native country?" And Arya blamed herself for inaction, and her father, dying, did not even look at her. The girl grabbed her friend's shirt, muttering that she didn't know how to pay for all this and how to live now. Yulman smiled, lifting Arya's chin towards him, asking how about accepting it. Something flashed on the guy's palm, and the warrior stared at the storage ring in surprise. The apostle said that Luna found him in Howard's room and told him to give it to Arya. Long ago, the last emperor passed it on to the Isis family, and it has been passed down through generations. A magical sword forged by a goblin king like Sylph and Asia, called Noah the Shaker. Right at that moment, from a small, elegant ring, a sword of incredible grandeur appeared before those present, in streams of fire. Arya's mouth dropped open as she looked at the unusual sword and asked why Howard had never used this sword in battle before. The first apostle shrugged, assuming that Isis simply didn't want to use it. Perhaps conquering the Fram Empire with the sword and hands that the emperor of that country had given him was too much for him. This is an artifact that has been passed down through generations in the Isis family, and is said to be the main symbol of your clan's leader. Arya couldn't stop looking at the legendary sword that the emperor had given to the Isis family. Was it really going to become her property now? Yulman said with a smile that Arya was not her father. And since Luna had decided to give the blade, would her friend accept it? In the girl's surprised and tearful eyes, a fire shone, washing over Noah the Shaker. She will never erase from her memory the moment her father disowned her, kneeling with a gun in his stomach. Arya's face darkened and she suddenly chuckled, saying that Howard could do whatever he wanted. The warrior grabbed the blade, announcing that she solemnly declared, in the name of the head of the Isis family, which she had just become, that she was cutting Howard out of the family. Arya's gaze showed an unprecedented confidence. She exclaimed that the future of the Isis family was her, and only she could change it. Yulman only looked at his friend with a gentle smile and pride. With his hands in his pockets, he good-naturedly praised Arya's zeal for leadership, and the girl promised that she would try. Having said goodbye to his friend, the first apostle proceeded to the chambers of the moon. The guards standing on both sides of the door greeted the lord of the first night, who asked if Her Majesty the Queen was with him. The man nodded, reporting that Her Majesty was currently engaged in state affairs. The door opened and the first apostle stepped into the room. The princess met him at her desk in the center of the room, completely covered with stacks of paper. The girl smiled and asked eagerly if Arya had accepted the sword, her gift. Yulman nodded, answering that Arya was stronger than he thought. She just needed a little time to live through everything that was happening, and everyone would need it. But he thought that Luna would reproach Arya as a friend because of her kinship, but he was mistaken in his judgment, and the princess rightly noted that she would then be no different from Howard. The first apostle sank into a soft chair, remarking that it was an ignoble thing to rule such a large empire, and asked if there was any news from Sierra and Aisha. Luna nodded, saying that this time she called Yulman for this very reason. The princess herself was surprised that Sierra had not yet returned after the news, because the magic school is the main stronghold of the empire, and Sierra, as the director, is needed here. A month has already passed. Charlotte not only hasn't gotten in touch, but the squad searching for her hasn't found anything either. Perhaps Yulman will find the master with the help of their common connection. The apostle touched his forehead in confusion and told Luna some not very pleasant news. Since returning to the real world, this thing seems to have stopped working. No reaction, as if something is interfering from the other side. Luna tapped her finger on her chin thoughtfully, wondering why Sierra needed to do anything. Suddenly, the princess faltered and froze, a thought piercing her mind. The girl nervously clasped her fingers together and wondered out loud if Sierra was hiding from her, and that was why she didn't want to come back. Luna blushed and assumed that Sierra had found out what had happened to the princess and Yulman, and between them too, and that was why she didn't want to show herself. Looking at the incredibly puzzled face of her interlocutor, the princess added that he was her fiancé and was now with her. The first apostle breathed a sigh of relief, explaining that he was not in a serious relationship with Sierra and that he simply had to play her fiancé for certain reasons. Hearing this, Luna was overjoyed, exclaiming that now they could not hide their connection. But she immediately wilted when Yulman told her about Aisha and that her parents had entrusted all care to him. The apostle crossed his arms over his chest, stating that he was worried about Aisha, even though she should be with Sierra right now. He closed his eyes and heard the strange tone in which the princess ordered him to find the master. Looking at her, Yulman was amazed by the change. The princess, with an unreadable look, began to busily write in the documents, saying that she would not interfere with the search for his girlfriend. She forced a joyful smile, urging Yulman on and saying goodbye to him. The student hesitated, completely not understanding anything about human emotions, surprised at how quickly they changed. However, he decided not to argue and obey Her Majesty to leave and find the girls. He scratched his chin thoughtfully, wondering out loud if Luna was offended or if he was imagining it. His thoughts were interrupted by the cheerful voice of Asia, sitting on the railing. The spirit of the sword exclaimed that only a blind man would not see that the princess was jealous of the guy. Yulman asked if Asia was okay, but she shook her head. She had only just cleared herself when the stupid girl gave in to the evil forces and even dragged her along with her. The sharp ears of the sword spirit twitched when the apostle asked what she meant when she spoke of the moon's jealousy. But there was nothing to talk about. Jealousy was jealousy. The girl swung her legs playfully, asking with interest how Yulman felt about Luna and Aisha. The first apostle exclaimed that both were his wings and inspiration. Asia only rolled her eyes at this, calling this phrase too free. The disciple was surprised. He himself heard that in the human world it was normal to have several loved ones at once. The sword spirit could not deny this. She pointed her finger at Yulman, rightly noting that Luna was now the empress. Almost falling off the balcony, Asia screamed that this meant only one thing, The apostle must be her king. Yulman instantly blushed, covered his face with his hand and smiled broadly, drowning in dreams. After all, in the human world, the queen and king are a loving couple with a high position, and Yulman came to the human world to find his love. Now he not only did this, but he also found two girls at once, and one of them has the highest status in the empire. Asia was amazed at this logic. She crossed her arms over her chest, noting with displeasure that Yulman had been a rather strange guy before. Let him do whatever he wanted. The girl asked if the apostle was currently heading out to search, and before he left, there was something she needed to remember. After clearing the evil forces, there was a feeling that some of Asia's powers remained sealed somewhere, and now she would withstand the guy's lightning. The sword spirit excitedly asked to strike it again, but Yulman assumed that lightning would simply tear the blade apart. Late at night, two guards were patrolling the palace and had time to gossip. One of them told about a recent rumor. Some white-haired girl entered the chambers of the first night. His interlocutor was surprised where the girl came from in the palace, but the first guard did not know, assuming that it was a spirit or a ghost, because the stranger could float in the air. And after she entered, the sounds of lightning and female moans were heard from the room. The guards passed by, engrossed in conversation, and did not notice that a figure in a white cloak was eavesdropping on them. Someone, wrapped in white robes, waited until the men passed and then ran into the palace. Running through the corridors, the stranger carefully listened to the silence and continued on his way, finally opening the right door. Someone entered the bright room, his face reliably hidden by a large hood. Seeing the bed, the stranger slowly approached it and was clearly tracking someone. The figure shuddered as if from a blow when Yulman's hand fell on her shoulder. He asked in a barely audible voice who it was and why he was walking around the yard, tearing the stranger's cloak off. There was a scream and someone reached out trying to catch the clothes. Aisha, blinking her long eyelashes, looked at the first apostle in fear. He himself was incredibly surprised. The girl caught him by surprise with her appearance. Tears appeared in Aisha's eyes and she sobbed, exclaiming that she had finally found him. The next second, the student pounced on Yulman with hugs, almost knocking him to the floor. Resting her chin on his shoulder, the girl muttered about how happy she was. She would have gone crazy if it weren't for Teacher Sierra, who kept convincing her that the guy was alive. The apostle stroked the girl's back and asked for forgiveness for making them worry. Yulman took Aisha away from his chest and looked at her. The couple simultaneously asked each other how they were doing, then froze in confusion. It was a really long story. Yulman offered to sit down. Aisha did not refuse. The apostle turned on the light and invited the guest to the sofa. An hour had passed when he finished his story. His friend just smiled, saying that her dad must have been very happy when he left. Yulman suddenly came to his senses and took out some object, handing it to the girl. Aisha accepted the gift and was surprised by the precious-looking stone in her palm, asking what it was. The apostle said that his father asked him to pass on this item. Aisha continued to look at her friend in bewilderment. Then, Yulman told everything. This is a particle of the power of 1,000 elephants. Every person in the previous era had one. It is a rare and powerful ability. Tears glistened in Aisha's eyes. She was incredibly touched by her father's gift. She sobbed, saying that Dad had given it to her, and clutched the piece of power to her chest. Yulman, still learning about human feelings, instantly became sad. Looking at his friend, Aisha smiled, thanking him warmly, promising that she would definitely keep the stone. Yulman said that he had told everything he wanted to, and now he was eager to know where Aisha and Sierra were, and what was happening to the latter now. Aisha perked up, as if she had forgotten something important. She really had come to the palace for a reason. As it turned out, Teacher Sierra had been with her all this time. But a few days ago, she suddenly disappeared. The first apostle stepped back in horror, not understanding what this meant. A few days ago, the girls learned that Luna had regained her throne and decided to return to the capital together. But just on the last evening before leaving, the Fire Witch suddenly disappeared but left a letter. Yulman took the note from the hands and opened the envelope. He was silent for several long minutes, reading the message carefully. Aisha swallowed nervously, eagerly awaiting Yulman's reaction to what she had written. Earlier, the Fire Witch sat at the table and wrote a letter to Aisha, under the light of the lamp. The girl should read it when Sierra was already on the road. Sierra thanked the girl for her help, but could not accept her as a student, since their abilities were different. And ice magic was not the red-haired witch's strong point. As for Yulman, the seal finally makes it clear again that he is alive. The news of Luna's ascension to the throne has spread throughout the empire. Yulman is probably with her in the palace. But now Charlotte is not ready to see him for personal reasons. And the fact that Sylph's powers were sealed is her huge oversight, an unforgivable mistake. Charlotte will find a way to awaken the spirit of the sword again, but until then, she is definitely not ready to meet Yulman again. Sierra asked Aisha to say hello to her stupid student and to congratulate Princess Luna on her behalf. There is no need to worry about the Fire Witch. With the help of the medicines that the girl got, she has already recovered enough and can stand up for herself, and Sylph will soon return with full strength. Yulman chuckled after finishing reading the letter and concluded that Sierra had left this message behind after shamefully running away. That was the kind of teacher he had. By that time, Luna was already sitting next to Alicia on the sofa, silently holding a cup of tea in her hands. She didn't answer when Yulman asked if Sierra couldn't come back and talk to them. It was a pity to look at Aisha. She turned pale and was clearly afraid to be near the princess. The apostle, looking at the girls, angrily asked if they had listened to him. Thus, Sierra set out alone to find a way to remove the seal from the legendary sword. Luna shrugged. She knew for sure about the girl's stubbornness and her obsession with something. But, on the other hand, the company knew about its purpose, so finding it won't be difficult. Luna shook her head, saying that if everything was going according to plan, then she must be on her way to the kingdom of Kenis now. Yulman had not heard anything about this place, so he asked for more details. As it turns out, there is only one person left alive from the Bale family, Kyle, and according to intelligence reports, he has been spotted several times in the kingdom of Kenis. Sierra is probably heading to Kenis right now, and she needs to find this Kyle there. Luna rose, saying that there was no time to waste. Yulman should immediately go to the kingdom and deliver Sierra to the palace, and she would take care of the rest herself. The first apostle was surprised that he would actually have to go. Her Majesty shrugged because even if she hadn't allowed it, the guy would have run away after her anyway. If we talk only about Luna, she would not want Yulman to leave her. But for the Empire, Charlotte is a very important person. She needs to be brought back. Luna blushed slightly, saying that she would have gone with a friend. But as a queen, she couldn't give up everything because the Empire was just starting to get back on its feet. The apostle did not expect such frankness from his beloved and looked at her in a new way. Aisha, who had been silent until then, timidly raised her hand, offering to go with Yulman. Luna seemed to look at the girl for the first time, asking again what her name was. She smiled, placing her hand on Aisha's shoulder, saying that there were few people in the palace that could be trusted, so the girl should stay and help her. Aisha looked at the princess in shock, still shaking. She also tenderly squeezed the other's shoulder, but the apostle could read in his friend's gaze that she needed help. Just as he was about to leave, Luna turned to the guy. Even though she herself sent Yulman on the mission, he should have protected himself from the strange girls who kept pestering him. With these words, the princess grabbed Aisha by the chin, informing her that she would not guarantee the safety of this girl if Yulman decided to have an affair. Poor Aisha almost had steam coming out of her ears from shame, and she stopped breathing for a few seconds. The first apostle himself almost lost consciousness from pleasure, wondering what Luna would do and how she would fulfill her threat. The princess finally let the unfortunate woman go and told the apostle to set out on his journey. Turning to the guy, she blushed and demanded that he come back quickly. Yulman straightened up, once again amazed by such a rapid change of emotions. He reported that he would listen and obey Her Majesty. Meanwhile, the sun mercilessly warmed the yellow stone buildings of the town of Kappa, in the west of the kingdom of Kenis. The streets of the trading city were filled with people and livestock carrying numerous goods. There was a rumor among the merchants about a fire maiden who wanted to sell some magical item at auction, like a phoenix ring. Her interlocutors were surprised by her appearance, since the rebellion in Fram had long since been suppressed. But no one knew the reason. But everyone was interested in looking at this phoenix ring. People rarely encountered a magical object here. Surely all the rich people have long since gathered to participate in the auction. Yulman, pulling the hood of his long cloak over his head, blended into the crowd, listening with all his might to the local gossip. He wandered the streets, knowing that Sierra was looking for Kyle. So what did the auction and sales of magical items have to do with it? But still, this is at least some news about Sierra. I should have looked and seen. Using the timing of the crowd as a guide, the apostle quickly found the right building. Traders walked under his windows every now and then, looking around. The hum of disgruntled voices could be heard behind the door. On the floor, merchants and noblemen sat cross-legged. Some of them stood, having been waiting for the fiery maiden for a long time. One of them calmed the crowd, asking them to be patient because they had gathered there for a reason. Finally, a man sitting to the side saw the curtain move. A woman entered the hall, wearing clothes that hid her face and body, and apologized for the long wait. The man waved his hand, replying that there was no need to worry. They had only just arrived. The woman said that she would get down to business and not waste time. She took out the ring, saying that she didn't want to waste time breaking the price, so whoever named the highest would get to take the Ring of Emptiness, which contained a pinch of phoenix ash. The merchants lay low, like lions about to spring. Then everyone began to offer a price several times higher than the previous one. Some guilds offered very large sums of money, but suddenly a tall man stepped forward, ordering the others to be quiet. The Mered Guild offered 100,000 coins for the Phoenix Ring. The Fire Maiden stared at the guildmaster with wide eyes after hearing the price he offered. The man announced the price again, saying that the Moray Guild was buying the Phoenix Ring. The girl nodded, saying that she agreed. The guild representative's face lit up with delight and anticipation. He held out a gold ring, which contained exactly 100,000. Meanwhile, Yulman was not allowed into the premises by the guards. When the guy tried to persuade him to just go in to find the man, the stern voice replied that no outsiders would get inside until the auction was over. The guard laughed, saying that the guy would have to fight him so that the guard would break the rule and let the stranger through. The first apostle smiled and placed his hand on the shoulder of a man twice his size. The guild representative was just handing over the ring when one of the guards literally flew into the room. The man stared at the destroyed wall in surprise, exclaiming what was going on. Yulman, rolling up his sleeves, asked with a smile to be told about such a simple way to get inside next time. When his gaze found Sierra, the apostle cried out in delight. He rushed at the teacher, embracing her. The girl tried to break free, not believing that the student had found her. Without taking his eyes off Charlotte, Yulman noticed that he felt something strange. The Fire Witch began to fight him off, demanding that the pervert let her go. The apostle stopped smiling and abruptly tore the scarf covering the stranger's head. He stared in bewilderment at the unfamiliar man sitting on the floor. As it turned out, it was not Sierra, but someone of her build, wearing a red wig. The merchants began to shout angrily when they saw that it was not the Fire Maiden. The stranger felt her head and realized that she had lost her disguise. Everyone present saw short hair of a bright purple color. Yulman was still looking at the girl, clutching the handkerchief in his hands. The next moment she jumped up and ran, deftly overtaking the men standing in front of her. The Mored Guild representative reached out to the fugitive, trying to take his ring back. Realizing that the stranger would not stop, he ordered her to be seized. The girl found herself surrounded by traders who had almost grabbed the loot. But the next moment she stamped her foot and waves of sand rushed into the kidnappers' faces. The men screamed in horror, trying to cover their faces with their hands. There was only sand in his eyes. By this time the girl had already managed to hide. Yulman shrugged, deciding that since Sierra wasn't here, he had nothing to do here either. He was about to leave when Moray called the guy to introduce himself to the guild. Pointing his finger at him, the man shouted that Yulman had stolen his money and wanted to run away. The first apostle raised an eyebrow, replying that the merchant's money had been stolen by that girl. The guild representative immediately began to accuse Yulman of the fact that as soon as the guy appeared, the money immediately disappeared. And what if he was an accomplice? The apostle was surrounded by strong men on the orders of their master. They were a head taller than Yulman and were determined to fight until the guilds returned the money. The student was surprised, for some reason extremely happy, and cheerfully asked why he hadn't been told about this before. A few minutes later, the fighters were already lying unconscious in a silent pile on top of each other, and Yulman was shaking the dust off his palms. He was increasingly liking the local customs, where matters were decided by fighting. Shrugging, he turned to the suddenly silent merchant, asking if he could leave now. The man, beginning to stutter, slavishly babbled that the gentleman could kindly accept the money as a gift. It was a mere trifle. The apostle rolled his eyes, repeating again that he was not familiar with that child, as she, as if her name was, appeared again behind the guy. Hearing the merchant shout, Yulman noticed the stranger and asked her in surprise why she had returned. Looking around nervously and breathing heavily, the girl reported that she was in trouble. There was a gang of red scorpions outside. The apostle was surprised by what he heard, and in the meantime, a large crowd had indeed gathered on the street. The henchman of the Red Scorpion's leader nodded in the direction where the fugitive was hiding, telling the boss about it. A long-haired man with bright green eyes dressed in rich clothes immediately ordered the house to be surrounded. A girl's clear voice called out to the man, calling him uncle, and the girl asked if there was a need for so much trouble because of that little wretch. The leader of the Scorpions bared his teeth, because the pathetic parody of a fire maiden had only just now managed to fall into their hands. They couldn't let her escape. The beauty's emerald eyes noticeably grew sadder. Linda shrugged her shoulders, carefreely winding strands of hair around her finger, and once again catching herself thinking that she missed Yulman very much. The Red Scorpions gang is the most powerful underground organization in the Kingdom of Kenis. To cross their path meant to choose for oneself the sure path to death. All the bandits of the kingdom would hunt for the unfortunate man, and there was no hole in the world where he could hide. The girl approached Yulman face down while the merchants, rubbing their hands, rejoiced at her imminent death. The guy thought about it and remembered that it all reminded him of Old Man She's gang. However, he waved his hand at the little stranger, wishing her all the best, since this matter did not concern him. The girl's eyes glistened with moisture. She screamed with all her might, begging the apostle to stop. Grabbing Yulman by the sleeve of his clothes, the stranger tried to detain him, saying that she knew where the fire maiden he was looking for was. She grabbed the boy tighter and asked for help, in return promising to take the student to Sierra. The first apostle actually slowed down and pursed his lips, looking closely at the girl. Sighing, he jerked open the curtain that separated them from the gang and warned his companion that he should not be deceived again, even though she had previously pretended to be Charlotte, which did not bother him much. The gang leader was stunned when he saw that the victim had come out to them voluntarily. Even more confusion was reflected on his face when he saw his unfamiliar companion next to the girl. He immediately glanced at the guy and asked who he was and how he was connected with the she-devil. Yulman fearlessly replied that he had crossed paths with the girl by chance, but now he had business to attend to, and the fugitive would be very useful, so it was worth taking her with him. The boss scratched his beard, not without suspicion, saying that the stranger cared too much about the one he had just met. Looking askance at the first apostle, the leader of the Scorpion gang advised him to think carefully and give up the sacrifice. Then maybe they would let him go. Yulman said with a smile that the man should think about it and leave right now if they didn't want problems. The stranger smiled for the first time in a long time, thinking that she had found a good protector. The gang leader frowned, sensing a genuine threat coming from the boy. One of his accomplices, a strong man with two pigtails in front of his face, stepped forward, doubting the adequacy of Yulman, who dared to say that he alone had surrounded an entire crowd. The bandit flexed his muscles in front of the first apostle, suggesting that he hit the guy on the head to clear his mind. The man pointed at the victim and turned to his boss, asking permission to take on the stranger. But before he could even finish speaking, something flew into his face with the speed of lightning. The bandit coughed heavily and, splashing blood around like a sack, fell on his back. Onlookers on the street watched with their mouths open as this mountain of muscle landed on the ground. The girl cried out in admiration, almost clapping her hands. She imagined what this guy was like in a real fight. The leader of the Red Scorpions hissed, noting the boy's agility since even the blow was not noticeable. It looked like he would have to work hard. Out of the corner of his eye, the man noticed Linda step forward, whispering something about her voice, her aura, and her demeanor. The girl, as if enchanted, slowly approached the first apostle, but a second later ran straight towards him. The girl began to wave her fists, cheerfully calling on Yulman to deal with the new opponents, thinking that Linda was running to fight. But the guy was in no hurry to attack. He looked at the girl approaching him in bewilderment, beginning to vaguely remember her features. The next moment, his ward watched with horror in her eyes as the one who had emerged from the crowd of bandits lovingly threw herself on the neck of her protector. As much as she was amazed, the leader of the gang himself was equally stunned. Yulman was mumbling something when Linda fell on top of him, not letting him take a breath, saying that they hadn't seen each other for so long. The apostle tried to stop the restless girl, but she hugged him tighter, squealing with delight. The girl took a step back with a hint of disgust, thinking that this guy couldn't be defeated by fists, but it was a woman who knocked him to the ground. The gang leader, not daring to touch his niece's acquaintance, crossed his arms over his chest, asking only if the girl knew him. Linda had already let go of the still slightly disoriented Yulman and grabbed his hands, declaring that she not only knew him, but was also a very good friend of his. The boss smiled wryly. If this guy who hit their man was Linda's friend, they wouldn't deal with him. The rest of the gang members reached out to the she-devil posing as the fire maiden, intending to get even with her. The first apostle instantly became serious, declaring that he still needed the girl and would not give her to anyone. Linda immediately came up with a plan. She would be able to count on Yulman's favor if she helped him. She finally let go of the stranger's hand and with a smile asked to give the girl to the apostle, since he needed her so much. Her uncle flared up. He couldn't do it so easily because the traitor owed money. But his niece easily retorted, saying that the debt could be written down in her name. The man objected, reminding her that we were talking about a large sum, but the girl replied that money was not a problem. Moreover, having approached her uncle's face, Linda looked at him terribly, warning him that the most important issue in her life was being decided, and it would be better for the man to agree with her, otherwise trouble would be inevitable. The boss grimaced, abruptly agreeing to give the girl away, and the niece lit up with a smile, thanking her generous uncle. The girl turned to Yulman, exclaiming that the problem was no longer there and they could go. After some time, the company approached a building whose sign stated that a trading guild called My Dear You was located here. Yulman was embarrassed and asked if it meant what he thought. And Linda, not at all embarrassed, nodded. Clapping her hands, the girl exclaimed that this was a symbol of their first meeting and a way to bring the future one closer. She had no idea that they would meet again so quickly. In addition to the trading guild, there is also the trading house Favorite You, the monument I Remember You, Dear, and even a multi-story building was named in his honor. Linda was jumping on one leg with impatience and wanted to show Yulman the interior of the guild as soon as possible. The rooms were all shining and sparkling with wealth and various valuable interior items. Expensive chandeliers, exquisite furniture, incredible sculptures, and much more. The girl's mouth dropped open when she saw furniture made of unfading laurel and a gramophone made of red gold. But Linda immediately ordered her not to touch anything and to go make some tea for Yulman. The fugitive turned away, offended, and the owner of the room invited one of the guys to sit on the sofa. She immediately began, with all her inherent curiosity, to ask Yulman why he had come to Kennis. The student replied that his master, Sierra, had disappeared and he had information that she was here. But Linda became noticeably sad. The Fire Maiden used the magic left by her teacher and gained legendary abilities, wiped the Bale clan off the face of the earth and disappeared. Only the lazy don't talk about this now. Turning to the girl who was walking towards them with a tray, Linda snorted, hinting that she was one of the scammers posing as a Fire Maiden, fooling people out of money. Finally, the mistress of the room asked the name of the girl whom the rich fools believed, especially since she had the Phoenix Ring and legendary skills with her. The runaway's name was Irene, and she was an orphan who grew up in an abbey. There were many more children like her there. The abbey needed a lot of money to support the orphans. Irene wanted to make their lives better. Yulman immediately realized that he had mistakenly thought he was a girl, and he asked if that was why he pretended to be a Fire Maiden and fooled the merchants out of money. He nodded. He just didn't know that among the merchants there would be members of the Fire Scorpion. Linda said that she had heard about the machinations of Irene, who had already earned several $100,000, hiding behind the name of Sierra. Obviously, the guy has enough money because a large clan spends a couple of $100,000 a year, and the abbey needs a much smaller amount for 100 children. Irene said that, not having magical abilities, he wanted to get them, and thus protect the abbey and its monasteries. He was told that an excellent magician had appeared in the suburbs, and for money, he could give a commoner the gift of magic and make him stronger. Linda was surprised by what she heard, and Yulman thought about it, asking who this magician was. Irene exclaimed with inspiration that the great magician was like a fiery maiden who had acquired new skills and reached a new level. The boy admitted that deceiving people under a false name and image is bad, but in order to get the opportunity to become a magician, he is ready to do anything. Yulman shook his head and had to tell Irene that he seemed to have been deceived. The orphan stamped his foot and shouted that Cassius could not have deceived him. Besides him, many of their mutual friends from the abbey went to that master. The first apostle noted that if every rich person had the opportunity to become a magician, all the streets would be filled with wizards. Especially since the Fire Maiden has no time for such things, she came to Kenny's to find someone. Linda wondered out loud who needed to give ordinary people the abilities of a magician. And after all, only the destroyed Bale clan was engaged in such experiments. But the first apostle stunned her with the news that one of the clan had survived, and Sierra came to Kennis just to find the last of the Bale, Kyle. The guy added that the so-called Great Master was probably Kyle. Charlotte was looking for him. So if they managed to find Kyle, then the witch was not far away. Yulman asked Irene where the master lived so that the boy could take them to him. She was surprised to hear that the mage was rumored to be living in an abandoned mansion in the north, and Kyle ordered that money be saved up to go there first. Yulman stood up, asking the boy to take them to the master right now, because that magician was a madman who had switched from magical experiments on animals to experiments on people. The apostle placed a comforting hand on Irene's shoulder, saying that if they hurried, they would still have time to save her friends. Irene couldn't believe what he heard. He panicked at the thought that something terrible could happen to the other orphans. But there was no time to grieve. Very soon the company found itself at an abandoned mansion in the north. The trio stopped at a beautiful but dilapidated building, which was exactly where they needed to come. Linda grabbed Yulman's shoulder, whispering that she was afraid to be in such a gloomy environment, and the guy suggested that she stay outside. Then the girl began to rely on Yulman's strength, who would definitely protect her. He nodded, asking only not to leave him. The first apostle, shielding his friend and the boy with his body, fearlessly opened the door, looking inside first. The room looked abandoned, but still gave off its former luxury. Linda was whiter than snow, listening to every rustle. Her companion noticed a strange smell. The trio slowly approached the web-lined descent. Irene whispered that it seemed possible to pass through here. The company began to talk among themselves, consulting, when suddenly a loud sound was heard behind them. Linda screamed in horror and turned back, burning with fear, to find the door tightly closed. Trembling slightly, she grabbed Yulman's hand with a death grip. Irene also turned cold, asking hopefully if it was the wind that closed the door. But the first apostle did not live up to the expectations of his companions, harshly responding that something was moving towards them. Linda groaned in horror, and alien energy really did begin to gather over the heads of the uninvited guests. Something hit the floor behind the trio. Yulman wrapped his arms around the shoulders of his companions, pulling them aside. Standing in front of them, he watched as something moved through the thick smoke nearby, forming into a figure. The first apostle concluded that here appeared what frightened everyone. Judging by its appearance, this was the result of magical experiments on something living. A few seconds later, a cloud of dark energy with purple veins formed into a huge devilish monster with a mountain of muscles and the head of either an animal or an arthropod. The monster raised its hand with long claws, and Yulman expressed the hope that it was not one of Irene's friends. The monster's empty eye sockets began to glow with a bright light, and gurgling sounds began to come out of its mouth, forming the words, blood, flesh, magician, danger. Everyone stepped back while Yulman calmly examined the creature. Linda couldn't help but let out a startled cry when she looked at this monster. The first apostle explained that this was a man, but strictly speaking, he could no longer be called a man. Something opened its mouth wide, hissed, and like a big cat on its hind legs, hid before jumping. The monster did not move from its place, but at that moment, long tendrils flew out from its back towards the people like ropes. Yulman shouted to his companions, ordering them to stay behind him, and he himself extended his hand forward, creating a seal from the devil's fire. The seal instantly became several times larger, taking on the entire attack of the monster. Long black tendrils bouncing off the improvised shield lashed out at the walls, destroying them. Dark dust covered the hall, but the Trinity was covered by a dense dome of Yulman's indestructible magic. Moreover, as soon as these long parts of the former human's body hit the dome, powerful electric shocks were already waiting for them there. The apostles saw that the artificially created body as a result of experiments could not withstand such force and began to disintegrate. And indeed, the monster's body was covered with small cracks, but he continued to mutter something. Blood, strength. The shoots continued to beat against the dome with zeal, but it was clear that nothing could save the former man. It was all over for him. The monster, covered in bloody cracks, opened its mouth wide and screamed about how much pain it was in. The apostle asked for forgiveness. He could not turn the monster back into a man, so all that remained was to let him die without pain. Extending his hand again, Yulman pointed his finger at the creature, summoning hellfire. In a deadly round dance like a whirlpool of poisoned water, the flame slowly approached the result of the experiments, destroying the shoots as it went. An incredibly monstrous, loud, despairing, and painful scream filled the entire mansion. After a few seconds, a human form began to emerge from the clot of fluttering darkness. When the darkness of the night passed, a horrifyingly cruel picture appeared before those present. A child with a dull gaze stood on his knees, without hands, as if they had been carelessly torn off. Linda was shocked that it was a child, and Irene tried to call the man by name, assuming that it was Cassius. Irene screamed hysterically and rushed towards her friend with all her might, not daring to watch him suffer. He, numb with horror, grabbed the guy's body, holding it with one hand, and began to ask incoherently what had happened to him. Hearing a familiar voice, Cassius whispered his friend's name with the rest of his strength, without even looking at him. He nodded, continuing to ask the guy what happened and how he became this monster. Irene seemed to have fallen into a nightmare, and her friend began to dissipate right in her arms, having managed to ask the guy to run away at the end. The boy dropped his hands onto his knees and slowly sank to the cold floor, silently whispering the name of the dead boy. Yulman quietly approached Irene from behind, saying that Cassius had indeed become stronger, but had paid for it with his own life. In this world, there were no shortcuts to gaining strength and power, and flirting with someone else's power always leads to such a sad outcome, and there is no turning back. Irene stood up with a heavy heart, answering, "I understand, but if I had discovered all this earlier, perhaps Cassius would be alive now." Linda shook her head. It was a good thing Irene hadn't saved up enough money through his fraud, otherwise he would have become such a monster now. The first apostle urged them on, because to prevent this from happening again, they needed to stop Kyle as soon as possible. The Trinity, as planned earlier, descended the long staircase, illuminated by wall torches. Once downstairs, Yulman immediately noticed the roughly destroyed floor of the hall. Although there were piles of broken stone everywhere, an unusual clock face was still visible on the floor. The first apostle, standing by the large pieces of granite, announced that they were late. The dial was once a magic circle which has now been destroyed, either intentionally or accidentally. In the light of the fire, traces of fire could be seen on the walls. Soot had firmly eaten into the surface. Linda immediately noticed this, and Yulman, looking around, thought that Kyle and Sierra could have been fighting here. Irene went further to explore the room and discovered something in the rubble on the floor. His face lit up with anticipation as the boy called out to his companions, saying that there was something they had not taken from here. Under a pile of fallen stones, the orphan discovered a chest with gold and all kinds of precious jewelry. Yulman and Linda approached the boy, also surprised by the contents of the chest. Looking more closely, Linda suddenly exclaimed that these things were familiar to her. The apostle turned to the girl, puzzled, asking why she was so sure of this. Linda shook her head and knelt down to take a closer look. There was no mistaking it. She weighed the necklace in her hands, saying that the jewelry was made by a master from her guild. Linda herself came to Kennis to deliver this order, entrusted to her by the royal family. Yulman pointed to the blue stone in his friend's palm, asking again if this jewelry was made especially for the royal family of Kennis. The dream crystals in these jewelry are rare minerals with highly concentrated magic. Only the rich can afford them. The jewelry can be used as ritual objects in royal ceremonies. When the apostle asked if Kyle was related to the royal family of Kennis, Linda nodded. The guy summed up that two conclusions could be made by examining the traces at the crime scene Sierra found but did not detain Kyle, and he himself is somehow connected to the royal family of Kennis. The apostle rubbed his chin, wondering out loud how they could get into the royal palace if Kyle had gotten in. Linda immediately exclaimed that she knew a good way. Clapping her hands, the girl concluded that they would have to change clothes and put on makeup. The town of Kappa was silent at night, and the cloudless sky shone with myriads of stars. In a small hotel, the owner was peacefully dozing at the counter when he suddenly started at the sound of the door opening. A figure in a hood and black cloak walked past like a ghost. The man tried to greet the guest. The redhead shook her head when she was offered to cook dinner. The figure walked quickly down the corridor and barely audibly opened the door to his room. Once inside, the mysterious stranger pulled out a bandaged hand from under his cloak, slightly loosening the collar. Falling to her knees, her long red hair escaping from under her hood, the girl began to cough heavily. Sierra Charlotte gritted her teeth in silent anger, wiping blood from the corners of her mouth as she cursed for letting the bastard escape. But the Scarlet Witch was not going to give up. She firmly promised Sylph that she would remove the seal from her and return her safe and sound. Meanwhile, Yulman, Irene, and Linda returned to the Trade Guild, where the girl was busy applying makeup to her companions, wielding numerous brushes and demanding that they not move. With a smug and sly smile, she took a step back, not listening to Yulman, who continued to ask if they needed to do this. The girl nodded, because her friend had already agreed anyway, and if they really needed to get into the palace, this was the surest way. Smiling broadly, Linda exclaimed that they were finished and held a mirror up to Yulman's face, asking him how he liked the result. The first apostle was dressed in a long, high-necked dress and a wig, and his face was skillfully painted. Now the guy was not inferior in beauty to any girl. Yulman coughed, wincing from the unfamiliar sensations. He admitted that he felt very strange. Linda threw up her hands, assuring her friend that she could rely on her in choosing clothes and makeup, then asked Irene if he liked everything. The boy nodded, replying that everything concerning the outfit and image was done well. Sitting on the sofa, he suddenly frowned and pointed at himself, asking why he had to go with everyone else. Linda raised an eyebrow, reminding the orphan that he owed her a large sum. So let Irene be more positive, especially since they needed a person who could detain the enemies if they were all suddenly exposed. The boy pursed his lips and gave a thumbs up, and Linda encouraged him to relax because they could do it. After some time, Yulman in female form and his companions appeared at the entrance to the palace, informing the gatekeeper that they were servants who had arrived with ritual instruments. He read the fake letter, scratching the back of his head, and allowed the girls to enter because all the stamps and Alas's seal were in place. Linda giggled coquettishly and covered her mouth with her hand, thanking the doorman. The Trinity passed through the gates without hindrance. Yulman asked where his friend got a pass to the palace from Alice himself, and she replied that money works wonders. But the company had hardly taken a few steps when the gatekeeper suddenly rudely ordered them to wait. The apostle and Linda exchanged nervous glances, immediately deciding that they had failed to deceive the man. The girl turned over her shoulder and asked the approaching clerk if he needed anything else. The man narrowed his eyes and frowned, looking straight ahead, a threat emanating from him. But suddenly he turned straight to Yulman and grabbed his hand, asking the lovely beauty to state her name. With admiration frozen on his face, the man asked the imaginary lady if she had a boyfriend. The first apostle angrily pulled his hand out of the tenacious grip when the gatekeeper reported how the girl reminded him of his first love. Just as this action threatened to escalate into a real fight, someone approached the noisy group from behind, asking what they were doing. A stern-looking girl with thick bangs above an unreadable gaze patiently awaited an answer. The gatekeeper was embarrassed, telling Mrs. Yuli that he asked for forgiveness, because he was immediately returning to his post. The man ran to the gate. Yuli asked the trio if they were the girls that Alasa recommended for the ceremony. Hearing the answer, the girl nodded and introduced herself, ordering the newcomers to follow her, the senior maid of the palace, Yuli. Linda breathed a sigh of relief, smiling awkwardly. Yulman was also glad that he got rid of the annoying admirer. Yuli led the new maids along the road to the palace, telling them that a court military review was currently taking place, after which the royal festive ceremony would begin. The woman added that the trio would have to work hard, so they should be prepared for it. Linda cheerfully thanked her mentor, while Yulman looked around and Irene was still angry. The apostle noticed the crowd that had gathered and the scene with the fighting men, and asked Julia why so many people had gathered. As it turned out, they all arrived to take part in the court military review. The review is held once every 3 years. The king identifies the strongest fighters for his army. The best fighters receive a cash prize and can get into the strongest Kenny's detachment, the Royal Special Purpose Guard. Yuli pointed to 2 young men sitting at the judges' tables, the second and third princes of Kenny's, who were leading this review. Lazar, a long-haired youth with a bored look, watched the Desert Wolves mercenary fighter defeat his opponent and offered his brother a bet on the next fight. Daryl, with his large ruby eyes and platinum hair, took the review more seriously and reproachfully informed Laser that they should identify the strongest and not engage in empty arguments. The guy pushed his bangs out of his face and rolled his eyes, calling Daryl a bore. The commander of the 3rd Appointment Guard Detachment? The 3rd Prince, that's who he was. The young man, accustomed to his brother's empty talk, did not answer, focused on what was happening in front of him, and perhaps did not listen to him at all. Meanwhile, Yuli continued on her way and did not stop instructing the girls while working in the palace. They must be careful and not incur the wrath of the masters, otherwise no one can guarantee the safety of the maids. Yulman, looking around carefully, could see the prince as well, and remembered that he had already met Lazar at the pentagram. And how did it happen that that spoiled and persistent guy was Prince Kenneth? When the Trinity was finally brought to the palace, the apostle thought that they would certainly not cross paths. Yuli immediately began to organize the work of the maids, ordering them to take the food and utensils to the backyard, because the 3rd prince ordered that the participants of the review should not be neglected under any circumstances and that they should be polite to them. The woman ordered the newcomers to make sure each tent had everything it needed. Linda nodded. Yulman and his companions walked along the long corridor, carrying in their hands the things intended for the warriors. The first apostle whispered to Linda what they should do next. Although the company had managed to get into the palace, there were too many people here to take action. The girl asked her friend to calm down and be more careful now. She had already asked some people to help her search. For now, it was necessary to look out for people with gold jewelry. Yulman nodded. He knew that the main thing was to stay out of trouble and do his job, and also not to catch the eye of all sorts of blockheads who didn't have communication skills. As soon as the guy said this, at the beginning of the path with tents, the path of the trio was blocked by the oafs from the inspection, shamelessly looking at the palace maids. The most impudent of them approached Yulman, shamelessly looking at him and inviting everyone to stay with them for the evening. Linda, standing nearby, barely audibly begged her sister Yu to remain calm. She stepped forward and waved her hand at the warrior, trying to discourage him, citing the mountain of work that they absolutely had to do. The man rudely interrupted the girl, called her ugly, and pointed towards Yulman, calling him a beauty. Linda recoiled in shock, completely not expecting to be offended so much. Bowing her head to the side, she ordered Yulman to finish off the impudent fellow. He was not at all against it, while the orphan stood behind and was surprised by the couple's character. The warrior's 2 friends stood nearby, rubbing their hands, noting Linda's slender figure. They had already divided the girls between themselves in advance. 3 participants of the review surrounded the maids, persuading them to have fun. No one would notice the loss in the palace, promising to be gentle. Yulman, who was chosen by the tallest warrior, smiled broadly, agreeing to the proposal. Taking the charmed man by the hand, the student said that he would help him since he wanted to have fun so much. But the warrior was not destined to experience the caress of a girl's hands, since the apostle immediately hit the impudent man in the chin with his fist. His friends looked on in shock as the big man lay sprawled on the ground. The second warrior, realizing what he had done, roared and rushed towards the servant, calling for her to be beaten. He swung his fist at the girl, but the apostle quickly stepped back, and the enemy missed. He shouldn't have been so self-confident because the man paid for it and received a painful blow in the back. Flying to the side, the third warrior rushed into battle, shouting and swinging his blade towards Yulman. But he was also unlucky, because even wearing a long dress, the student was able to fight back, hitting the big guy in the side with his knee. When all three opponents were defeated, Yulman shook out his dress, gallantly holding its hem with his fingertips. Linda admired the guy's strength, but Irene shook his head. In the end, they still fought and neglected secrecy. Of course, such noise did not go unnoticed by the royal guards. They immediately saw that something was happening near the tents of the desert wolves. Onlookers had already gathered around the trio, but the chief pushed them aside, ordering them to let them through. The man turned to the instigators, demanding an explanation, since the order of the second prince states that all participants in fights at the court military inspection are sent to prison. Yulman turned over his shoulder, assessing the situation they were in. Linda began to wail in panic, asking what they should do. The apostle shrugged. They had only one option: to run. The seconds dragged on painfully slowly, but suddenly a commanding voice cut through the air. The royal guards turned around in surprise when they saw the prince himself. Everyone greeted His Highness the Third Prince in unison, and the young man said with a smile that he would deal with these maids himself. The Trinity looked at their savior in confusion, not knowing what to think. Daryl gestured towards the girls, suggesting that the head of the guard let him deal with the maids himself. The man could not contradict His Majesty and agreed to let him conduct the interrogation himself. However, Daryl decided not to do this in the courtyard of the review participants and ordered the maids to be taken away. Irene pulled his hand out of the guard's grip, indignant, because those thugs had attacked first. Yulman turned to Daryl, calmly asking where they wanted to take them. The prince did not hide the fact that he did not believe in the performance staged by the trio, saying that illegal entry into the royal palace was a serious crime, so they should go inside to talk. Daryl then turned to Linda. Using her real name, he also knew that the girl came from the trading guild, My Sweet You. She broke into a helpful smile and gave a forced laugh, agreeing to go with the prince. The young man shook his hair, and the rings and earrings in his ears jingled, echoing the owner's good mood. Daryl turned and beckoned the girls to follow him, treating them like good friends and not at all like criminals. The company's fears were not confirmed. They were not taken to prison, but immediately to the free rooms of the palace. The third prince was waiting for Yulman in his chambers, his arms crossed behind his back and looking out the large window. Hearing footsteps, Daryl turned around and asked if the guy had changed into his security guard uniform, hoping he didn't mind. The first apostle smiled broadly, adjusting his comfortable clothes, certainly better than the maid's uniform. The prince smiled slyly and nodded, not missing the opportunity to tell Yulman that the maid's uniform also suited him very well. The student pursed his lips and said nothing, then asked where Irene and Linda were. The third prince reported that his men had already taken the girls to rest, but he was only interested in talking with the uninvited guest. Yulman was surprised, and Daryl, pouring tea into cups, explained that he needed to talk to the guy alone to find out why he had secretly entered the royal palace. The prince's special ability is the Heart Network, to see how strong or weak a particular person is in magic. But Yulman's power is completely different from magic. It is something else. As the head of the court guards, Daryl had seen many strong men, but it was only when he encountered the apprentice that he first felt the greatest danger. The young man handed the apostle a cup, saying that he wanted to find out how such a powerful man had the idea to enter the palace in the guise of a servant, and most importantly, why. Yulman accepted the drink with a smile, praising His Highness's skill, saying that he was not interested in the royal palace. The guy's priorities were finding one person. The third prince was genuinely surprised that the uninvited guest's goal was so simple. Yulman took out of his pocket one of the many precious stones found in the abandoned mansion and asked his interlocutor if he knew what it was. Daryl looked at the royal ritual utensils with puzzlement, and in turn asked where Yulman got them. He placed the stone on the table, explaining that the trio had discovered the thing in a place where magical experiments were conducted on people. They were looking for the last survivor of the Bali line, Kyle, and in his secret place they found jewels and dream crystals used in experiments to turn people into magical monsters. The boys knew that such items were only in the royal palace and thought that Kyle was hiding somewhere there. But Daryl was stunned by this news about a criminal possibly hiding in his abode. Yulman took a sip of tea, saying that he assumed this, and His Highness himself had the right to decide whether to believe it or not. Darrell straightened up and stood at attention, declaring to the apostle without any objection that he believed. After all, royal ritual objects outside the palace are very strange, especially since the prince took into account the incredible strength of the alien, who no one could prevent from breaking into the palace for any other purpose. Yulman nodded, stating that his plans were only to find one person and not to create a stir. Daryl asked the apostle to stay and handed him a card, asking him to accept it. Yulman looked at the beautifully decorated item with an inscription about royal belonging. The prince explained that this was a token of his unit, the Royal Guard, and that it would make moving around the palace much more convenient. If everything the guest said is true, then everything that is happening signifies a huge danger for the entire kingdom, and as a member of the ruling dynasty, the young man is obliged to react and send people to search for Kyle. Yulman shook the token in the air, winking at the prince. The situation was bad, so what did the heir want from him, since he gave away such an important thing? Daryl didn't object, and offered to help find the right person in exchange for one request. The apostle chuckled, not surprised by the favor for the favor, but the prince assured him that it would not be difficult for him and would not cause him any particular trouble. Yulman shook his head, agreeing to the proposal, since with the king's help it would be easier to find the villain. Waving his hand, the student walked towards the exit. He said his name and said that he would stay in the maid's room until the guards found Kyle. Daryl raised an eyebrow as he watched the boy leave. He wanted to invite him to join his royal guard, but it seemed impossible. In Laser's chambers, the prince questioned the servants about what had happened to the maids. They reported that the third prince personally took away the maids who had caused the disturbance. Lazar was outraged that his brother dared to disregard the laws of the palace for the sake of some servants. This was simply a disgrace to the entire royal family. The young man cursed, because things were bad, then called the killer number Z23 to him. The pretty girl immediately approached the prince, and His Highness ordered her to kill the maids that his brother had taken away. The mercenary asked again if Lazar was sure it was worth wasting his time on ordinary maids, but the guy pointed his finger at her, getting angry that the girl doubted his decisions, because she had previously failed the mission in the Empire. This time, she should not lose. The mercenary bowed, convincing the master that she understood everything. A satisfied smile spread across Lazar's face as he watched Z23 leave with satisfaction. The young man hated Daryl, the cheapskate his father loved so much, and his brother imagined that, being the head of the royal guard, he could fight for authority and the throne. Laser clenched his fist and laughed evilly, declaring that he would destroy everything that the third prince loved. Sooner or later, the throne would rightfully go to him, the second heir. After some time, Yulman, quite tired, came to the chambers where Linda and Irene were staying. They immediately began to question their friend about what the prince had spoken to him about and why he had changed his maid's clothes. The apostle immediately showed the royal token, telling about what had happened, about the deal, and about the gift, with which she would no longer have to pretend to be a servant. Linda was surprised. She knew that Yulman was holding the insignia of the head of the royal guard. She suddenly hesitated and timidly said that there was something she could tell Yulman. But was it worth it? The girl suggested that if Kyle was really looking for accomplices for his plan in the palace, then Prince Daryl should be the first to be suspected. Linda had not been in Kenny's for long, but she had heard that the young man had no chance of inheriting the throne. And besides, he was in command of the court guard, and the prince looked like someone who was looking for an accomplice from another country to seize power. Yulman thought about it, deciding that the argument was logical and that the third prince was under suspicion. However, the apostle had already agreed on a deal. He would have to pretend that the Trinity trusted him, and the trusted token made it easier to move around the palace. Linda gave her friend some information. There were people in the palace who were not part of the royal family, but had access to ritual objects and were also connected to Daryl. The first apostle looked carefully at the documents, seeing the names Isant and Jenny. The interlocutor added that both people were members of the royal guard, and that was why Daryl came under suspicion. But now that the prince was ready to help, Linda suggested simply approaching him and asking him to call Jenny and Isant, but Yulman objected to this. Until Daryl is eliminated from the suspect list, he shouldn't know about the plans. We need to go and find these two ourselves, especially since Isant is rumored to be outside the guard camp at Old Johann's. The first apostle waved the royal token, saying that he would immediately go in search of Isant, and that the girl should wait for him in the chambers. Linda exclaimed that this man was one of the best fighters of the legendary level guard. Her friend should be more careful. The apostle winked at the girl asking her to relax, because the legendary level is something quite simple. Linda squealed with delight, while Irene rolled his eyes as usual looking at this. The town's night streets were filled with the drunken cries of late-night revelers calling for them to move on to the next bar. Ascent waved at his drunken friends who were trying to entice him to continue drinking, babbling incoherently that he still needed to get back to camp. The guy exhaled heavily, trying to come to his senses. His cheeks, burning from the alcohol, were pleasantly cooled by the night wind. Having patted his face, the warrior went out into the square, deciding to do something before returning. He straightened up and exclaimed at the top of his voice, summoning swords to himself with the help of magic, that first it was necessary to deal with the small rat crawling around the alleys. Ascent turned sharply towards the tall buildings, raising his head, and ordered the stranger he had discovered by surprise to come out. Yulman stopped hiding and happily waved his hand. He was truly inspired by the fact that he was found so quickly. Ascent surrounded himself with glowing swords and, hiccuping constantly, began to rudely ask the guy why he was chasing him. The first apostle asked the warrior of the royal guard not to worry, but just to answer a few questions. The young man cast an interested glance and threw his hair out of his face, agreeing. He grabbed one of the blades hanging above his head and said that he needed to sober up first. Yulman looked at Ascent with interest, seeing that he had the ability to control weapons. The warrior smiled and snapped his fingers, pointing in the direction of his pursuer. At that very second, dozens of glowing blades flew straight at the apostle. The weapon struck with a ringing sound at the point where the student had just stood, and he himself instantly jumped to the side. Ascent chuckled drunkenly, praising the stranger's reaction but still not doubting his own abilities. More and more swords gathered above him, and then, like a flock of birds, they rushed towards Yulman. The guy laughed, saying that his supply of weapons was inexhaustible. The stranger would not be able to dodge for long. But suddenly, right behind his back, Ascent heard the voice of his pursuer, who mockingly asked if the warrior used the magic ring in which the swords were kept. The young man was dumbfounded, not daring to turn around. He did not understand how the stranger managed to do this. Taking a closer look at the figure on the roof, Ascent discovered that it was a mannequin that looked like a human. He cursed foully and grabbed the hilt of the sword that appeared under his palm. But his slow reaction from alcohol prevented him from attacking, and Yulman sent his opponent into a short-lived knockout with a blow to the neck with the edge of his palm. The apostle held the drunkard who had fallen on his back with his hand and complained that alcohol greatly affects concentration and the senses. But it was too late for Yulman to realize that the guy was now unconscious, and he had wanted to ask him a few questions. He had no choice but to carry the unconscious warrior to one of the streets and lean him against the wall. Now he didn't know whether it was worth waking the drunkard. I got the feeling that Ascent wouldn't just tell me anything and might even lie. The apostle raised his finger to the boy's forehead, deciding to get straight into his memory. It would obviously be faster that way. The skin under the touch glowed with a bright light. Yulman became more and more immersed in someone else's consciousness. As it turned out, over the past 3 years, there was not a single piece of information about Kyle in his memory. Could it really have been a false trail? Yulman looked at Ascent, who still hadn't woken up, wondering what to do with him. The apostle heard drunken shouts. The same warrior's friends who had been drinking with him earlier were slowly trudging down the street, supporting each other. As they got closer, one of the young men noticed Ascent lying on the ground. Both approached each other, laughing at him. Yulman hid behind the corner. He managed to erase the warrior's memories of the last minutes, thus avoiding problems in the future. The apprentice returned to his girlfriend's quarters in the early morning, having wasted the entire evening, finding in the guardsman's memory only memories of drinking parties, training, and rumors of intrigues from all over the kingdom. He was met only by Irene, clutching her head and declaring that something bad had happened. As it turned out, Linda had disappeared from the chambers and no one knew where. Yulman excitedly asked what happened. The boy said that in the evening Linda went to Prince Daryl and still hasn't returned. The orphan clenched his fists and trembled, asking the apostle what they should do now. He shrugged his shoulders, replying that there was no other choice but to go and ask the third prince about it. With the help of the royal token, Yulman and Irene managed to reach the prince's chambers without hindrance. The guards promised to take them to His Highness. Irene barely audibly asked her friend what would happen if Linda's disappearance was Daryl's doing, since they themselves were now walking into his trap. The first apostle turned to the boy over his shoulder, asking him to calm down, because he was not alone. Daryl immediately received the guests at his place, and was genuinely surprised to learn that Miss Linda had disappeared. Yulman said that the girl had gone out in search of the third prince that evening, and no one had seen her since then. Daryl reported that he had not met Linda, and his guard also confirmed that no one had approached the chambers. Then, Yulman had to ask where Jenny from the Royal Guard might be now, since Linda had found several suspects with whose help the relics could have leaked outside the palace. The third prince was shocked that the trio did not trust Jenny because she was not the kind of person to betray the royal family. The most important thing is that 2 days ago Jenny left to guard the royal holiday, and since then she has been at the tombs, she is definitely not in the palace. The first apostle stated that this was very strange, since only Daryl knew why the guests had come to the palace. The young man understood that he could not provide evidence to support his words now, but he had a way to help find Linda. His heart network covers the entire territory of the kingdom, and therefore it is possible to find Linda. You only need an item that the girl once used and carried with her. The apostle praised such an ability, which, moreover, also covered the entire kingdom. He scratched his chin, thinking about what he might find, and Irene immediately handed him his friend's jewelry. The apostle praised the boy and asked the prince if it would do, and he replied that he would try. Clutching the ornament in his hand, Daryl dropped to his knees, pressed his hand to the floor where a golden glowing web spread across it, and closed his eyes. After several long minutes, the prince suddenly opened his eyes, as if waking from a dream, and exclaimed that he had found Linda. He was surprised by the girl's location, especially since her vital signs were normal and there was no sense of mortal danger. Daryl sensed that Miss Linda was now in a labyrinth built in the forbidden area of Lolanbor. An extremely powerful and dangerous monster roams inside it, and the entire royal guard was created to guard the forbidden area. We need to go there as quickly as possible and get Linda out. The prince immediately ordered the guard faith to prepare the horses. Very soon, 3 horses with riders were racing across a narrow bridge at the exit from the kingdom. Yulman was confident that they would find their friend. The main thing was that she waited for them. After some time of traveling under the scorching sun, the travelers dismounted their horses in front of a large ancient building in the forbidden area. Inside, in the central area of the labyrinth, Linda lay unconscious on the cold floor. It was unknown whether she was truly unconscious or simply asleep, but the girl had a pained expression on her face. Yulman dismounted from his horse and looked at the entrance to the labyrinth, waiting for the third prince to join him. The apostle noted that the style of construction seemed too familiar to him. Daryl said that the labyrinth has existed since the emergence of the kingdom of Kenis. The chronicles indicate that it stood here 5,000 years ago, during the Great War between people and demons. The third prince turned to the guard, Faith, and told him to wait here while he and Mr. Yulman went down to reconnoiter. The man objected and asked to accompany the master, because the labyrinth was fraught with danger. The young man waved his hand and assured them that everything would be fine, since they would only go to the first floor. His Majesty convinced the guard to remain outside, and he called Yulman to follow him. The two descended into the dark corridors of the labyrinth. Daryl reported that Linda seemed to be in the farthest room on the first floor, fortunately not on the second floor. Then the apostle asked what was dangerous there. And the prince told about the divine guard, the creation of ancient people. Although they have no mind, but there is rage, one creature is stronger than 300 magicians of the legendary level. According to the chronicles, they were created to protect the evil spirits locked inside. In fact, they are the local guards, but in fact they kill everyone indiscriminately, be it demons or people. The prince added that there was no need to worry, since monsters usually did not leave the second floor. Finally, the young men came to the right room. Daryl pointed with his hand at the figure lying in front. The apostle narrowed his eyes because it was difficult to see anything in the semi-darkness, and finally saw his friend. He straightened up and desperately shouted the girl's name, assuming the worst. Yulman ran up to Linda and gently shook her, begging her to wake up, asking what was wrong with her. Fortunately, the girl immediately came to her senses and slowly rose up on her elbows, muttering something. Heavy eyelids slowly opened. The girl whispered Yulman's name, seeing him in front of her. Startled, she trembled when she also noticed His Highness. The apostle explained that Linda was in the underground labyrinth of Kenis and asked how his friend ended up here. Lost in thought, Linda remembered how she went to look for the prince, then ran into some man in a mask and immediately lost consciousness. Daryl began to look around, looking for at least some clues in this case. He found some note on the floor nearby and immediately called Yulman and Linda. Written on a small piece of parchment was a warning for Linda to leave Kenis immediately and never return once she woke up. The girl carefully examined the note, and the third heir assumed that it was left by the kidnapper. It turns out that someone specially brought Linda here from the palace and also left this strange message. Suddenly, the labyrinth began to shake, just like during an earthquake, and the people inside froze, trying not to fall. Numerous stones from the ceiling fell onto the floor, and it seemed that just a little more and the entire labyrinth would collapse. Daryl didn't understand what was happening because there had been no movement in the underground labyrinth for a long time, and everyone present was on the first floor. Yulman turned his head, not noticing anything strange, but reasonably noted that it would be better for them to get out of here as soon as possible. But the plans of the building's guests were not destined to come true. Behind their backs, the intermediate wall collapsed, revealing a huge, terrifying-looking monster. Linda turned around, trembling, and with her Yulman looking somewhat tired. The trio looked dumbfounded at the monster, whose height almost destroyed the ceiling. The third prince could not believe his eyes. The divine guardian was on the first floor. The first apostle whistled. This strange thing, like a Cerberus with magic flowing inside, was the divine guard. Daryl pulled his sword out of its sheath, shouting that he would hold off the guards and let Mr. Yulman and Miss Linda run quickly. After all, only by returning to the surface will they be safe. The monster cannot leave the confines of the labyrinth. The apostle admired the courage and nobility of the young man, but asked if he was sure that he could hold off all three of them alone. Daryl stuttered over his shoulder, asking how many guards he would have to fight. And indeed, from underground on the other side, another monster emerged into the wild. The third appeared behind the prince, a huge knight with weapons of the same size. Now the company was surrounded on all sides by guards, a werewolf, a knight, and a three-headed monster. Yulman laughed inappropriately, saying that now all three of them had rivals. It had never happened before that three divine guardians appeared together at the same time. Turning to Yulman, the prince asked for forgiveness with a guilty look, but he smiled, stating that Daryl had passed the test. The handsome face of the young man lit up with confusion as to what kind of test they were talking about. The apostle explained that before this, the company had suspected the third heir of trying to lure them into a trap by kidnapping Linda, but now it seemed they trusted his majesty. Leaving Daryl completely bewildered, Yulman promised that he would return soon, asking the young man to look after his friend. He threw aside the turban from his head as he stood before the guards and exclaimed that the cuties should come to him for some fun. The guard roared terribly. A flame burned deep within his armor, and he swung his weapon to bring it down on the man. Yulman clicked his tongue, noting the monster's impatience, dodging its attack. The next moment, he extended his hand forward, calling upon the hellfire to protect him. A whirlpool of the apostle's murderous magic swirled around the huge guard, disarming him. Daryl exclaimed in shock that even 300 magicians could not cope with the divine guardians. And Yulman dealt with one of them with one blow. Linda shrugged her shoulders. She was no longer surprised by anything. Yulman exhaled heavily, quickly dodging the fragments. This was all that remained of the night. Now it was the turn of a werewolf of terrifying proportions, growling loudly as he aimed at the apostle, who mockingly called the wolf to him, asking if he missed his friend. As soon as the monster opened its mouth, a blinding sphere of fire appeared near its mouth. The apostle advised the werewolf not to lag behind the knight, and with all his might, with one movement of his hand, he pushed the sphere into the monster's throat. There was an explosion, and streams of scorching fire burst out, devouring the guard. Now only one divine guardian remains, perhaps the most powerful. Indeed, a steel monster appeared before the apostle, with three different elements bursting out of its three heads. Daryl pulled back, seeing completely different types of magic combined in one guard. A small crystal appeared in front of Yulman, which the guy lightly touched with his fingertip. To begin with, the divine guardian was completely covered in a thick layer of dark ice. Then, the first apostle called upon the king of lightning, and bloody discharges completely covered the surface of the monster. The third step to destroying the enemy was the order to break that mountain of ice. Large clusters of ice particles of the guardian flew in all directions. Still deftly dodging the falling ice flows, Yulman ran up to the prince and his friend, offering to go further. Linda exclaimed with delight that Yulman had performed unusually well. Daryl couldn't say a word, but he still dared to ask the guy who he was. The first apostle decided that there was no longer any point in hiding the fact that the person in front of the third prince was the first knight of the Fram Empire. The young man exclaimed in fascination that it was Yulman who was the legendary hero who killed 1,000 enemies with one wave of his hand, while at the same time pacifying a soldier's rebellion without a single blow. The apostle looked at Linda in surprise, noticing that she was not surprised at all. The girl laughed. She immediately guessed everything, because in the world there is no other person like her beautiful you. The apostle chose to change the subject and suggested that Daryl deal with the rest on the surface. When the trio appeared at the exit of the labyrinth, a worried royal guard immediately rushed towards them. He began to ask His Highness if everything was okay with him and what had happened in the labyrinth. But the prince assured Faith that everything was okay. It was necessary to urgently report what had happened to his father, so the third prince ordered to return to the palace quickly. Without delay, everyone mounted their horses and raced across the desert towards the town. A figure in a dark cloak, standing on a dais nearby, watched them go. Kyle laughed evilly, whispering that neither the Fram Empire nor the Fire Maiden and the First Knight were his equal. As soon as the experiments were successfully completed, he himself would be able to create a force similar to the Apostles. Crazy eyes sparkled under his blonde hair. The guy promised that very soon the whole world would lie at his feet and beg for mercy. He would return the Boleth clan to its former glory. The measured, quiet life of Kenneth was disturbed by the noise coming from the road to the palace. 3 horses and their riders furiously trampled the ground, raising mountains of dust. The guards immediately blocked the entrance and gates to the palace with weapons, not recognizing their prince. But still, one guard took a closer look at the rider with platinum hair. And indeed, His Highness the Prince himself was rushing forward with all his might, clearly worried about something. Without waiting for the horse to stop, Daryl jumped off it onto the ground. Approaching the stunned guard, he asked if his father had returned. The man nodded. His Majesty the King is now at a feast. Daryl called Yulman and Linda to follow him, and as soon as the guards tried to block their way, Faith waved his hand, saying that they were the prince's guests. He turned to Miss Linda, inviting her into a side room. The girl would wait for her friend there. Meanwhile, Yulman followed the third prince to the banquet hall for an audience with the king. In the richly decorated hall, there were rows of tables set with various dishes, at the head of which, of course, sat the king himself, with the second crown prince standing next to him. The head of the elderly King Kenneth was touched with gray hair, but he was still as powerful as the moment he ascended the throne. The nobles and advisors talked quietly, sitting on soft pillows. Lazar leaned towards his father, trying to once again touch upon the topic that was important to him and discuss it. The king, scratching his thick beard, waved his hand, replying that he understood and they would talk when Daryl returned. At that moment, a guard entered the hall, announcing the arrival of the third prince. The king's confidants were immediately taken aback. Some were surprised, while others frowned at Daryl's sudden appearance. The young man burst into the hall, exclaiming that something very important had happened. But Lazar, with a smirk on his lips, interrupted his brother, calling for him to slow down, because his father also had something to say. Daryl raised his eyebrows in surprise, asking what happened. Lazar moved closer to the king, saying that everyone should listen to him, because now he was going to announce one very important decision. The old king seemed to take a long time to collect his thoughts, closing his eyes before answering. Finally, he stood up and announced that control of the royal guard was now passing from Daryl to Laser. This sentence from his father left the young man with unbearable bitterness in his soul. The king announced that the youngest son would now be responsible for the palace guard, and since nothing had happened in the labyrinth for so many years, there was no need to send the army he had gathered with difficulty to their death. Those present began to talk among themselves, shocked that the king was taking away the prince's powers, and that the royal guard had always been commanded by Daryl, an outsider not related by blood to the king. And it seems that the emperor has already made a choice of his heir. Lazar will become king. Daryl shouted with resentment in his voice that he didn't even tell about what happened in the labyrinth. But Laser interrupted him again. From today on, his brother must hand over to him the soft chair of the head of the royal guard. And now, Daryl's path does not bother anyone with anything related to the labyrinth or the guard. The young man again tried to tell his father about what happened at the entrance to the underground labyrinth. But the man stopped his son. He had already made a decision. Yulman, standing behind Daryl, quietly noted that he was now in trouble. Lazar heard a painfully familiar voice and remembered everything that happened in the pentagram. The veins on the guy's temples stood out. With such anger, he shouted at Yulman, the Fire Maiden's disciple, who also came here from Fram. Lazar pointed his finger at his brother, accusing him of conspiring with neighboring countries behind the back of the royal family. Daryl indignantly exclaimed that Yulman was his guest and was legally invited to the feast. The emperor ordered Lazar to find out whether he was a guest or a spy and to interrogate him thoroughly. This enraged the third prince, who exclaimed that Lord Yu was also the first knight of the Fram Empire. The king was surprised by this, and the second prince called it nonsense that Sierra's student could become the first knight. But, as it turned out, even the courtiers of Kenneth had heard about Yulman's exploits, and that he had helped Luna defeat the rebels and ascend to the throne. The king asked a reasonable question as to why the first knight of the Fram Empire had come to his kingdom. The first apostle replied that the man had nothing to worry about, because the knight was simply looking for one person and was not at all interested in the internal affairs of the kingdom. Yulman added that now it is better to first figure out what happened in the labyrinth. Daryl looked at Yulman with gratitude in his eyes, and he asked him to tell him everything. The third prince explained that he had just returned from the labyrinth and found that the divine guards had emerged to the surface and were standing at the very entrance to the labyrinth. There is an assumption that the creatures locked in the depths of the labyrinth have most likely also already woken up. The nobles turned sharply towards the prince. Some old noblemen whispered something in fear about evil spirits. The king's confidants jumped from their seats when they heard that the creatures had awakened. The king said with disbelief in his voice that the divine guards had come to the surface and the evil spirits had awakened. Is darkness really coming to the kingdom and all the inhabitants are in danger and nothing can be done? Throughout the hall, there was talk of the end of the world being ever closer and its sign being the creatures breaking out. The king leaned forward, asking Daryl if he was sure of what he had said. Lazar immediately accused his brother of empty talk and using cheap tricks, because there had been no news from the labyrinth for several decades, and now all the monsters had woken up at once. Is he so reluctant to lose the royal guard that Daryl now makes up stories just to stay in power? The young man desperately told his father that it was true. At the entrance to the labyrinth, they were surrounded by 3 divine guards, and only the power of Mr. Yulman saved everyone. Otherwise, the prince himself would have remained forever in the depths of the labyrinth. The second prince urged his father not to listen to nonsense, because the management of the guard had already been given into his hands. Even if there was something there, Lazar himself should send people and check. King Kenneth fell silent, deep in thought, and he himself was stunned by what he had heard. Yulman crossed his arms over his chest and simply suggested going into the labyrinth and clearing it out. Having heard nothing in response, the guy offered to help with this, and the kingdom, in turn, should send guards and find the person it needed. Lazar pounced on Yulman, because for so many years no one had even entered the second level, and this impudent fellow promised that he would clear the labyrinth. The king was surprised by this condition of the deal, but the second prince hysterically urged his father not to believe the liar. Yulman shrugged, ignoring the shouts from the side, and nodded. Yes, that's how simple his conditions were. After a few seconds of thought, the ruler simply replied that he agreed, causing a storm of emotions in his eldest son. The old man added that the guard, as before, is controlled by Daryl, and it is necessary to attack the labyrinth in a coordinated manner. Laser clenched his teeth in impotent rage, glaring at his brother and the first knight. He suddenly grinned, noticing the latter's self-confidence, asking if he would really finish the labyrinth in a week. As soon as Daryl started to say that 1 week was a short time, the apostle rolled his eyes, declaring that he would return even sooner. The guy said with a smile that 3 days would be enough for them to return with victory. Laser narrowed his eyes, looking slyly at Daryl and Yulman, about to set a condition for them. According to this, if his brother fails in 3 days, he will be obliged to hand over leadership of the guard. The apostle agreed to this, answering for Daryl. The apostle and Daryl stood in front of the kingdom's gates talking to each other. The third prince massaged his temples. He couldn't believe that 3 days would be enough for them to clear the labyrinth, while Yulman said that he had wanted to say about 1 day. The prince sighed heavily, suggesting that they leave quickly. They only had to wait for the royal guard. At that moment, 4 slender figures appeared in the distance, and the young man waved his hand to his warriors. The best guards appeared before Yulman and the prince, happy to greet their master. Ascent frowned, asking the commander if they really had to clear the underground labyrinth in 3 days. Daryl nodded. The guy rubbed his forehead with his hand, indignant that this first knight had planned something unrealistic. Yulman approached silently from behind, greeted the guard, and he turned around sharply, hearing a familiar voice. Ison's face twisted with anger. He pointed his finger at Yulman, asking if this was the first knight. As soon as the prince confirmed this and introduced Lord Yu, the warrior shook his head. He almost attacked the apostle with his fists, held back by his brothers, accusing him of an attack several days ago. And now he also demands that the labyrinth be cleared in 3 days. The guy continued to break free from someone else's grip, demanding to deal with Yulman. Daryl asked his subordinate to calm down, because Yulman would help them. Ascent suddenly faltered and fell silent, puffing out his cheeks like a frog. He leaned over and covered his mouth with his hand, muttering that the hangover had come again. Daryl smiled awkwardly at Yulman, introducing Isent, a specialist in magical weapons. And, as it turned out, he and the first knight were already acquainted. Yaren, a gray-haired, venerable old man, controlled lightning. A young guy with bright hair and a polite smile. Log wielded ice magic. Log noted good-naturedly that he imagined the mythical first knight as a grown man with a mustache, while Yaren politely greeted the student. Daryl turned to the only girl in the squad, about to introduce her as well. But Jenny jumped up to the prince and told him that she had been friends with him since childhood and was now his bride. She also hoped that the first knight would show his techniques. The third prince was incredibly embarrassed and asked Yulman not to pay attention to the mischievous warrior because they just grew up together, that's all. Jenny pretended to be upset when she heard these words and complained about her unrequited feelings. Daryl hastened to assure her that this was not what he meant. The rest of the guards began to make fun of the commander and Jenny's situation. Even the serious Yaren quietly chuckled into his beard. Daryl, embarrassed beyond belief, shouted that it was time for the warriors to line up, check their gear, and get ready to go on a campaign. Yulman noted that the prince had a good team, and he assured that, in addition to their behavior, the guys were the best in their profession. Daryl instantly became sad. He regretted that after this mission he would no longer be a commander. Yulman asked His Majesty not to worry, because if they cleared the labyrinth, the guard would remain in the hands of the heir. He added to a puzzled Daryl, wondering if he had forgotten about the agreement to find the man. But in the guard, the one who is best at finding people is the one who has a unique ability, the heart network. So the condition means that Daryl will remain the commander for a long time. The apostle was already grateful that the prince helped find Linda, and at the same time demonstrated his level. He simply could not refuse in the future. Daryl wanted to say something else, but Yulman asked to postpone the conversation until better times. After some time, the guards reported to the commander that the equipment, horses, and people were ready and they could move out at any time. The first apostle said that horses were not needed. Isent capriciously began to ask how they would get to the labyrinth then. Yulman, ignoring the warriors' whining, created a fiery portal in the air. He said that he left a mark in the labyrinth in order to return faster. The guards were immediately stunned with surprise, looking at the magic of space, because all kinds of barriers were present in the labyrinth. And to be able to put a mark there was something incredible. It didn't take more than a few minutes for the entire company to find itself in an underground labyrinth. The guards, led by their commander and Yulman, entered through the portal into the dilapidated ancient hall. Jenny looked around in surprise, still not believing that they had actually been transported to an underground labyrinth. She noticed a huge helmet nearby, left over from the divine guards. The warrior asked in disbelief if Mr. Yu had really dealt with everyone by himself, and Yaren whistled in admiration. Daryl turned to Yulman, asking what they should do now, and informing him that the warriors were awaiting his instructions. The first apostle shook his hair, saying that everything was very simple. Let the guards wait here, and he himself would go in and deal with the monsters, that's all. This statement caused an unusually violent reaction among the soldiers, who were decided to be left out of work. Ascent even stamped his foot. He acknowledged the strength of the first knight. But now they had no time for jokes. The apostle shook his head. He was not joking, but believed that it would be better for everyone. He turned over his shoulder, the first to notice a figure in the darkness, saying he was ready to test someone who had the same powers. A half-naked humanoid creature with crystals all over its body slowly approached the entrance to the labyrinth. The first knight immediately offered to practice on it. Daryl leaned forward, shouting that this was clearly not a divine guardian. Now everyone could clearly see the strange guest. The undead. His burning eyes and bloodthirsty grin did not bode well. The warriors immediately took up fighting stances, but they could not even imagine that the monsters would be able to get to the top. Yulman didn't know that such little ones were called ghosts. He repeated again that the guards should measure their strength with the undead. Log was surprised by such a proposal, but Isent vehemently protested because only a whole squad could cope with such a monster. Meanwhile, the creature was already preparing to attack, growling vigorously. Yulman crossed his arms over his chest, mockingly suggesting that they move away further, since the guards were afraid of the ghost. Ascent gritted his teeth, turning to the first knight and asking him not to push him. Yulman's remark offended the guy, so he immediately began giving orders. Jenny, close combat, Yaren and Log should support with magic. They nodded and immediately began to read spells. The color of their magic, yellow and blue, filled the space. Yaren used his staff to send a whirlwind of lightning at the ghost. Log extended his hand, and ice daggers flew at the undead. But it seemed that this did not harm the monster. He simply covered himself with his hand from the attacks, as if from annoying flies. Jenny cast a spell, and a pink swirl of magic enveloped the girl. She pursed her lips, gripping her blade and shield tighter. The warrior jumped up and flew straight at the ghost, swinging her blade. The steel fell on the monster. He immediately blocked the blow with his hand, on which the metal appendage rang as it met the steel. Approaching Jenny, the evil spirit, like a dangerous, bloodthirsty beast, opened its mouth wide with a row of sharp teeth. The warrior did not lose her composure and immediately hit the monster in the face with her shield. The ghost barely had time to come to his senses before a multitude of Isent's swords flew at his back. The weapon dug into the undead's back with numerous needles. The guard ordered the monster to stand. The ghost suddenly raised his head and saw a huge seal above him, preventing him from moving. All the guards used magic together to destroy the enemy. The monster spread his arms out to the sides and howled shrilly in pain. Log smiled, exclaiming that the undead couldn't handle such blows. Daryl praised his team, but Yulman was quick to dampen the general joy and shook his head. The third prince looked at the first knight with concern, asking what he meant. Jenny realized that once the magic dissipated, the undead regained their strength, even after being wounded by blades. The monster opened its mouth and screamed, but this scream was deadly to human hearing. The shockwave of ultrasound almost knocked Jenny off her feet. The girl immediately covered herself with a shield. Ascent covered his face with his hand, but still managed to stand, keeping the evil spirits in sight. Log cursed as he saw the warrior standing too close to the monster and being literally blown away by the impact of the sound wave. Yaren and Log rushed to help their friend, who was being attacked by a ghost. The girl, immobilized by ultrasound, could barely stand on her feet and completely failed to notice how the monster stood very close, grinning, waving his hand with a sharp metal plate. The commander desperately shouted the name of his warrior, but Yulman held back the prince who was rushing to help, asking him to wait. Yaren, holding out his hand, furiously whispered some kind of spell. At that moment, Jenny was protected by a magical shield created by the guard. The enraged ghost jumped high into the air and deliberately aimed at the glowing sphere where his victim was. Even with the swords in its back, the evil spirit moved very quickly and easily jumped onto the shield from above, hitting the top with its fist. Log helped Yaren maintain the sphere. Both mages kept their eyes on their partner. The smoke that filled the room slowly dissipated, and it became clear how puzzled the monster was when he failed to attack. The ice mage breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that the ghost had not broken through the shield. But the guy rejoiced too soon. The old guard next to him suddenly ran out of strength. Yaren, clutching his staff, slowly sank to the floor. Ascent came to the rescue, and with one movement of his hand, many new swords were directed towards the evil spirits again. The guard tried his best to distract the monster from Jenny, but he, hearing the screams, turned around sharply. But all the blades were instantly broken into pieces. So furiously did the ghost fight them off. Ascent gritted his teeth in impotent rage as the evil spirits brushed aside the magic-infused swords as if they were made of paper. The monster turned towards the offender with a jerk, while Jenny, the dome above which had collapsed, slowly approached the enemy. He roared and began to pull the blades out of his body. Log ordered to attack now. He extended his hand and directed a beam of magic at the monster. The warrior tried to gather her strength, throwing her shield aside and dropping to one knee. She was badly damaged by the sound wave, and there was dried blood in the corners of the girl's mouth. Ascent cursed again, realizing that the weapons in the ring were almost gone. Making a final push with the remaining batch of weapons, the guard shouted to Jenny that it was now up to her. The evil spirits were still trying to dodge the blades, not looking around. Jenny took advantage of this by rushing straight at the monster. She jumped up and raised her sword filled with magic. At that moment, the monster's face was frozen in surprise when its head was separated from its body by a furious blow from a man. Time stood still, as did the body of the evil spirit, strewn with metal weapons. The monster stood on its feet for a while, swaying awkwardly, as if trying to understand what had happened. Ascent smiled triumphantly, barely catching his breath. Yaren and Log looked closely at the evil spirits. The young magician was very pleased with the result. Daryl and Yulman looked at the warriors with approval. The commander was proud of his guardsmen. Seeing the monster fall to its knees, Ascent let out a cry of victory. He clenched his fist and shouted at Jenny, who was frozen on the floor, that she had done a great job. The warrior smiled weakly, groaning that she wouldn't even be able to lift her sword now, but it was good that she had succeeded. The guy gave her a thumbs up, but the girl still cut off the head of the legendary undead. The third prince approached the guards, intending to praise them for their work. But the next moment, Jenny screamed at the top of his lungs, warning her of the danger. The girl closed her eyes for a second and did not notice how the ghost's body was approaching her. She didn't immediately understand what had happened, staring in amazement at the huge carcass in front of her. The warrior howled, realizing that she would not be able to resist the headless monster. Ascent held out his hand, screaming hysterically, but even he no longer had a weapon. The rest of the guards rushed headlong towards their friend, but they too were not in time. Jenny was frantically thinking about how to get out of this situation, while the monster's fists were getting closer and closer to her face. Despair filled the girl. She had no more strength, and she almost resigned herself to her fate. But somehow Yulman appeared next to her, and he immediately directed hellfire at the undead. An explosion thundered through the air, swallowing the headless ghost with it. The first apostle was surprised that the undead could move without a head, and were even stronger than the divine guardians. The student cheerfully asked the guards whether they would stay there or go with him. And in the royal palace, Lazar continued to be indignant. He slammed his hand on the table and furiously cursed Daryl, who had ruined all his plans because just a little more, and he would have lost the royal guard. A servant approached and asked what would happen if the third prince or the guards discovered something in the underground labyrinth. But the heir was not worried, because both they and the vile first knight of the empire would die. No one would get out of the labyrinth. Looking out the window, the boy whispered that he had waited so long, and now was the time to act. Frowning, he ordered the servant to take the last dose to his father, who nodded. Lazar's handsome face was distorted with anger. He did not consider the Forbidden Zone dangerous, and wanted the entire continent to submit to him, and even the apostles to bow before their king. In the underground labyrinth, the commander ordered his soldiers to rest before the campaign. Ascent still couldn't quench his thirst from the flask. Seconds later, he joyfully exclaimed that he was now alive again. The guardsmen noticed that Yulman was too strong even for the first night and finished off the undead with one blow. Log agreed that everyone survived only thanks to Mr. Yu and his strength. Looking at the backs of the commanders, the magician assumed that they would be able to clear the labyrinth with the help of the first knight. The apostle asked Daryl for the umpteenth time if he and his guards really wanted to go further. The third prince nodded. He understood that Yulman with his power did not need help, but let him at least allow him to follow him through the labyrinth. Everything that happens inside is a matter of national importance and a threat to the existence of the entire country. The prince needs to understand what happened in the labyrinth. Yulman shrugged, warning that if the warriors got into trouble, they might not be able to save them in time. Daryl agreed, saying that they would always have time to escape. When the guards had rested, the entire large company proceeded further through the labyrinth. Yulman followed ahead of the detachment to repel the sudden danger. They didn't have to wait long. A ghost immediately jumped out of the darkness at the people. But he didn't last long either. The apostle's fire cut the undead's body into two parts. The guards silently looked at the smoldering hellish flames. The third ghost approached the squad from above, moving silently across the ceiling. With a terrifying growl, he pounced on Yulman, intending to grab him by the throat. Without taking a single step to the side, the first apostle grabbed the monster's wrist, burning him alive with hellish flames. A little later, other monsters joined the battle and were quickly defeated by Yulman. Ghosts were no problem for the apostle. He could handle several of them at once very well. The guy tore off the monsters' heads with his bare hands, throwing them aside like balls. Daryl was no longer surprised, watching another evil spirit burn. Finally, the digging approached the huge sealed gates. Yulman chuckled. Now it seems the guards have gone into the very depths from where the ghosts appeared. Turning over his shoulder, the apostle reported that everything was calm for now. But the guards believed that the main monster was now on their side. Daryl never thought he would be able to visit this place. It could have been the greatest feat for many generations of royal guardsmen. But so far, no one has managed it. Yulman did not respond to this, saying that he was ready to open the gate. He waved his hands over them, and the ancient seal, lit up, came into action. The apostle managed to deal with the seal, and the gates began to shine with a bright light. Yulman stood at the gate with his arms spread wide, and the guards gathered behind him, not daring to step forward. They all froze before an incredible sight. An endless meadow strewn with glittering crystals, and above it the blue sky was almost blocked out by bright stars. Jenny let out a breath of amazement, surprised that something like this existed in the underground labyrinth. In the middle of the clearing, a stone-paved path led to a majestic building, and the space was framed by a semicircle with statues of various knights. In the distance, where the rows of stones ended, the entrance to an unknown building was illuminated by a bright blue light. A little lower, near the stairs leading there, one could see an unusual platform with an ornament. Looking at the frozen warriors, it was difficult to understand whether they were statues or living people hidden in an iron shell. The guards, led by their prince, nevertheless stepped onto the path. Daryl barely audibly whispered that they had reached the end of the labyrinth. Those present approached the site, stepping carefully along the stone path. Jenny gave the setting her own assessment, calling it romantic and suitable for a date. But Daryl was quick to point out that the place was infested with monsters. Yaren called out to the captain, noticing that the crystals on the ground seemed to him to be dream crystals. The warrior came closer to the scattering of precious stones, froze at the edge of the road and stepped back in shock. Amazed by such a quantity of crystals, Daryl thoughtfully picked up one of the stones, saying that the crystals found earlier had fallen outside, along with the divine guards who carried them out while patrolling. But the more he looked into the inflorescence of crystals, the more he realized that a familiar feeling was overwhelmed him. It was decided to go further along the road to get closer to the building, and Yulman stepped forward. The company, led by the Apostle, slowly climbed the wide staircase. Once on the level above, Daryl let out a surprised cry when Yulman suggested that there was a magical pentagram in front of them. And indeed, on the round platform there was a star of the same shape, neatly drawn with writing along the edges. Daryl had never seen anything like it before and asked Jenny, but she, having read all the palace manuals, also didn't know anything. The student calmly noted that what he saw was a teleporter connecting their world and the world of the dead. The prince asked again in surprise, and the Apostle nodded, because he felt the energy of the dead breaking through to the outside. In any case, they needed to move forward. Yulman subconsciously knew that the main secret of this labyrinth was somewhere inside. He felt something incredible inside that tower, the high vaults of which shimmered with a bright blue color. The guy began to climb the stairs to the gate. The guards were barely audible talking behind his back, fearing all sorts of dangers. Jenny even laughed timidly, assuming that there was a lair of evil spirits inside, and at that moment something exploded dully behind their backs. The company turned around in surprise at the sharp sound, seeing the space filled with a fiery red color. The pentagram collapsed, and a real pillar of fire began to beat from the depths of the stone, cutting through the sky. The crystals at the feet of the guards began to vibrate slightly, and it seemed as if the entire earth was repeating them. The warrior mages did not understand what was happening and froze warily, not knowing what to expect. To their great regret, the stones began to crumble, and newborn undead slowly emerged from them like ugly chicks. The sky lit up in bright purple colors, and in place of the dream crystals, more and more new figures of ghosts appeared, the same ones with which the guards had fought earlier. With their mouths wide open and rows of needle-like teeth, some of them looked carnivorously at the group of people, while others looked around in surprise. Yaren lowered his eyes and sighed dejectedly. He believed that the guards were finished, and that even with Mr. Yu they would not survive. The Apostle turned around. He didn't look worried, he just noted that it wouldn't be easy. Having glanced at the horde of monsters, the Apostle suggested first opening the doors of the tower, in case they would be able to get inside. The company stopped right under the bulky entrance. A blue light spread across it like an ominous grimace. Daryl ordered Jenny to open the gate. The girl nodded, raising her hand with the strength budding above her. The warrior took a deep breath and put her gloved hand to it. And even so, she felt the ominous cold coming. Dazzlingly bright magic circles appeared on the door. They spread out like circles on water. Jenny said she could open the door, but she needed a little time. Yulman winked at the third prince, asking the guards to wait here until the door closed. To the surprised question, the student replied that he would buy time for the warriors and deal with the enemies. After all, they are impatient and will not wait calmly. And indeed, at that moment, whole clouds of monsters, grinning, rushed up the stairs towards the people. But suddenly the very first of them froze in place, knocking their brothers off their feet, and a tinderbox was born in their pupils. With a slight smile on his lips, the Apostle shook his head. He stood with his hand raised up with the seal open. The devilish fire rushed down on the crowd of ghosts, burning them alive. Body parts melted like wax. The monsters screamed and squealed, unable to free themselves. Yulman stood like a majestic statue high above the horde of enemies. The survivors stared at the man in horror. Yulman rose into the air, daring the ghosts to come closer. Bright spheres lit up in both of his palms. After a few seconds, the monsters grew bolder. Grins appeared on their bloodthirsty faces, as soon as the creatures realized that the fire had stopped causing harm. But one of them, confident that he had reached the Apostle, made a broken sound, finding himself cut exactly in two. The student, with a concentrated face, dropped down and deftly jumped on the dream crystals, cutting down the demons with his bare hands. He paused for just a moment to assess the situation, and the ghosts immediately surrounded him, approaching. But there was a point to this delay. The Apostle decided that eliminating the enemies one by one would be too much of a hassle. He allowed himself to be approached closely, jumped up and punched with all his might right into the center of the clearing, smashing the crystals into pieces. As it turned out, this blow created tremors that knocked the monsters off their feet. They looked at the man in bewilderment, even with resentment, flying high into the air and stretching out their clawed fingers. Yulman bent down, carefully examining the extent of the enemy's damage. Seeing how the power of his energy continued to throw the ghosts into the air, the Apostle commanded the fourth seal to open. The space was covered in black, and this canvas was cut by incredibly thin and sharp threads of the seal, granting complete destruction. Daryl carefully peered out from his hiding place to check what was happening below, and immediately froze in shock when he saw bright flashes. The guards were amazed by Yulman's incredible strength, asking each other in confusion whether he was really human. Not even an hour had passed when the student stood alone on the stone ground because the crystals had already been destroyed, as had the monsters. He straightened up, looking carefully at the empty clearing to make sure all the ghosts were defeated. As it turned out, this was not the end. Even near the half-destroyed crystals, some translucent spheres began to appear. They flocked to one place, hissing strangely, and also shining brighter with each passing second. After a few seconds, more and more ghosts awakened with fervent cries, appearing from those spheres that had touched the rock. The apostle shook his head. He guessed that as long as dream crystals existed, evil spirits could continue to be reborn. Meanwhile, Jenny did not give up and continued to try to open the gate. Finally, she succeeded. The surface was illuminated by yellow fire. The girl cried out joyfully, announcing that the gates had opened, and the rest of the guards turned sharply to face her. The entrance to the labyrinth slowly opened, but the light was so bright and harsh that it was impossible to see anything else inside. Daryl stepped forward, wrapping his arm around the warrior, asking her to step back. Finally, the light dimmed, then disappeared completely, revealing a long corridor to those present. But it was not empty either. The captain and the rest of the guards stepped back slightly, examining the figure in the labyrinth. A blonde stranger appeared before them, her entire body softly illuminated from within, and served as the only source of light in the dark corridor. The royal warriors flinched as the woman opened her eyes, shining brighter than the lenses in her glasses. The stranger raised her head and straightened up, greeting the guests. Yulman, who was once again surrounded by demons, suddenly heard an unearthly voice calling him. He didn't even notice that the light on the gate changed from blue to yellow, and the night guards around the perimeter of the clearing began to come to life. Suddenly, a glow poured out from the cracks in the stone armor, and the sight was truly majestic. All the guardsmen exhaled as one, because they too heard this unusual address to Mr. Yu. The student meanwhile raised his head high. Something really surprised even him. Those same knights woke up and now rushed from their places straight at the ghosts. Tirelessly, being several times larger, they crushed the monsters and simply crushed them like bugs. The apostle shrugged, continuing to watch the unequal battle of the creatures. The stranger in the labyrinth smiled slightly, lowering her eyes, saying that the guards would deal with the rest of the undead. At that moment, the gates glowed yellow again, and a loud voice invited the Lord Apostle inside the tower. An awkward silence fell between the woman and the guards, the group not daring to come closer. Finally, Daryl shook his head, whispering that he was an apostle, Mr. Yu was an apostle. The answer was a slightly mocking voice from Yulman himself, who had already found himself in the tower, saying that now everyone knew the truth. He added that he did not hide it on purpose because, after all, not everyone would be able to believe it. Smiling at the guards, the disciple turned to the stranger, asking how she knew that he was the apostle. The guy didn't miss the chance to notice that. Judging by the woman's energy, she wasn't human either. The guards, led by their captain, once again exhaled in surprise upon hearing this. The stranger pressed her hand to her chest and nodded, answering that Yulman was right, because she, Zoe, was the manager of this underground labyrinth. The woman turned and asked Yulman to follow her. Daryl immediately said that his team would wait for the apostle. He added that he was also interested in what was happening in the labyrinth. But since the matter affected even the interests of the apostles, it was better for them to wait outside. Yulman smiled, agreeing, because sometimes it's true that the less you know, the better you sleep. He waved goodbye to the group lightly, saying that he would be back soon and that they should wait for him here. Zoe continued to walk forward. The student followed behind. At the same time, he tried to study the woman. The only thing he understood was that the power of the controller seemed too familiar to him. Yulman even slowed down for a moment, trying to comprehend, complete his thought and voice his guess. At that moment, Zoe led the guest to a wide door at the end of the corridor with bright recesses and invited him to enter. As soon as the couple crossed the threshold of the large room, Yulman hurried forward and saw something incredible right in the middle of the hall. A huge, sparkling yellow sphere located on the branches of an unusual tree. The sphere seemed to beckon with an internal whirlpool, and the student, amazed, asked the manager of the labyrinth if the core of this small world was in front of them. The woman herself looked at the sphere as if she was seeing it for the first time, answering that, in addition to this, the core is the source of energy for the entire labyrinth. Yulman took a closer look at the object, noting that it did not seem very stable. A smile touched Zoe's lips. There it was. The apostle's keen eye had spotted the problem at first glance. Not long ago, a blonde man somehow miraculously snuck into the hall, taking advantage of Zoe's sleep, and launched the altar, stealing the most important part of the core of this labyrinth. the Soul Stone. Having lost this stone, the woman was unable to control the labyrinth, and the altar now constantly produces new soldiers. The apostle chuckled as it turned out the undead were the local soldiers, and not at all useless monsters. He added that although ghosts are weak, they are in any case much stronger than human magicians of the legendary level. So now the labyrinth is an endless factory for producing undead, and the steel guards destroyed them. Yulman thought that the monsters did not pose a danger to the apostles. Were they really created specifically for the Great War between people and demons 5,000 years ago? The manager of the underground labyrinth praised the boy for his intelligence, confirming that the labyrinth was indeed created by the 12th apostle of Sagama. Hearing this name, Yulman raised his eyebrows in surprise, for a moment deciding that he had imagined it. He suddenly walked up to the woman and sniffed the air, asking why he felt the power of Kapassus next to him. Zoya's eyes became even larger under the lenses of her already large glasses. The manager was surprised that Yulman was acquainted with Kapassus. The student chuckled. They weren't acquainted, but they had had a good fight not long ago. He lost half of his strength and kept talking about some Sumali, whom he wanted to revive, and also did a lot of stupid things. The woman didn't expect to hear this, asking if Kapassus really still couldn't forget her sister. This time, Yulman did not hide his surprise. Zoe asked for forgiveness. She was not ready to hear a familiar name from the lips of the apostle. As it turned out, Somali, who Mr. Kapassus was so eager to revive, was her sister. The apostle lost half of his powers precisely because he gave the second part to his beloved. She needed to return to the human world, so Kapassus shared half of his powers. When people wanted to kill the girl, the apostle unleashed a great war between people and demons. Zoe managed to take Kapassus's powers and escape, but Sogama grabbed her and threw her right here, into the sealed labyrinth. When she woke up, the woman did not find her own body, only her consciousness, which had become a tangible substance. She had to hide in the depths of the labyrinth until the end of the Great War. Yulman chuckled, saying that Kapassus had not only lost half of his strength, but had also been left looking like a fool. Zoe timidly asked what had become of her sister, whom Kapassus had wanted to revive. The apostle smiled lightly, blurting out that he had dealt with him. There was no need to worry because he was smiling happily, and left calmly, knowing what would happen to Samili. The manager exclaimed, saying that in the absence of the apostle, the inner world of the labyrinth, which was fed by his powers, had weakened, so a person was able to penetrate here and steal the soul crystal. It turns out, therefore, that the underground labyrinth started working again because the student dealt with Kapassus, and the forces were freed. Zoe turned to the apostle with an insistent request to destroy this core. Yulman frowned, reminding the woman that if the core was destroyed, not only the labyrinth it powered would fall, but also its controller. Zoe shook her head. She herself was only the soul of a person who had died many thousands of years ago, and this undead factory should never have come into being. After all, the appearance of the undead would only bring troubles to the world of people, and now Zoya no longer had the ability to control them. The entire labyrinth is protected by extremely powerful security seals. Zoe does not have the strength to destroy them, but the apostle will surely cope. At this time, guards were guarding the entrance outside. Jenny was the first to notice one of the bloodthirsty ghosts approaching them. The manager looked at Yulman with a pleading look, asking him to end all this chaos. The apostle looked away somewhere, obviously weighing all the risks. But then he raised his head and firmly said that he heard Zoe and understood her. And now, the monsters, which even the steel guards could not defeat, were trying with all their might to break through the security. With a low growl, one of the monsters rushed up the stairs to the entrance of the labyrinth. Jenny, Log, and Ascent were already waiting for him with weapons in hand. They couldn't let the undead get inside. Third Prince Kenneth Darrell screamed desperately for the guards to hold them back. He immediately used his ability, Heart Network, on the undead, and was able to gain full access to the bodies of his enemies. The space lit up red. The prince opened his eyes and saw that the monsters had stopped. Now his team needed to not waste precious time and quickly cut down the ghosts before they woke up. Having dealt with the first party, the warriors, standing on the edge of the steps, saw fresh enemies running ever closer. Darrell once again gained access to the undead bodies, causing them to freeze in place. He stood a little away from his team. They tried to resist the onslaught of their opponents, burning them with magical fire. Darrell was so tense that blood started pouring from the prince's eyes. He begged Yulman to hurry, because they wouldn't last long. It seemed that the apostle heard this message immediately, because at that very moment he answered Zoe. He stepped forward, straight to the large tree with the crystal at its base. It was the core, and announced that he would indeed destroy it, since the manager wanted it that way. The student turned around, asking Zoe to find a way to continue living, since she only had a tiny bit of consciousness left. The woman suddenly smiled and shook her head, replying that the apostle should not worry. Zoe should have died long ago, along with that generation 5,000 years ago, and she was already very tired. She had waited so long for this moment, worked for 5,000 years, and now she wanted to retire. Yulman shrugged his shoulders. He couldn't do anything on his own. He only offered his services. He nodded to himself and reached out his hand towards the dark branches of the tree, at the top of which the cannonball was swirling. At first, it did not react to outside interference in any way, and did not even change its structure. The apostle smiled, muttering that Sogama had organized a pretty good defense system here. Bringing his open palm closer to the source of light, the disciple commanded the fifth seal to open. Changes were immediately visible outside. The huge high gates were illuminated with white light, and the earth shook noticeably. The guards shuddered in fear, frozen in place, trying not to fall. They assumed that an earthquake had occurred in the labyrinth. Daryl raised his head up, mentally asking Mr. Yu if this was his doing. Meanwhile, the tree next to the apostle disappeared under the pressure of the seal, the enormous force changing everything that its owner touched. Zoe couldn't believe her eyes. She had never seen anything like this before. Realizing that she would soon disappear, the woman decided to ask one last time what number of apostles Yulman was. He chuckled when he heard the manager call him the fifth or sixth. Splashes of something supernatural hit the walls of the room, and the stars themselves seemed to be burning on the ceiling. Yulman just thought that he had really been absent for too long and immediately ordered the sixth seal to open. The guy's appearance had changed. His long platinum hair was fluttering in the wild wind, and he himself no longer looked like his camouflage shell. Eyes of incredible, unnatural colors calmly looked at what was happening in front of him. Zoe looked at the changed apostle in shock. None of them had such power. At least we were talking about those who were not covered in the annals. But still, there was one. But there were still legends and myths about him, that's all. There were only a few minutes left before the changes. Daryl could no longer control his ability. The evil spirits were eagerly making their way to the entrance, and one of the particularly impudent ghosts had already approached the guards. But at that very moment, the countdown of their lives began, and the monsters were literally cut into pieces by light energy. The warriors froze in place, not even having time to lower their blades. Something was destroying the enemies in front of them. Blindingly bright rays of the seal began to seep right through the tower, reflecting in the starry sky. The deadly and dangerous core collapsed, taking with it the oblivion of thousands of new monsters. Zoe gradually disappeared, closing her eyes. She whispered that she was immensely glad to have met Mr. Yulman, the kind and noble first apostle who freed her. Finally, with a wide smile on her lips, she extended her palms, asking permission to do something. When only thin brushes remained in space, the wind carried her words to Yulman. The woman wanted to give him a gift. In the clear blue sky, a beautiful orchid flower slowly approached the figure of the apostle. The student thoughtfully chewed his lip, rolling over on his tongue the words Zoe had called him, kind and noble. Jenny and Daryl looked at the suddenly changed space with their mouths open. Under the clear sky, instead of a blanket of only crystals, there were now fields growing, all dotted with orchid flowers. Meanwhile, an extraordinary meeting was taking place at the headquarters of the secret Royal Society of Assassins. The members of the community gathered around a long table made of dark stone, all dressed in cloaks, with a cup and documents in front of each. The head of the society, the first, announced that, on orders from the palace, His Highness would act earlier. The rest had information in front of them. A list of new targets transmitted from the palace. One of the assassins, with strands of purple hair peeking out from under his hood, looked down at the table. The members of the society raised their exquisite glasses. The first suggested drinking a drink for their imminent victory, since each target on the list was a person capable of interfering with the plans of His Highness. The murderers drank to His Highness Laser. All were ready to drink poison, but to become a sharp blade, exterminating the enemies of the prince. The first approached the mercenary Lazar with a message from the prince. The previous failure in Fram is a huge shame for the entire secret society. And if the girl fails this time, she may simply not return for the antidote. She shuddered slightly, but nodded anyway. She understood everything. The guards cautiously approached the flowering field, and Isent, looking closely, realized that these were dream crystals that had blossomed. Jenny was also surprised by the disappearance of all the undead. Could it be that Mr. Yulman had solved the entire problem of the labyrinth? At that moment, the cheerful voice of the subject of the conversation was heard behind them. Daryl greeted his savior joyfully, who modestly reported that it took a little time to achieve the goal. The prince, on behalf of the entire city of Kennis, thanked the guy. He didn't even think that they would be able to capture the entire labyrinth. The apostle waved his hand at this. He also added that now it is necessary to find one more important person. Seeing the surprised faces, Yulman explained that this man, Kyle, probably now has a soul crystal in his hands, something that turns a person who touches the object into evil spirits. The guardsmen cried out indignantly at once because who would ever think of doing such terrible things? Daryl was stunned and asked if all those undead they killed were Kyle's test subjects, and he already knew the answer to his question. The prince shook his head, firmly saying that they now needed to return to the palace and immediately report such a dangerous man to their father. Log politely offered to get back using magic, since the body could not wait. The royal guards were guarding the entrance to the palace as usual. The weather was clear, and no visits to the king were planned. One of the guards flinched and blinked rapidly as he saw a bright flash in front of him. Right out of thin air, or rather, out of a wall of blazing fire, the third Prince Kenneth Daryl himself appeared on the road with his guards. The guards recognized the prince and cried out in surprise. He immediately asked where his father was, since he had urgent business. For some reason, the guard became nervous, instantly turned red and swallowed hard. He suddenly ordered the arrest of those who had arrived, and armed warriors immediately appeared behind him. The captain, led by his guard, suddenly stood up in battle stances upon hearing such a blasphemous order. The young heir tried to find out why they wanted to arrest them and asked imperiously if this was really a rebellion. The guard explained that this was an order from Prince Lazar. Because of the earthquake in the labyrinth, everyone who came to the palace from outside, no matter whether humans or undead, would be killed on the spot. The guy clenched his fists and cursed. He was little surprised by such a vile act from his brother. Yulman, in his carefree manner, smiled carelessly, noticing that the second prince had taken advantage of his elder brother's absence and taken on too much. Without turning around, Daryl muttered an apology under his breath. They couldn't start looking for people yet. They would have to wait. Yulman didn't object. He was ready to deal with things in the palace. He asked that he check on Linda, not forgetting to ask the prince if his team could handle it. The guards pressed their backs against each other, and Daryl assured that although the royal guard was far from the apostle, they were still not weaklings. A bunch of guards are not able to hold back the warriors. With these words, a terrible fiery lightning, summoned by Yeren, rose above the group. Isonet laughed, aiming his daggers at his opponents with all his might. Now his supply of weapons had been replenished again. The prince called on Log for help, asking him to go with him and find the king. At this time, Yulman stood to the side, watching how the guards dealt with the security, and only then left. Upon reaching the guild building, Yulman loudly announced his presence but did not see Linda inside. Walking into the large room, he was surprised because his friends had not planned to leave the city. On a large table in the center of the room, the guy noticed a note with neatly written text on it. The guy picked up the piece of paper to read the note. It had an address, Northern Outskirts, House 32. Seeing this, the apostle waved the leaf and sighed dejectedly, realizing that history had repeated itself. Just at this time, the sun was already setting behind the horizon, and it was necessary to hurry. The house was not too far from the city, but it took a lot of time to get there. Looking at the bright orange sunset, the cloaked figure did not turn away from the window. Behind her, against the wall, sat a tied-up captive. The killer chuckled and gently reproached her guest for disobedience. After all, she had already been warned and asked to leave. The stranger turned and slowly pulled out a sharp blade from underneath her robes. She slowly approached closer. Linda, whose limbs had already begun to ache painfully, only frowned. Yulman arrived at the specified address by nightfall. Carefully comparing the inscriptions on the note and on the sign, he realized that he had found the right house. The young man entered the yard, heading towards the house, passing a tall, withered tree. Shrugging his shoulders, the apostle opened the wooden door, not hesitating for a second. What Yulman saw immediately upon entering the room made even him freeze in place. There were 2 chairs against the wall, to which Linda and Lan were tied. They seemed to be unconscious. The apostle called them by name from the doorway, incredibly happy about his find. At that very moment, something whistled through the air, and this sound definitely meant the approach of a very sharp weapon. Yulman turned sharply and deftly caught the small knife with 2 fingers right by the blade. He slowly glanced around the room, his red eyes narrowing dangerously. At the tip of the dagger dangled 2 small bags, and from the shaking, something hissed right next to the student's ear. He barely had time to close his eyes before the gunpowder in the bags exploded, nearly blinding him. Yulman coughed violently, finding himself in the thick smoke of gunpowder. At that moment, a figure approached him, clutching another dagger in his palm. As it turned out, the killer was armed to the teeth and fearlessly waved both arms as she rushed through the veil. Stopping abruptly right in front of the cloud, the figure tried to find a victim to figure out where to aim. She suddenly heard a calm male voice in her ear. Yulman said with some delight that the smell of the paralyzing gas was truly terrible. Purple hair scattered across his face, the cloaked figure jumped back and pressed himself against the wall. The apostle also suddenly approached her and grabbed her hands, preventing her from touching him with daggers. He winked playfully at the killer, inviting him to show his face and get to know him better. Under the pressure of others, it was difficult for her to do anything. The figure clenched her teeth in helplessness. Finally, the apostle managed to free one hand and tear the cloak off the criminal. She immediately broke free from his grip, like a wild cat. Under the dark clothes was a young girl of short stature, but with a strong build. The student was even taken aback for a moment. He stood in place, not letting go of the cloak. Yulman looked closely at the criminal's face, admitting that he had certainly seen her before. He added that it was this man who kidnapped Linda and left her in the labyrinth, while the stranger stood near the captives and demanded that they not approach her. She walked up to Linda and held a sharp blade to her neck, threatening to kill her if the apostle moved even one step. But he only smirked, stating that he didn't feel threatened by the girl. Her goal was only to lure him by kidnapping the others. She remained stubborn, shook Linda by the shoulder, and continued to insist that she had come here specifically to kill the couple. Yulman repeated again that this was a lie, because if the stranger wanted to do this, she would have done everything quickly. He called his friend by name, and she suddenly woke up sighing and saying that she so wanted to become the princess that the hero saves. Linda immediately tore the bonds with the help of magic and grinned at her captor. She would not fall into the same trap twice. Having escaped, the fearless girl left the same ropes on the kidnapper's body with one movement of her finger. Now it was her turn. She hissed, powerlessly trying to break free, while Linda laughed, reveling in the other person's anger in response. She came closer and pulled sharply at the end of the rope, tightening it on the spy's body, whispering that she would not be able to escape. Yulman praised his friend for her excellent work and again suggested that they talk calmly with the stranger. She lowered her head, asking if her interlocutor was sure of this. This was said in such a tone that Linda even looked into the kidnapper's eyes in surprise. The next moment, there was no trace of the stranger. The ropes that had previously wrapped around her body did not even have time to fall to the floor. Linda didn't let go of them, and her mouth awkwardly opened in mute surprise. The stranger quickly appeared behind her, declaring that she had underestimated the couple. With her sharp elbow, she hit Linda hard and painfully on the back, pushing her away. The girl flew forward and almost fell when the apostle caught her in his arms, asking if everything was okay. Linda, burying her nose in Yulman's chest, blushed incredibly, finding herself in an ambiguous situation. She, not caring about anything, clung to her friend, whispering that she was just a little tired. They almost forgot about the killer. She approached the still unconscious Lin, saying that she had been too careless. But now, with the sharp end of the dagger pressing against the boy's neck, his accomplices would answer all the questions. Not hearing the bickering, the stranger grabbed Lin by the shoulder, asking how the victims were connected to this guy. The couple was surprised. Yulman immediately replied that they had not seen each other before. Lin said that he was an orphan from the local orphanage. Linda narrowed her eyes and looked at the faces opposite her. She wanted to tell her friend something. Didn't he notice that Lin and this stranger had almost identical faces? The apostle perked up, as if he had just noticed that they were almost identical twins. The stranger, looking at her captive, said that there were only 2 people in the prince's order for the murder, but in the palace she came across a boy. Now the girl ardently wanted to know who he was, and most importantly, who she was. Suddenly the stranger was struck by a spasm, and red stars danced in her eyes. The mercenary fell to her knees, dropping the knife to the ground, and abruptly covered her mouth with her hands. She coughed heavily, realizing with horror that the customers had not wanted to let her return alive from the very beginning. The girl leaned back, closing her eyes, and began to fall when the apostle suddenly grabbed her by the shoulders. He gently sat the stranger down on the floor. Without letting go, Linda asked what happened to her. Having scanned the mercenary's body, Yulman reported that her vital signs were rapidly declining and that there was poison in her blood that had begun to act. The stranger began to whimper without regaining consciousness. Blood began to flow from her mouth, and purple veins began to appear on her face. The apostle could make an antidote from rush, lotus leaves, and ultralisk blood. Linda immediately said that all this could be found in the warehouses of her guild. The apostle nodded, reminding them that they needed to act as soon as possible. After some time, the couple, together with the twins, found themselves in the trading guild. The stranger was lying in bed, Yulman was sitting next to her. Linda was holding a basin of water in her hands. Suddenly, the girl exhaled sharply and opened her eyes covered with a cloudy haze. She groaned softly and sat up in bed, clutching her head. Linda asked if anything hurt, since the poison had already left her body. The stranger glanced warily at the girl, asking if she had saved her, but Linda pointed her gaze at Yulman. The mercenary clutched the blanket in her hands. The apostle said that he had taken Lin to the Fram embassy in Kennis. Now the Imperial soldiers are guarding him, and now we can talk about the involuntary criminal. The girl felt incredibly uncomfortable and fell silent, lowering her eyes. Finally, she found the strength to admit that she was also an orphan. Once she was taken in by the assassin community, and the girl's abilities in magic were appreciated. So she got into an organization of professional killers, directly subordinate to Prince Laser. They don't need feelings. They are all just blades in the hands of the prince, ready to eliminate anyone in his path. Complete the mission, kill the target, return to the base for the antidote. The girl thought that this could become part of her new life, but only after meeting the boy did the mercenary realize that she had never been an orphan. The same hair, the same facial features, everything about them was the same, and this struck the stranger. She peered intently and greedily into the face opposite, so familiar and unfamiliar to her at the same time. It turns out that if she has a brother, the mercenary is not alone in this world. But now she is an assassin in a secret society. Her whole life is connected with murders. Both hands are stained with blood that cannot be washed off. Will the boy really accept her after this? Yulman suddenly rose from his chair, heading straight towards the girl. He even caught Linda's surprised glance. The mercenary didn't have time to lower her hands before she suddenly found herself in the strong and sincere embrace of the apostle. Approaching the girl, Yulman whispered that every person has the right to choose their own life. It is not too late now, and she can still try to change herself and her life. The mercenary's eyes filled with tears and she sobbed, asking if she still had a chance. Unable to restrain herself, the girl burst into tears, letting out all her grievances and regrets. Linda silently watched as the stranger cried loudly, burying her face in Yulman's shoulder. Meanwhile, a bright light was burning in the window of the large lighthouse, standing out against the black sky. There was a conversation going on at the table in the room. The red-haired man exclaimed that Lazar was brazenly killing his opponents and enemies. He really had gone crazy. His interlocutor, a man with a beard and glasses, reported that they had almost stopped the actions of the Assassin Society and its bodyguards, but many had already fallen at its hands. The third man with an eye patch added that if Laser and a certain Kyle's plan had succeeded, in their current form they would hardly have been able to resist the undead. A clear female voice came from above the table. Charlotte said that she understood everything. The girl promised that she would help restore order in the country in her name. In return, she wanted Kyle to be hers after everything settled down. The next day, people on the main street of the city looked around in surprise at the unusual quartet. On either side of Yulman walked Linda, who was clinging to his hand, and the mercenary, who was clearly very uncomfortable. The young men cursed, calling Yulman a pig for getting such sweet fruits. Yulman suggested that the mercenary get rid of her name, received in an organization of professional killers, since she now decided to say goodbye to her past life. The girl was embarrassed and thought that since her brother's name was Lanham, she should be called Alice. When asked why she didn't look happy, she quietly muttered that she wanted her mask back. It's just that when so many people see her, the former mercenary becomes really awkward. Yulman asked if Alice wanted to become an ordinary girl. It was hard to imagine that someone like her would walk around the city wearing a mask and gloves. She needed to get used to her new situation. She bit her lip and trembled, because everything new and unknown was always frightening. However, Alice was grateful for her rescue and therefore promised to try her best. The company decided to have a good time. First, they went to the ice cream shop. Alice was unfamiliar with the pleasures of ordinary life. It seemed as if she had never even seen such delicacies before. Then Linda saw an incredible bright red dress in the window of a clothing store. She grabbed her new friend with a death grip and pointed her in the right direction. Once inside, the girls discovered an incredible number of outfits of all kinds of cuts and colors. Yulman realized that they would stay here for a long time, and immediately sat down on the windowsill. He looked out the window, wondering how Daryl was doing, if he should visit him and check out the situation. At that moment, Linda called him sweetly by name, and the apostle shuddered, turning to the hall. He opened his mouth and widened his eyes when he saw the girls in their new looks. Alice, flushed with embarrassment, was led by Linda's shoulders, asking if it suited the girl. The former mercenary felt extremely strange and covered her chest in her jacket with her hand. She looked herself over, and what bothered her most was that the skirt was too short. Yulman gasped, not expecting to see the academy's school uniform. Linda added that this store has clothes from any country. Alice hung her head, muttering that she didn't fit into such things and couldn't wear them. The apostle waved his hands, asking the girl not to worry because it suited her very well. Linda nodded in a strange way, and Alice became even more embarrassed as much as possible. Then the fitting continued. Linda said that she had reserved the store for today to try on as many clothes as possible and show them to Yulman. Alice only had time to try on more and more new dresses, and Yulman, for the umpteenth time, wiped the blood from his nose from the tension. He was almost losing consciousness from such a display, when suddenly he heard Linda's voice. The girl put on an incredibly revealing dress, playfully winking at the apostle. He could no longer restrain himself and lost consciousness for a second, ending up on the lap of Linda, who was bringing him back to his senses. The student mentally asked Daryl for forgiveness. He would deal with him later, because now there were more important things to do. Dusk slowly fell over the city. The three continued their walk. Linda just asked Alice if she liked everything. The girl laughed, saying that she would bankrupt Yulman, and he remembered that he had read about something similar in books. Alice stopped, and the apostle and his friend turned around, asking why she had fallen behind. Linda immediately ran up to the girl, seeing that she had started to cry. She herself could not explain the reason for her tears. All this time, the girl was just a murder weapon. The meaning of life was to kill a new target, and now she could not hide and proudly go shopping. Alice could not even imagine that this could happen. Linda gently patted her on the shoulder, saying that now everything was in the past, and the former mercenary had nothing to do with the secret society. Now she was just a friend and sister. After all, now that she is with Yulman, there is no need to return to her past life. Smiling through her tears, Alice promised that she would try to change, and once again warmly thanked her saviors. Linda smiled and said that it was definitely time for them to go back now. Alice stopped again and suddenly told Yulman and Linda that she needed to pick up something from her old house. Having assured him that she urgently needed to go there, the girl asked him not to wait for her. The former mercenary turned sharply somewhere, not paying attention to Linda's screams. Yulman said that he needed to go to the Fram embassy and check on Lynn, so let Linda return alone. And so the girl was left alone on the street, holding bags of clothes in her hands with a stunned look. Frowning, she exclaimed that everyone had abandoned her, which meant she wouldn't wait for the guys. Under the cover of deep night, Alice approached the edge of the forest, creeping silently like a fox. Stopping, she ordered someone to come out of the ambush. And indeed, two figures appeared on the road. Someone laughed, asking if the girl had left those two on purpose. The former mercenary found out who was in front of her, the third and fourth from the secret society. The third and fourth blades of the secret society of assassins, the boys whose faces were hidden by masks, promised to leave the girl's corpse intact out of respect for their glorious past days. The third one screamed, but the fourth one asked him not to interfere. He would deal with the traitor himself. While they were talking, Alice turned around abruptly and ran away from them towards the forest. The fourth looked at the girl's back with confusion, amazed that she had hoped to escape. Alice's path was instantly blocked by dark fetters, a weapon of the killers that was not easy to dodge. The girl snatched the blade, clutching it in her palm, and turned around. The fourth wasted no time and moved towards his victim like lightning, clenching his fists. With a loud cry, he ran up to Alice and hit her with all his might, sending her flying to the side. The girl covered herself with her hands but could not withstand such an attack, so she hit the tree painfully. She coughed heavily, struggling to rise. The fourth chuckled. Z-23's abilities disappointed him. The former mercenary raised her head to look at the boy, blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. The fourth one suddenly swore foully and shouted angrily, ordering him to stand up. Alice slowly raised her head and suddenly froze in place, not believing her eyes. She let out a groan of agony and pain, and hot red blood splashed onto the ground. Third stood at a distance with his bow still raised. Fourth was unhappy with his presence. He shrugged his shoulders because he did not agree to their deal. It made no difference who killed the traitor. Alice, pierced by an arrow, weakly asked if Laser had sent them to finish her off. It turned out that the prince had originally ordered that the girl be watched and killed if she could not complete her task. The third one raised his bow again, reminding Alice that any attempts to hide would be pointless. The fourth roared, hitting his brother in the arm with a backhand. He would never allow his prey to be taken from under his nose. He laughed madly, shouting that the mercenary belonged to him, and rushed headlong towards the wounded woman. The fourth one was getting closer and closer, promising to send Alice straight to hell. The girl pressed her hand to the wound, thinking that the end had come for her. What a drama! That a killer was dying at the hands of another killer. She closed her eyes tightly, asking for forgiveness from Lan, because she couldn't wait for the day when she would hear herself called sister. The former mercenary also asked for forgiveness from you and Linda. Suddenly, a bright red flash pierced the clearing. Alice felt it even through her closed eyes. The fourth failed to reach his goal because lightning struck right under his feet. The girl found herself separated from her enemy by a bloody wall, in which a portal slowly appeared. He watched in shock as a hand appeared through the strange sparkling smoke. A powerful bolt of lightning immediately struck from the portal, knocking the mercenary off his feet. Running to the side, he began to look around, asking who was there. These games made the guy incredibly angry. Alice looked in shock at Ullman standing next to her. He was shaking off his clothes, glad that he had managed to arrive on time. The girl's eyes were filled with incredible hope. All she could do was ask how her newfound friend had done it. Finally, the former mercenary shook Ullman by the sleeve, demanding answers, and he told how he immediately felt that they were being followed. The murderers did not go anywhere at this time, they only watched the newcomer warily. The apostle also noticed them. He asked the orphan if they were the reason for her quick departure. Alice felt ashamed, because she did not want to involve her friends in her affairs. Ullman came closer and suddenly affectionately patted the girl on the head, saying that nothing terrible had happened. Without removing his hand, he insistently asked her not to hide such things anymore. The former mercenary blushed. Never before had she seen someone worry and be concerned about her fate. The fourth assassin spoke up, addressing Ullman as the first knight of the Fram Empire. The third ran up to his brother, narrowing his eyes, emphasized by scars. He warned of the danger because the knight is not so simple. He single-handedly pacified the riot in the palace. The apostle smiled, saying that since they knew him here, everything would go easier. He asked if the guys were assassins from a secret society because he had some questions for them. The student smiled broadly, expressing hope that he would be helped. The fourth considered his interlocutor's words to be impudence, blurting out that he didn't care what kind of knight he was. And the third said that Ullman was not their target. The killers began to quarrel, reproaching each other for empty talk. The fourth wanted to kill the stranger, but the third repeated that he was not their target. Ullman was tired of listening to the mercenaries' chatter, so he shrugged his shoulders and said that they needed to be beaten up well first. The senior assassin gritted his teeth, promising Ullman that he would get what he deserved. He jumped up and headed straight towards the apostle, intending to kill his victims at the same time. Stretching his fist out in front of him, the mercenary had time to think about why the first knight wasn't running away. At that moment, his fist crashed into the sharply outstretched palm of a frail-looking guy. Fourth's eyes widened in shock. He didn't expect the boy to have such strength. Ullman chuckled, asking if that was all that secret society assassins were capable of. A bloody lightning struck the ground again, cutting off the path to Ullman, and the assassin managed to escape. The guy removed his hand, touching the small discharge of the flash one last time. The mercenary moved back, ending up next to his comrade, thinking that his opponent not only had this red lightning, but his body was also as strong as stone. The third one again warned them not to rush because this man was not like their previous targets. The fourth irritably pulled the edge of his mask, spitting out that he was only the first knight of the Empire. He took a pill out of his pocket and said with a laugh that he had power granted by His Highness. The third one protested, but it was too late. His brother had already thrown a small pill into his mouth and swallowed it. The man began to change rapidly, and soon a real abomination stood before the third assassin. The human form disappeared in a matter of minutes. A new evil spirit appeared before those present. The fourth, clicking his sharp teeth, shouted that he now possessed power equal to the apostle. Ullman was surprised and realized that demonization was happening in front of him. At that moment, the evil spirit simply dissolved into the air with a quiet rustle. Alice leaned forward, crying out in concern that the fourth couldn't have just disappeared. The apostle was about to tell him that he had been demonized when he suddenly felt a strange presence behind him. The demon appeared next to Ullman with a growl, trying to hit the enemy, but he failed. The apostle had incredible reflexes. The ghost bared his teeth, narrowing his yellow eyes, and screamed that they hadn't even started yet. In the following minutes, he tried in vain to reach the apostle, who deftly dodged each time. The third also tried to defeat the enemy, in vain directing his bow after the restless shadows. Finally, cursing, he decided that if his brother got hit by his arrow, it would be his own fault. Ullman ran forward when he saw purple flashes rushing towards him. These were the third's arrows, with tips as sharp as needles. Several of them rushed at the guy at once, but he jumped up and turned over his head. On the other side, the fists of the transforming evil spirits were already waiting for him. By freezing for a second, Ullman gave the enraged ghost a deceptive advantage. Waiting until he got too close, he pushed the fourth away with all his might. The apostle raised his head and jumped back, at which time poisonous arrows rained down on the ground. The third one had the guy at gunpoint, but he shot up into the sky like a bloody lightning bolt. Once at the top, he changed his maneuver and directed a thunderstorm of lightning at the enemy. The mercenary didn't have time to react and froze in his tracks, seeing a wall of electricity in front of him. It engulfed every part of his body, burning him alive, and eerie cries of supplication echoed across the clearing. Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, Alice praised Yulman's strength with admiration. The evil spirit, sensing something was wrong, began to look around furiously, and only now noticed the disappearance of his brother. Seeing the terrible mark on the ground from lightning, he growled and rushed at the culprit. The monster was about to tear the enemy apart with his bare hands, but Yulman successfully defended himself from the attacks. After a while, he took advantage of his opponent's hesitation and sent him flying with one kick. The fourth one appeared in the sky in a matter of seconds, and the apostle immediately took off after him. Without mercy, he found himself right behind the ghost and, frowning, swung. The next second, such a blow fell on the fourth's back that he arched, howling in pain. Shaking his hands, the apostle sank to the ground, exhaling heavily. Looking at the unconscious mercenary lying on the ground, he thought that a little more, and he would have to open the seal. Yulman stood over the fourth for some time, waiting for him to wake up. The guy dropped to his knees and tried to feel his pulse. He should have been more gentle. Now the killer wouldn't be able to answer questions. Well, the apostle decided that in that case he would have to extract the memories directly, and placed his palm on the monster's head. A vision appeared in the purple haze, 3 strangers standing with their backs to the owner of the memories. There was someone in the company with light hair. Yulman could not understand who it was. Unfortunately, the purple haze quickly cleared, leaving the apostle without answers. The mercenary's body was scattered to dust in the wind and could not be restored. Yulman thought that he had definitely seen the man who appeared in his memories. He heard a cough behind him and turned to see Alice silently watching him. The girl said that she felt good, but she just couldn't feel her own body. The third's arrows must have been laced with paralyzing poison, but Alice assured him that she could go. But the apostle didn't want to hear about it. He immediately picked up his friend in his arms, saying that he would take her to Linda. The former mercenary almost lost consciousness from excitement and delight when she found herself in strong embraces. But upon arriving at the guild, Linda was very unhappy with the sudden disappearance of her friends, and also scolded Yulman for poorly protecting Alice. The girl asked for forgiveness, but the apostle justified himself by saying that he was not familiar with the area and was therefore a little late. The mistress of the house said that if they ever got into trouble again, they should expect no mercy from her. Yulman asked Alice if she knew who had recently entered the palace dressed in mania. The girl thought for a moment, answering that it could have been Prince Lazar's special guest. A few months ago, Lazar invited a foreign alchemist. Everything about this is a state secret. The first and second of the society were responsible for the meeting and escort. Alice didn't know his name or where he came from, but every time he left the palace, the stranger took away a huge number of dream crystals. Yulman firmly said that she would soon go to the palace when Linda asked that Kyle could be Lazar's guest. The apostle nodded, because when he and Daryl cleared the labyrinth, the crystals were the source of the undead, and the core that reproduced it was stolen. At night, a meeting was held in a secret building under the royal palace. Lazar and his assistants looked at Kyle. They were standing at a high staircase, above which a large crystal was glowing. Kyle turned around, saying that His Majesty had arrived on time and he was already finished. At the cost of time and human lives, he created this greatest invention of the Bali family, a true masterpiece of magic, the undead incubator. The incubator was truly impressive, a low tower with sharp edges, above which levitated a crystal, being the heart of creation. The second prince smiled. His wish had finally come true. Kyle approached His Highness and politely extended his staff. It was inlaid with soul crystals that contained great power that could make the undead obey him. All those transformed would become slaves with this staff. Without further ado, the narcissistic Kenny snatched the thing from the stranger's hands and raised it above his head. With this staff and an incubator with soul crystals inside, one can endlessly turn worthless people into servants. Even legendary-level swords from the royal guard will become silent servants. The prince lit up with a smile. He was glad that he had not been mistaken about Kyle. The man spread his arms and laughed. Now he had the dominance he had been waiting for. Kyle reminded that he had fulfilled the prince's request. He had created an endless incubator of undead, and now he had to fulfill the terms of the agreement. The blonde narrowed his eyebrows, repeating that now the undead must take over Fram. Kenneth waved his hand, replying that, of course, he remembered the terms of the deal. He immediately turned to his mercenary. First, a man whose body was tightly wrapped in bandages. The eye peeking out from under the fabric turned white as the killer lunged at Kyle. The first one instantly pulled out a knife and plunged it into the mage's stomach, holding him by the wrist with his other hand. Kyle, trying to control the blood in his mouth, tried to call out to Kenneth, but he said that the mage was no longer of value. The prince spat out one last time. Let the idiot now try to restore the honor of his family in the underworld. Yulman and Linda were talking while standing in front of the door of the trading guild. The apostle suggested that his friends wait for some time at the Fram embassy, where it was relatively calm, and she agreed. Suddenly, Linda handed Yulman a heavy scroll, saying that it was a message from Alice. Unfolding it, Yulman saw a map of the royal castle and was very pleased with the useful gift. The guy waved goodbye to Linda, who wished her friend to take care of himself. The apostle walked along the crowded shopping streets. He was in no hurry, hoping to overhear random conversations. And indeed, as he passed the two men, he heard snatches of conversation about the royal guard and the danger hanging over the kingdom. He was especially upset by the words thrown out about the guard and some action of His Majesty Daryl. The man said this so loudly, then asked about Lazar. His interlocutor pulled his friend up, reminding him what had happened to the ministers. Then someone spoke about the death of the first prince, and now the third prince is betraying his homeland. Of all the heirs, only the second prince remained alive, and the third dared to poison the king. Yulman followed the crowd, and it led him to a large notice board. As it turned out, next to Daryl's photo, it was written that the prince, for trying to send the king away and seize power into his own hands, was thrown into prison and awaiting sentencing, which would be carried out in 3 days in the central square. Yulman looked at the black and white photograph of Daryl and whistled. It seems he'll have to change his priorities a little. Meanwhile, the third prince was indeed languishing in the underground prison of Kenny's. 2 guards stood outside his cage and shamelessly discussed His Majesty's guilt, but ultimately decided not to discuss royal affairs that did not concern them. Daryl, incredibly tired after all this time, closed his eyes heavily. At that moment, the guards' cries were heard. They saw a stranger who had illegally entered the dungeon. Yulman, without saying a word, dealt with the guards with lightning speed, knocking them out. He walked up to the bars where Daryl was and asked how he had ended up there, since it had only been a few days. The third prince jumped up from his seat, happily greeting Mr. Yu. He returned the smile to his old acquaintance, destroying the metal beams with just one glance. Daryl carefully left the dungeon, no longer surprised by anything. The apostle asked him how he felt. The prince thanked him for saving him. Then Yulman asked how Daryl got here and where the others were. As it turned out, on the day of their separation, the young man went to look for his father, but did not have time to find him, as the people sent by Lazar detained him, while they planned to take the others to someone from Bolay. A sudden guess struck Durley. This was probably the man Yulman was looking for, the student thought, because in that case the guards were now in danger. The prince exclaimed in horror that the swindlers had now mastered the way to turn people into undead, and so he needed to see where the team was now. Daryl took off the earring that Jenny gave him, and he uses it in the heart network. The mage dropped to one knee and pressed his hands to the floor, preparing to activate his ability. The space in his mind turned red, and he stretched out along the corridors. Then he soared above the royal square and flew into the desert. A few seconds later, the prince exclaimed that he had found the girl. As it turned out, Jenny was now in the Tomb of the Kings, so Yulman hurried his friend. The Tomb of the Kings of Kennis was a massive and majestic building, erected many years ago. In order not to waste time, the apostle transported himself and the prince magically. Clutching Yulman with a death grip in flight, Daryl timidly asked what other talents the apostle had besides moving through the air. He chuckled, saying that it was just a time-saving measure. They slowly descended towards the entrance, the student holding the prince, checking whether he had arrived at the right place. Daryl immediately rushed inside, exclaiming that the heart network showed Jenny's unusual state. But Yulman stopped him. Something was approaching the guys at incredible speed, and it didn't bode well. Before reaching the people, the huge flash exploded, forming a fiery cloud. The entrance to the tomb was filled with smoke, and Daryl coughed, covering his mouth with his hand. Finally, when the dust settled, the prince and the apostle were able to see something. A crowd of vague, silent silhouettes appeared before them. But after a while, the eyes of one of them flashed brightly with the fire of the undead, and sharp teeth clicked loudly. There was no doubt that an entire army of people transformed into monsters was advancing on the guests of the tomb. Daryl waved his hand, not believing his eyes. Yulman just nodded. The entrance was sealed by a large number of ghosts. Their torn clothes indicated that they were previously ordinary people. The guys noticed it right away, but Daryl didn't want to believe what he saw in front of him. He asked Yulman what the undead were wearing. They told him that ghosts used to be simple peasants, Daryl cursed. The apostle admitted that the peasants could not be saved because they had been coexisting with the crystals for a long time, and there was only one way to get rid of them. As if they understood what he was talking about, all the undead straightened up at once and roared loudly. The nearest ghost opened its mouth and a bright beam of light burst out. Yulman frowned. He realized that the monster was endowed with some kind of power from outside. Roaring again, the ghost soared upward and headed towards the boy, releasing a beam of fire from its mouth. Without expressing any emotion, the apostle simply dodged the scorching ball and it flew past. Then the guy ran up and generated a discharge of bloody lightning in his palm. As he had done before with other evil spirits, the apostle directed his attacks at the ghosts, burning them. Turning around, the student saw that the number of monsters was not decreasing. On the contrary, it was only getting bigger. Lightning struck the ground in a mad rush, not letting the spawn get to Yulman. Daryl stood there in horror, amazed at how many peasants the traitor Lazar had used for his own purposes. Even the apostle, after some time, noted with dejection that the monsters were not ending. Yulman had no time to waste on the unfortunate. Therefore, the student decided to deal with them radically, with the help of hellfire. As if not seeing any obstacles, the evil spirits continued to break through the wall of fire with all their might. Some died on the spot, but many seemed not to feel any pain at all. They made their way to Yulman from all sides without receiving any injuries. The former peasants stubbornly ran forward with only one goal: to destroy their opponents. The apostle shrugged, surprised that the flames did not fall on them. Then he pressed the flame in his palm to the floor, confident that it would help. The figures of the evil spirits were immediately engulfed in dark ice and permafrost, into which the hellish flame was transformed. The monsters found themselves walled up alive in a huge purple ice flow. Daryl just watched what was happening with his mouth slightly open in surprise. Just like back then in the labyrinth, here it is, the true power of Mr. Yu. He called the prince to follow him, and he obediently walked on watching the undead frozen in ice. Without turning around, Yulman, who was feeding the ice with his flame, ordered Daryl not to touch anything. Ice magic could freeze the prince, in which case no one can guarantee salvation without harm to health. The apostle moved forward towards the entrance of the tomb, urging Daryl to hurry because they needed to find Jenny. The footsteps of both of them sounded dully within the walls of the ancient building. Daryl suddenly said that this was his first time in the tomb, which surprised his friend. This was the place where all the kings of the Kenneth dynasty were buried, and he was only an adopted son and was not allowed to come here. Yulman, hearing this, only grinned. He asked the prince if he knew if there had originally been a magical seal here. The interlocutor was surprised, but then noticed the walls of the tomb. They were completely covered with blue lines. Daryl cursed, calling Laser an absolute lunatic. One floor below, they saw a drawn circle with an illuminated stone levitating in the middle. The third prince assumed that the ritual ceremony was taking place right here. The spectacle was striking in its scale and indicated the madness of the owner. Looking at the seal, Yulman remembered that he had already seen one like this in an abandoned mansion, and there was clearly a connection between them. Looking closely at the stone in the center of the seal, he noticed someone's figure right in it. And indeed, Jenny was trapped inside, and she was unconscious. Daryl screamed the girl's name in horror, almost going mad with rage. He immediately rushed to the seal, jumping over several steps. It was necessary to urgently save the warrior. But such a valuable thing clearly could not be left unguarded, and a fiery flash appeared right in front of the flying prince. Gritting his teeth and feeling the hot touch, Daryl turned around abruptly. He was saved by Yulman, who was covered in hellish flames. He covered his friend with himself and thus saved him. Both found themselves near the seal. The apostle held the prince by the shoulders, asking him to be careful and not to rush. At that moment, both of them noticed someone's figure guarding the stone. Someone with platinum hair and white clothes looked straight at the uninvited guests, stretching out his hand and aiming sharp stones at them. Yulman, without taking his eyes off the stranger, quietly ordered Daryl to stay put. Then he covered him with himself, ordering them not to move away. At that very moment, sharp ice flows flew at them. Raising his palms in front of him, Yulman whispered the order for hellfire to appear. He raised his hand up, creating a fiery purple vortex that swirled the crystals in a circle. But suddenly, one of the stones rose up into the air and was captured in the grip of the flame. From one crystal, it moved to others, coloring them green and connecting them together. Yulman watched closely as this chain became invulnerable even to hellfire. He realized that something was wrong and told Daryl about it. Most likely, what was happening now was not the same as the past undead, so they needed to prepare significantly. As soon as he finished speaking, a bright beam appeared in the air, lifting up myriads of crystals. The two mages controlled lightning and fire, confidently controlling the staff and hands. Looking closer, Daryl had a hard time recognizing the younger man as someone vaguely familiar. He identified the second one by the clothes he had chosen himself. Yulman shook his head. His companion cursed loudly with pain in his voice. His loyal guards, Log and the elder Yaren, were turned into evil spirits, with magic stones attached to their chests. The apostle noted with regret that the soldiers had already completely lost human consciousness. The third prince asked Lord Yulman with great emotion to save his warriors. The apostle explained that the fusion of the dream crystals with their souls had already happened. The mages had become undead long ago. Even if the dream crystals were broken, the two would no longer be able to recover. Daryl looked with regret at his old friends who had now turned into monsters. The third prince clenched his teeth in silent rage as his jaw began to creak. The magicians gave their lives for the palace and for the kingdom. They could not be left to die. They had to be spared from suffering. Yulman sighed heavily, saying that he would try to kill the warriors without pain. Meanwhile, the new undead were not going to give up. Fire was shooting out of Yaren's staff, and crystals were rushing upward from Log's hands. When they united, they formed an incredible dragon, which rushed at the guests. Straightening up, the apostle commanded the second seal to open. Yulman flew up and headed straight for the dragon to seal it. The two elements collided with each other. Daryl gasped, watching the actions of the apostle. There was an explosion of unprecedented force, almost destroying the tomb. Daryl covered his face with his hands and called out to Yulman with concern. A few seconds later, he appeared, passing through a wall of dust and fire. He shook his head, saying that the mages definitely did not have consciousness, but they were still very strong. Now it was the apostle's turn to show his power. Hellish flames ignited in Yulman's hands, and the student ran as fast as he could to attack his opponents. Seeing this, Log shouted a spell and a huge crystal grew right out of the ground. Raising his hand up, the magician pointed the sharp boulder at those he had previously called friends. Yulman pressed his lips together and pulled his hand back, the flame in his palm lengthening, turning into a blade for a moment. He swung his weapon with all his might and directed fire at the guards. The crystals flying at him also did not remain unaffected. The flame struck the crystals in a thin snake, destroying them. Now Old Man Yaren took over. He loudly pronounced the spell, and the fire divided into several parts, heading towards Yulman. The man's eyes burned with an inhuman fire. His sharp teeth snapped like those of an animal. The apostle maneuvered in the air, trying to dodge the omnipresent fire. He thought that Log didn't bother him as much as that old man with lightning. Turning around, he noticed several dozen crystals flying towards him. Yulman cursed and muttered that he was taking his words back. Now two elements pursued the apostle, not allowing him to stop for a moment. The apostle still managed to slow down. He understood that he would not be able to let the magicians leave this world without pain. The guy's eyes glowed red as he used a thunderstorm of lightning. The attack that poured out on the men turned into a threshold violation. Yulman flew forward with all his might and hit the magicians with both hands. The apostle found crushed crystals from the guards' bellies in his palms. There was a hint of melancholy in the guy's voice, but it was still time to finish with the evil spirits. Both ghosts grabbed the apostle's hands with all their might. He realized that mages could act even with a destroyed crystal. The undead from legendary-level mages were incredibly powerful. Yaren froze, piercing the apostle with his gaze, as if he was seeing him for the first time. Log also stood with his mouth slightly open in surprise. Yulman heard someone whisper and turned in amazement to the side where the young magician was casting some kind of spell. The Trinity found themselves buried in a huge ice crystal. The apostle turned his head with difficulty to look at the guards. Unfortunately, Log had already died by that time. A huge fiery funnel formed above the ceiling. Looking there, Yulman was amazed to realize that the magician had managed to restrict his movements with his last move. He did this to give his brother a chance to hit the target. The apostle whispered with bitterness in his voice that Yaren had an excellent partner. With cold lips, he slowly, with the last of his strength, whispered the spell. Streams of fire immediately hit the ground. Connected with the magic of the crystals, the space was illuminated by an incredible glow, but at the same time destructive. Daryl, standing nearby, covered his face with his hands, trying not to inhale the cloud of dust. In the ensuing silence, the third prince called Yulman. Daryl, making his way through the smoke, saw a familiar silhouette. Yulman came closer, holding the bodies of the guards in his arms. The guy carefully placed them one by one on the floor. Daryl gritted his teeth as he approached his old friends, his heart filled with incredible bitterness. He dropped to one knee, solemnly saying that Kenneth would always remember the feats that the mages had accomplished for the kingdom. The third prince shook his head, vowing to avenge his team. As if waking up from a dream, Daryl suddenly called Yulman's name. The prince thanked the apostle for allowing the guards to proudly pass into oblivion, as Yaren and Log had given their lives in the fight for peace in Kenny's. Yulman replied that the outcome was unknown. What happened only confirms the decisive stage of Kyle and Laser's experiments. His Majesty once again exclaimed that he would pay his brother back in full for the magicians. Yulman added that now they needed to figure out how to get the prince's bride out of the crystal. Daryl timidly asked how the girl ended up locked in the dream crystal. The apostle announced that the warrior was still alive, and there were no signs of turning into the undead. But it was not known exactly what state she was in now. Yulman did not agree to break the crystal. After all, it was connected to Kapasi's. The broken stone could harm Jenny. The student created hellfire on his palm, saying that he would have to try hard. As the fire grew brighter, the apostle asked Daryl to step aside. He came close to the crystal, directing the flame at its walls. Upon contact with the translucent surface, the fire quietly hissed in Yulman's palm. A few seconds later, the huge crystal was engulfed in hellish flames. The boys saw that the surface of the stone began to melt like ice. Yulman only watched tensely, catching the slightest changes. The girl trapped inside did not move. Her eyelids were tightly closed. As the shell crunched softly, the clothes on Jenny's body melted from the heat of the flames. Daryl flinched and screamed her name at the top of his lungs. He quickly ran to the remains of the crystal to catch the bride. The third prince continued to whisper the warrior's name with concern, carefully squeezing her in his arms. After a